Chapter 001. The Responsive Su Bai. Let us witness together. The annual sales of Mi Phone have surpassed 200 million units. At the celebration banquet, Su Bai, the founder of Mi Technology, had indulged a bit too much in drink. As a time traveler, he had transformed into a billionaire in less than a decade. The secret to Su Bai's success was remarkably simple. 2 words: listen and respond. When netizens lamented that the phone prices were exorbitant and only affordable under 2,000 yuan, he promptly adjusted the price to 1999. That when they complained about slow charging and long wait times, he introduced a 5-minute charge that lasted an entire day. When they criticized the phone's unattractive design, he invited netizens to submit ideas, crafting products according to their preferences. With such a responsive leader, how could netizens not adore him? How could they resist buying? Early the next morning, Su Bai was roused from slumber by the blaring alarm. Yawning, he sat up in bed and walked to the bathroom, habitually opening his Douyin account to check the messages from netizens. This had become a daily ritual for him, reviewing feedback on his products. If numerous users reported the same issue, Su Bai would ensure his team promptly addressed it. Thanks to his image as a receptive leader, Su Bai's Douyin followers had already exceeded 10 million. Let me see what conundrum the inventive netizens have concocted for me this time. While shaving, he opened the comments section, browsing through them according to their likes. Mr. Su, I believe Mi Phone at $19.99 is still too expensive. I propose a price of $399 instead. Upon reading the most liked comment, Su Bai couldn't help but twitch his lips, promptly replying, "Come on, as the boss, he'll give you $399. No sooner had he sent the reply than a flurry of enthusiastic netizens descended upon him. Caught him, the live Su Bai. Quick, let's take him away. Mr. Su is incredible. He's up before 6. Wow. Mr. Su personally replied to me, "Make way, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." Ignoring the lively banter of netizens, Su Bai continued sifting through the highly rated comments. Mr. Su, many phone cases on the market exceed formaldehyde limits. We suggest that Mi produces its own, ensuring we can buy and use them with confidence. Comment likes, 15,713. Over 10,000 likes for a mere phone case? What substandard quality could possibly lead to such formaldehyde issues? Having encountered unscrupulousness before, he had never seen anything quite like this. After silently noting this comment, Su Bai resolved to implement it at the company today. Acquiring a factory to add 2 production lines for phone cases was a trivial matter for Mi Technology. The only requirement from netizens was that the cases should not contain formaldehyde. Listen, can you believe it? This is not merely a request. It is a fundamental expectation. After reading the comments, Su Bai decisively responded beneath the post. Understood, we'll arrange it. After finishing shaving, he was about to put away his phone and change clothes when another comment caught his eye. Mr. Su, we women implore you to enter the sanitary napkin industry. The moment he read this comment, his brushing paused. Sanitary napkins? Why is this even a topic? What does a technology company have to do with sanitary napkins? Comment likes, 13,479. Over 10,000 likes? What's going on here? Curiously, Su Bai instinctively clicked on the comment, and his phone instantly displayed thousands of replies. We support you. Sister, we must make Mr. Su see this. Mr. Su, our health relies entirely on you. Mr. Su, we've searched the entire internet. You are our only hope. Upvote. Mr. Su must see this. After going through dozens of replies, Su Bai finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that just yesterday, a well-known reviewer, while assessing several prominent sanitary napkin brands, inadvertently discovered that many well-known brands not only cut corners and used inferior materials, but also employed recycled and harmful cotton as raw materials. Even worse, many sanitary napkins failed to meet basic hygiene standards, resulting in various gynecological issues for many women. After reading through the comments, Su Bai was left dumbfounded. Sanitary napkins that are unhygienic? Was creating a safe and hygienic sanitary napkin really that challenging? In Rongcheng High-Tech Zone, the Mi Technology Industrial Park, bustling with activity, served as the headquarters for Mi Technology. Early on Monday, several senior executives, upon arriving at the company, hurried to the conference room. Following Su Bai's routine, he held a meeting every Monday to discuss the rectification suggestions from netizens. Those that could be implemented would be executed swiftly, while those that could not would still receive a satisfactory explanation. Initially, some senior executives found it challenging to adapt to Su Bai's responsive nature. believing he was merely fooling around, running a company without conducting competitive analysis, avoiding capital gains, and mingling with netizens. Yet, repeated practice proved Su right. It was precisely by absorbing opinions from netizens that Mi Technology emerged as a leader in the national smartphone industry. In the conference room, as the senior executives settled in, they began to speculate about what peculiar suggestions Su might have taken a liking to today. I wonder what bizarre suggestion Mr. Su has been captivated by this time. Don't mention it. Last year, we had to lower the wireless earphone price to $199, and our entire department nearly lost our minds. And the phone screen protectors who sells new phones with them pre-applied? We had to add 2 production lines for that. But let's be honest, without Mr. Su's suggestions, Mi Technology wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Just as the executives were conversing, the conference room door swung open, and Su appeared in casual attire. Upon his arrival, everyone rose, greeting him with smiles. "Good morning, Mr. Su. Oh, I have that same t-shirt. Great minds think alike. Mr. Su, I was looking for you at the celebration last night. You owe me a drink." Mr. Su is impressive after drinking so much last night. He still woke up on time today. From the executives' greetings, it was evident that Su was quite down to earth in private, able to joke around. However, in official matters, none dared to jest with the serious Su. After exchanging pleasantries with a few executives, Su took his seat and announced the meeting's commencement. Instantly, all smiles faded and everyone shifted into work mode. Half an hour later, "Old Ma, you take charge of the phone case issue. Remember, the netizens' requirement for a formaldehyde-free phone case is merely the baseline. Beyond that baseline, we should excel in quality, style, and color, striving for perfection." At this point in the meeting, it would typically conclude. However, Su did not call for adjournment. Instead, his serious demeanor relaxed, revealing a more contemplative expression. "There's one more thing I'd like to hear your opinions on." "More matters?" The executives closed their notebooks, curious to hear more from Su. He glanced at several female executives, hesitated slightly, and then stated, "Well, what do you think about Mi Technology venturing into the sanitary napkin industry?" Chapter 002. Is the entire nation waiting for me to produce sanitary napkins? In the expansive conference room, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A senior executive, glancing around to ensure he was not mistaken, mustered the audacity to speak. "Mr. Su, I believe I may have misheard you. What was it you mentioned about us diversifying into?" With a beaming smile, Su replied, "Sanitary napkins." "Oh, so it is sanitary napkins. Wait, sanitary napkins. Sanitary napkins?" The executives present were rendered speechless, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Dami Technology, a smartphone enterprise valued at over $100 billion, was considering venturing into sanitary napkins? Had they not known Su to be a serious speaker during meetings, they would have believed they had misheard. Observing the incredulous expressions around him, Su decided to take out his phone. "Never mind. It's difficult to explain in just a few words. Why don't you all take a look at the comment section of my Douyin?" One by one, the executives pulled out their phones to peruse the comments. Upon encountering the highly upvoted remarks about sanitary napkins, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Is it possible for sanitary napkins to be unhygienic? Such a small item. It could be toxic, cheaply made, and even use inferior cotton? To produce something of such poor quality must be quite a feat, and to top it off, they are exorbitantly priced. Netizens are saying they can hardly afford them when their period arrive. At last, the executives comprehended why Su was considering a foray into sanitary napkins. It was indeed prompted by the myriad voices of female compatriots. Su turned his gaze towards the only 2 female executives present. "Manager Liu, Sister Su, what are your thoughts? Is this endeavor viable?" Though Su was receptive to advice, as a businessman, he had to weigh the cost-effectiveness and the potential benefits to the company. Diving headfirst into an unfamiliar industry without caution could lead to losses rather than profits. However, the 2 female executives had already been stirred by Su's idea. As women, they possessed a deeper understanding of the female consumer base. The existing brands of sanitary napkins in the market had utterly lost the trust and support of women consumers. If a brand could not guarantee even the most basic safety and hygiene, who would willingly support it? If at this juncture, Dami Technology could indeed step forward to produce a quality sanitary napkin. Mind you, merely a product that meets quality standards, regardless of unattractive packaging or high prices. It could still achieve remarkable sales. Do not underestimate the market for sanitary napkins. With hundreds of millions of potential users, women spend between 20 to 50 yuan monthly on such products, at an average of 30 yuan per month. This translates to a market share of over 100 billion yuan monthly, accumulating to thousands of billions annually. Even capturing a mere 10% of the market would yield considerable profits. Mr. Su, I believe this is feasible. Compared to producing smartphones, the technical challenges in the sanitary napkin industry are negligible, and I am in support. Even the product manager stepped forward to voice agreement. I find it credible. Once we produce the sanitary napkins, we need to establish offline sales channels. We can leverage online platforms, utilizing live streams, and let Mr. Su sell the sanitary napkins himself. With his popularity and character, it's bound to be a hit. Indeed, the executives of Dami Technology held substantial confidence in Su Bai's appeal. There were many wealthy entrepreneurs, but who could match Su Bai's ability to amass millions of followers on his Douyin account? Su Bai had long cultivated a persona of heating public opinion, and his live streams for selling smartphones had always resulted in explosive sales. At worst, we could have Mr. Su live stream to sell sanitary napkins. Hearing the suggestions, even with his thick skin, Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. I'm the founder of a 100 billion company. You want me to live stream selling sanitary napkins? What about my dignity? Having settled the matter of whether to proceed, the next question was how to execute this venture. However, when Su Bai looked for input, the room fell silent, as none of those present had any experience in the sanitary napkin industry. Just as Su Bai pondered whether to enlist a couple of professionals, an executive suddenly had a brilliant idea. Mr. Su, ISNT at the netizens who are suggesting you enter the sanitary napkin market? Since you are willing to engage in this venture, yet lack expertise, why not consult the vast online community? Upon hearing this suggestion, someone immediately slapped their thigh in realization. Indeed, Mr. Su's brand is built on listening to advice, so why not take a step further? This time, let us heed the advice of the netizens completely. Whatever they suggest, we shall follow without deviation. Wow, from the perspective of user experience, that seems quite reasonable. I believe it could work. There are countless netizens, and among the populace, there is an abundance of talent. This is precisely what we mean by collective wisdom. By the end of the meeting, they not only resolved whether to proceed, but also deliberated on the methodology. After the session concluded and the executives departed, Su Bai remained in the conference room, deep in thought, consulting the vast online community. Perhaps it truly could be a viable approach. As he sat contemplating in the now empty conference room, Su Bai suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, you all came here, but the actual work still falls on me? That afternoon, in a dormitory at a university in the bustling metropolis, several young women were animatedly discussing something. One of the girls, scrolling through Douyin, suddenly looked up at her roommates. Hey, come look. Everyone is petitioning for Mr. Su to enter the sanitary napkin industry. I've seen it too. The lights are about to surpass 40,000. These sanitary napkin manufacturers are utterly despicable. They ought to be investigated and punished. As they debated, the girls analyzed the feasibility of Su Bai's entry into the sanitary napkin market. How is that even possible? Dami Technology specializes in smartphones, at most. They might dabble in related sectors, but there's no way they could venture into sanitary napkins. It's simply unrelated. Just think about it. Everyone is merely leveraging Mr. Su's comment section to stir up interest and draw attention to this issue. If Mr. Su were to produce sanitary napkins, I would undoubtedly be the first to purchase them. Dream on. Just as the girls were engrossed in their discussions, the one who had been scrolling through Douyin suddenly appeared to have discovered something extraordinary. Oh my goodness. Come quickly. Mr. Su has responded. He actually agreed. What did he agree to? Why the fuss? Moments later, the dorm erupted into a chorus of excited shrieks. From the adjacent dormitory rooms, one could hear the stirrings of excitement throughout the building. Even the students and teachers passing by downstairs were intrigued. Did Jay Cho release a new song? While it was unclear if Jay Cho had indeed released new music, what was certain was that the leading smartphone manufacturer, Dami Technology, was preparing to branch out into sanitary napkins. Just 5 minutes prior, Su Bai had uploaded a fresh video on Douyin. Facing the camera, Su Bai waved enthusiastically, greeting the vast online community. Dear Me fans, I'm back to listen to your suggestions. What are we discussing this time? Indeed, it is the highly upvoted topic for my previous video, sanitary napkins. After careful consideration, Dami Technology has officially decided to enter the sanitary napkin industry. However, here comes the but. Due to Dami Technology's lack of experience in this particular field, we collectively decided that since you have posed this challenge to me, I implore you to provide your insights and assistance in solving this dilemma. As the conversation unfolded, Su Bai in the video began to gesticulate animatedly before a vast audience of netizens. For instance, what should we name this sanitary pad? What materials should be used? What craftsmanship ought to be employed? What price points do you all envision? He inquired. In light of these queries, I warmly invite everyone to share their thoughts in the comment section. He reiterated, once again, your Su is all about heeding your counsel. With the video concluded, Su Bai, feeling a twinge of anxiety, set down his phone and turned to the dedicated photography team responsible for managing his Douyin account. Do you truly believe this approach will succeed? As a company, is it prudent to delegate responsibilities that should be ours entirely to the vast consumer base? He questioned. While we can overlook the materials and craftsmanship, are we really entrusting the naming of our product to the audience? It seems they would take on the role of product managers without any financial compensation, purely a free ride. Despite his years of experience as a business owner, this was the first time he had ventured into such territory, leaving him uncertain. Conversely, a makeup artist from the photography team, while tidying her tools, responded with earnestness. I find this quite intriguing. Collaborating to devise something collectively is rather exhilarating. The editor, packing away his computer, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su, what we are engaging in is a precise understanding of user psychology. A product crafted according to user feedback is bound to be purchased. They will inevitably buy it. The photographer, engrossed in reviewing the video effects, interjected, Su, there's no need for skepticism. Do take a moment to glance at the comment section. Upon hearing this, Su Bai retrieved his phone and opened the video, only to be taken aback. Goodness, within less than 10 minutes of posting, there are already over 1,000 comments? What is happening here? Is the entire nation awaiting my next move regarding sanitary pads? Chapter 003. You do not exploit your employees. You exploit your own profits? Since the exposure of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, women across the nation have developed an aversion to sanitary products. Particularly, many prominent brands, known for their supposedly ethical advertising, have faced stark scrutiny as testing results reveal troubling truths. Though there remain several conscientious merchants in the market, the domino effect of eroding trust has left many women uncertain about whom to believe. This explains why a multitude of women flocked to Su Bai's comment section, enthusiastically recommending that he venture into the sanitary napkin industry. Under the influence of these suggestions, Dami Technology has maintained an impeccable record of quality over the years, consistently releasing products that reflect integrity. If Su Bai were indeed to enter the sanitary napkin sector, it would undoubtedly be a boon for women everywhere. However, for most, this undertaking seems nearly impossible. One must question how a company deeply rooted in technology could possibly pivot to an entirely unrelated consumer goods sector. Mobile phones and sanitary napkins are fundamentally disparate. Frankly, even if Su Bai were to agree, Dami Technology lacks the requisite experience in this domain. Just as everyone was grappling with this notion, Su Bai's video emerged unexpectedly. Upon viewing it, women across the nation were taken aback. What was happening? They knew Su Bai was receptive to feedback, but they had not anticipated his willingness to this extent. A manufacturer of mobile phones was now being urged to produce sanitary napkins, and he was genuinely considering it? To make matters more surprising, this billionaire CEO humbly sought guidance from the very consumers who might benefit from his endeavor. This approach was entirely unforeseen. Given Dami Technology's strength, acquiring 2 sanitary napkin factories and launching a product would be a trivial matter, especially leveraging Su Bai's popularity. Yet, rather than taking the reins himself, he chose to empower the online community. Why? Do you truly believe Dami Technology lacks capability? Even without relevant professionals, does Su Bai not have the means to hire experts? The reason he sought public input was to encourage the community to participate in the creation of sanitary napkins. If they had lost faith in existing products, surely they would trust something crafted by their own hands. In no time, tears welled in the eyes of women who watched the video. This is what it means to be a people's entrepreneur, truly a figure of integrity. Deeply moved, women from various sectors across the nation flooded the comment section with suggestions as soon as the video was released. Remarkably, many individuals from related industries chimed in. Subai, there's no need to buy land and build a factory. We have an underperforming sanitary napkin factory available at a low price. Fluff pulp, fluff pulp, fluff pulp. This is crucial. Subai, be sure to use quality fluff pulp. Many problems arise from this. The most expensive component is the absorbent agent, scientifically known as superabsorbent polymer. The more you add, the better the absorption. Disinfection, do not forget this. Many manufacturers lack proper disinfection equipment, operating like underground workshops. Let us name it Dami Sanitary Napkins. Sisters who agree, please upvote this. As more individuals join the conversation, the number of comments surged at an alarming rate. Yes, you read that correctly. It surged. Over the past few days, the sanitary napkin incident had already trended twice, becoming a hot topic of national discussion. The moment Subai's video was released, it exploded in popularity. 10,000 comments, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Each comment bore witness to the hopes and desires of countless women. Within less than 3 hours of the video's release, it ascended to the top of the Douyin charts and dominated various trending lists. What is happening? I woke up to find Dami Technology is making sanitary napkins? Wait, soliciting opinions from netizens can be done like this? Our Subai remains ever receptive to advice. Due to the fervent discussions among netizens, which had implications for the sanitary napkin incident, prominent female streamers, influencers, and even celebrities from the entertainment and sports industries began to rally around Subai's account. After all, as women, regardless of wealth or influence, the arrival of menstruation necessitates the use of sanitary products. This matter concerns every woman, providing ample reason for support. A notable influencer proclaimed, "I support Subai. I believe in him. Go Subai." A renowned athlete stated, "Subai, the moment Dami sanitary napkins are released, I will be the first to purchase." A leading singer remarked, "Well done, Subai, a true model entrepreneur." Of course, where there are supporters, there are also detractors. This is ridiculous. A mobile phone manufacturer should stick to what they know and not meddle in sanitary napkins. What a waste of focus. Do you not understand domestic entrepreneurs? Look at their successes. Choosing a single industry is a lifelong commitment. Such cross-industry ventures are absurd. Making sanitary napkins? It's merely a publicity stunt. Do you really think you can manage it? Subai is just generating hype to harvest followers for future phone sales. The most delighted parties are undoubtedly the various mobile phone manufacturers in the country. For years, their products have suffered under the heavy competition from Dami Technology. Thanks to the unfavorable trend initiated by Dami Technology, the cost of mobile phones has risen while profits have dwindled. As a business owner, rather than undercutting employee wages and imposing grueling work schedules, why exploit your own profit margins? Which boss would willingly diminish their own product profits? Now, it seems Subai has lost his mind, venturing into the sanitary napkin industry with no knowledge of the field. Does he genuinely believe business is that easy? If everyone could simply post a couple of videos and succeed, why would anyone start a business? They might as well all become influencers instead. Let's wait and see. I look forward to witnessing his downfall, hoping it will impact Dami Technology's cash flow and lead to a rupture in their financial chain, ultimately resulting in their collapse. In this era, money can be regained, but once integrity is lost, it becomes ever more elusive. If you cannot grasp this fundamental truth, how can you call yourself a business owner? I offer you 5 words. I await your downfall. As the news of Dami Technology's foray into the sanitary napkin industry stirred up a frenzy online, the center of the Magic City at the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wanjia witnessed the unfolding drama. As a global giant in the personal care industry, Wanjia boasts a rich history spanning over a century and oversees more than 300 brands across categories such as cosmetics, personal care, cleaning, and hygiene products. In the global landscape of personal care goods, it stands as a behemoth, In the 1990s, when the Dragon Kingdom opened its market, Wanjia quickly recognized the vast potential within. Armed with advanced technology and a comprehensive product line, they swiftly dominated the local market, leaving homegrown brands in disarray. Today, Wanjia accounts for 80% of personal care products in the Dragon Kingdom, leaving the remaining local brands gasping for survival under Wanjia's relentless pressure. Each year, Wanjia profits handsomely from the Dragon Kingdom's market. Just when Wanjia believed it could continue to reap profits from the Dragon Kingdom, the toxic sanitary napkin incident erupted. Nearly all of the sanitary napkin brands under Wanjia faced devastation, leading to a significant online backlash as netizens united to boycott the company. Such occurrences have transpired more than once, and when it comes to managing public relations crises, Wanjia navigates these waters with remarkable ease. It is merely a matter of feigning contrition, designating a scapegoat to take the blame, and subsequently rebranding the implicated products for continued market presence. The Internet, it possesses no memory. At most, this incident will fade from public consciousness within a fortnight. Business proceeds as usual, and the harvesting of profits continues unabated. At this moment, Wanjia's Asia-Pacific director, Jiang Lili, remains remarkably composed as she addresses the public relations predicament in the boardroom, her tone relaxed amidst a gathering of senior executives. As per protocol, a formal apology will be issued under Wanjia's name, pledging a thorough investigation. Next, a suitable scapegoat will be identified from among our soon-to-expire suppliers. The marketing department will rebrand the implicated products, altering names and packaging as necessary to ensure their continued sale. This exemplifies the confidence of a global consumer goods giant. Is it merely toxic sanitary pads? What is the fuss about? We have monopolized 70% of the sanitary pad market in the Dragon Country. Should we cease production of these pads, you would find yourselves devoid of even the toxic variety. In fact, you ought to express gratitude to us for what remains available. And as for the toxicity, should not consumers reflect upon their own circumstances? Have they considered their own physical fitness or the possibility that their health issues may stem from personal deficiencies? Chapter 004. The Hype. Undoubtedly, just Hype Jiang Lili is a citizen of the Dragon Nation, with a background of studying abroad. Having worked at Wanjia for 15 years, her ascendance to the position of Asia-Pacific Director is attributed to one word: ruthlessness. More precisely, it is her ruthless treatment of her fellow compatriots that sets her apart. Why is it that among Wanjia's numerous global divisions, the Asia-Pacific region boasts the highest profit margins, consistently receiving commendation from headquarters? It is because, upon taking office, Jiang Lili spared no effort in relentlessly squeezing the production costs within the Asia-Pacific region. Surely, one would not think that Wanjia, having reached its current stature, still required to manufacture its own products, would they? No, indeed. Over 80% of Wanjia's mid to low-end brands are produced through contract manufacturing. The strategy involves saturating the market and obliterating local manufacturers in the Dragon Nation. For these manufacturers to survive, they have no choice but to sign contracts with Wanjia. The products they produce are then branded under Wanjia's name and sold as their own. Initially, this approach is not inherently flawed. The crux lies in Jiang Lili's relentless cost-cutting measures. If a manufacturer produces a sanitary pad at a factory price of 40 cents, Jiang Lili insists on limiting it to 30 cents or even 20 cents, threatening to seize contracts otherwise. To avoid losses, manufacturers resort to using various inferior and cheap materials. This, too, is the root cause of the toxic sanitary pad incident. Does Jiang Lili fear repercussions? The manufacturers produce the sanitary pads. What concern is that to Wanjia? It is the manufacturer's outdated technology that hinders them from creating quality products at reasonable prices, and it is not Jiang Lili who compels them to engage in such practices. One cannot help but say that, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, Jiang Lili's actions against her own compatriots are nothing short of heartless. That said, she concluded the meeting, exclaiming in frustration that among all nations, the citizens of the Dragon Nation are the most pretentious. Clad in high heels and clutching her expensive python leather bag, Jiang Lili prepared to leave. However, the next moment, the office door swung open, and Jiang Lili's secretary poked her head in with a phone in hand. President Jiang, there's trouble. You should take a look at Douyin. Douyin? Is that not just a sanitary pad? Has this group of pretentious women from the Dragon Nation escalated the situation to Douyin? Just as Jiang Lily pulled out her phone to check Douyin, she was met with the glaring headline at the top of the trending list. Dami Technology officially enters the sanitary pad industry. Dami Technology, the one that makes phones? Clicking on the trending topic, Jiang Lily's expression soured as she watched the video released by Su Bai. You who make phones should focus on that instead of meddling in the personal care industry. And the character-building gimmicks? Those methods have been exhausted in the entertainment industry. Do you not realize that the more stable a persona, the harder it falls? Seeing the news, Jiang Lily set down her expensive python leather bag and returned to her seat, her expression as cold as ice as she looked at the senior executives. Speak. What are your thoughts on this matter? It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and what quality of individuals could possibly work under someone like Jiang Lily? Hype. Everyone is saying that Su Bai's marketing outshines the product itself, and now I can finally see it. A group of clueless netizens plus a boss who only knows how to make phones equals nothing of concern. Agreed, someone chimed in. Su Bai is merely harvesting traffic. His fan base has grown by over 4 million in just one morning. I must say, he has truly mastered Douyin. I see this merely as a gimmick. Beyond that, Su Bai need not do anything. All he must do is delay, find an excuse to drag it out for half a year, and this matter will fizzle out. It is not that people look down upon Su Bai. It is just that when Wanjia initially entered the Dragon Nation market, those former Dragon Nation brands did not engage in conflict with Wanjia. They even formed an alliance of local brands to push Wanjia out of the Dragon Nation market. During those years, the personal care market nationwide was fraught with fierce competition and promotional activities. Yet, what was the outcome? It is now evident. Wanjia's scale is that of a global giant in personal care. Let us take a step back. Even if Su Bai, in his stubbornness, truly manages to produce sanitary pads, what would that achieve? Wanjia could easily orchestrate a collective price drop and promotional campaign for all sanitary pad brands, extending for 2 to 3 months. The citizens of the Dragon Nation, valuing cost-effectiveness above all, would flock to Wanjia's brand once a price reduction is announced. With such a double-edged strategy, would Su Bai's sanitary pads not simply gather dust in a warehouse, left for him to use as shoe insoles? To think of producing sanitary pads? Absurd. Does one truly believe that Wanjia is so easily trifled with? Although Dami Technology poses no immediate threat, the astute Jiang Lily remained cautious. Our public relations strategy remains unchanged. Stay vigilant regarding Dami Technology's developments and report to me immediately if anything arises. Having worked tirelessly to attain the position of Asia-Pacific Director, Jiang Lily could not afford even the slightest disruption at this critical juncture, especially with a promotion to headquarters on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Luoshui City, Hushing Province, the once bustling workshop of Chunfeng Daily Chemicals now lay in silence. Stacks of raw materials for sanitary pads gathered dust in a corner of the warehouse, and the once roaring production line machines were now silent, covered in a layer of fine dust. In the aging office of the factory, Sun Jing sat before her computer, her expression a mask of despair as she reviewed the sales performance for the quarter. Chunfeng Daily Chemicals was a legacy passed down from her father upon her graduation. This factory embodied her father's lifelong dedication. During the fierce battle against Wanjia years ago, many competitors in Hushing Province either went bankrupt or became mere suppliers for Wanjia. Only her stubborn father sold their home, their car, and continued to fight against the odds. Due to Chunfeng's reliable quality, a loyal customer base had been established in the province. However, in the face of Wanjia's relentless encroachment, Chunfeng's sanitary pads have been relegated to the local market of Luoshui City. Since taking over, Sun Jing had struggled to maintain even that local market, with sales declining year after year. Now, on the brink of collapse, the recent toxic sanitary pad incident had further exacerbated the situation. Though Chunfeng's sanitary pads were hygienic and reliable, the consumers were oblivious. The testing bloggers typically examined only well-known brands, not small, obscure ones like Chunfeng. Consequently, uninformed consumers have begun to shun Chunfeng's products altogether. With no sales, there were no revenues, halting production across the factory. The company's account now held only a few thousand yuan. If this trend continued, it seemed Sun Jing would soon have to lay off her employees and close the factory. Dad, you've truly left me a difficult predicament, Sun Jing lamented as she rubbed her temples in distress. Her father had always hoped she would expand and strengthen the Chunfeng brand. Yet, the reality was far more challenging than expected. Just as despair enveloped her, a notification chimed from her phone. It was a link to Douyin sent by her best friend, urging her to take a look. Curious, Sun Jing clicked on it and froze in place. Dami Technology? They were venturing into the sanitary pad industry. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was indeed Dami, known for its durability and smooth performance. The CEO, Su Bai, who produced rice, was now entering the sanitary pad market. The next moment, her friend sent another voice message. Jing and I, Su Bai is currently collecting opinions online. I sense this could be an opportunity. The factory your father left you has been languishing, right? Why not take a chance and reach out to Su Bai? I feel there's potential here. Upon hearing her best friend's voice message, Sun Jing initially felt a surge of joy, but soon exhaled in resignation and responded with a sense of rationality. Clearly, this is merely a publicity stunt. Do you genuinely believe that President Su would stoop to producing sanitary napkins? In just one morning, their follower count skyrocketed by millions. It's nothing more than a capitalist marketing tactic. Following this, President Su need only maintain her presence. She can let the situation drag on for 6 months or even a year, and eventually, it will fade into obscurity. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. It is absurd to imagine the head of a high-tech enterprise resorting to manufacturing sanitary products. Chapter 005. Can it be played this way? It was not only Sun Jing who shared this sentiment. After all, how many empty promises had capitalists made over the years? They boasted with grandiosity. Yet when it came time to deliver, they vanished. As the news of Dami Technology's foray into the sanitary napkin industry gained momentum, many composed netizens began to stir the pot in Su Bai's comment section. Is it possible that some truly believe this? In this day and age, who still buys into such empty promises? Su Bai's bravado had attracted over 4 million female followers. Was this a prelude to a custom smartphone for women? How naive! Have we forgotten the grandiose claims made by our bosses in the past? I'll make it clear, if Su Bai genuinely ventures into sanitary napkins, I'll go live and eat them for you all to see. As events unfolded, even the female netizens who initially supported Su Bai began to waver. Indeed, while Su Bai listened to advice, he had been focused on mobile phones. Furthermore, this morning, Su Bai's Douyin followers had surged to nearly 5 million. The more one looked, the more it seemed like a publicity stunt. Could this matter simply fade away? If it drags on for a year or more, how many will still remember it? In an instant, many female netizens were left bewildered, feeling as if they had been taken advantage of by Su Bai, yet uncertain. While the debate raged on, Su Bai, now clad in a new suit, had just seen off several local leaders from Rongqing. Such is the nature of a burgeoning enterprise. Dealings with local authorities are inevitable. Just moments ago, Su Bai had leaked online his intent to enter the sanitary napkin industry. Within 2 hours, local officials had arrived, hoping Su Bai would establish the production facility in Rongqing to aid local employment and tax revenue. In exchange, the local government promised to offer favorable policies and assistance for Su Bai's sanitary napkin factory. Su Bai refrained from rushing to make a statement, saying, "It all depends on the netizens." As the officials departed, they regarded Su Bai's words as mere pretexts. It was highly likely that his venture into the sanitary napkin industry was nothing but a publicity stunt. As the officials' cars pulled away, Su Bai was about to return to his office when he noticed several young women from the administrative department huddled together. Upon spotting Su Bai, they scattered like frightened birds. "Why are they running?" "I'm not going to eat anyone," Secretary Liu, lingering behind, shook her phone and chuckled. "Su Zong, the internet is buzzing, saying you're leading everyone on." "Leading on? What do you mean?" Su Bai asked, entering his office as Secretary Liu stepped aside. "You know, about your venture into the sanitary napkin industry. After the video was posted, your followers surged by over 5 million. "How many?" 5 million? Back in his office, Su Bai removed his suit jacket and handed it to his secretary. hastily checking his phone. To his astonishment, his follower count had skyrocketed from just over 10 million to 16 million in mere hours. As a billionaire CEO, he had little time to obsess over his phone. With all the company matters at hand, he never expected things to escalate so quickly. Seeing Su Bai silently scrolling through comments, Secretary Liu leaned closer. Should we contact a PR firm? Without looking up, Su Bai replied, what for? To help you create a narrative, to show you aren't merely seeking publicity. At this, Su Bai immediately raised his head. I'm not seeking publicity. What? Secretary Liu stood frozen in shock. It wasn't surprising. The high-level meeting held that morning had discussed Su Bai's venture into the sanitary napkin industry, as it didn't pertain to internal business matters. This left the entire Dami Technology personnel under the impression that Su Bai was merely staging a publicity stunt. As Su Bai perused the comment section, it became clear why Secretary Liu had suggested contacting a PR firm. More and more people began to suspect Su Bai was merely seeking attention, and the trend was escalating. After pondering for a few moments, Su Bai found the individual who had jokingly suggested eating sanitary napkins during a live stream and promptly replied, "You said it. During the live stream, I'll give you a luxury car." Turning to Secretary Liu, he spoke with seriousness. Gather the useful suggestions from the comment section. Contact the marketing department to negotiate acquisitions with suitable manufacturers and involve the legal department to expedite the necessary procedures. Most importantly, we must strictly control the raw materials. My only directive is to act swiftly. Upon hearing Su Bai's orders, Secretary Liu quickly jotted down notes with her recording pen but wore a bitter expression. Su Shen, none of us are knowledgeable about sanitary napkin production. Who should be in charge? Su Bai raised his phone. Look at the high praise responses in the comment section. Those who offer valuable suggestions with high likes are likely industry professionals or seasoned veterans. Those discussing raw materials are probably involved in that field, and those mentioning equipment could very well be manufacturers. Those addressing production processes are likely experienced in sanitary napkin manufacturing. Are we joking? Talent exists among netizens. It's not just a saying. Since Su Bai was determined to enter the sanitary napkin industry and lacked a key player, it was a splendid opportunity to recruit talent. He smiled at Secretary Liu. Contact the HR department. Bring in all those with high likes. None should be overlooked. From today onward, we shall officially establish the Daily Chemical Products Division. We'll commence operations as soon as we have personnel. Secretary Liu, holding her recording pen, stood in disbelief. Can it really be played this way? Such was Su Bai's decisive nature that Secretary Liu acted with remarkable speed. She immediately used her Dami account to connect with the top commenters. The HR department, armed with Su Bai's mandate, swiftly followed suit, aggressively recruiting talent. In no time, the comments section became a flurry of activity, spurred by Dami Technology's subsequent actions. This was especially true for the account that Su Bai had tagged earlier. The account holder, a delivery driver, had casually responded while on the job, never expecting a billionaire like Su Bai would reply to him. You said it. During the live stream, I'll give you a luxury car. Reading Su Bai's response left the delivery driver speechless. Wait, so you're not just seeking publicity? Dami Technology is genuinely entering the sanitary napkin market? What's your angle? Moreover, he realized he wasn't the only one questioning Su Bai's intentions. Why are you fixating on me? The most agonizing part for the delivery driver was that, following Su Bai's reply, his comment about live streaming eating sanitary napkins unexpectedly gained traction. Initially, many women were apprehensive, fearing Su Bai was merely engaging in a publicity stunt. Yet Su Bai's response immediately validated their concerns as unfounded. In a delightful twist, they began to like his comment. I'm following you now. You promised a live stream eating sanitary napkins. Let us see how you escape. If you're brave, I'll boost your post. But remember to add some hot sauce if it's not good. Bro, you're something else. I love a good spectacle. I'll boost your post too. The delivery driver had intended to delete his comment, but to his astonishment, following Su Bai's reply and a flurry of netizen interactions, his follower count began to soar. From a mere dozen to an astonishing 100,000 in the blink of an eye, and it continues to rise. Observing the delivery driver associated with my account, he wears an expression of bewilderment, as if pondering, who am I? Where am I? It's utterly perplexing. Have I truly become popular? Chapter 006, The Internet. He truly mastered it. The latest news has come to light. The HR department of Dami has contacted me. I have already packed my belongings and am about to set off for Rongqing to produce sanitary napkins for everyone. And me, I'm a supplier of raw materials for sanitary napkins. I have already delivered my resignation letter right in front of my boss. Sisters, rest assured. I will ensure the safety and hygiene of the raw materials. Oh, by the way, I'm a man. When Dami's HR heard my voice on the phone, they thought they had dialed the wrong number. They asked how I knew so much about sanitary napkins. I was originally ready to switch careers, but Dami recruited me. I wonder, will they really make me do this for a lifetime? As Dami's HR department took action, one high-rated contributor after another was recruited, making Su Bai's comment section as lively as a festival. I work in HR and have recruited people all my life. But this is the first time I've seen President Su recruit so aggressively. I'm truly impressed. In ancient times, there was the story of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Today, President Su is poaching talents. Truly remarkable. As news of this spread, the entire internet erupted in excitement. Initially, many assumed this would fizzle out. After all, Su Bai had already gained millions of followers from just one video, achieving his goal. Who would have thought he was serious about producing sanitary napkins? What is happening? I heard from Dami's internal employees that they are genuinely establishing a daily chemical product division. What is Su Bai planning? I don't understand his motives. The smartphone market is vast. Why not focus on his core business instead of diving into the daily chemical industry? Is he just fooling around? Does he think he could develop a product with just a video? This situation is escalating. I'm curious how it will end. And just wait for the jokes to unfold. Domestic daily chemicals have long been dominated by Wanjiai. Competing with Wanjiai is a self-destructive path for Su Bai. While the majority of netizens were skeptical, a plane from He Province successfully landed at Rongqing Airport. Sun Jing, clad in a trench coat and dragging a suitcase, confidently instructed the taxi driver to Dami Technology Industrial Park. As the vehicle set off, she gazed at the scenic views of Rongqing, her heart racing. Ever since she learned that Su Bai was genuinely entering the sanitary napkin industry, she hastily packed her belongings and purchased a ticket to Rongqing. As her best friend said, this is an opportunity for the Chunfeng Daily Chemical Plant, an opportunity for domestic daily chemical products. Such chances are rare, and if Sun Jing fails to seize this one, she might regret it for a lifetime. Thus, she came, fueled by a determination to succeed. 2 hours later, when Su Bai met Sun Jing in the reception room, he paused for a moment, glancing at her suitcase. As he gestured for the seated Sun Jing to take her place, he approached his own seat with a calm smile. I heard you took the initiative to contact HR, expressing your desire to lead the newly established Daily Chemical Products Division. As he spoke, Su Bai checked the time. I have a meeting in 10 minutes, so you have 5 minutes to give me a compelling reason why you are suitable for this role. Just as Su Bai anticipated a detailed account of her qualifications from Sun Jing, her response took him by surprise. With a serene expression, she looked directly at Su Bai and firmly stated, "My father fought Wanjiai in 12 lawsuits. In the 13th, he died in a car accident on the way to court." In less than 5 minutes, she conveyed a lifetime of anguish in just 10 seconds. On her way to the reception room, Su Bai had reviewed the information about Chunfeng Daily Chemical Plant, which was thorough except for this tragic detail. Gazing into Sun Jing's resolute eyes, he sensed there was more to her ambition. You don't just want to produce sanitary napkins, do you? Sun Jing did not hold back. Indeed, I aim to leverage Dami Technology's background to expand the range of daily chemical products and challenge Wanjiai. Such boldness was striking. This was a clear declaration of intent to use Su Bai's influence to avenge her father. To challenge an international giant like Wanjiai? Was she aiming to establish Dami's daily chemical division as a leader in the domestic market? From her profile, it was evident that she was more than capable of leading this division. However, you seem very confident about this. I'm curious, what gives you such confidence? In the face of Su Bai's inquiry, Sun Jing continued her candidness. Because of you, President Su. Because of me? Indeed. The domestic daily chemical industry has been oppressed by Wanjiai for not just 1 or 2 years, but for 30. The toxic sanitary napkin incident has been exposed more than once, the last time 6 years ago. Yet, no one has dared to stand up despite the consumers' calls for action. Everyone understands that the daily chemical market is dominated by Wang Jiayi. Whether Su Bai was managing his public persona or simply harvesting views, he had finally stepped forward. On a small scale, this could change the landscape of the domestic sanitary napkin industry. On a grand scale, it was a matter of health and safety for the millions of women in our nation. President Su, my father once told me that there is always right and wrong in everything, and that the heavens are reasonable. Wang Jiayi's arrogance, treating our people as inferior, is fundamentally wrong. Your willingness to stand up and advocate for the masses is right. It gives you legitimacy. This is our territory. We have the advantage of geography. The resurgence of the toxic sanitary napkin incident is a sign of opportunity. The expectations and support from countless women are our allies. Legitimacy, timing, geography, and unity are all on our side. Why should we lose? Listening to Sun Jing's passionate speech, Su Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment. I'm just giving advice. But when you say it, it sounds like a call to arms. At this point, Su Bai felt he couldn't let Sun Jing slip away. Rising from the sofa, he extended his hand to her. The Daily Chemical Products Division is yours. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing suppressed her excitement and, while shaking hands with Su Bai, posed a question she had long wanted to ask. President Su, I have one last question. Go ahead. The recent toxic sanitary napkin incident has tarnished the entire industry's reputation. Even if we start producing sanitary napkins, many will doubt our products. How do you plan to address the issue of credibility? On her way to Rongqing, Sun Jing had pondered this dilemma. Su Bai's character is commendable, but the current reputation of sanitary napkins is deplorable. How could Su Bai guarantee that Dami Technology's products will be safe and hygienic? Official inspection reports? Wang Jiayi has those too. Yet what is the reality? Asking bloggers for verification? Surely, some would suspect they're being paid off. In the face of such an almost insurmountable situation, Sun Jing truly struggled to conceive a solution. Yet, Su Bai had already anticipated this question. He simply pulled out his Dami phone, waved it in front of Sun Jing, and stated, "No credibility can be restored without a live demonstration. If it exists, let us have more of them." Even after Su Bai left the reception room, Sun Jing stood there, lost in thought. Initially, she misinterpreted Su Bai's comment as referring to live streaming sales. But after a few seconds, she realized he meant something entirely different. Live streaming production. He was suggesting live streaming the production process. Transferring the production line of sanitary napkins directly to live streaming is indeed an innovative idea. If there are concerns among netizens regarding the quality of the raw materials, why not conduct a live production session, allowing them to witness the process firsthand? If hygiene is a primary concern, we can also showcase the sterilization process live. From raw materials to production, sterilization, packaging, and transportation. Let us ensure complete transparency in the manufacturing process. As Su Bai aptly stated, credibility is often established through witnessing tangible evidence in a live broadcast. Observing Su Bai's departure, Sun Jing immediately perceived the evident disparity. Having once been a business owner herself, she pondered why she had not considered such an approach. Look at General Su. He listens to advice from the internet, garners high praise, recruits talent, and engages in live production. This is how the internet is effectively harnessed. Chapter 007. Can this thing be live streamed? Half a month later, in the Eastern New District of Rongqing, the Richest Technology Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park has quietly completed its construction. Is the speed rapid? It could be deemed slow. Ever since it became known that Richest Technology was indeed venturing into the realm of daily chemical products, several district leaders in Rongqing nearly clashed over this matter, each vying to host the industrial park within their jurisdiction. To secure this opportunity, various regions proposed increasingly appealing incentive policies. The factory premises were readily available, merely requiring a sign to occupy, with 6 months of rent waived up front. The bureaucratic processes were streamlined. Representatives from various departments directly came to assist. Even the most challenging fire safety regulations saw the fire department providing on-site guidance for the renovations. Who would have believed it? The equipment was sourced from internationally renowned top-tier brands. and the finance department approved funding without a moment's hesitation. As for personnel, the human resources department invested heavily in training staff at medical product manufacturing facilities, adhering to industry standards. Most astonishingly, the entire production workshop was designed in accordance with cleanroom standards. Who produces sanitary pads in a cleanroom environment? As the head of the Daily Chemical Products Division, Sun Jing has finally witnessed the grandeur of a prominent enterprise. What could have been established with a few million has, under Rice Technology's hand, cost tens of millions. The most critical moment arrived when the test production samples were sent to the relevant departments for inspection. The testing personnel were bewildered, questioning whether the samples had been mistakenly labeled. How could a sanitary pad inexplicably meet medical-grade standards? It is widely recognized that according to the Disposable Hygiene Product Standards, sanitary pads are classified into 3 categories: ordinary, disinfected, and medical grade. Generally, the ordinary grade is sufficient for market sale, adhering to national regulations. The disinfected grade, as the name suggests, has undergone multiple disinfection processes, with total bacterial counts below 200 CFUG. Due to the additional disinfection steps, the cost escalates, typically reserved for high-end hygiene products in the market. As for the medical grade, one could exaggerate and say that even surgeons could use Rice Technology's sanitary pads to absorb blood. Even though Sun Jing grew up in a sanitary pad factory and has seen countless varieties, she has never encountered one that is medical grade. Today marks the first official day of production in the workshop. The employees hired by the Human Resources Department are seasoned professionals on the assembly line. While they are busy at their respective stations, the actual hands-on work is minimal. Most of the time is spent analyzing data on computers. This state-of-the-art production and packaging equipment is nearly automated, requiring little human intervention beyond material input and stacking. The factory operates smoothly, yet Sun Jing, as the supervisor, stands at the entrance, having deliberately donned a professional outfit and styled her hair in an elegant updo, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. Opposite her stands the dedicated photography team of her boss, Su Bai. After a brief preparation, the photographer gives Sun Jing an OK gesture. Ms. Sun, count down 5 seconds. The live stream begins. Indeed, today marks the inaugural live broadcast of Rice Technology's sanitary pad production. Half a month has elapsed since the initially fervent discussions surrounding Rice Technology's sanitary pads, which have since faded in intensity. However, a group of individuals remains keenly interested. The female internet users who rallied in Su Bai's comment section, advocating for the production of sanitary pads. As direct victims of the toxic sanitary pad incident, they are understandably invested in this matter, with some even visiting Su Bai's comment section daily to urge progress. Truly internet watchdogs. In fact, several groups of thousands have been formed for this cause. More dramatically, it seems they have managed to glean numerous insider details from personnel at Rice Technology. Upon hearing that Rice sanitary pads began production today, the various groups erupted in excitement. Ladies, I heard Rice sanitary pads started production today. Is this news credible? Sisters, you are behind the times. Not only are they in production, but they're also using the finest materials. Yes, I heard they're using the best new province cotton for the top layer, without even bamboo fiber. Rumor has it, the fluff pulp is made from coniferous timber. No way. Are they really using such high-quality raw materials? As the saying goes, where there are supporters, there will be detractors. What they say, you believe. Using the best materials? It seems implausible. Honestly, we never expected Mr. Su to produce exceptionally high-quality sanitary pads. After being burned by toxic sanitary pads, I will be content if his products are simply hygienic and safe. Agreed, capitalists prioritize profit. However, Mr. Su seems to earn with a conscience. He'll earn what's rightfully his. While discussions abound, someone suddenly shared a Douyin livestream link in the group. Ladies, stop the chatter. You must see what I discovered. Rice Technology is live streaming the production of sanitary pads. It's all being broadcasted. Upon hearing this, the female viewers were incredulous. What? Live streaming the production of sanitary pads? How does that even work? As for the specifics of the broadcast, even Sun Jing herself was somewhat perplexed. After all, she had never live-streamed before. Facing the camera for the first time, her smile faltered. Fortunately, A makeup artist nearby quickly gestured for her attention. Ms. Sun, don't just smile, speak, speak. Finally regaining her composure, Sun Jing introduced herself to the camera. Hello, everyone in the live stream. I am Sun Jing, the head of Rice Technology's Daily Chemical Products Division. Today marks the first day of official production for Rice sanitary pads. We understand that there is significant public interest in the production of these pads, particularly regarding the materials used and the production process, as well as safety and hygiene concerns. In response to your inquiries and concerns, Mr. Su has decided to publicly share the production process of Rice sanitary pads through this live stream. Meanwhile, beside the camera, two staff members were intently monitoring the live data on their tablets. At this moment, the live stream audience numbered only a few hundred, and had it not been for the Rice Technology branding, they might have had only a meager turnout. The two staff members were evidently unfazed, having anticipated such a scenario. After all, with so many engaging live streams available, who would be bored enough to watch the production of sanitary pads? Just then, as the two staff members were stifling yawns out of boredom, the live stream data suddenly refreshed. When the new numbers appeared, their eyes widened in disbelief. The audience count, initially at 307, surged to 298. It didn't stop there. With another refresh, 956, 156, 127. The two stared at the skyrocketing viewer count. Their brains momentarily overloaded, nearly dropping their tablets in shock. What is happening? Is the entire country offline? Why are over 6,000 people watching us produce sanitary pads? Chapter 008. Very well. All the best. Su Bai is a person who heeds advice, so although the notion of Dami Technology producing sanitary pads seems fantastical, it was ultimately anticipated by some. Su Bai is meticulous, ensuring that Dami sanitary pads are undeniably safe and hygienic, thereby deserving of consumer trust. While this approach may not align with the typical capitalist mindset, there are still those who have faith in President Su. However, even the most imaginative netizens could not foresee Su Bai's audacious move, live streaming the production of sanitary pads. Who would think of such a thing? Who even broadcasts such content? Initially, it was a select group of female netizens who caught wind of the news and flocked to the live stream. As the viewership surged, the Douyin live streaming platform began to take action, leveraging its big data mechanisms to generate hype for the broadcast. Viewers who initially intended to scroll past hesitated for a moment upon seeing the words Dami Technology. But as soon as they caught sight of sanitary pads, memories of the Dami sanitary pad incident from 2 weeks prior flooded back, igniting their curiosity and rendering them unable to look away. In a matter of minutes, the audience in the live stream swelled to over 20,000. Countless viewers expressed their curiosity in the comment section. Wait, Dami Technology is really producing sanitary pads? No way. Live streaming sanitary pad production? I've never seen anything like it. Just one word. Su, this live stream is beyond my comprehension. At that moment, Sun Jing remained engrossed in the live broadcast, her confidence blossoming. Had she known that 50,000 eyes were watching her in real time, she might have been too nervous to utter a word. Sun Jing approached the workshop door, and instead of entering immediately, she turned to the side. Dear viewers, as our production workshop has achieved a dust-free environment, we must don cleanroom attire before entering. Please follow the camera with me. As the cameraman followed Sun Jing into various changing rooms to put on cleanroom garments, the already lively comments section erupted. Wait, did I hear that right? A dust-free workshop? You're making sanitary pads in a cleanroom? Is this a joke? Just because you put up a couple of plastic sheets doesn't mean it's dust-free. Is a dust-free workshop really that impressive? Someone enlighten us. A dust-free workshop, also known as a cleanroom, refers to a high-standard facility where various purification devices are employed to strictly control air quality, bacteria, and harmful substances, while maintaining specific temperature and humidity levels. Typically, clean rooms are utilized in the medical, precision instrument, and semiconductor industries. The standards required for producing sanitary pads do not necessitate such stringent conditions. To put it bluntly, it is akin to using a nuclear missile to swat a fly. Following explanations from some netizens, the audience in the live stream again erupted in excitement, particularly among the female viewers, who understood better than anyone else the benefits of a dust-free environment. I thought, I thought Dami Technology's workshop would just be a bit cleaner and more hygienic. I never expected it to be a clean room. Clearly, I underestimated the situation. Wow, I'm so touched. I never thought a capitalist could make me feel this way. President Su, I'm a fan now. From now on, I'll be the first to like your videos, and I'll be the first to buy Dami Technology's products. As it turned out, however, the audience was indeed rejoicing too soon, for there were even greater surprises in store. When Sun Jing, now clad in cleanroom attire, entered the workshop with the cameraman, another wave of netizens could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, the assembly line equipment from war vehicle country is imported, costing over $800,000. And it's not even secondhand. It's the latest model. Seriously? This is a standard cleanroom? The quality is nearly on par with our biological lab. What a waste. With such an investment, why are you using it to produce sanitary pads? Such extravagance. Under Sun Jing's deliberate direction, the cameraman pointed the camera directly at the assembly line equipment, capturing every detail from the material feeding stage. Almost every minute, viewers expressed their astonishment. Wait, new cashmere cotton? You're using such fine cotton for sanitary pads? I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle this. Is this our northern coniferous raw wood? The price has skyrocketed to $1,400 a cubic meter, and you're using it for fluff pulp? I'm impressed. No way. You're adding super absorbent polymer like this? Don't you care about costs at all? As discussions among the curious onlookers continued, the vast majority of female viewers were left bewildered. While some were aware that Dami Technology was producing sanitary pads, others speculated that the company was crafting dowries for their daughters. It was just sanitary pads. After all, why the grand spectacle? Many female viewers were unfamiliar with the terminology and did not grasp the significance of new cashmere cotton or coniferous raw wood. Nor did they understand how much super-absorbent polymer was appropriate. However, they were not naive. From the comments of the onlookers, it was evident that everything used to create the sanitary pads was of the highest quality. How is it possible that I feel unworthy of using these sanitary pads? Am I the only one who thinks that Dami sanitary pads resemble luxury goods? At this rate, one pad might cost several dollars. Several dollars? I think they could easily be priced at over $10 each. Oh no, I truly can't afford that. Whatever, even if they're $10. I'll buy them. If I can splurge on thousands of dollars for clothes, why can't I spend a little on sanitary pads? Exactly. I can always cut back on a few milk teas. If Dami sanitary pads are safe and hygienic, that's enough reason for me to buy them. Thus, the live stream concluded amidst Sun Jing's anxious heart. After removing her audio equipment, she approached the live team, inquiring about the broadcast performance. After exchanging glances, two staff members who had been monitoring the live stream turned to Sun Jing, one of them stating, "The good news is the audience response has been positive. No one is concerned about the safety and hygiene of Dami sanitary pads anymore. The bad news is everyone is now worried about the price." Chapter 009. Who is producing and monitoring the whole network? In the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, at the headquarters of Wanjiaya in the Asia-Pacific region, the elegantly attired Jiang Lily sat behind her desk, engaging in a phone call in English, her demeanor consistently cheerful. No, there is absolutely no need for concern. This matter will not affect our operations in the Asia-Pacific region. You are overthinking, as that is merely a mobile phone manufacturer with no experience in personal care products. This is entirely an incident, at best, just a publicity stunt. Yes, rest assured. I will resolve this within a week, not even half a month. In an instant, Jiang Lily hung up the phone with a smile, only for the sound of slamming the receiver to echo within her office. It had been over a week since Dami Technology commenced its live streaming of sanitary pad production. Rather than diminishing, the fervor surrounding this event had intensified across the internet. Initially, many believed that Dami Technology's live streaming was merely a facade, given the prevalence of duplicity in the industry. However, contrary to expectations, the live broadcasts not only continued, but had become a normalized occurrence. Indeed, the factory operated by Dami Technology had astonishingly initiated a 24/7 live streaming setup throughout the year. They opened the surveillance camera feeds from various workshops within the factory, allowing netizens to monitor operations live at any moment. As netizens aptly put it, Dami's factory did not even need to hire supervisors, for the vast online community had taken on that role. The situation grew even more amusing when an employee was discovered by keen-eyed viewers frequently slacking off during work hours. Remarkably, this young man gained unexpected fame, with tens of thousands tuning in daily to witness his antics. It was almost unbelievable that anyone would choose to watch such a spectacle. As the situation escalated, another significant piece of news caught Jiang Lily's attention. Dami Technology announced that in 3 days, exactly 2 weeks after the sanitary pads commenced production, Su Bai would host a live stream selling Dami's sanitary pads. The announcement immediately soared to the top of trending searches, as Su Bai had long been recognized as the owner of Dami Mobile and the founder of a tech enterprise. The juxtaposition of his persona with sanitary pads seemed incongruous, yet the unlikely combination sparked an astonishing reaction online, akin to Su Bai dressing as a woman and performing in a live stream. In no time, the curious onlookers were unable to contain their excitement. No way. Is President Su really going to sell sanitary pads live? I'll make it clear. As a man, if he dares to sell, I will dare to buy. The CEO of a billion-dollar tech company is live streaming sanitary pad sales. Don't miss out. In the realm of the internet, aside from President Su, I bow to no one. Reportedly, Dami Technology's live stream had amassed over 800,000 subscribers, with countless netizens eager to witness this rare occurrence. However, amidst the frenzy, Jiang Lily perceived an aspect that others overlooked. Indeed, she had to concede that Su Bai had masterfully navigated the intricacies of the internet. From the initial phase of heeding online advice, garnering high praise, and broadcasting production, to the current scenario where a billion-dollar CEO personally sold sanitary pads. Su Bai had astutely tapped into the psyche of netizens, resonating with them at every turn. Yet, Su Bai neglected a crucial factor: profitability. Any enterprise, devoid of profitability, regardless of its flamboyance, becomes a mere jest. After all the commotion and notoriety Su Bai had generated online, had he considered his profit margins? Could he be certain of a lucrative outcome? The focus of the audience had shifted entirely onto Su Bai, overshadowing the core product, the Dami sanitary pads. Everyone seemed more interested in witnessing the spectacle of Su Bai, akin to watching a monkey perform at a zoo, rather than genuinely intending to purchase sanitary pads. Would Su Bai, having set such a grand stage, not fear dismal sales and an inability to close the show? Did he not fear that expenditures might outweigh revenues? The audience's attention was fixated solely on Su Bai, neglecting the actual product. His adept manipulation of the internet should have made him aware of the adage: the higher one soars, the harder one falls. Wang Jieya and Dami Technology had always maintained a respectful distance, yet now, with Su Bai seeking to encroach upon Wang Jieya's territory, Jiang Lily was unperturbed by the prospect of Su Bai facing a more challenging downfall. She swiftly picked up the office phone, dialing an internal number. Under the auspices of the Asia-Pacific headquarters, she drafted a document announcing that beginning tomorrow, all sanitary pad brands in the Dragon Country region would undergo price reductions for a duration of 2 weeks. Indeed, Wang Jieya was making a move, a formidable one at that. Jiang Lily's timing was impeccably calculated. With Su Bai set to commence his live stream in 3 days, Wang Jieya's promotional activities would begin 2 days prior, sending an unmistakable message. They aimed to exhaust the market of potential consumers, leaving none for Su Bai once his broadcast began. Jiang Lily meticulously extended the promotional period to half a month, intending to render the entire sanitary pad market vacuum. By the time Su Bai sought to capitalize, not only would he find it difficult to secure a sale, but he might also lack any customers to sell to. If Su Bai intended to oppose Wang Jieya, he would soon witness the repercussions of such a confrontation. Today, if Jiang Lily did not manage to rein in Su Bai, would anyone still regard Wang Jieya as the titan of the personal care industry? Who would dare to tussle with a formidable adversary? The capitalist clandestine struggle went unnoticed by ordinary consumers, yet the ramifications permeated every facet of daily life. The following day, across major supermarkets nationwide, shelves of various sanitary pad brands were adorned with conspicuous promotional tags. 2 young women pushing their shopping carts immediately gravitated toward the displays. Wow, Everyone's offering promotions. The discounts are substantial. It's the perfect opportunity to stock up. Have you forgotten about the toxic sanitary pads from last time? Wang Jiaya has already apologized, and the implicated manufacturers have been shut down. It should be fine now. Go ahead and buy if you wish, but I remain skeptical. Wang Jiaya always apologizes. It's soon after scandals resurface. I want to gamble my health on the integrity of capitalists. What else can we do? Wang Jiaya practically monopolizes the sanitary pad market. Can you really avoid using them for life? Who says they monopolize? ISNT their Dami sanitary pads? Dami sanitary pads? How extravagant. It's already rumored that each pad costs at least 7 to 8 yuan, with a pack running 70 to 80. Calculated over a year, you'll be spending nearly 1,000 on sanitary products. Indeed, rumors circulated online that Dami sanitary pads utilize superior raw materials and top-tier production techniques, leading to a retail price of no less than 7 to 8 yuan per pad. This was already the price range of premium sanitary pads. Using them occasionally was one thing, but for the average person, long-term consumption was simply unfeasible. This was precisely why numerous women had remained silent in recent days. Certainly, Su Bai had heeded the advice to have Dami Technology produce sanitary pads. His integrity had once again been validated, with assurances that Dami sanitary pads were crafted from the finest materials. However, Su Bai overlooked one critical issue: pricing. He failed to recognize that premium sanitary pads were not a feasible option for everyone. For numerous students and newly employed white-collar workers, the monthly living expenses and salaries are often quite limited, necessitating meticulous budgeting for every penny. For many young women who find themselves borrowing to afford a movie subscription, who would be willing to spend 70 to 100 yuan each month on sanitary napkins? Chapter 010. What is this? This is the pulse of the people. Mr. Su, the cost of the rice sanitary napkins has been calculated. Early in the morning, Sun Jing entered Su Bai's office, knocking gently on the door while holding a document. It had been half a month since the cost of the rice sanitary napkins was determined, which explained the rampant speculation online, labeling them as high-end luxury products that the average person could scarcely afford. Yet, Rice Technology had chosen to remain silent amidst this uproar. The calculation of industrial product costs is far more intricate than simple arithmetic. It encompasses not only raw materials, rent, equipment depreciation, labor salaries, and utility expenses, but also production scale, manufacturing cycles, production efficiency, and local policies that could all sway the costs. To illustrate, consider the concept of economies of scale. Tesla, through its gigafactories, capitalizes on this to reduce manufacturing costs significantly. Please hold on. I just need 2 more minutes. At that moment, Su Bai was engrossed in composing an email on his computer. As the founder of Rice Technology, his days were filled with a flurry of responsibilities, leaving little time to focus solely on the rice sanitary napkins. As he typed, he remarked without looking up, "I've seen online that the price per piece of rice sanitary napkin is said to be at least 7 or 8 yuan. Some even claim it's the Hermes of sanitary napkins. Surely it can't be that exaggerated?" Unbeknownst to him, Sun Jing, standing across from his desk, wore an expression that suggested something was amiss. Despite her experience in managing a daily chemical product factory, she too had lacked a precise understanding of the cost of rice sanitary napkins. After all, the production processes, equipment, and materials involved were foreign to her, and she only grasped the actual costs after reviewing the financial department's reports. To be candid, upon seeing the specific costs, Sun Jing had initially been incredulous and sought verification from the financial department. Their response echoed her skepticism. "When we first received this data, we too found it hard to believe." After finishing his email, Su Bai pushed aside his keyboard, stretched his legs, and stood up, finally noticing Sun Jing's peculiar demeanor. "What's wrong? Is the cost too high?" Sun Jing shook her head, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, and handed the document sealed with a confidentiality label to Su Bai. "Mr. Su, you might want to see for yourself." Curiosity piqued. Su Bai perched on the edge of his desk, opened the document, and flipped through it, his mind racing with calculations. Could it be that the rice sanitary napkins had indeed become a luxury item, as the netizens claimed? He skimmed past the initial cost list and turned to the last few pages to examine the cost per napkin. upon seeing the figures at the bottom of the page. He initially thought he was seeing things, leaning closer to scrutinize further. Are you sure there's no mistake? Sun Jing seemed to anticipate his reaction, shaking her head firmly. I verified the calculations with the financial department 3 times. They confirmed it was accurate. The vast office fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Su Bai silently placed the document on his desk and rubbed his forehead. What about the sanitary napkins available on the market? Sun Jing, well-versed in the industry, promptly provided her assessment. Once they leave the manufacturer, branded under Wanja E, they mark up the price. Then there are first, second, and even third-tier distributors, each adding their own margin. By the time they reach the end distributors, there are additional costs such as shelf fees, promotional expenses, and more. Even when selling online, the service fees, deposits, and promotional costs from major e-commerce platforms can be just as steep as physical retail. So, Su Bai interjected, the production cost for the sanitary napkins consumers previously purchased is actually less than 20%. Sun Jing nodded. It may even be under 10%. Many small workshops can produce sanitary napkins for less than 10 cents each. If they use inferior materials, it could drop to 5 or 6 cents per piece. A smile spread across Su Bai's face. Indeed, it's true what they say. Different fields can feel like different worlds. Initially, Su Bai had believed that the cost of rice sanitary napkins, even at its lowest, would be at least 2 or 3 yuan each. Yet upon seeing the actual costs, he found it hard to believe. The cost per piece was 43 yuan. You read that correctly. 43 cents per napkin. This figure starkly contrasted with the widely circulated 7 or 8 yuan per piece, representing a staggering 20-fold discrepancy. Why did everyone accept such inflated figures? Because the current market prices for sanitary napkins range from 50 to over a yuan each. Logically, the production cost should hover around 30 to 40 cents. How could rice sanitary napkins, made from the finest materials, possibly cost only 30 to 40 cents? In truth, everyone had been misled, including Su Bai himself. It wasn't that the public had overestimated the costs of rice sanitary napkins. Rather, they had underestimated the ruthlessness of capitalists. As the saying goes, for the sake of 100% profit, they are willing to trample upon the law. For the sake of efficiency and profit, what is it to add secondhand? Recycled clothing fibers into the sanitary napkins? What about incorporating pulp from recycled paper? Disinfection? A bleached sanitary napkin appears pristine. Who needs to disinfect that? It's all a matter of technology and ruthless practices. Just buy it and use it. Rest assured, you'll remain blissfully unaware. This is precisely why both Sun Jing and Su Bai fell into a contemplative silence upon discovering the costs of rice sanitary napkins. Noticing Su Bai's prolonged silence, Sun Jing gently reminded him, Mr. Su, we need your decision regarding the pricing of rice sanitary napkins. We must report to the relevant departments. Indeed, the cost of rice sanitary napkins had been revealed, 43 cents per piece, astonishingly lower than anyone had anticipated. What then should the selling price be? Logically, given the superior cost and reputation of rice sanitary napkins compared to all others on the market, even if Su Bai priced them at 5 or 6 yuan each, 50 to 60 yuan for a pack of 10, they would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. After all, the vast market in Longhua is never short of affluent consumers. This question was posed to the expert, Sun Jing. What do you think is an appropriate price? After a moment's hesitation, she offered her perspective. I suggest 2 yuan per piece. This price has been carefully considered. It is not excessively high, allowing average consumers to afford it while still ensuring Rice Technology can achieve substantial profits. After all, Rice Technology is a company, not a charity. Upon hearing Sun Jing's proposal, a smile graced Su Bai's face. Ms. Sun, do you know the profit margin on our rice phones? Such confidential information was beyond Sun Jing's reach, and she could only shake her head. Su Bai raised one finger. 12%. That means for every phone sold, after taxes, I net 200 yuan. Last year, I sold a total of 200 million units. You can calculate how much I earned. The figure is straightforward, for billion yuan. So I continue. Let me ask you another question. Which is more important in that 4 billion? Those 200 yuan, or those 200 million units? A moment of clarity dawned. The principle of thin margins and high volume is universally understood, Profit margins versus market share. Su Bai's unwavering choice has always been the market, embodying the ethos of Rice technology. Producing mobile phones that are affordable for everyone is akin to manufacturing sanitary pads that are within reach for all. An enterprise devoid of the support of the masses is akin to a castle in the air. One may witness its towering heights, its lavish feasts, yet ultimately behold its collapse and the dispersal of its guests. Conversely, a business cherished by the populace, even when on the brink of bankruptcy, can rally the community to contribute, enabling it to rise once more. This phenomenon is what one might term the pulse of the people. With that, Su Bai returned to his desk, seated himself in his executive chair, and resumed his tasks at the keyboard without lifting his gaze. The profit margins are comparable to those of Rice phones. The selling price is left for you to calculate. Chapter 011. You will know after the live broadcast November 2nd. According to the meteorological station, a new wave of strong cold air is approaching, and the nation is set to experience another drop in temperature. On the city streets at night, time-pressed delivery riders zip along the sidewalks on their electric bikes. A boy holding flowers awaits his girlfriend at the subway entrance. The enticing aroma of fried potato snacks wafts from a food truck, and a drooling corgi chases after its young Master S sausage down the bustling street. This is simply an ordinary Saturday. If one were to point out something intriguing, it might be that a billionaire CEO is set to sell sanitary pads in a live stream tonight. Indeed, this evening marks the day of the live broadcast by Dami Technology. However, unlike their usual mobile phone sales, they are extraordinarily selling sanitary pads this time. This unusual occurrence stems from last month's toxic sanitary pad incident and the subsequent online persuasion of a certain CEO. Yet, the once alarming toxic sanitary pad crisis has faded from public memory thanks to Wang Jiayi's adept public relations efforts. Instead, Su Bai selling sanitary pads has become the biggest sensation on the internet tonight. Much like paying for a circus ticket to watch clowns, countless netizens are eager to partake in this free spectacle. Even many renowned entrepreneurs and prominent internet figures have expressed their opinions online regarding this event. Billionaire CEO selling sanitary pads? This is nothing but a sensationalist farce. In a bid for attention and traffic, modern capitalists have truly lost their dignity. The Dami sanitary pad incident illustrates the dominance of traffic in today's world. This is the tragedy of our era. Indeed, the event of Su Bai selling sanitary pads does not align with the prevailing mainstream values. To most observers, selling sanitary pads is merely a facade, while the quest for attention and traffic is the underlying reality. Consequently, many uninformed netizens have voiced their criticisms. I truly cannot comprehend this world. It is far too abstract. Originally, I held a good impression of Su Bai from Dami Technology. I never imagined they would forsake all standard for traffic. Capitalists would do anything for profit. I understand. However, the more people criticized, the more the event gained traction, drawing in an ever-increasing audience eager to witness the unfolding drama. As a result, when the clock struck 8, within just 5 minutes of the live broadcast commencing, over 1 million viewers flooded into the stream, clamoring for attention. Where's President Su? Isn't he's supposed to be selling sanitary pads? I came here specifically for him. Host, stop rambling. Let President Su come out. I want to see President Su. Hurry and bring him out. A billionaire selling sanitary pads is an annual spectacle. Under the bombardment of 1 million viewers, the two warming-up hosts struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, in the backstage makeup room, stylists were working on Su Bai's hairstyle, and during this brief interlude, he was busy handling work on his phone. Suddenly, the door to the makeup room swung open, and Huang Lin, the head of the public relations department at Dami Technology, rushed in with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Su Bai, who was in the midst of styling, she spoke candidly. President Su, we strongly recommend you let someone else handle the live stream. This is the consensus of our PR department and the entire company. Upon hearing this, Su Bai raised his hand to signal the stylist to continue, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at Huang Lin through the mirror. And the reason? Huang Lin, bold enough to confront Su Bai personally, certainly had sufficient justification. For your sake and the company's image. Before Su Bai could respond, Huang Lin articulated the current online sentiments towards him. Right now, The entire internet is accusing you of seeking attention and sensationalism. Su Bai himself had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Yet rather than directly addressing Huang Lin's concerns, he posed a question in return. And what do you think? Am I indeed seeking attention? At this, Huang Lin fell silent. Based on their understanding of Su Bai, he was not the type to engage in such antics. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was difficult to discern what else he could be doing. A billionaire CEO personally entering a live stream to sell sanitary pads. What could this be but a quest for spectacle? Manager Huang, you still haven't answered my question. Faced with Su Bai's repeated inquiry, Huang Lin faltered, her confidence wavering. I believe President Su is not that kind of person. Upon hearing this response, a smile crept across Su Bai's face. Manager Huang, as the head of the PR department at Dami Technology, as an experienced public relations professional, do you prefer to trust your own judgment or the opinions circulating online? Of course, one should trust their own judgment. So, do you still insist on having someone else take over the live stream? As Su Bai's secretary, Xiao Lu, informed him that it was nearly his turn to go on stage, Huang Lin continued to trail behind him as he exited the makeup room. President Su Bai turned slightly, allowing Xiao Lu to adjust his collar while glancing at Huang Lin following him. You wish to ask me why, as a CEO, I would cast aside pride and dignity to appear in a live stream selling sanitary pads like a clown, correct? Huang Lin remained silent, merely nodding her head. Indeed, she wanted to ask, but lacked the courage to voice it. After adjusting his collar, Su Bai stretched his neck, appearing relaxed. If you wish to know my motive, you will discover it after the live broadcast concludes. With that, he stepped forward as the host's voice called for him within a live stream. The billionaire CEO Su Bai was officially on stage. In the capital of Yanjing, within a modest 20-square-meter apartment, two young professional women were nestled on the couch, reveling in their weekend evening. One, with a ponytail, was engrossed in a popular American drama on her tablet, while the other, clad in pajamas, was watching the live stream on her phone. On the live stream, Su Bai appeared in casual attire, greeting the audience from the Dami Technology studio. Hearing his voice, the ponytailed girl turned to her pajama-clad friend. Hey, Su Bai's out. Haven't you been waiting for Dami sanitary pads for half a month? Why not share your thoughts and drop some hearts for support? The pajama-clad girl yawned lazily and shook her head. What hearts? Each pad costs $7 or $8. They're overpriced. If they weren't safe and sanitary, I wouldn't even bother with a live stream. If Dami sanitary pads were $5 each, I'd send hearts until I got tendinitis. If they were $3 each, I'd buy him a sports car. Listening to her friend's playful complaints, the ponytailed girl chuckled. What if they were $1 each? $1? The pajama-clad girl's voice suddenly shot up several decibels as she pointed toward the small window ledge of their apartment. If Dami sanitary pads were $1 each, I'd jump out of this window, I swear. Chapter 012. Not 5 yuan, but 50 cents. The remarks of the pajama-clad girl resonate deeply with the sentiments of numerous female consumers. It is noteworthy that, upon inspecting the data from Dami Technology's live broadcast in the official Douyin backend, one can observe that among the over 1.3 million online viewers, male spectators account for merely 40%, while female viewers exceed 800,000. However, these 800,000 women silently observe the broadcast, seldom engaging or commenting. In contrast, it is the male audience, constituting the smaller segment, that stirs up the most commotion. Mr. Su, how do you use the Dami sanitary pads? Could you kindly demonstrate for us? Mr. Su, if the absorbency is this good, can we use them as insoles? Will they leak? Ha ha ha. Mr. Su seems so charming today. Ha ha ha. Indeed, at this moment, Su Bai, the CEO worth billions, sits behind a table laden with Dami sanitary pads in the live stream. To the online viewers, he appears to be a jester, an object of ridicule and mockery. Even several employees of Dami Technology watching the stream find it unbearable and voice their support for Su Bai in the comment section. Yet, the more defenders Su Bai has, the louder the jeers from the viewers become. Remarkably, Su Bai, upon witnessing the playful comments flashing across the screen, does not exhibit anger. Instead, he maintains his ever-present smile. All right, dear viewers, I have just completed the introduction of the Dami sanitary pads. Now, Let us address the matter that concerns you most. What is the actual price of the Dami sanitary pads? Though Su Bai feigns suspense regarding the pricing, it is evident that the viewers are not buying into the act. Is there really a need for suspense? The price has already been leaked online, 7 yuan per pad. Or perhaps 8. Why guess? Is this the Hermes of sanitary pads? I've heard about it. Mr. Su, you've truly elevated sanitary pads to a luxury status. My girlfriend mentioned that at this price, she could easily purchase medical sanitary pads, although they are a bit hard to find and only available at pharmacies. From the comments of the viewers, it is apparent that the current single-piece price of Dami sanitary pads is accepted as 7 or 8 yuan. Even if there is some deviation, it is unlikely to be far off. Su Bai, however, does not focus on these comments. Instead, he takes the pre-prepared pricing document from the host. Indeed, he himself is unaware of the precise price. He merely instructed Sun Jing to set the price with a 12% profit margin. The final amount remains a mystery to him until he sees it. As he opens the document on the live stream and studies it for a few seconds, a look of understanding crosses his face, and he utters a number, 5 yuan. When this figure escapes Su Bai's lips, the viewers are momentarily stunned, followed by an explosion of comments flooding the chat. What? Only 5 yuan? How generous! No way. I've seen the production line of Dami sanitary pads, and they use the best materials. How can it be just 5 yuan per pad? To be fair, while Mr. Su's live streaming of sanitary pads seems a bit sensational, the product genuinely justifies the consumer's trust. Simultaneously, in a modest one-bedroom apartment in the capital, upon hearing Su Bai's announcement of 5 yuan, the pajama-clad girl, slumped on the sofa, suddenly sits up and exclaims a profanity. Damn! Instantly, she clicks on the comment section. Mr. Su, I love you. Followed by a flurry of little red hearts. Even the girl watching American dramas beside her leans over in curiosity. What is happening? No way, only 5 yuan? Wait, I'm heading to the live stream. I need to grab some. The girl abandons her show, fearing she will be late to the live stream and miss out on the sanitary pads. Although 5 yuan per pad is somewhat high, it is significantly lower than the expected 7 or 8 yuan, and it is reasonable to believe that many women consumers are intrigued. The reactions of the two girls indeed reflect the mindset of the majority of female consumers. The once male-dominated chat, previously filled with raucous banter, suddenly sees a remarkable surge in activity following Su Bai's announcement of the 5 yuan price. Without exception, the comments are filled with praise for Su Bai. Mr. Su, you're amazing. 5 yuan per pad. I'm buying. This time, I'm stocking up for a year. I've been lurking in a live stream for a while. I admit, Mr. Su's price has moved me. Although it's still a bit pricey, it's not unaffordable. It's just cutting back on a few cups of milk tea. I'm going for it. Mr. Su is truly conscientious. Dami sanitary pads are a testament to that. Finally, Su Bai decides to engage with the live comments. After all, he is eager to gauge the consumer's reactions to the announced price. However, after perusing the comments for a while, he senses something amiss. It seems that, when Sun Jing discussed the pricing, it was based on individual pieces. The viewers, too, were discussing prices per piece. But Su Bai swiftly realizes the discrepancy and hurriedly reviews the document again. Oh no, the price indicated in this document is per package, and a package of Dami sanitary pads contains 10 pieces. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Bai turns to the camera and apologetically states, I'm sorry, dear viewers, I may not have clarified this earlier. The price of Dami sanitary pads is not 5 yuan per piece. Upon hearing this, the audience erupts in chaos, particularly the numerous female viewers who had just emerged from their silent observation. Hearing Su Bai admit to the pricing error, their spirits plummet. Indeed, it was a fleeting moment of joy. How could Dami sanitary pads, made from such high-quality materials and production techniques, possibly be priced at 5 yuan per pad? After all this, it turns out to be a misunderstanding. Just as everyone is left speechless or is contemplating editing their comments to criticize Su Bai for manipulating emotions, he turns the pricing document towards the camera. Come, cameraman, please zoom in a bit for everyone to see. The price of Dami sanitary pads is not 5 yuan per piece, but rather 5 yuan per package, with each package containing 10 pieces. Price of Dami sanitary pads, 5 yuan package, 10 pieces per package. as the camera zooms in and this text appears on the live stream screen. It seems as though a malfunction has occurred. The once vibrant comment section, filled with a flurry of messages, suddenly falls silent. To be precise, the entire world becomes quiet. No one speaks, no one comments, not even a single like in the form of red hearts appears. Only Su silently retracts the document and tilts his head to gaze at the now empty screen. I wonder how everyone feels about this price. I can assure you that our daily chemical products division, our finance department, our procurement department, all the hundreds of colleagues at Dami Technology have diligently allocated every penny. To put it this way, in order to control costs in Sun Jing's office, all A4 paper is printed double-sided. Not a single sheet is wasted. If everyone is still unsatisfied with this price, we can consider compressing it further while ensuring the quality of raw materials and production processes, because I understand that earning money is not easy for anyone. Chapter 013. Annual iconic scene in a small abode in the capital. Two young women from the north huddle together on a sofa, engrossed in a live broadcast. Years of striving in the bustling metropolis have not drawn a single tear from them. The relentless exploitation by their employer, the ostracism from colleagues, and the arduous nature of their work have never caused them to surrender. Whenever they connect with their families via video calls, they don smiles, sharing only good news. In this cold, unfeeling city, they find solace and encouragement in one another. On this seemingly ordinary Saturday night, their rare moment of leisure transforms into something profound. As they lean against each other, tears silently cascade down their cheeks while watching the live stream. Because I know it's incredibly challenging for everyone to earn a living. Su-bai's words resonate deeply, prompting the girl in pajamas to discreetly wipe her tears. Meanwhile, the girl who adores American dramas is weeping uncontrollably, lamenting the unexpected kindness from strangers. Indeed, the price of the rice sanitary pads is astonishing. Merely 50 cents each, a package of 10 for just 5 yuan. This pricing defies all expectations, far below that of most brands in the market. The quality, however, surpasses that of all competitors. The emotional impact of this revelation is indescribable, surpassing mere surprise or attraction. It is truly moving. That evening, Su Bai, a billionaire entrepreneur, through the humble price of a 50-cent sanitary pad and a heartfelt statement, evokes tears from countless women online. After wiping away her tears, the girl in pajamas turns back to the broadcast, incredulous at the price. It can't possibly be just 50 cents. It's absurdly low, cheaper than many ordinary brands. The girl engrossed in American dramas points at the screen, exclaiming, "Didn't you hear Su Bai say that every penny is spent wisely? They're so frugal that even a single sheet of A4 paper is too precious to waste." They are relentless in their pursuit of cost-cutting. As they reflect on Su Bai's earlier remark about further cost reductions, the realization dawns upon them. With such a conscientious price, can there really be a need to reduce it further? If they do, they might risk the very existence of these remarkable rice sanitary pads. The girl who loves American dramas urgently pushes her phone toward her friend, insisting, "Hurry, comment that Su Bai shouldn't cut prices." No, not just that. He should raise the price. Let him earn a little more so that we can continue to have these sanitary pads. The girl in pajamas, now aware of the situation, prepares to type a message, only to discover that many others have already reacted swiftly. That night, in a live stream of Rice Technology, 800,000 women finally united in their collective voice. As Su Bai suggested further price reductions, the comments section, previously stunned into silence, erupted with fervor. This time, it was truly explosive. As hundreds of thousands of comments flooded in, the speed of the scrolling text was astonishing, even alarming the monitoring team at Douyin headquarters. Realizing something was amiss, they scrambled to investigate the sudden surge in activity. While it is not uncommon to have hundreds of thousands watching a live stream, an influx of comments from so many simultaneously is rare. The staff speculated that the live stream might be employing bots to artificially inflate interactions. However, one female supervisor, tearful and overwhelmed, reported, "No need to search. It's all real human comments in the Rice live stream." As the team examined the data, they were left in disbelief. What is happening? Is Su Bai publicly insulting women? Are 800,000 female compatriots really joining the outrage? The numbers nearly approached those of major shopping events. Yet upon reviewing the comments, there was no hostility. Instead, an unusual consensus emerged. Please, Subai, don't cut prices. Raise them just a little. That night was indeed a memorable spectacle, not merely for a billionaire selling sanitary pads, but for the unprecedented sight of 1 million women imploring Subai to increase prices. In the years since live commerce gained popularity, there have been many bizarre occurrences, but never had viewers collectively demanded a price hike. Once the fervor subsided, the comments section began to reflect different sentiments. Subai, 50 cents each is already generous. There is no need to reduce it further. Rather than cutting prices, we hope Rice sanitary pads will always be available. We understand the challenges faced by Rice Technology. Thank you, Subai. Thank you, Sun. Thank you, Rice Technology. Amid the chorus of female voices, another group fell silent. The previously boisterous 400,000 male viewers who had been mocking Subai for selling sanitary pads now wished to disappear. They had treated him as a circus performer. Yet in this moment, Subai had proven his integrity and won the hearts of countless women. Gazing upon Subai, surrounded by an array of Rice sanitary pads, one must question, is he still a clown seeking attention? No, he has ascended to a divine status, revered by 1 million women. As the laughter of mockery turned to embarrassment, many ashamed viewers began to confess in the comments. Subai, I admit my narrow-mindedness. I apologize for my earlier jest. Please don't hold it against us. We just enjoy the spectacle and meant no harm. Subai, since we can't send gifts in your live stream, let me at least offer a virtual car as an apology. Fortunately, these quick-thinking viewers recognized the gravity of their earlier comments in time. Otherwise, with Subai's esteemed position among women, those who had mocked him at the start of the broadcast would surely find themselves facing the wrath of many. One must remember, the notion of grudges and small-mindedness applies to those who deserve it. Chapter 14. Where are my sanitary pads? Subai, a figure of immense wealth and influence, would never stoop to engage in petty squabbles with netizens in a live broadcast. His primary concern lay in whether the price of Dami sanitary pads would be embraced by consumers. When he observed a chorus of comments from millions of female viewers clamoring for a price increase, he chose to disregard their pleas. After all, a modest increase would prove futile, while an excessive one would betray Subai's original intentions. There was no necessity for such extremes. Well, since everyone is satisfied with the current price, it reflects that our efforts have not been in vain. Now, the main event is about to unfold. As he spoke, Subai scanned the room and noticed Sun Jing, who was wiping away her tears in a corner. He smiled and called out, General Manager Sun, how many packages of Dami sanitary pads have we prepared today? Upon seeing Sun Jing's excited expression, Subai waved her over. Come on, General Manager Sun. Let our viewers see the true hero behind the Dami sanitary pads. Sun Jing, who had been standing quietly in the corner, was deeply touched by Subai's commitment, but was taken aback by his sudden summons. She was well aware that the audience in the live stream had surged to nearly 2 million, with over 1 million being female viewers. The thought of addressing such a vast audience made her anxious. Several employees nearby urged her forward. General Manager, Mr. Su is calling for you. Hurry. Yes, General Manager. Dami sanitary pads owe their success to you. Go on, you can do it. The female viewers, upon hearing Subai summon Sun Jing, flooded the comments section with calls for her to appear. General Manager Sun, come out. Sun Jing, the head of Dami's Sanitary Products Division, is the one who brought us these pads. Is she the one who cleverly designed the pads to save costs? Go, General Manager. As Sun Jing was pushed to the forefront, she noticed the flurry of supportive comments and cast a grateful glance at Subai. This was what true employee satisfaction felt like. Working for a boss like Subai rendered profits secondary. The respect and recognition he offered were invaluable. She believed that from this moment forward, even if Subai asked her to face any challenge, she would do so without hesitation. Hello, everyone in the live stream. Today, Dami Technology has prepared a total of 150,000 packages of sanitary pads, our factory's output for half a month. As she announced this figure, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Just 2 days prior, Wan Jai had launched a simultaneous online and offline promotion with unprecedented intensity. Under such circumstances, selling over 100,000 pads in a single live broadcast would be no small feat after all. The newly launched Dami sanitary pads faced numerous hurdles in their initial sales. She was mentally prepared for a prolonged battle, considering it a victory if they could sell a third of the stock today. Meanwhile, an assistant in the live stream removed her headphones and signaled an OK to Su Bai. Mr. Su, the first batch of 300,000 packages is ready for the link. Upon hearing this, Su Bai turned to the camera, feeling a tinge of nervousness himself. In business, no amount of praise or eloquence could surpass the tangible sales figures. Now was the time for their efforts to be put to the test. I believe you have all heard the first batch of 300,000 packages is about to go live. Countdown begins in 5. As Su Bai initiated the countdown, the comments in the chat mysteriously dwindled once more. In a modest apartment in the capital, chaos erupted as Su Bai's countdown reached its climax. A girl in pajamas held her phone, her fingers hovering above the screen, ready to make her purchase. Meanwhile, another girl, engrossed in group messages on her phone, muttered incessantly, "My mom wants 20 packages, my second sister and niece want 30. My aunt wants 60. My childhood friend can't watch the live stream because she's on duty, but she wants them too." Frustrated by the incessant chatter, the girl in pajamas shouted, "Stop nagging. You have a phone too. You could try to buy them yourself." "All right." As Su Bai's countdown concluded, the two girls swiftly clicked the link to make their purchase. However, just as they selected their products and prepared to check out, a notification popped up on their phones, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. "Sold out what?" "Sold out? Where are my Dami sanitary pads? I wanted 30 packages." The frustration of not securing their sanitary pads was not an isolated incident. Across the nation, millions of female viewers frantically tapped their screens, attempting to finalize their purchases, only to be met with the glaring message of sold out. The reality hit hard. Slow fingers meant missed opportunities. In an instant, the live stream for Dami Technology exploded with excitement. "Sold out in seconds? Is some guy out there snatching our pads? Step forward, I dare you. Is there no justice? Are we really fighting over sanitary pads? Whoever wanted to use them as shoe insoles, give them back. Help! There are no pads left, and my period is due next month." The male viewers, merely observing the live stream, were equally bewildered. "We were just watching. What do we do? Who thought it was a good idea to grab pads?" The confusion was not limited to the male viewers. Even Su Bai and Sun Jing in the live stream were taken aback. "Sold out in seconds. What did that even mean?" "It was gone in a flash." Sun Jing, peering at the display screen, was incredulous. 300,000 packages took the factory 3 days to produce, and they vanished in an instant. It wasn't until she saw the ordering data pulled up by her assistant that she grasped the meaning of lightning-fast fingers and the allure of affordable, quality products. In the moment the link went live, thousands of female viewers, with remarkable speed, clicked the link, selected their quantities, and completed their payments in a flurry of activity. With those reflexes, you could be professional buyers. Having comprehended the situation, Sun Jing looked at Su Bai with a mix of alarm and realization. "Mr. Su, it's gone, all snatched up." Sun Jing was no longer worried about the pads not selling out. She began to fret about the insufficient stock. Out of the initial 300,000 packages, only a few thousand were claimed. Yet, over 1 million female viewers remained eager and waiting in the Dami live stream. Given the current frenzy, if they did not provide a satisfactory resolution, it seemed that Mr. Su might truly find himself in a predicament. Chapter 015. Is there a purchase limitation on this thing? Despite Su Bai being a billionaire and adept at casually selling phones during live streams, even he began to perspire visibly in the live broadcast room of Richest Technology this evening. Indeed, Su Bai was starting to feel apprehensive. If things continued like this, the million female viewers in the live stream might find themselves unable to secure any rice sanitary napkins. Can you fathom the horror of a woman facing her monthly cycle without any supplies? Just look at the innocent male viewers in the stream. They were nearly on the verge of collective despair. "No, ladies, I swear to you, I was just joking. I didn't steal your sanitary napkins." "Su Bai, stop enjoying the spectacle and come talk to us. Su Bai, help us. At this moment, Su Bai was too preoccupied with his own concerns to heed their calls. He even instructed his staff to mute the microphones and huddled with Sun Jing and several employees to urgently discuss strategies. It was evident that, if this continued, the remaining 2 million packages of rice sanitary napkins would not even suffice for the million viewers. What to do? The situation had exceeded expectations, and everyone was brainstorming ideas. In response to Su Bai's inquiries, the suggestions from the group were far from constructive. While it was anticipated that the high-quality, affordably priced rice sanitary napkins would be in high demand, no one had foreseen the current chaos. Amidst the frenzy, the marketing department, which specialized in live sales, proposed a rather ineffective solution. Mr. Su, we're out of options. If you wish to escape this live stream without being hounded by female viewers for sanitary napkins, we must impose a purchase limit. Upon hearing the term purchase limit, Su Bai was taken aback. He had heard of purchase limits on cars, phones, and houses, but a limit on sanitary napkins was unprecedented. Even Sun Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, a purchase limit, and it can only be one package per person. When Aunt Flo arrives, having one package to manage will suffice. We will expedite production and increase output. Su Bai felt overwhelmed. While one could manage a fever or a cold, could one really manage a menstrual cycle? Yet, there was no alternative, whether one could manage it or not. They had to. Otherwise, Su Bai himself would have to bear the brunt of it. Facing the relentless demand from a million female viewers was unbearable for anyone. All right then, we'll limit it to one package per person for now, he conceded. Having finalized the emergency strategy, Su Bai returned to the large screen, and as he opened his microphone, his demeanor was noticeably less composed. Ahem, dear viewers, due to the limited quantity available, we will be implementing a purchase limit on rice sanitary napkins. Each person may only purchase one package. I understand this quantity is insufficient, so please bear with us. We will expand our production line and output immediately after the broadcast to ensure a steady supply. With Su Bai's appearance, the attention of the female viewers shifted, allowing the previously ignored male viewers to return to the spectacle. What? A purchase limit on sanitary napkins? Is that even a thing? Manage it. Can Aunt Flo really be managed? Mr. Su is truly a talent. Although the purchase limit did not fully satisfy the female viewers, it did ensure a semblance of fairness given the overwhelming demand. Having one package to manage was certainly better than none. With the last 2 million packages ready, there was no need for a countdown. Each individual could now purchase one package. Following Su Bai's announcement, the rush for purchases proceeded much more smoothly this time. Just over 10 seconds later, the 2 million packages of rice sanitary napkins were sold out again. Yet, many female viewers still lamented their inability to secure any. Wah. Mr. Su, I didn't get any. What should I do? My cycle is due in a week. How do I manage? I don't care, Mr. Su. You owe me 2 packages, one for day use and one for night. When will you repay me? Mr. Su, please save the children. Even many who managed to snag a package were still dissatisfied. Just one? Mr. Su, I suspect you underestimate my needs. One package, one tea suffice. It'll all be gone in 2 days. Mr. Su, my roommate grabbed 80 packages in the first round, and now the entire floor is seeking to buy from her. The scalper price has skyrocketed to 31 per package. Scalpers had emerged. Faced with the onslaught of complaints from female viewers, a sweating Su Bai had no choice but to reiterate his commitments within the live stream. After the broadcast, he would convene an emergency meeting to immediately expand production lines and increase output, among other measures, before finally signing off. After the broadcast, Su Bai promptly initiated a high-level emergency video conference. He inquired about the number of production lines and their daily output. Sun Jing expertly rattled off a series of figures. There are 8 production lines, with a daily output of 96,000 packages. After pondering for a few moments, Su Bai turned to the head of the marketing department. What are the market forecasts based on tonight's live stream? The marketing department head recited a series of numbers from his computer. Based on tonight's performance, our department estimates that the direct audience is 13 million. In other words, 13 million women in the Dragon Kingdom are interested in purchasing rice sanitary napkins. The million female viewers in tonight's live stream are merely a small fraction of that. There were many who hadn't watched the live stream, were unaware of rice sanitary napkins, or simply didn't know about the event at all. After all, there had been rumors online that rice sanitary napkins cost 7 to 8 yuan per piece, leading many to believe they were too expensive and skip tonight's broadcast. After tonight, it was anticipated that the live stream would trend on social media the following day, further expanding the awareness of rice sanitary napkins and increasing the potential audience. After all, at the price of 50 cents per piece, rice sanitary napkins were unparalleled in the Dragon Kingdom market. For most women in the Dragon Kingdom, the decision to purchase was not a question of choice, but rather a matter of time. 13 million? Upon hearing that staggering figure, Su Bai was momentarily speechless. Assuming an average woman used 30 sanitary napkins a month, equating to 3 packages, that meant for 13 million women, a staggering 39 million packages would be needed. Yet, rice sanitary napkins had a monthly production capacity of only 3 million packages. There was a tenfold discrepancy. In other words, every month, Su Bai owed over 10 million women in the Dragon Kingdom a total of 36 million sanitary napkins. Can you imagine the terror of being pursued by over 10 million women demanding sanitary napkins? The very thought was too daunting for Su Bai to contemplate. Expand production. Fully expand production. By the end of the month, the monthly supply must meet the needs of 13 million people. Fortunately, the financial health of Rice Technology remained robust. Even if he were to increase the current factory output of rice sanitary napkins tenfold, Su Bai could fully bear the cost. Just when Su Bai thought he could move past this ordeal, a soft voice interrupted from the video conference. Mr. Su, the marketing department head timidly interjected. Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. The 13 million I mentioned refers to the direct audience. Direct audience means consumers who can purchase rice sanitary napkins directly through the live stream, excluding those like the American TV girl who have relatives at home who can't shop online and need her to assist them in purchasing. It also doesn't include those who are temporarily unaware of this situation. Is there more? Realizing that something was amiss, Su Bai immediately became anxious once more. So, what is the estimated indirect audience? The head of the marketing department responded to his computer with another set of data. Based on our preliminary online survey and the assessment of tonight's live broadcast performance, we collectively believe that within a month, the direct and indirect audience for the rice sanitary napkin will increase to. It seemed that the forthcoming figure began to instill a sense of uncertainty even in the marketing department head. Chapter 016. After a live broadcast, will we dominate the market? 75 million. How much? Upon hearing this figure, Su Bai felt utterly stunned. In just 1 month, 75 million people expressed interest in purchasing rice-based sanitary napkins. 75 million? Rounded up, that's nearly 100 million. In response to Su Bai and Oppo's astonishment, the head of the marketing department nodded gravely. Mr. Su, this is merely data from 1 month. If, and I emphasize if, there are no formidable competitors emerging in the market in the near term, within 3 months, the audience for rice-based sanitary napkins will surpass 200 million. In 6 months, this figure will peak at 350 million. It must be said, rice-based sanitary napkins are extraordinarily formidable, unmatched in quality, safety, and price. Coupled with last month's toxic sanitary napkin incident and Wan Jiai's long-standing disregard for the people of Longhua, along with the innovative prowess of our internet-savvy CEO, Su Bai, a confluence of these factors has culminated in tonight's remarkable phenomenon. 350 million, a figure alarmingly close to the upper limit of Longhua's sanitary napkin market audience. At this moment, Su Bai's mind was in a whirl. After years of crafting mobile phones, he had painstakingly amassed a few 100 million loyal users. Yet, with a sudden impulse, he ventured into the sanitary napkin industry, initially believing that achieving a mere 10% market share would be commendable. And now, after this live broadcast, he was being told that he was on the verge of monopolizing the Longhua market, becoming the leading enterprise in sanitary napkins. That translates to 350 million people. Even for a company of Dami Technology's stature, supplying for 350 million people in a short time frame was nothing short of a fantasy. This was no longer merely a matter of finances. After the video conference concluded, Sun Jing gazed at Su Bai, seated across from her. Mr. Su, In fact, producing sanitary napkins can be accomplished using standard production lines. A dust-free workshop is not strictly necessary, as long as we maintain stringent disinfection protocols. Su Bai raised his hand to interrupt Sun Jing, perusing his phone's contact list without lifting his gaze. Ms. Sun, if we compromise on production standards today to ensure output, then tomorrow we may begin to cut corners for profit. The success of rice-based sanitary napkins stems not only from quality, but also from our attitude, treating our vast consumer base as our own kin. Sun Jing fell silent, observing Su Bai diligently at work. She finally comprehended the gap between them. How could a young man, not yet 30, amass a fortune of billions? Meanwhile, her family's two-generation legacy struggled to maintain even a small factory. The disparity lay in understanding the fundamental essence of sustaining a business. It is the people's goodwill. However, if production standards are not lowered, how can Dami Technology swiftly expand its production lines to meet the enormous demand of 350 million consumers within 6 months? Su Bai halted his actions, seemingly having found the person he sought in his contacts. As he dialed the number, he looked up at Sun Jing. Remember, when you stand on the side of the people's goodwill, you are never fighting alone. With that, Su Bai rose, turning to gaze out at the neon lights of Rongqing. Leader, it's me, Su Bai. I hope you don't mind my calling you at this hour. The truth is, Dami Technology is facing a rather formidable challenge and seeks assistance from the Rongqing authorities. Su Xiaochong, Rongqing's foremost public servant nearing 50, was a pragmatist through and through. He had met Su Bai during his tenure in the development zone, and they had forged a close bond, one rooted in politics and commerce. When Su Bai was just starting out, Su Xiaochong recognized his potential and provided him with considerable support. As Dami Technology flourished, cities from the magic capital to the capital extended olive branches, hoping to welcome Dami Technology into their folds. Yet, Su Bai ultimately chose to remain in Rongqing. Today, Dami Technology stands as a flagship enterprise in the realm of civilian businesses in Rongqing, contributing significantly to taxes and providing thousands of job opportunities. Having personally nurtured Dami Technology, Su Xiaochong has successfully ascended to the role of Rongqing's foremost public servant. In his private conversations with Su Bai, he often remarked that his responsibilities had increased, leading to even less time for sleep. Now, while past 10 at night, Su Xiaochong was still in a meeting. The national economic climate was bleak, and the most pressing issue revealed itself in the employment rate. For citizens to live and work contentedly, they must first secure good jobs. Thus, addressing the employment gap had become Su Xiaochong's most pressing concern. As the meeting progressed, Su Xiaochong's phone vibrated. Initially intending to silence it, he noticed the caller was Su Bai and promptly exited the meeting room to take the call. Mr. Su, calling me at this hour? You are infamous for only reaching out when there's a significant matter at hand. Initially, Su Xiaochong assumed Su Bai sought his assistance with a pressing issue at Dami Technology. Indeed, there was a problem, but one that caught Su Xiaochong off guard. Wait, how much? Outside the meeting room, Su Xiaochong's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of numerous officials within. It seems Mr. Su of Dami Technology is on the line. What is happening? Has Dami encountered a problem? There was no prior indication, as Dami Technology had been thriving in recent years. Receiving a call at this late hour was certainly alarming, especially given the current employment gap. As whispers circulated, Su Xiaochong's previously pale visage began to visibly flush, his breathing quickening. 350 million. Dami Technology faced a shortfall in sanitary napkin supply for 350 million people. The challenges of factory expansion, line modifications, logistics, and personnel shortages were all pressing concerns. Naturally, when articulated by Su Bai, these concerns manifested as mere problems. Yet, to Su Xiaochong's ears, they transformed into stark figures, employment rates. These were the very numbers that burdened the entirety of Rongqing. Every aspect entailing personnel demand equated to employment rates. In his excitement, Su Xiaochong even overlooked a critical detail. How could Dami Technology, which had established Rongqing as a mobile phone manufacturing hub, now swiftly convert it into a sanitary napkin production base? 350 million. Was Rongqing on the verge of monopolizing the nation Dami's sanitary napkin market? As Su Bai enumerated his concerns, Su Xiaochong could hardly contain his exhilaration. Mr. Su, let me assure you, all your issues that Rongqing can resolve will be addressed promptly. For those we cannot solve, we will exhaust every avenue to find a solution. In short, this national sanitary napkin manufacturing base will surely be established in Rongqing. Absolutely. That is my commitment to you. With such a vast factory, the employment demand will exceed tens of thousands. To resolve this employment issue in one fell swoop. If I fail to shoulder this monumental responsibility after all those extra hours I've worked, how could I ever face it? Chapter 017. President Su, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins on November 3rd, Sunday, as anticipated. The Dami sanitary napkin brand soared to popularity alongside Su Bai. Su Bai's poignant remark, "Earning money is not easy for anyone," stood out on trending searches, moving countless individuals who understood the context to tears. Undoubtedly, this will become a memorable catchphrase of the year. Early in the morning, Dami sanitary napkins topped the trending list with the announcement. Dami sanitary napkin price revealed, single piece priced at 0.5 yuan. The subsequent trending topics were all related to Dami sanitary napkins. Dami sanitary napkins are too conscientious. Millions of netizens urge Su Bai to raise prices. Dami sanitary napkins are in short supply. Scalper prices have soared to 200 yuan per pack. The market department calls for rational consumption, and President Su, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Those prominent internet figures who had previously criticized Su Bai for lacking integrity and chasing clout were met with warm greetings from millions of women across the Dragon Nation early that morning. Perhaps, during the previous days, everyone had been silent, and no one had come forward to defend Su Bai. Consequently, when the price of Dami sanitary napkins was announced, a wave of guilt washed over them. Su Bai had provided affordable sanitary napkins for everyone while enduring pressure and unwarranted criticism. Had the price been exorbitant, it would have been understandable as a product for the affluent, but the fact that Dami sanitary napkins were priced at a mere 0.5 yuan per piece was beyond reproach. Ladies, let's roll up our sleeves and support President Su, they said. Indeed, those who provide warmth to others should not be left to suffer in the cold. President Su treats ordinary people with respect, acknowledging that making a living is challenging for them, even hesitating to raise prices. We may not possess other skills, but we can certainly teach those oblivious individuals a lesson. The internet influencers who had disparaged Su Bai were swiftly overwhelmed in their comment sections by a tidal wave of female netizens. Those who were criticized faced a brutal backlash. Their reputation shattered. The swift ones hurried to delete videos and apologize, their sincerity almost pleading. The slower ones, still lounging at home, found themselves directly confronted in community groups. Simultaneously, the comment sections of Dami Technology, Su Bai, and even Sun Jing's Douyin were inundated with messages from women. However, the tone was entirely different. Countless women, upon learning the price of Dami sanitary napkins, flocked to the comments not to criticize but to urge production. President Su, my period is coming in a week. Please take care of it, President Su. With Double 11 approaching, I still need a few more items in my shopping cart. You know what I mean, President Su? Since you were so receptive to advice, how about a promotion? Buy a phone and get to me sanitary napkins as a gift. It would definitely sell out. As for our protagonist, President Su, he was quite astute. He did not dare to check the comment sections today. Not due to forgetfulness, but out of fear. After all, when you owe sanitary napkins to hundreds of millions, would you dare to browse the internet? The pressure was greater than that of owing a bank loan. Early Sunday morning, burdened by the need to work overtime due to the demand for Dami sanitary napkins, Su Bai arrived at the Dami Technology Park to witness a puzzling scene. Outside the gates, there were no fewer than 100 delivery scooters, with numerous delivery personnel hurrying about. As he entered the park, Su Bai rolled down his window to inquire with the security guard. Lao Zhao, what's going on? The head of security, upon hearing Su Bai's voice, rushed over, panting. Oh, don't mention it, President Su. It's all because of that live stream you did last night. By 6 in the morning, delivery workers were already coming to drop off items. Milk tea, flowers, bread, coffee, anything you can think of. As he spoke, Lao Zhao handed Su Bai a delivery bag, revealing a note that read, "Thank you, Dami Technology, for providing a haven for women. This small gesture is a token of our appreciation. This cup of coffee was but a small reflection of the gratitude from countless women. The toxic sanitary napkin controversy had emerged multiple times, yet persisted without resolution, leaving consumers vulnerable to exploitation. As the saying goes, while no one remembers the flowers on the brocade, the warmth of coal in the snow touches the heart. Su Bai's courage and the emergence of Dami's sanitary napkins, valued at a mere 0.5 yuan, alleviated the concerns of countless women in the Dragon Nation. This kindness was duly noted. The numerous deliveries from netizens across the country were the highest form of recognition for Su Bai and Dami Technology. Meanwhile, at the Wanjia Asia-Pacific headquarters in the bustling metropolis, a loud crash echoed through the office as a coffee cup shattered on the floor, followed by Jiang Lily's furious reprimand directed at her assistant. "Are you brainless? How can you drink it when it's this hot? A graduate from a prestigious university can't even brew a cup of coffee properly. What are you even doing?" Typically, Jiang Lily would not appear at the office on weekends. However, this occurrence was an exception, all due to Dami's sanitary napkins. Do not underestimate the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Nation. A single sanitary napkin, under Jiang Lily's meticulous cost control, generated hundreds of billions in profits annually for Wanjia. Indeed, it was pure profit, amounting to astronomical figures. Logically, with such revenue, Wanjia could easily rank among the top 30 companies in the Dragon Nation based solely on sanitary napkins. However, as a giant in the daily chemical industry, Wanjia understood the adage that fame brings trouble. Each year, their revenue was deliberately dispersed across hundreds, even thousands of subsidiaries to obscure the true figures, allowing them to amass an astronomical sum over the years. Now, the emergence of Dami's sanitary napkins posed a significant threat to Wanjia. They could not simply relinquish hundreds of billions in profits without a fight. Early that Sunday morning, Jiang Lily received a barrage of questioning calls from headquarters. "Weren't you supposed to handle this threat? Didn't you say it would be resolved within a week? What is happening now?" Faced with such scathing criticism from headquarters, Jiang Lily had never felt this humiliated. A giant in the daily chemical sector was being outmatched by a mobile phone manufacturer. Now, Jiang Lily needed to redeem herself by regaining control of the market before Dami's sanitary napkins could fully establish themselves in the Dragon Nation. In the conference room, senior executives offered their strategies. "Jiang, the toxic sanitary napkin incident has erupted multiple times. Conventional public relations efforts will no longer suffice for the Dragon Nation's populace. To reclaim our market share, we must address the root issue, renegotiate contracts with suppliers, and increase their purchasing prices to raise their costs and ensure higher quality materials." "That's impossible," Jiang Lily interjected. "Our department has calculated that the profit margin for Dami's sanitary napkins is alarmingly low, only 15 to 20%. The average profit per sanitary napkin is merely a few cents. Competing with Dami based on cost effectiveness is futile." At this moment, Jiang Lily's expression darkened as she gazed at the trending topics on her phone. The phrase Dami sanitary napkin priced at 0.5 yuan stood out prominently. No matter how one argued, the reason for Dami sanitary napkin success remained evident. It was all about the price. If they were sold for 5 or 6 yuan, would they have gained such traction? Thus, price was the crux of the matter, and Jiang Lily was least afraid of competition based on pricing. The sanitary napkin brand under Wanjia enjoys remarkably high profit margins, primarily due to its low production costs. Numerous brands can achieve a cost as low as 10 cents, or even less. However, this is a feat that Dami's sanitary napkins cannot accomplish, as they aspire to uphold a sense of integrity, which invariably entails higher expenses. Conversely, Wanjia does not grapple with such dilemmas. Integrity has never been a priority for them, nor is it likely to become one in the foreseeable future. Jiang Lily withdrew her gaze from the screen of her phone and surveyed the assembly of senior executives present. Given that the esteemed Mr. Su operates on a model of slender profit margins, daring to reduce his rates to such an extent, Wanjia is equally unperturbed about engaging in this competitive game. Draft a memorandum. Effective immediately, all sanitary napkin brands under our umbrella will cap their profit margins at 15%. No, let us set it at 10%. With Wanjia's formidable cost control, A 10% profit margin will enable the majority of our brands to retail their products at 2 or 3 yuan, or even slightly over 1 yuan per package. This is still considering the additional expenses associated with offline distributors and online promotional costs, which illustrates just how remarkably low Wanjiayi's production costs truly are. By constraining the profit to 10%, it is evident that Jiang Lily is fully committed to this strategy. The focus has shifted from mere profitability to safeguarding market share, aiming to oust Dami from the sanitary napkin sector. Otherwise, Wanjiayi risks losing this lucrative segment entirely. If Mr. Su desires a price battle, let us engage. Let us see who can offer the lower price. I refuse to believe that the citizens of Longwo would opt for a 5 yuan package when they have the option of purchasing our napkins for merely 1 or 2 yuan. Chapter 018. What a mess. Am I just a wish-pool's turtle? The expansion of the rice sanitary napkin factory is progressing vigorously, thanks to the robust support from the officials in Rome City. Su Xiaochong even visited the factory twice to inspect the operations, indicating that the local government is eager to transform Rome City into a manufacturing hub for sanitary napkins. In contrast, the price-cutting frenzy initiated by Wanjiayi has had a negligible effect on the rice sanitary napkins. The citizens of Long Country are not naive. They will not opt for the expensive option when a cheaper alternative exists. However, this decision hinges on certain conditions. If a pack of sanitary napkins was priced at 9 yuan last month, discounted to 6 yuan mid-month, only to plummet to 2 yuan by the end of the month, one must question the quality. Does it even cost 3 yuan to produce? Such a product must be of inferior quality. It is even more infuriating that a product once sold to us for 10 yuan is now being offered at 3 yuan. We are not fools. Yet Wanjiayi has consistently treated us as such. Even Jiang Lily did not foresee that her strategy of undercutting rice sanitary napkins would backfire spectacularly. The populace of Long Country is no longer the same as it was 30 years ago. In an era when information was scarce, Wanjiayi could easily deceive the simple-minded citizens, leaving local enterprises in disarray. Today, however, the public is acutely aware of who genuinely cares for them and who employs deceitful tactics. Previously, there were no alternatives to Wanjiayi's products. But with the emergence of rice sanitary napkins, Wanjiayi's offerings seem insignificant. When they were in a position of power over the toxic sanitary napkins, they appeared untouchable. Now that rice sanitary napkins have entered the market, they are scrambling to reduce prices. Why do they not act sooner? Subai is aware of Wanjiayi's predicament, albeit to a limited extent. After all, the production of rice sanitary napkins was a spur-of-the-moment decision. In essence, Subai merely responded to the demands of online users, creating a safe and hygienic sanitary napkin. To him, it was a trivial endeavor, something he undertook casually. Yet, he could not have anticipated that a simple sanitary napkin would lead to an astonishing increase in his Douyin followers, soaring to over 18 million, thereby securing a place among the top influencers on the platform. Additionally, market predictions suggest that once rice sanitary napkins are fully launched, they could generate an annual profit of 6 billion yuan for Subai, an amount nearing 1/7 of the profits from smartphones. This revelation left Subai astounded. One could say the success of rice sanitary napkins relies heavily on the shortcomings of competitors. Had Wanjiayi exhibited even a modicum of integrity, Subai would not have reaped such unexpected rewards. On a Sunday evening, after refreshing himself, Subai settled on the sofa to watch a football match, one of his few hobbies. After witnessing the national team suffer a 0-3 defeat against Japan, he shook his head in disappointment, switched off the television, and prepared to retreat to his bedroom. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his phone on the coffee table, and he paused momentarily. It had been over a week. Surely, no one would still be pestering him about the sanitary napkin issue. For more than a week, his Douyin account had been inundated with messages from countless female users urging him to expedite the production and delivery of sanitary napkins. The incessant demands had left Subai overwhelmed, to the point where he hesitated to check Douyin. Approaching the coffee table cautiously, he picked up his phone and opened Douyin, immediately greeted by a familiar notification. Messages, 99. Accepting it as routine, he chose to ignore it. With practiced ease, He navigated to the comment section of his latest video to gauge user feedback on the Rice smartphone, as the smartphone business remained his primary focus, while the sanitary napkin venture was merely a side project. Of course, he would gladly relay any notable suggestions regarding the sanitary napkins to Sun Jing for her to address. Curious to see the latest feedback on the Rice smartphone, Su Bai was taken aback by the sheer volume of comments, over 500. Following the sensational response to the Rice sanitary napkin incident. Expecting to find a plethora of high-praise comments about the napkins, he encountered an unexpected scene. Mr. Su, we implore you to enter the cosmetics industry. We simply cannot afford the 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. Mr. Su, please address the excessive formaldehyde in baby diapers. We urgently need safe, formaldehyde-free options for our children. Mr. Su, please pay attention to the rampant issues with foundation products containing allergens like hydroxybenzoate, nail polish containing carcinogens exceeding safe limits by 1,400 times, blush containing carcinogenic substances like talc and silica. A multitude of suggestions flooded in, all concerning daily chemical products. It was evident that following the toxic sanitary napkin incident, Su Bai's decisive actions had garnered a positive response from the online community. Suddenly, everyone felt emboldened to share their grievances with him, transforming the comment section into a veritable wish pool, with Su Bai becoming the turtle within the wish pool. As Su Bai scrolled through the screen while seated on the sofa, he was overwhelmed by the heartfelt pleas from users. Clearly, under Wang Jiayi's management, the toxic sanitary napkin was not an isolated incident. The entire daily chemical industry had become a disaster zone. Take, for instance, the eyebrow pencil with the highest number of likes, priced at 79 yuan while weighing merely 0.07 grams. The price per gram soared to an astonishing 1,128 yuan, surpassing even gold. The raw materials for the pencil cost only a few dozen yuan per kilogram, with a factory price of merely over 1 yuan. Selling a product that costs just over 1 yuan for 79 yuan is outrageous. Meanwhile, the influencers promoting these products chastise viewers for being unable to afford them, suggesting that their financial struggles stemmed from a lack of effort. Initially, Su Bai thought the toxic sanitary napkins were the worst of it, only to discover that the situation was far graver. It seemed that Wang Jia was doing nothing to rectify these issues. If Su Bai were to approach the daily chemical products with the same strategy as he did with the Rice sanitary napkins, he could likely replace Wang Jia in no time, becoming a leading giant in the domestic daily chemical industry. The net gains from such an endeavor would likely far exceed those of the Rice smartphone, amounting to astronomical figures. However, despite the numerous heartfelt recommendations from users, Su Bai did not immediately take action as he had with the toxic sanitary napkins. It was not that he did not wish to seize this tremendous opportunity. Rather, Su Bai found himself lacking the necessary funds. Although Rice Technology boasts a considerable scale and annual profits in the hundreds of billions, most of this revenue has been reinvested into ongoing research and development. The smartphone industry is akin to rowing against the current, requiring constant updates and innovations. Without sufficient investment in R&D, the risk of obsolescence looms large. While Su Bai had prepared for liquidity issues, all available funds had been allocated to the production of sanitary napkins, as he needed to supply them to a staggering 350 million people, which involved scaling up production lines significantly and hiring tens of thousands of workers. Had it not been for the immediate sales and returns from the Rice sanitary napkins, Su Bai might have found himself in a position of needing to take out a bank loan. Thus, although many regard Su Bai as the turtle in the wish pool, this particular turtle currently finds itself entirely devoid of funds. At this moment, Su Bai truly feels the disparity between his ambitions and his means. Chapter 19. How many nails can Su Bai drive? On a Monday morning, yet another high-level meeting was convened at Rice Technology. The atmosphere in the conference room was notably vibrant. Following the last time when Su Bai heeded advice, resulting in the explosive success of Rice sanitary napkins, the product had now thoroughly dominated first- and second-tier cities and was rapidly expanding into third- and fourth-tier cities. A suggestion from netizens had directly added tens of billions to Rice Technology's annual net income. Initially, Everyone believed that this was the end of the matter. But little did they know, this was merely the beginning. Hey, have you seen the comment section under Su's posts? I scrolled through it all night. One executive remarked, "It's not just a comment section. It's practically a money pit. Each suggestion garners at least hundreds of millions. Goodness, knowing Su's character. If he took all the advice, it would be a disaster, right? Aren't you worried that other business owners might come to Su's comment section to steal ideas? You don't understand. Listening to advice is just Su's public persona. The core competitive edge of Rice Technology lies in one thing: integrity. In plain terms, the public only trusts Su Bai. Even if other entrepreneurs attempt to replicate his success, they must possess integrity as well. As Su Bai entered the conference room, the previously animated executives fell silent, their faces filled with anticipation. After all, the myriad suggestions from netizens had undoubtedly placed a fortune at Su Bai's feet. With just a word from him, everyone would roll up their sleeves and get to work. The business was akin to picking up money from the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, throughout the meeting, Su Bai did not mention the matter at all. It wasn't until the end of the meeting, just as he was about to adjourn, that the head of the marketing department could no longer contain himself. Su, haven't you checked your comment section? Su Bai capped his pen and began organizing his notebook and meeting documents. I have. The executives exchanged bewildered glances. So, aren't you planning to? Plan to continue listening to advice? They nodded vigorously. Why not seize the opportunity to make money? Su Bai shrugged. There's no money left. The modest Rice sanitary napkin has drained all of Rice Technology's liquid assets, not to mention the hundreds of other personal care products. At this rate, selling the entire Rice Technology would barely suffice. Currently, the personal care product industry, under the monopoly of Wanjia, was rotten to the core. To expect Su Bai alone, or Rice Technology, to turn the tide was utterly unrealistic. Yet there was another option. Rice Technology could go public. Indeed, despite its growth, Rice Technology remained a private entity. Technically, it was qualified for an IPO long ago, but Su Bai had consistently opposed it. Going public would mean that most of Rice Technology shares would be available for trading, allowing any buyer to become a shareholder and, thereby, one of the company's owners. Many decisions would then require a board vote, which would mean Su Bai would lose absolute control. Given the nature of capital, it would be challenging to prevent someone from covertly manipulating shares, potentially sidelining Su Bai. Such occurrences have happened more than once or twice. Hence, in Long Country, Su Bai was often referred to as an invisible billionaire. The capital market clearly understood that once Rice Technology applied for an IPO, given its standing among the populace, Su Bai's net worth would soar tenfold or even 100-fold, making him the richest person in the world. If one were to view the global wealth rankings as akin to a combat power chart from the anime Bleach, Su Bai would be the sole contender who had yet to unleash his full potential. Even now, countless opportunities to rake in profits lay before him. Yet he remained steadfast in his refusal to consider going public. Retaining absolute control of Rice Technology ensured that he could uphold its integrity, guaranteeing that every product remained affordable for the average person. The thought of relinquishing that control and the potential consequences was unfathomable. Thus, this matter would conclude here. We shall strive to do our best. Even if I possess the strength of 3 men, can I rectify every injustice in the world? Su Bai's words resonated deeply, leaving the executives in profound silence. Indeed, in this world, making money reigns supreme, and in pursuit of wealth, all means are permissible, even at the expense of one's conscience. Su Bai had addressed the issue of toxic sanitary napkins, yet there remained an entire industry of personal care products to oversee, even if he were made of iron. How many nails could he truly drive? That night, in the snowy expanse of Shenzhou City, a mother dressed in pajamas had just lulled her baby to sleep and was propped against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. What are you looking at? You've been glued to your phone all night. Her husband yawned as he entered the bedroom. I'm checking Su Bai's comment section. I left a comment suggesting he venture into the baby diaper industry, and it's already garnered over 20,000 likes. I'm waiting to see if he replies. Their baby, just over 6 months old, was in dire need of diapers. However, last month, for reasons unknown, the baby's bottom had become red and swollen. After a prolonged search for the cause, they discovered the issue lay with the diapers. To their shock, a simple inspection revealed that the manufacturer had used low-quality adhesives and softeners, resulting in formaldehyde levels exceeding 30 times the safe limit. The couple was currently embroiled in a lawsuit with the brand, which adamantly denied any wrongdoing, claiming the couple's testing methods were unscientific. As the situation escalated, the couple found themselves painted as the defendants, with the brand accusing them of fabricating facts and damaging its reputation. Faced with the brand's bullying tactics, the couple felt overwhelmed. After all, who were they to challenge a large corporation backed by an army of lawyers? Thus, they had been harboring their frustrations until the sensational incident involving rice sanitary napkins unfolded. To this mother, sanitary napkins and diapers were not so different. If Su Bai was willing to produce sanitary napkins, it stood to reason he would also venture into diapers. With Su Bai's integrity as assurance, the diapers he created would undoubtedly fly off the shelves. However, just as the mother eagerly awaited Su Bai's response, her husband doused her hopes with cold water. "Don't hold your breath," he won't reply. What? The husband, a regular civil servant, was more informed than the average person, prompting the mother to sit up straight. Why wouldn't he? If Rice Company can produce diapers, they would surely be as successful as the sanitary napkins. Why leave money on the table? The husband removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside table. After pinching the bridge of his nose, he replied, if it were just one type of diaper, maybe Su Bai could produce it. But look at his comments section. It's not merely about diapers. There are hundreds of complaints concentrated in the personal care industry. Given Rice Technology's current capabilities, it's already impressive that they can produce sanitary napkins. Do you really think Su Bai's company is a bank, able to manufacture whatever it pleases? Forget it. Don't look anymore. Just wash up and get some sleep. I've come to realize that most capitalists are not to be trusted. Their consciences have been consumed by dogs. There is a Su Bai willing to step forward and create sanitary pads for you. Surely this brings you some secret delight. As for other matters, no matter how capable he may be, he cannot oversee everything. Chapter 020. Is Jiang Lili finally going to speak conscience? Indeed, Su Bai's comment section has devolved into a blacklist of daily consumer products. Due to the phenomenon of information silos, many netizens have vocally expressed their astonishment at the sheer volume of subpar, exploitative products infiltrating their everyday lives. What? Their products actually contain carcinogenic substances? Goodness. I had no idea and have been using them for 6 months. Seriously? They're S-triclosan in the shampoo. No wonder I've been experiencing hair loss lately. I thought it was just stress. A brow pencil costs only a few yuan. Yet they sell it to us for 79 yuan and accuse us of not trying hard enough. Not trying hard enough to let them exploit us? In no time, the public outcry escalated, even prompting official investigations into various brands and companies. Unsurprisingly, most of these brands were under the umbrella of Wanjia. However, as a giant in the consumer goods industry that has dominated the Dragon Kingdom for years, Wanjia seemed unperturbed by the investigation. They claimed to be merely the brand owner, not the manufacturer, asserting that while they shared some responsibility, it could at most be deemed as inadequate oversight. A hefty fine would suffice to settle the matter. With the official intervention, Wanjia not only paid a substantial fine, but also severed ties with several implicated manufacturers. At this juncture, public anger began to simmer down. Yet the authorities could do little more for Wanjia. As a titan of the industry and a member of the World Trade Organization, posed a significant risk. Should the government take drastic measures to expel Wanjia from the Dragon Kingdom's market, Western nations led by the Eagle Country would have more justification to impose trade sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. It is evident that the Dragon Kingdom's officials are well aware of Wanji's dubious dealings over the decades. However, Wanjia has become entrenched in the daily consumer goods sector, akin to a parasite that is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Nonetheless, this blacklist incident served as a wake-up call for Wanjia. In the bustling metropolis, at Wanjia's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Jiang Lili, usually proud and spirited, found herself engulfed in gloom. The recent sanitary napkin scandal had caused Wanjia to completely lose its market share in the sanitary product sector of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Lili had contemplated resistance, but unlike the premium sanitary napkins produced by Rice Technology, which boasted a 12% profit margin, due to superior materials and craftsmanship. Wanjia, he found it impossible to replicate such success. Su Bai's innovative approach of utilizing online live streaming to sell products had drastically reduced costs. In contrast, Wanjia needed substantial preliminary investments in advertising, production, and a network of distributors and online platforms for every product they launched. Even if they attempted to replicate Richest Technology's sanitary napkins, their costs would inevitably be higher. The emergence of Richest Technology had irrevocably stripped Wanjia of its influence in the sanitary napkin market, resulting in the loss of hundreds of billions in annual profits. Already in a precarious position, Jiang Lili faced yet another misfortune with this blacklist incident. Had it not been for the considerable profits she had generated for Wanjia in recent years, the headquarters might have replaced her by now. Jiang Lili no longer aspired to a promotion at Wanjia's headquarters. Her only desire was to retain her position as the head of the Asia-Pacific region. In truth, Jiang Lili was not lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, she would not have reached her current status. The reason she had been manipulated by Su Bai and remained in a passive role was that Su Bai did not adhere to conventional business practices. In simpler terms, Su Bai operated with a sense of conscience, which is a rarity among capitalists. Indeed, Jiang Lili lost because she was bound by principles. While it appeared that Wanjia was under public scrutiny and condemnation, this situation might also present Wanjia with an opportunity for redemption. At this moment, seated alone in her office and gazing out at the urban landscape of the metropolis, Jiang Lili began to devise an audacious plan. After some time, a faint smile graced her lips. Speak of conscience. I must say, Mr. Su, you have inadvertently assisted Wanjia immensely. An hour later, following a lengthy video conference with the Wanjia headquarters, she summoned her secretary into the office. From this day forth, terminate all partnerships with suppliers in the Dragon Kingdom and draft a new cooperation agreement, raising our acquisition prices by 20. The secretary paused in astonishment, questioning whether she had misheard. Jiang Lili was actually proposing to raise the acquisition prices for suppliers? This was not a reduction. Such a move was entirely uncharacteristic of Jiang Lili. Previously, she had been keen to drive supplier prices to the floor. Had she undergone a change of heart due to Su Bai's influence? Jiang Lili paid no heed to her secretary's reaction, feeling no obligation to explain herself. She merely gestured for the public relations department to immediately reach out to previously partnered internet influencers and top-tier celebrities who had endorsed their products. Let them announce our increased acquisition prices to the public. Standing tall, her tone resolute, she declared in summary, I want the entire internet to know that Wanjia has genuinely transformed. We are now committed to principles just like Mr. Su. Isn't it merely about creating a persona to win public favor? It's not as if we cannot learn from your Richest Technology's persona. As for the raised acquisition price, whether it would genuinely render Wanjia's products more principled was of little consequence. What mattered was the perception, allowing the public to witness Wanjia's shift in attitude and regain their acceptance and trust. And as for the raised acquisition price, if it could be increased, it could also be decreased. The power to modify the contract lay firmly within Wanjia's grasp. Jiang Lili could change the acquisition price with a mere word. However, raising the acquisition price was merely for show, sure to become widely known. Any subsequent reductions would be executed quietly and gradually. Indeed, the following day, the internet seemed to be flooded with news regarding Wanjia's increased acquisition prices, as if orchestrated. Many unsuspecting individuals genuinely believed in Wanjia's transformation. They want to shed tears until they see the grave. If we don't pressure them, they might truly think we are easy to bully. Phew, now we can finally rest easy. We must thank Mr. Su. Without him, Wanjia would not have undergone this change. After all, as a titan of the consumer goods industry, they are discerning. The prerequisite for profit is ensuring they secure their own market. The oblivious masses were ensnared by Wanjia's ploy, convinced that the company had indeed embarked on a path of transformation, allowing them to continue using its products with confidence. Yet, a group of individuals remained acutely aware of Wanjia's tactics, fully cognizant of the true nature of the game being played. Chapter 021. I have another solution due to its pioneering role in the reform and opening up Yangcheng was the first city to embrace internationalization. The several trade ports located near Yangcheng have become the largest import and export hubs in the southeastern region. Consequently, the Yangcheng urban circle has emerged as the largest base for daily chemical products in Longhua. According to incomplete statistics, 80% of the thousands of daily chemical enterprises across the nation are concentrated here. In the southern suburbs of Yangcheng, outside an unremarkable daily chemical factory, the weathered sign faintly reveals the words Friendship Daily Chemicals. This inconspicuous factory was actually established in the 1930s by a founder who advocated for industrial salvation. During wartime, he made numerous donations, and the early product, Friendship Snow Cream, became a household name in Longhua, evoking cherished memories for many. As time has passed, Friendship Snow Cream has faded into the annals of history, and the once-renowned Friendship Daily Chemicals has become virtually unknown. Early in the morning, the factory's owner, Yicheng City, nearing 50, hurriedly drove to the factory. Xiaokai. After searching around, Yicheng City finally found his son, Xiaokai, repairing machinery in the workshop. Nearly a century has elapsed, yet the factory remains in the He family's hands, having passed from the founder to Yicheng City and now to his son Xiaokai, spanning 5 generations. However, the factory, once a national giant, has dwindled to a commonplace second-tier factory on the outskirts of Yangcheng. The story dates back to the early millennium, when Yicheng City, shortly after taking over Friendship Daily Chemicals from his father, faced the formidable entry of the daily chemical giant, Wanjia into Longhua. Not only did Wanjia possess the most advanced branding concepts, marketing strategies, and a well-rounded product line, but the early 2000s also saw a surge in public curiosity about imported goods. Within just a few years, the factory's profitability plummeted, and facing imminent closure, Yicheng City, unwilling to witness the demise of his ancestral legacy, reached a cooperation agreement with Wanjia. Consequently, the once prominent factory became a mere supplier for Wanjia, struggling to survive under continual price reductions imposed by Jiang Lili. As Yicheng City often remarked, if we must endure, then let us endure, as long as the factory remains. We honor our ancestors. That morning, Yicheng City brought exciting news. Spotting his son, who was covered in machine oil from repairs, Yicheng City eagerly approached him, offering tools while exclaiming, "Xiaokai, I have fantastic news. I just received a call from Wanjia. They're terminating the previous cooperation agreement and are ready to sign a new one, with a price increase." With a smile, Yicheng City tilted his head to gauge his son's reaction. Guess how much the price will rise this time? Xiaokai, bent over the machine and tightening screws, paid no heed to his father's excitement. Noticing his son's indifference, Yicheng City raised 2 fingers. A 20% increase, my son. The mere thought of a 20% rise filled Yicheng City with elation, prompting him to circle in delight. With this increase, we can finally give the skilled workers a raise. Honestly, it has weighed heavily on my heart to have not done so for years. Also, this old machine, it's older than you, Xiaokai. I'll sell my car, and with a bit more, we should be able to afford a new one. Haha, 20%. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. I dropped the call and rushed here to find you. Just as Yicheng City was caught up in his excitement, Xiaokai, now done with the repairs, quietly began to put away the tools. After wiping his hands on a rag, Xiaokai leaned against the machine and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Dad, I don't want to do this anymore." Seeing his father still lost in exuberance, Xiaokai raised his voice. "Dad, huh? I said I don't want to do this anymore." Upon hearing this, Yicheng City's smile froze, and the familiar arguments spilled forth. "You don't want to? Who will? This factory represents the hard work of our family for generations. Over 100 years. You can't just walk away. What will you say to your grandfather and great-grandfather?" Listening to his father recount the past yet again, Xiaokai's temper flared. He threw the rag to the ground, his eyes reddening. "You keep saying we must honor our ancestors. Let them see what this factory has become. All our products bear Wanjia's label. We toil for mere pennies while they profit handsomely. Wanjia constantly pressures us to lower prices, driving us to the brink of selling our homes just to pay wages. Do you really think Wanjia is so benevolent? They only raise prices because Su from Dami Technology cornered them. and they're merely putting on a show for the public. Mark my words, today's increase will be followed by an even steeper decline in no time. With that, He Xiaokai stepped closer to his father, his voice rising in urgency. Dad, wake up. In that moment, He Tsongzhou fell silent, fully aware of the truths his son spoke. Yet, he was haunted by the final wish of his deceased father, to keep Friendship Daily Chemicals alive and honor the support received from the people. Desperate to sustain the factory, He Tsongzhou had no choice but to bend low and sign the supply agreement with Wang Jia, even selling his home to cover wages, all for the factory's survival. He Tsongzhou longed for the revival of Friendship Daily Chemicals' former glory, but the priority was to keep the factory operational and within the family's grasp. Observing his son's long-buried frustrations, He Tsongzhou placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaokai, I understand your concerns, but what other options are there? To secure orders and ensure continuity, we must collaborate with Wang Jia. With determination in his eyes, He Xiaokai placed his hand over his father's. No, Dad. I have another solution, one that will not only allow Friendship Daily Chemicals to survive, but also reclaim its former prestige. As He Tsongzhou's gaze inquired for details, He Xiaokai's lips curled into a subtle smile. Dami Technology. Chapter 022. Upon landing, all our ingenious minds on a Boeing 737 en route from Yicheng City to Rong City. He Tsongzhou, feeling utterly bored, set aside the magazine in his hand and turned to his son, He Xiaokai, who was engrossed in his phone. Xiaokai, I'm quite anxious and uncertain about this situation. Please enlighten me about your proposed solution. With an air of calmness, He Xiaokai tucked away his phone, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and whispered, it's quite simple. As suppliers, since we can provide goods to Wang Jia, we can certainly supply to Dami Technology as well. Supply to Dami Technology? He Tsongzhou paused, momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, and quickly focused on a crucial concern. I've heard about the Dami sanitary napkin venture you mentioned, but doesn't President Su solely produce those? Our focus is skincare products. They're entirely unrelated. Moreover, Dami Technology lacks the brand recognition that Wang Jia possesses. The essence of consumer goods sales lies in brand visibility. Wang Jia remains unscathed despite numerous challenges, primarily due to its reputation as a global giant in the industry, willing to invest heavily in brand maintenance. Even if a brand collapses due to poor quality, Wang Jia can swiftly hire celebrities for endorsements and continue to promote a new brand. With such brand recognition, Wang Jia's products face no challenges in finding buyers. In contrast, Dami Technology, with its primary business in mobile phones, views sanitary napkins merely as an incidental product. Their singular product line and lack of brand recognition render them less competitive in the consumer goods sector. Upon hearing his father's skepticism, He Xiaokai maintained his serene demeanor. Dad, while you acknowledge the significance of brand recognition in today's market, there is something even more paramount: public sentiment. Although Dami Technology's product range is limited, when it comes to the affections of the domestic private sector, it stands unrivaled. Especially following the incident with the Dami sanitary napkin, it's evident that any product released by Dami Technology is bound to sell remarkably well. The only limitation Dami Technology faces is financial resources. President Su desires to maintain full control over Dami Technology and has no intention of going public. This results in a lack of ample funding, hindering rapid growth. This explains why, after the blacklist incident, President Su has refrained from making any public statements. He simply lacks the financial means to alter the current landscape of the domestic consumer goods industry. However, viewing this dilemma from another perspective transforms it entirely. If President Su lacks financial resources, I can bring the entire Yi consumer goods factory to his side without requiring him to invest in building a factory, pay employee salaries, or spend a single cent. All that is needed is to label the products with Dami Technology's brand upon completion of production. In fact, not only does President Su not need to invest, but he can also, like Wang Jia, collect a significant brand fee. This mutually beneficial arrangement is indeed a commendable collaboration. As He Tsongzhou processed his son's explanation, a look of realization washed over his face. So, you're suggesting that while we may be subordinate to someone, being under President Su's wing offers far greater prospects than under Wang Jia, Given that President Su enjoys public support and acts with integrity, the more he Songzhou contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to pat his son on the shoulder. "You clever lad. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" He Xiaokai flashed a shrewd smile. This idea owes its genesis to Wanjia. Had they not announced an increased acquisition price and severed our partnership for the sake of show, I wouldn't have dared to propose this. After all, given Wanjia's reputation, if the Yi Consumer Goods Factory were to switch allegiances to Dami Technology while still under contract, the penalty for breach could amount to tens of millions, far more than we could afford. Indeed, this strategic opportunity was also facilitated by Jiang Lily. It can be said that her role is crucial in Dami Technology's ascent. An hour later, at Rome City Airport, the father and son hurriedly exited the terminal, their collaboration with Dami Technology now inevitable. It felt as though a brilliant future beckoned towards this century-old factory. As they eagerly prepared to hail a taxi to the Dami Technology Industrial Park, Yicheng sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the bustling crowd. "Isn't that old Zhou from Jiangnan Consumer Goods? What's he doing here?" With the majority of the nation's consumer goods factories concentrated in Yicheng City and ongoing exchanges among the local industry association, Yicheng recognized numerous business owners, including Old Zhou, who owned a well-established local consumer goods factory. The two factories were a mere 10 kilometers apart, and they often supported each other in their endeavors. Unexpectedly encountering him in distant Rome City was quite a surprise. Just as Yicheng finished speaking, his son, having flagged down a cab, turned to follow his father's gaze and instantly paled, sensing that something was amiss. "Oh, Dad, we need to leave quickly." Unsure of the situation, Yicheng hurried into the taxi after his son. "What is happening?" With no time to explain, He Xiaokai urgently instructed the taxi driver to Dami Technology Industrial Park. "Please hurry." The driver, momentarily distracted as he sipped water, paused upon hearing the mention of the Dami Technology Park. "Another trip to Dami Technology Park? What's the occasion today?" Everyone seems to be heading there as the taxi pulled away. The previously enthusiastic He Xiaokai suddenly smacked his thigh in frustration. It was akin to being on a busy highway during a holiday, thinking oneself clever for departing early, only to discover that the entire highway was filled with others who had the same idea. He Xiaokai had thought he was being clever by slipping into Rome City to ally with Dami Technology while the contract was still in limbo. Yet, it became evident that he was not the only one with such ingenuity. Upon disembarking the plane, the realization struck. He was surrounded by clever minds. It seemed that old Zhou from Jiangnan Consumer Goods had similar intentions. From the taxi driver's comments, it became clear that they had arrived too late. Others had already seized the opportunity. "We're too late, Dad," he lamented. Yet, Yicheng, who had struggled to keep pace with his son, remained remarkably composed. "No, Xiaokai, this may not be a bad situation. Judging by the crowd, I suspect that a significant number of consumer goods factory owners from across the nation have converged in Rome City. Did you not mention on the flight that President Su is at a disadvantage against Wanjia's monopoly in the consumer goods industry? If that's the case, today we, the consumer goods factories, shall create momentum for President Su. We will forge a tide that transforms the consumer goods landscape in Longhua. Let us embark on a quest where circumstances shape heroes." Chapter 023, Mr. Su. Let us in our endeavors. The Rice Technology Industrial Park is nestled in the southern outskirts of Chengdu, covering hundreds of acres and employing thousands of staff members. At noon, employees adorned with name badges streamed out of the office buildings, making their way to the cafeteria. Unlike many companies where the boss is seldom seen, Su Bai, the billionaire owner, can be found in the cafeteria almost every day, joining his employees in the queue, serving himself, and sharing meals with them. While one might think this was merely a performance for a day or two, Su Bai has maintained this practice for several years. As a result, employees have taken to engaging in a lighthearted game of Guess Who I Am when they encounter Su Bai at lunch. Longtime employees have spread the word that Mr. Su possesses an astonishing memory, capable of recalling every employee's name. Newer employees, skeptical of this claim, often challenge Su Bai during meal times to test his memory. In fact, many staff members have been known to place friendly bets on his ability. Today was no exception. In the cafeteria, a few seasoned employees wagered against the newcomers, with a cup of milk tea as the stake. The daring new employee, emboldened by the prospect of the bet, finally approached Su Bai while he was engaged in conversation with a longtime employee. "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Bai turned at the sound of his name, recognizing the anxious expression of the newcomer and the smirks of the onlookers. "What you all betting on?" Caught off guard, the new employee stammered, "Milk? Milk tea." The surrounding employees chuckled knowingly, familiar with similar situations. Upon learning of the wager, Su Bai smiled and replied, "Well then, you can go ahead and buy the milk tea now." The new employee was taken aback. "But, Mr. Su, you haven't guessed my name yet." However, Su Bai's next words left him speechless. "Zhang Jiaming, a newcomer from the RD department who started this past Monday. I recall you listed fishing as your hobby. I should warn you, there's an angling club formed by some of the older employees. You might want to steer clear of them, as they are all quite the fishing enthusiasts." Just then, an older employee in line protested, "Mr. Su, you shouldn't speak ill of us behind our backs. We are no longer just fishing enthusiasts. We have proof." As Su Bai bantered with the employees, his secretary, Lu, rushed into the cafeteria, scanning the crowd before spotting Su Bai. "Mr. Su, someone is looking for you." Having finally reached the front of the line, Su Bai glanced at his watch. "At this hour? Please ask them to wait in the reception room for 10 minutes. I'll join them after lunch." Yet Lu remained, panting and gesturing towards the entrance of the industrial park with a perplexed expression. "Mr. Su, I strongly advise you to go take a look." 5 minutes later, guided by Lu, Su Bai approached the entrance of the park. Upon rounding a corner, he was astonished to find a throng of people gathered outside the gates. Lu quickly explained, "Since this morning, the guards have been notifying me that people have been asking for you." After the initial few waves were ushered into the reception room, the numbers swelled to the point where there was no room left. Su Bai immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Who are they? They are the owners of various daily chemical factories from across the country, most of whom hail from Yangcheng. What do they want with me? Su Bai pondered, walking toward the crowd. Just then, He Xiaokai, standing on the steps of the greenery, spotted Su Bai and exclaimed, "Mr. Su has arrived." At that moment, the previously chaotic crowd erupted in excitement. Every individual present was a proprietor of daily chemical factories nationwide, gathered at the gates of Rice Technology, driven by the same intentions as the He family. Upon seeing Su Bai, they were filled with enthusiasm. "Mr. Su, I'm from Jiangnan Daily Chemicals. Please give me 10 minutes to discuss a collaboration." "How dare you, Zhou? We agreed to stand together, not to act selfishly. Everyone, remain calm. We must unite." As the clamoring continued, Su Bai stepped outside to confront the sea of faces, feeling overwhelmed. Raising his hand for silence, he declared, "All right, everyone, please quiet down. I cannot hear anything amidst the noise. How about we appoint a representative to explain the situation?" With Su Bai's gesture, the once chaotic crowd fell silent. After a brief commotion, the bespectacled He Zhou was pushed to the forefront. Although the He family's factory had seen better days, its long-standing legacy remained intact. Before Su Bai, He Zhou, visibly shaken, extended a trembling hand and spoke with a choked voice. "Mr. Su, we have just tallied the numbers, including those present and those en route. We total 1,457 individuals, representing 1,123 daily chemical factories across the nation. We stand here today not for trivial matters. We have been overlooked by Wang Jiayi, who, relying on their dominance, has treated us with disdain. Over 20 years ago, we lacked unity and were picked off one by one, transforming from independent factories into mere suppliers for Wang Jiayi. Now we, the so-called ineffective old-timers, have come together to seek one last opportunity for the daily chemical industry in Longhua, an opportunity to rise again, to honor our ancestors and our fellow citizens." His heartfelt words resonated deeply with everyone present. A middle-aged owner nodded in agreement. "Mr. Su, back in the day, we fought alongside our brothers from Sichuan against the invaders. Today, we implore you to stand with us against the international giants of the daily chemical industry." Another lean owner chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Su, we have come to ally with you. We are tired of living in subservience. Let us unite and confront Wang Jiayi head-on." Among the crowd, younger individuals, seemingly the successors of their fathers' businesses, cried out fervently, Exactly. We fear nothing. Mr. Su, lead us in a battle. Given the gravity of the situation, Subai could no longer remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. Overwhelmed with emotion, he refrained from making any hasty declarations. Instead, he turned to his secretary, Lu, and whispered a few instructions. Very well, lunch hour has arrived. Allow me to treat everyone to a meal in the cafeteria. Let us discuss the matter after we have finished our meal. Chapter 024, Acknowledged, Arranged. It was lunchtime, and Su Xiaochong happened to be dining with several prominent figures from Rongqing in the cafeteria, engaging in casual conversation about the current economic landscape. As their discussion unfolded, it inevitably gravitated towards the recent blacklisting incident. No one anticipated that Su Bai's comment section would transform into a blacklist for domestic daily chemical products, illustrating the various adverse effects that foreign enterprises have imposed on the local industry. In my view, Wang Jiayi's strategy of raising acquisition prices is quite astute, suggesting they have come to realize that our populace is not easily deceived. Ah, you only see one side of the issue. Wang Jiayi has long enjoyed its dominance in the Dragon Kingdom. Such extensive publicity surrounding the price increase is merely a fade intended for public consumption. Eventually, they will revert to their old ways. On the one hand, the people wish to see this behemoth of daily chemicals expelled from the Dragon Kingdom. On the other hand, we find ourselves in a passive position facing trade sanctions from Western nations. This situation resembles children fighting, where we, as adults, find it difficult to intervene. Ultimately, we must rely on our domestic brands to rise to the occasion. Rise to the occasion? When we join the WTO, if our domestic brands could have united in solidarity, we wouldn't have been suppressed to such an extent. Relying on them to assert themselves? I think not. We cannot speak so lightly. Times have changed. The crux of the matter lies in the need for a leader to unite this disparate group. Throughout this discourse, Su Xiaochong remained silent, merely listening. But upon hearing the term leader, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, though he quickly returned to his meal. Perhaps that notion was too unrealistic. As he continued to eat, Su Xiaochong's secretary suddenly appeared in the cafeteria, her expression fraught with urgency. Upon spotting Su Xiaochong, she hurried over and exclaimed, "Boss, something has happened at Dami Technology. I just received news that over 1,000 owners of daily chemical factories nationwide have abruptly descended upon Rongqing, all seeking out General Manager Su. The specifics of the situation remain unclear." The group at the table paused, taken aback by the news. Over 1,000 factory owners arriving in Rongqing to see Su Bai. Just days ago, Wang Jiayi had publicly announced an increase in acquisition prices, which had reverberated throughout the internet. Why then were so many factory owners seeking out Su Bai? Should they not be preoccupied with signing new contracts with Wang Jiayi and celebrating the price hike? The situation only became more perplexing. Su Xiaochong, however, suddenly had a revelation, and his expression shifted. With his keen intuition, he quickly grasped the implications of the unfolding events. "Boss, should I call Dami Group to inquire?" The collective movement of so many factory owners is significant for Rongqing, and clarifying the situation is certainly warranted. Yet, Su Xiaochong raised a hand to signal his secretary to cease. "No need. I already know why they're looking for Su Bai." After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaochong issued a command. "Immediately contact the public relations team, reach out to television stations, and all major online media outlets in Rongqing. Ensure they all converge at the Dami Technology Park." With that, Su Xiaochong abandoned his meal, set down his chopsticks, donned his suit jacket, and prepared to leave. "Hey, Su, what's going on?" another inquired. "At least provide some clarity." Su Xiaochong, while fastening his jacket, spoke with calm assurance. "If I am not mistaken, the domestic daily chemical industry is on the verge of a transformation." Meanwhile, within the Dami Technology Industrial Park, the stair-step conference room, usually reserved for large gatherings, was now packed with the owners of daily chemical factories. Many who could not find seats simply sat on the steps, while latecomers continued to trickle in through the back door. Su Bai, dressed in a crisp white shirt and jeans, stood at the front of the room, opting not to take a seat, but instead directing his staff to clear the tables and chairs, reminiscent of a product launch event for Dami phones. As he stood alone on the stage, As the technical team adjusted the sound equipment, Su Bai surveyed the sea of factory owners before him, contemplating how to commence the meeting. To be candid, he had not anticipated the turnout. Just days prior, he had remarked in an executive meeting that, despite his capabilities, he could not resolve every injustice in the world. Yet, did Su Bai truly wish to remain uninvolved? Just 2 days earlier, the official platform of Douyin had privately approached him, insinuating that he should close his comment section due to the overwhelming impact of the blacklist incident, which had repercussions throughout the industry. Su Bai's comment section not only embarrassed Wang Jiayi but also cast a shadow over the entire domestic daily chemical sector. The matter had even escalated to an international level, a family disgrace now exposed. However, in the face of Douyin's request, Su Bai chose to remain steadfast. In his own words, he acknowledged his limitations and the constraints of his resources, stating that crafting a single Dami sanitary pad had exhausted all his available capital. While many flocked to the comment section hoping for him to produce more ethical products, Su Bai recognized that he could not fulfill such expectations. Nevertheless, maintaining a comment section where individuals could caution one another against pitfalls was his way of engaging with the public within his means. This dilemma had unfolded around Su Bai. If it had occurred with an ordinary internet influencer, one could only speculate whether they would withstand such pressure. Likely, only Su Bai would dare to shoulder the burden and endure. Now, owners of daily chemical factories from across the nation had converged upon Rongqing, seeking refuge with Su Bai. In their own words, they wished for Su Bai to grant them an opportunity, a chance for the domestic daily chemical brands to rise anew. Conversely, this presented Su Bai with an opportunity as well, a chance to rally the daily chemical factories and challenge the giant Wang Jiayi, restoring hope to the domestic industry. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Su Bai had never aspired to be a hero. He merely wished to honor the expectations held by those in the comment section. Until this day, he had refrained from responding, for he did not want to disclose his inability to meet their hopes. Yet now, standing atop a platform over a meter high, gazing at the throng of factory owners before him, he felt an indescribable surge of excitement. He believed that after today, he would finally be able to boldly reopen the comment section and assert those words with pride. Acknowledged, arranged. Chapter 025. What is this? This is a heartless murder, the collective restlessness among the owners of daily chemical factories, who initially intended to discreetly seek out Su Bai, unexpectedly found a group of astute individuals planning to approach together. Fortunately, this matter had not yet spread widely. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at the headquarters of Wang Jiayi in the Asia-Pacific region, Jiang Lily finally wore a smile on her face, indicating her elevated spirits. The strategy she proposed to raise the acquisition price had garnered a favorable response among the populace of Dragon Country, even leading to a gradual recovery of Wang Jiayi's stock, which had previously plummeted due to the scandal surrounding toxic sanitary napkins and the blacklisting incident. It must be said that Jiang Lily had astutely tapped into the public sentiment, effectively playing the card of conscience. Now, all she needed to do was to maintain stability in the Dragon Country market and continue to reap profits. Just as she settled at her desk, her secretary knocked and entered. General Manager Jiang, all the new price increase collaboration invitations have been sent out. However, there is something peculiar. It's been 2 days, and fewer than 10 suppliers have approached us to renegotiate the collaboration agreements. Jiang Lily paused for a moment. There were over 2,000 suppliers collaborating with Wang Jiayi in Dragon Country. Logically, upon receiving an invitation to raise the acquisition price, these suppliers would be overjoyed, eagerly requesting Wang Jiayi to expedite the signing of contracts. How could it be that only fewer than 10 had responded? As she turned on her computer, Jiang Lily pondered deeply. The secretary, standing across the desk, inquired, "General Manager Jiang, should I arrange for further follow-ups?" Looking at the activated display screen, Jiang Lily seemed to have an epiphany, smiling as she shook her head. "No need. These fellows think I truly compromised with the Dragon Country market. They are blatantly attempting to use this opportunity to collectively coerce us into raising prices further." Jiang Lily maintained her smile, surprised that this previously fragmented group of suppliers had suddenly become astute enough to band together in their intimidation. Do they really believe anyone can easily manipulate Wanjia, a formidable giant in the daily chemical industry? Am I truly that easy to bully? Jiang Lily could think of 10 ways to counter the collective maneuvering of these suppliers in an instant. First, inform them that Wanjia would be scaling back its business, only signing contracts with 80% of the suppliers this time. Implicitly, this meant that the remaining 20% would not be signed. Let's see how long they can hold out. But that was not all. Second, the first 100 suppliers to sign would receive a 25% increase in the acquisition price. Those who arrive late will go hungry, while those who come early will be rewarded. A dual-pronged approach. What is this, if not a heartless murder? You wish to band together? Let's see how you manage that now. I refuse to believe that among the thousands of suppliers, no one will be tempted by the allure of profit. Once there is a leading party, the so-called alliance of offense and defense will naturally collapse. You are far too naive to play tricks against Wanjia. In the tiered conference room of the Rice Technology Park, more and more factory owners entered through the back door. At the podium, Su Bai had already comprehended the demands of the factory owners. Essentially, they wished to collaborate similarly to Wanjia, where each daily chemical manufacturer would produce products, affix the Rice Technology brand, and hand them over for sales. In the eyes of these manufacturers, Rice Technology held the people's trust and had a strong appeal, ensuring successful product sales. The manufacturers would only need to focus on production. Upon hearing this proposed collaboration model, Su Bai remained silent for a moment before shaking his head in front of all the owners. The moment he shook his head, the assembly of owners could no longer remain composed, their hearts racing with anxiety. Among those seated in the front row, Yicheng City, representing the manufacturers, assumed Su Bai was concerned about product quality. After all, many of these manufacturers had resorted to producing subpar products to maintain profits when being pressured by Wanjia. Observing this, Yicheng City promptly stood to reassure General Manager Su, "Rest assured, as long as the acquisition price is reasonable, we guarantee we will never compromise on quality. Now that we stand with Rice Technology, anyone who dares to tarnish its reputation would be jeopardizing the livelihoods of all of us here. We understand this principle." Seeing Yicheng City speak up, several seasoned manufacturers also expressed their solidarity. General Manager Su, "We are all human beings, and unless we are excessively pressured by Wanjia, there is no need to engage in morally reprehensible actions. Yes, as long as we can keep our factories operational and pay our workers. I wouldn't mind not making a profit. I could even go work as a laborer myself." Noticing the growing fervor among the owners, Su Bai quickly raised his hand to calm them. "I do not doubt your integrity. However, as he surveyed the increasing number of factory owners, Su Bai pondered for a few seconds before addressing them. "I would like to ask all present, have you ever considered producing products that truly belong to you? I mean, not affixing Wanjia's label, nor ours at Rice Technology, but rather your own brand." Upon hearing this, the factory owners were momentarily taken aback, but soon many began to smile bashfully. Even Yicheng City, seated in the front row, felt his face flush with embarrassment. General Manager Su, "Well, it's a long story. We don't have a brand." He continued, "If we were to label our products with our own brand, no one would buy them. After all, we lack the substantial funds for advertising like Wanjia. Without advertising, we have no visibility. Products without recognition simply won't sell." Hearing this, Su Bai contemplated for a moment. "Mr. He, I have reviewed the materials for your Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, and I recall my mother mentioning that your Friendship Snow Cream was quite effective. Even I used it in my childhood during winter." Mentioning the Friendship Snow Cream caused Yicheng City's face to redden even more as he lowered his head and waved his hand. A valiant man does not dwell on past glories, better not to mention it. Not many remember Friendship's Snow Cream these days. It was not just Yicheng City whose face flushed. Most of the older factory owners sitting there wished they could find a hole to hide in. Many of them were century-old factories, like Friendship Daily Chemical, having inherited their family businesses. Now, with their brand lost and visibility diminished, they survived by relying on private labels. The dignity passed down through generations felt utterly tarnished. To put it plainly, they lacked visibility and brand effect. In Su Bai's view, the most challenging aspect of problem-solving is identifying the core issue. Once the key issue is found, solutions become straightforward. Standing at the podium, Su Bai gazed over the audience. "I have a question for everyone. Since brand recognition is so critical, why have the dozens of sanitary pad brands under Wanjia been defeated by our rice sanitary pads? Upon hearing this question, many began to ruminate. Su Bai continued, answering himself, "It is because we use quality raw materials, superior craftsmanship, and produce excellent products. It is because we maintain low margins and do not treat consumers as fools to exploit." In essence, it boils down to conscience. Faced with Su Bai's profound reasoning, a young owner cut straight to the heart of the matter. "General Manager Su, everyone knows that Rice Technology is conscientious, and we recognize your integrity. However, we are different. Conscience is not something visible on our faces, nor can it be affixed to products. Even if our products are excellent, if consumers do not recognize or know them, isn't it all in vain?" The young owner's words resonated with the sentiments of many. Yet, Su Bai appeared to have prepared a response well in advance. "If I possessed a method that could instantly convey to consumers the integrity of your products, would that not be remarkable?" Chapter 26. Do I still need to charge? The moment Su Bai's words were uttered, the over 1,000 business owners present could no longer remain seated. Many, in their agitation, stood up, obstructing the view of those behind them, who then followed suit. Wait, did I just hear that? No brand recognition. Yet consumers can instantly discern that our products are trustworthy? Is there really such a method? It feels as though Mr. Su is merely leading us on. Shoo, let's listen quietly. Even the prominent business leaders in the front row were stirred by this revelation. Old Joe, the more I hear, the more perplexed I become. If you ask me, who should I ask? Just listen. Mr. Su's wealth is in the billions. He has no need to deceive us over trifles. Indeed, come and see Mr. Su is the right choice. Observing the agitated crowd, Su Bai had to raise his hand to signal everyone to take their seats before adjusting the microphone nestled against his chest. My approach is quite straightforward. Today, we shall collaboratively establish a standard of integrity for the industry. All products that meet this standard will bear a corresponding integrity label. Once consumers see this label, they will inherently recognize it as a product of integrity. Su Bai's strategy was essentially a quality standard, a concept that had long existed. For instance, the widely recognized International Organization for Standardization, ISO, has been adopted in our nation, appearing on numerous products. Additionally, there are industry standards, such as the Green, Pesticide-Free Vegetable Standard introduced a couple of years ago, and enterprise standards often seen in the liquor industry. Upon hearing Su Bai's proposal, many owners shook their heads in disapproval. Mr. Su, this approach is unfeasible. Aren't there already national standards and quality benchmarks? The public hardly acknowledges these. The crux of the matter lies in regulation. Standards are merely logos that any small workshop can print and affix without oversight. Indeed, the public has been burned before. Many products bear logos, yet they are increasingly deceptive. Noting the prevailing skepticism regarding the standards, Su Bai patiently waited for everyone to express their thoughts before calmly replying, "What if this standard is overseen by Dami Technology?" At that moment, the conference room fell silent, everyone stunned into stillness. Overseen by Dami Technology? To be fair, considering Dami Technology's corporate image and national appeal, this matter seems surprisingly plausible. If the standard were backed by Dami Technology, who could possibly doubt it? With Dami Technology as a guarantor, it was more credible than anything else. However, it soon dawned on some that this endeavor might not be so simple. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Su Bai presented 3 standard requirements to comply with Dami Technology's standards. The first stipulation was that all factories must implement transparent production. What do we mean by transparent production? You may refer to my Dami sanitary napkin factory. Upon hearing the first requirement, the business owners began to murmur among themselves. Like the Dami sanitary napkin factory, cameras, and live streaming? Not just that. Transparent production requires complete openness about the raw materials used. What? The raw materials must be disclosed? Aren't they already listed on the product label? It's merely a different approach. It's not a big deal. Just install a few cameras. It won't cost much. Good heavens, transparent production is indeed a noble endeavor. Su Bai, standing on stage, observed as the owners engaged in discussion before not rushing to announce the second requirement. Now, if anyone disagrees with the first requirement, they may leave. Scanning the room of over 1,000 business owners, not a single person rose to depart. Those in attendance were not foolish. It was abundantly clear that with Dami Technology as current influence, securing the Dami Technology Integrity Standard would make it nearly impossible not to profit. Who would wish to pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? After all, it was merely a matter of transparent production. If the Dami sanitary napkin factory could achieve it, why couldn't they? Seeing no one leaving, Su Bai finally spoke again. Second, all product profit margins must be kept below 20%. To be frank, this stipulation was somewhat demanding. While insisting on quality was reasonable, imposing limits on their profits felt excessive. Even Su Bai himself anticipated that many would rise in protest. Yet, to his surprise, not a single person stood up among the over 1,000 attendees. This left Su Bai bewildered. You do not oppose the second requirement? At that moment, someone spoke up. Oppose? Who would oppose such a favorable condition? I would wake up laughing. Favorable condition? Noticing Su Bai's confusion, Yicheng City, seated in the front row, explained. Mr. Su, don't mind my awkwardness, but when we supply to Wanjia, our profit margin is only 7%. Another owner chimed in. What? 7%? How is that possible? We only receive 6%. Are we the only ones with a mere 4%? As they began to vocalize their profit margins, the unsettling truth emerged. Under the pressure from Wanjia, each factory's profit margin had been pushed to an unimaginable brink. Most profit margins were below 10%, with many small factories relying solely on volume, their individual profit margins plummeting to a staggering 3%. This dire situation explained why many manufacturers resorted to substandard practices. With such thin margins, they felt compelled to take desperate measures to survive. Hearing their grievances, Su Bai was left speechless. Truly, it seemed to affirm the adage, my success is entirely reliant on the support of my peers. With competitors like Wanjia around, it was virtually impossible not to act with integrity. After all, trying to match Wanjia's standards would be a daunting task. Thus, a profit margin of 20% appeared to be a dream come true for the gathered manufacturers. The third requirement stipulated that all manufacturers must allocate a portion of their profits each year to establish and maintain the operations of an industry association. This association would be responsible for conducting periodic inspections of certified manufacturers, with penalties ranging from warnings to expulsion from the Standards Association for violations. Since there were no objections to the first two requirements, the third was even less contentious. This essentially meant that everyone would contribute to safeguarding their livelihoods. However, once Su Bai concluded his three stipulations, the assembled business owners were left with a sense of confusion. Is that all? Just these three requirements? A bold owner stood up and directly voiced his curiosity. Mr. Su, is that it? Su Bai shrugged. What else did you expect? But what about Dami Technology? How much will you charge? Yes, indeed. The others nodded in agreement. After all this effort, you've devised plans and Dami Technology is here to endorse the standards. You should tell us how much Dami Technology will charge. Upon hearing this question, Su Bai was even more baffled. Do I still need to charge? Chapter 27. If we are to create momentum, let us do so boldly and on a grand scale in the realm of capital. An age-old adage prevails. First-rate companies set standards, second-rate companies establish brands, while third-rate companies focus on products. Until now, Rise Technology was still languishing in the second tier. Despite its products being universally acknowledged as exemplary, they had not yet reached the stage of standardization. The root cause of this limitation lay in the company's scale. No matter how exceptional a company's products might be, it is inherently challenging to exert a fundamental influence over an entire industry. For Su Bai, the ambition to establish an industry-wide standard in the mobile phone sector seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, unexpectedly, this dream found its initial realization not in its primary domain, but in the daily chemical industry. Who could have predicted that Rice Technology, a mobile phone manufacturer, would ascend to the role of standard setter in the realm of daily chemicals? The advantages conferred by this status were immeasurable for Rice Technology, transcending mere financial gains. The intangible value added was of astronomical proportions. For Su Bai, this was a mutually beneficial endeavor, devoid of any necessity for monetary compensation. In fact, from Su Bai's perspective, The elevation of Rice Technology's brand through this initiative had already yielded substantial returns. However, to his astonishment, when he declared his intention not to charge a fee, the assembly of over 1,000 manufacturers erupted in dissent. What? Rice Technology ISN charging? That's unacceptable. There must be some remuneration, no matter how small. Indeed, throughout my years in business, I have adhered to a fundamental principle. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If Mr. Su were to charge, I would consider the arrangement plausible. However, if he insists on providing this for free, then I find it dubious. Who could argue otherwise? Those who are compensated tend to work with greater diligence, while free services are often met with skepticism. Thus, a cacophony of voices arose, with the manufacturers collectively insisting that Rice Technology must impose a fee. They were determined to tether Rice Technology to their interests, seeking a sense of security and solidarity. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Su Bai found himself at a loss. He had encountered reluctance to accept payment before, but never had he witnessed such fervent opposition to the idea of providing a service without charge. As discussions reached an impasse, it was the representative Yicheng City who stepped forth with a compromise. Mr. Su, having Rice Technology serve as a guarantor and establish standards without charging is truly inappropriate. Before you object, consider this. Let us not form a separate industry association. Instead, let Rice Technology oversee the entire daily chemical sector. In return, we manufacturers will collectively remit 5% of our profits to Rice Technology each year. This proposal, deliberated upon by Yicheng City and the other manufacturers, seemed quite advantageous. By paying 5% of their profits, their products could carry the Rice Technology standard, ensuring robust sales. With increased sales, their profits would ultimately soar. This arithmetic was not lost on the assembled entrepreneurs. For Rice Technology, a 5% share from each manufacturer was not substantial, but given the vast number of manufacturers, the profits could be significant. Imagine, in the trillion-dollar daily chemical market, with thousands of manufacturers each contributing 5% annually, this could translate into hundreds of billions in net revenue. Of course, this was contingent upon the established standard being as popular as Rice's sanitary napkins. Although Su Bai initially considered rejecting this notion, the overwhelming insistence from the manufacturers left him no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, a pivotal standard-setting conference for the entire daily chemical industry concluded amidst applause. What followed were the innocuous details. After notifying the authorities, the legal department formally intervened to draft and sign the industry standard agreement. To enhance its impact, this standard was aptly named the Rice Standard, with its logo derived from the Rice phone emblem, immediately recognizable. For Su Bai, the prospect of generating hundreds of billions annually rendered these details trivial. In fact, it would further amplify Rice Technology's influence. Just as Su Bai prepared to contact the authorities for official notification, his secretary, Xiao Lu, hurried in. The local officials from Rongqing have arrived, along with numerous media representatives. You should. Before Su Bai could fully grasp the situation, his personal phone rang. It was Su Xiaochang. Mr. Su, how are negotiations proceeding? Su Bai promptly retreated to a secluded corner. Your information is quite timely. I needed to report to the authorities, so I'll share the details with you. Upon hearing about the Rice Standard, even the seasoned Su Xiaochang was taken aback. My foresight was indeed limited. I initially expected Rice Technology to follow the path of Wanjia and sign a collaboration agreement. I never anticipated that you would establish the Rice Standard. This truly exceeds expectations. Holding the phone to his ear with a different hand, Su Bai responded softly, a solitary pear blossom cannot compare to a garden full of vibrant blooms in spring. Su Bai could easily have followed Wanjia's model, branding all products under Rice Technology, thus reaping even greater profits. However, he reflected on the implications. Such a move would lead to a market dominated solely by Rice Technology, fostering uniformity, stifling competition, and inevitably heralding the industry's decline. As Su Bai articulated, a solitary pear blossom cannot compare to a garden full of vibrant blooms in spring. The daily chemical products of Longhua ought to be diverse and competitive. If the support from various manufacturers was seen as a means to elevate Su Bai, Then the rice standard was a catalyst for the entire daily chemical industry, creating momentum for a conscientious rise in Longwa's daily chemical products. After a prolonged silence, Su Xiaochang finally spoke. Mr. Su, I can only affirm that your actions are a tremendous boon for both the nation and its people. You need not worry about official notification. The government will undoubtedly support your efforts to steer the industry in a positive direction. With Su Xiaochang's reassurance, Su Bai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Very well, I will instruct the legal department to commence drafting and preparing the agreement. Given the involvement of thousands of daily chemical manufacturers, the task of signing agreements will be quite laborious. However, upon hearing about the agreement, Su Xiaochang immediately interrupted Su Bai's plans. Such a momentous initiative to transform an industry cannot simply be left to you to negotiate. Here's what we'll do. The Rongqing authorities will take the lead in organizing a daily chemical industry conference at the Rongqing International Conference Center. I will ensure that department heads come to support you. Media coverage will be abundant. I will strive to have a national television news channel present to feature this in the evening news. Goodness, the Rongqing authorities will take the lead? It will even be on the evening news? This is escalating. Mr. Su, there is no need for reservations. If we are to create momentum, let's do so boldly and grandly. Moreover, I must mention that I have submitted your name for the National Top 10 Outstanding Entrepreneurs Award for early next year. You should be quite secure in this regard. Prepare diligently and craft a suit of superior quality. A prominent figure ought not to don casual attire perpetually. The title of one of the nation's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs? Upon hearing this accolade, Su Bai felt somewhat lightheaded. To be among the top 10 entrepreneurs signifies an official endorsement. Bearing such a label implies that the state serves as your backing, allowing you to walk tall and confidently across the nation. It is said that the criteria for attaining this honor are exceedingly stringent. Even though Rice Technology stands as a leader in the mobile phone industry, it is merely considered as a candidate for evaluation. Little did Su Bai anticipate that due to the establishment of the Rice standards, he would find himself on the precipice of transformation, poised to soar like a dragon. Chapter 028. A promise is pleasing for a moment, but betrayal leads to ruin. In recent days, the incident regarding the blacklist has gained immense traction. The comment section of Su Bai has become quite lively, despite the fact that professionals have long since clarified that the domestic daily chemical industry in the Dragon Country has been rotten to the core under the monopoly of Wanjiai. Even if Su Bai possesses remarkable abilities, he cannot intervene in these trivial matters. The creation of a rice-based sanitary pad marks the pinnacle of Rice Technology's capabilities. Nonetheless, countless netizens vigilantly monitor Su Bai's comment section, eagerly checking each day to see if he would express his stance, akin to his response during the sanitary pad controversy. In their eyes, as long as Su Bai does not explicitly declare his inability to act, there remains a glimmer of hope. During the lunch break, a young woman was scrolling through Su Bai's comment section when a colleague, observing her, shook her head and remarked, "Still scrolling? Do you truly believe that Mr. Su is omnipotent? Do you think he can create whatever you desire? Haven't you seen the discussions online? If the state cannot intervene in such matters, how can a private entrepreneur like him?" She urged her to rest, reminding her that they still had to work hard in the afternoon. The young woman, dejected, was indeed the one who had questioned the exorbitant price of a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil in a live stream, only to be berated by the host for her lack of effort, suggesting she should reflect on herself. She did take the critique to heart. Since graduating from university, her life has revolved around a 9-to-6 routine, with overtime being a norm. A mere tardiness would cost her 50 yuan, and she had been late only a handful of times. She acknowledged her diligence, often working late into the night and keeping her phone on standby 24/7, even handling work on weekends. Yet, after years in the workforce, her salary still lingered at a meager 4,000 plus yuan. Her employer had remarked that young newcomers should not fixate on high salaries, but should instead focus on honing their skills, assuring her that bread and milk will come. Following this analysis, the young woman came to a stark realization. The issue was not her lack of effort, nor her personal shortcomings, but rather the environment she found herself in. A pencil that cost mere cents was being sold for 79, and customers were expected to express gratitude for the host's efforts in securing benefits for their families. among the numerous highly rated comments urging Su Bai to manufacture eyebrow pencils. Hers had garnered over 100,000 likes due to the uproar surrounding the 79 yuan incident. Her insistence stemmed not from an inability to afford the 79 yuan pencil, but from a desire to prove a point. In her childhood, her kindergarten teacher had taught them to sing a song with lyrics that proclaimed, "Our motherland is a garden where the flowers bloom vibrantly, and the warm sunshine shines upon us, bringing smiles to every face." The melody of her youth still echoed in her mind. Yet as she matured, the young woman discovered that reality was far from such a picturesque notion. Employers relentlessly exploited their employees. Soaring housing prices instilled fear, and the daily grind was laden with consumer traps. The burdensome cost of living rendered her monthly salary insufficient. The idyllic visions of pastoral life, poetry, and distant dreams were nothing more than elusive fantasies showcased in short videos. It seemed that warmth could be found only among her family in this cold, indifferent society. Having read through all the top comments, the young woman was unsurprised to find that Su Bai had not responded. The 79 yuan eyebrow pencil was destined to remain at that price. If you're born a chive, be prepared to be cut down at any moment. Sunshine and warmth, it appeared, were fated to exist solely within the verses of children's songs. Suddenly, the young woman recalled a classic line from Hao Jian, "I'm tired. Let be destroyed." Just as she was about to put her phone down for a midday break before returning to her laborious routine, a notification from her Douyin account popped up. Curiosity piqued. She instinctively clicked on it, and a familiar name appeared before her. "Su Bai of Richest Technology has replied to your comment. Received, will arrange." Upon reading those concise yet profound words, it felt as if a ray of sunlight had pierced through the clouds of her dreary world. She sprang from her chair, covering her mouth in disbelief. The commotion drew the attention of several colleagues nearby. "What's wrong with you? Making such a fuss? Are we not allowed to have our lunch break?" In her excitement, the young woman immediately flipped her phone screen to show her colleagues, trembling with exhilaration. "Look, Mr. Su replied to me. He agreed to make the eyebrow pencil." The moment her words left her lips, her colleagues, who had previously been resting, lifted their heads in astonishment. "What? No way. Su Bai actually replied to you? That's incredible. You're going to be famous now." Let me see what happened at once. The drowsiness dissipated, and everyone pulled out their phones to open Su Bai's comment section. They were astounded to find not just comments about eyebrow pencils, but also about baby diapers, foundations, shampoos, and lipsticks. Mr. Su had replied to them all. "What is going on? Didn't they say Richest Technology was financially strained? How can he possibly produce so many products?" While it remained uncertain whether Su Bai could indeed fulfill these promises, it was undeniable that he had responded. He had addressed over 100 highly rated inquiries regarding daily chemical products, uniformly replying with the same 4 words, "Received, will arrange." At that moment, across the nation, whether they were mothers, office workers, or students, everyone who received the notification and opened Douyin was filled with excitement and joy. For them, Su Bai's integrity was akin to a promise sealed with a spit. Since he proclaimed it would be arranged, it was undoubtedly going to be arranged. All they needed to do was wait. Wait for Su Bai to start the live stream and be ready to click on the shopping link. Due to the immense impact of this event and the multitude of people following it, it wasn't long before a trending topic emerged. Mr. Su appears on Douyin's blacklist. Uniformly replies received, will arrange, leading netizens to tears of joy. When the news first broke, many economic experts and influential figures in the capital circles dismissed it as a rumor. After all, just days prior, they had confidently analyzed the situation, asserting that the range of daily chemical products involved in the blacklist incident was too vast, encompassing nearly all daily necessities. Given the scale of Richest Technology, they deemed it impossible to disrupt such a colossal industry. Coupled with Wang Jiayi's promotion of increased acquisition prices, they believed the matter had reached a conclusion. Yet, out of nowhere, Su Bai emerged, boldly proclaiming received, will arrange, nearly causing the heads of numerous economic experts to spin in disbelief. Wait, you actually dare to arrange this? Hundreds of categories of daily chemical products, not to mention the segmented items, involve a market worth trillions. You're going to arrange that? They had seen those who feigned wealth, but none quite like this audacious display. With just a few words, he had managed to lift the spirits of countless netizens. Yet, when the time came and Rice Technology faced financial constraints, unable to deliver, did he not fear that the higher the expectations rose, the harsher the backlash would be? A promise may bring momentary joy, but betrayal leads to ruin for the entire family. Chapter 29. At last. It is my turn to unleash my fury when Jiang Lili received the news. She had just disembarked in Seoul. South Korea's entertainment industry is thriving, which has ignited a phenomenal Hallyu wave across the Asia-Pacific region. Consequently, the mid to high-end cosmetics industry in South Korea has also flourished rapidly. Although a missile deployment incident a few years ago led to restrictions on the Korean wave in the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in a cooling of South Korean cosmetics in that market, the old adage holds true: the internet has no memory. With the passage of time, the initial missile incident has long been forgotten by the populace of the Dragon Kingdom. South Korean cosmetics have gradually gained traction in that market. Jiang Lili's visit to South Korea aims to spearhead the expansion of the South Korean cosmetic sector in the Dragon Kingdom. The sanitary napkin incident and the blacklist controversy have opened her eyes to the fact that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are no longer easily swayed. To stabilize the market and elevate the status of South Korean cosmetics, she devised a brilliant strategy. Won Jiayi would promote South Korean cosmetics on a grand scale, emphasizing high-end, imported, and fashion-forward concepts. Given that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom often distrust locally manufactured products and relish finding faults, she believed that by advocating for high-end imported cosmetics, they would struggle to criticize. The same formula, the same fragrance, but with a South Korean label, consumers would be compelled to pay several times the price. This is what one might call a higher-level game. Did they truly believe that Won Jiayi, a titan of daily chemicals, achieved its status effortlessly? However, just as Jiang Lili envisioned leading the South Korean reinforcements back into the Dragon Kingdom market, a message from her secretary left this formidable businesswoman momentarily frozen in the bustling airport hall of Seoul. Su Bai publicly addressed the blacklist, and all had been received and arranged. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Lili quickly retrieved her phone and connected to the airport's network. Upon entering the comment section under Su Bai's post on Douyin, she was greeted by a barrage of received, arranged comments, causing her brows to furrow deeply. This damn Su Bai. Why must he always oppose her? What was he planning this time? Was he attempting to make a large-scale incursion into the daily chemicals industry, akin to the sanitary napkin venture? Impossible. Jiang Lili had already investigated Dami Technology, and their cash flow was depleted. Where would they find the funds to enter such a vast industry? This was no mere competition for market share like with sanitary napkins. It was an outright challenge to Won Jiayi's dominance in the daily chemicals sector, aiming to oust Won Jiayi from the Dragon Kingdom market. Where did he find the audacity to publicly confront Won Jiayi? Unless, suddenly, a realization dawned upon Jiang Lili. Her demeanor visibly shifted to one of urgency as she scrolled through her contacts and hastily dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Please check if Dami Technology has any plans to go public recently. Indeed, unless Dami Technology were to list, Su Bai could potentially see his wealth multiplied tenfold overnight, positioning him as the world's richest individual. If that were the case, he could feasibly capture the entire daily chemicals market of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that Su Bai was willing to disrupt the established norms of Dami Technology merely for a comment section, to confront Won Jiayi head-on? Within a minute, a voice emerged from the other end of the line. No, Dami Technology has not filed for an IPO, and there are no whispers of such a move. I suspect other domestic capital forces in the Dragon Kingdom might be involved. Given the precedent set by the sanitary napkin incident, it was evident that investment in Su Bai would be a surefire return. Jiang Lili's furrowed brows deepened at the mention of the Dragon Kingdom's capital moguls. You mean they see Won Jiayi being criticized by the public and wish to support Su Bai in a collective downfall? After a brief silence, the voice continued, aside from that, I can't think of another explanation. Won Jiayi has profited excessively in the Dragon Kingdom for years, and discontent has been brewing. I even suspect the Dragon Kingdom's government may be playing a role in this. Jiang Lili's expression darkened further. The mention of the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's government elicited a sardonic laugh from her. If the government had not intervened, she might have been concerned. However, if they did take action, she felt no fear whatsoever. It was agreed that children should brawl while adults refrain from interfering. Now that the Dragon Kingdom's government had broken the rules, they must be prepared for the consequences. Immediately investigate which capital entities in the Dragon Kingdom are involved in this matter. It would be prudent to acquire any information regarding official government involvement. If they wish to escalate this situation, I will not hesitate to amplify it further. Do they truly believe Wang Jiayi is merely a giant in the daily chemicals industry? The capital behind it spans multiple nations and conglomerates. In essence, Wang Jiayi serves as a financial tool for a Western country. As the saying goes, to cut off someone and Oppo's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. If the Dragon Kingdom's government seeks to disrupt the financial interests of Western nations, those nations will not stand idly by. Just as the election in the Eagle Nation concluded, the new president, Pu Chuan, was desperate for a reason to impose higher tariffs on the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom's government appeared to offer an unsolicited assist. Was it a case of a pillow arriving just as one was about to doze off? They sought to expel Wang Jiayi? Did they not fear the repercussions of their actions, regretting their decisions once it was too late? The mere thought of Su Bai's comment section ignited a fire in Jiang Lily's veins. Here was a titan of daily chemicals, constantly overshadowed by a mere mobile manufacturer. It had been a relentless uphill battle from the start. Enough was enough. After hanging up, Jiang Lily could no longer contain herself and immediately called the European headquarters. There was no other purpose for the call but to lodge a complaint. Today I, Jiang Lily, will make it unequivocally clear that it is not my inadequacy, but rather the underhanded tactics of my opponent. The Dragon Kingdom's government is covertly intervening. My weaker position makes defeat a reasonable outcome. If you do not take action soon, the market in the Dragon Kingdom may be irreparably damaged. Upon receiving the news, Wang Jiayi and Oppo's European headquarters initially struggled to believe it. However, after reviewing Su Bai and Oppo's comment section filled with arrangements, they quickly fell into a state of panic. The phone call sent a ripple of urgency through the ranks of European investors, national funds, and aristocratic families, all alarmed at the prospect of their lucrative cash cow being cut down. In New York, on Fifth Avenue, stands a towering edifice nearly 300 meters high. Recognized as a landmark since the 1990s, the Pu Chuan Building. On November 7th, the newly elected 47th president of the Eagle Nation, Pu Chuan, had not yet officially assumed his role in the White House, but had begun the transition of presidential powers, exercising certain prerogatives. Among these was a campaign promise to raise tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom. Regrettably, the Dragon Kingdom's restrained foreign policy had left Pu Chuan grappling for a legitimate excuse to impose such tariffs. Simply put, the Dragon Kingdom had been too astute, leaving him without a lawful basis. Just as he found himself at his wit's end regarding this matter, a gleeful advisor entered his office, presenting him with a document. "Sir, I believe this will be good news for you." Upon receiving the document, Pu Chuan opened it with a puzzled expression. When he read about the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's government intervening in the domestic market to oust the daily chemicals giant Wang Jiayi, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. In the Dragon Kingdom, even a sage's meticulous planning may inevitably encounter a flaw. At long last, it appears that the moment for me to unleash my fury has arrived. Chapter 030, A Fragrant Pear Blossom. Where can it compare to the vibrant splendor of a spring garden? Pu Chuan has erupted. Due to not yet formally assuming the presidency, he opted for a controversial method of governance, through Twitter. Indeed, that very evening, he unexpectedly posted a tweet. Accompanying his message were two translated screenshots from the comment section of Su by Douyin. The post read, "We have every reason to suspect that the Dragon Country's officials have intervened in the domestic daily chemical market, attempting to drive out legitimate enterprises in an extremely domineering and reckless manner, which constitutes unfair competition against international trade norms. I declare that the Dragon Country has committed a foul." Upon its release, this tweet garnered significant attention and was widely circulated by various Western media outlets. The Daily Mail stated, "Undoubtedly, the unfair competition instigated by the Dragon Country should face severe sanctions." The Wall Street Journal remarked, "We cannot turn a blind eye to the treatment of Wang Jiayi. We must unite and resist together. NHK, Neon Hoso Kyokai, asserted, the actions of the Dragon Country have crossed the bottom line of international trade. Increasing tariffs on China is imperative. In an instant, the Dragon Country found itself at the center of international scrutiny. Observant individuals recognized this as Puchuan and Oppo's maneuver to rally global sentiment, facilitating his efforts to persuade the parliament to pass a bill for increased tariffs on the Dragon Country. It must be said, this is a remarkably legitimate and reasonable rationale, provided it holds true. The news swiftly reached the domestic populace of the Dragon Country, inciting a wave of astonishment. As soon as Su Bai openly responded in the comment section, there was a palpable momentum towards a collective incursion into the daily chemical industry, eliciting cheers from the people. Shortly thereafter, Puchuan emerged, vociferously accusing the Dragon Country of unfair competition, eagerly advocating for increased tariffs. Curiosity abounded regarding how Dami Technology could possibly finance a large-scale entry into the daily chemical sector. Little did they know, it was the state that had intervened. Upon receiving the news, the citizens of the Dragon Country, in stark contrast to the cacophony of international criticism, displayed a remarkable clarity, uniting their efforts against external adversaries. Unfair competition? How absurd! What kind of entity is Wanjia? Have they not committed numerous unethical acts in the Dragon Country over the years? Indeed, such a morally bankrupt giant in the daily chemical industry deserves to be expelled from the Dragon Country. The officials are doing splendidly, and I support them wholeheartedly. Increased tariffs? What a fright. Even if they don't increase them today, they will likely do so tomorrow for other reasons. What is there to fear? I support the government. I support Dami Technology. Su Shen, I stand with you. While the external world was in an uproar, the leadership within the Dragon Country was perplexed. What have I done? I have done nothing at all. Currently, the Dragon Country's strength does not instill fear of the trade war instigated by the Eagle Country. Is it not merely an increase in tariffs? As if you have never engaged in such actions before. We're quite accustomed to it. But how did this chaos arise so inexplicably? Dami Technology, Su Bai Wanjia? It seems the entire Jinxi Northwest has been stirred into a frenzy, while our headquarters remains utterly in the dark regarding the developments. After extensive inquiries involving the Foreign Affairs Department, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Market Management Department, someone finally recalled to inquire about the situation in Rongqing. Meanwhile, Su Xiaochong, having prepared a secure line to report to the capital, found his phone ringing unexpectedly. Upon answering, he was met with the inquiry from the capital's leadership about whether he was aware of the situation. Su Xiaochong, with a sheepish expression, replied, "Leader, would you believe me if I said I was just about to call you to report?" It was not that Su Xiaochong was late in his report. It was simply that Su Bai, along with over 1,000 local daily chemical manufacturers, was not engaging in the establishment of Dami standards in a hasty manner. After all, this involved an enormous industry worth trillions, and if implemented, it could profoundly impact the entire economy of the Dragon Country. Such significant matters require utmost caution before reporting. In fact, even the local media in Rongqing that learned of this development were deliberately suppressed by Su Xiaochong, who intended to wait until the matter was firmly established before making any announcements. In truth, Su Xiaochong did not delay for long, with Su Bai's decisive working style. By the very next day, Dami Technology had successfully negotiated multiple details concerning the Dami standards with over 1,000 daily chemical manufacturers. What remained was merely the signing of contracts and formal public announcements. However, Su Xiaochong could never have anticipated that what he had kept under wraps for a day would escalate into such a significant affair, even drawing the attention of President Puchuan of the Eagle Country. As Su Xiaochong explained the situation, the voice on the other end of the line was filled with astonishment. "Are you certain we did not intervene officially in this matter? Did those manufacturers approach Su Bai on their own? And then Su Bai established a Dami standard, directly challenging Wanjia? Holding the phone, Su Xiaochong nodded vigorously. Yes, to put it simply, this is akin to children engaging in a tussle. However, our child this time has learned well, joining forces with Su Bai, the leader of the pack, to tackle the challenge together. Su Xiaochong's reference to the leader of the pack was quite apparent. Yet, the leadership discerned the essence of the situation. By your account, This Su Bai could easily treat these manufacturers as suppliers, profiting for himself. Yet, he chose not to do so. Instead, he proposed a Dami standard, encouraging the manufacturers to disband and pursue their own development. Su Xiaochong earnestly nodded. Indeed, I have also queried Su Bai on this matter. His exact words were, "A fragrant pear blossom cannot compare to the vibrant splendor of a spring garden." The leader repeatedly echoed this phrase, his voice growing increasingly jubilant. Well, what a splendid metaphor about the vibrant splendor of a spring garden. This Su Bai possesses vision and capability. I shall remember him. I recall he was included in your list of top 10 entrepreneurs, was he not? You may inform him that as long as the Dami standard is established, he will be the foremost among next year's top 10 entrepreneurs. Upon hearing this news, Su Xiaochong leapt to his feet in excitement. Historically, Rongqing, due to its economic size being dwarfed by coastal metropolises, had often found itself overshadowed. In past years, the top 10 entrepreneurs were monopolized by other large cities, leaving Rongqing with nothing. Now, however, Su Bai's success symbolized progress and development for Rongqing, potentially placing him at the forefront of the top 10 entrepreneurs. This was a moment of pride for Rongqing. However, amidst the jubilation, the leader did not forget to remind Su Xiaochong over the phone. All right, since this is a positive development, let us finalize it promptly and make it public. The entire nation is counting on you to bear the consequences. Nonetheless, this is also beneficial, with international opinion in such an uproar, alleging that our officials have engaged in improper competition. I am quite curious to see the expression on Puchuan and Oppo's face once he realizes he has created such a blunder. Chapter 031. Who fears who? At the break of dawn, a fleet of buses departed from various hotels in Chengdu, heading towards the International Conference Center located in the southern suburbs. Without exception, the buses were filled with proprietors of daily chemical manufacturers from across the nation. Following the intervention of the Chengdu authorities and the influential tweets from President Puchuan, the situation had escalated to unprecedented heights. As these buses, brimming with industry leaders, rolled into the International Conference Center, a multitude of reporters had already gathered, eagerly preparing their equipment for the unfolding event. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me stand the International Conference Center of Chengdu. Here, an important assembly is about to take place. Over 2,000 daily chemical manufacturers from across the country will convene with Dami Technology to sign a pivotal industry agreement known as the Dami Standard. According to our sources, this agreement mandates not only the transparency of production processes, but also a commitment to low-profit marketing strategies. This implies that all manufacturers adhering to the Dami standard will be subject to strict oversight regarding their raw materials and production methodologies, akin to the Dami sanitary pads. Consequently, exorbitantly priced products, such as the outrageously priced eyebrow pencils, will vanish from our lives, ushering in a new era of reliable and affordable daily chemical products. After being under immense pressure from Su Xiaochong for 2 consecutive days, the Dami standard was finally unveiled through the words of a reporter from the national television of Longhua. With the weight of national media involvement, major news outlets and online platforms swiftly followed suit. The public did not even need to propel this news into the spotlight. It was promptly elevated to trending status by the platforms themselves. The Dami standard emerges. Domestic daily chemicals finally see a renaissance. Post-blacklist incident. Affordable daily chemicals are no longer just a dream. Let us remember this name, Su Bai, the man transforming an industry with the clandestine intervention of the state. This matter quickly became common knowledge. Just yesterday, the online community was abuzz with curiosity about Su Bai's audacity to challenge the daily chemical industry. Many believed the rumors that the government had intervened to rectify the deeply flawed sector. However, upon waking, they were met with a stunning reversal. The Longhua capital had not intervened, nor had the Longhua government played any role in this affair. The true architect behind this initiative was none other than Su Bai, the conscientious entrepreneur who had garnered acclaim for his Dami sanitary pads, winning the hearts of millions of women in Longhua. He was now poised to lead local manufacturers into a confrontation with Wang Jiai. This time he was not alone, nor was he merely producing a single product like the Dami sanitary pads. Rather, He aimed to revolutionize the entire daily chemical industry. Astonishingly, he had succeeded, an achievement that defied belief. One could only admire Su Bai's brilliance. The Dami Standard was a testament to his genius. I declare that from this day forth, domestic daily chemical products in Longwa are finally worthy of trust, and one can purchase them with confidence. Ladies, let us celebrate, prepare to stock up, and rejoice. The first to receive the news was the ever-urgent Jiang Lily, who was hurrying back to the bustling metropolis. She had been anticipating an official concession from the Longwa authorities. However, the announcement of the Dami Standard left her utterly flabbergasted. The government had not intervened. Su Bai had orchestrated this movement with local manufacturers. Shouldn't these manufacturers be preoccupied with negotiating higher acquisition prices with Wanjiai? Why were they in Chengdu collaborating with Su Bai? What led to the establishment of the Dami Standard, advocating for transparent production and low-profit strategies? This combination effectively undermined Wanjiai and Oppo's position. Moreover, the implications of this situation extended far beyond Wanjiai. Under Jiang Lily and Oppo's deliberate instigation, the matter had escalated to international attention, prompting even President Puchuan of the Eagle Nation to take notice. She had initially believed she was delivering a devastating blow to Longwa, expecting to gain significant credit for it. Yet, with the emergence of the Dami Standard, not only had she humiliated herself, but she had also embarrassed Wanjiai's headquarters and numerous Western consortiums. As Jiang Lily herself had remarked, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. Unfortunately, the one falling now was her. Due to her erroneous information, numerous individuals faced public humiliation. What future could Jiang Lily possibly hope for? Indeed, less than an hour later, after concluding a press conference, President Puchuan received news from his assistant. Realizing that this incident was a complete blunder, he felt as though he had sprouted two large ears, akin to a foolish donkey, one that had been mocked. "Sir, what should we do now? This situation has spiraled beyond our control," his assistant inquired, noticing Puchuan's grim expression. "What can we do? I haven't even officially taken office. I'm merely a businessman. What's wrong with tweeting? Should I be reprimanded for expressing my thoughts?" He retorted, "Quickly, delete that damn tweet. Get rid of it." Indeed, Puchuan resorted to playing the blame game. After all, he had yet to formally assume the presidency of the Eagle Nation, making it somewhat justifiable for him to find a way out. Soon, the tweet he had posted the previous day was expunged from existence. As for international discourse, not all voices sided with the Western powers. Even among them, there were divisions. Particularly, those opposed to Puchuan's rise to power reveled in his embarrassment. "Ha ha! I declare, the most amusing event of the year has just occurred. Puchuan's grand blunder is simply hilarious. Industry standards proposed by the industry itself are deemed unfair competition by Puchuan. Has your brain been devoured by zombies? Let us meet the man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet, Su Bai, the mobile manufacturer from Longwa. Indeed, from this day forth, Su Bai had acquired a new label, the man who compelled Puchuan to delete his tweet. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the International Conference Center, Su Bai received the news and was momentarily speechless at his secretary Liu and Oppo's gossip. Why is Puchuan even involved in my conflict with Wanjiai? Now I've been unexpectedly slapped in the face and labeled the man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet. This could incite some animosity from Puchuan. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, as a businessman from Longwa, what was there to fear? I am now worth billions and dare to confront the daily chemical giant, Wanjiai. One day, when I become the world's richest person, I shall not hesitate to challenge the Eagle Nation. Who fears who? Chapter 32. Success or failure? All at stake, time flies. And before one realizes, December 31st has arrived, marking New Year's Day in Yicheng City. Over a month has passed since the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement. The Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, located on the outskirts of Yicheng City, has undergone a remarkable transformation. The production equipment has been entirely upgraded, and the employees don clean and tidy uniforms, busily engaged in their work. One employee, feeling stifled by his mask, instinctively reached to remove it. But upon glancing at the surveillance camera above, he chose to keep it on and continue his tasks. Following the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement, the factory owner. Yicheng swiftly installed cameras in the workshop, pioneering transparent production. Initially, the factory's live broadcast attracted little attention, but at some point, Su Bai and Douyin's official team collaborated, branding all the manufacturers that signed the Rice Standard Agreement with the Rice Standard logo. This strategic move drew numerous viewers into the live streams, as the public recognized the Rice Standard, yet remained uncertain about its implementation and adherence. Consequently, countless netizens became virtual overseers, casually browsing various factories and occasionally leaving infuriating comments. Today, Friendship Daily Chemical is performing admirably. The employee at Station 7 has finally stopped dozing off. Commendable. Jiangnan Daily Chemical is faltering today. The supervisor is rambling on, taking half an hour just for a morning meeting. Time for a change. Come on, workers, put in more effort. Stuff my lipstick to the brim. Some may wonder whether such constant oversight would discomfort the workers. Indeed, it could be unsettling for anyone to be scrutinized by virtual overseers while working. However, an incident that occurred half a month prior made all monitored employees acutely aware of the advantages of transparent production. One day, an employee at a certain chemical factory was fined 50 yuan for exceeding 5 minutes in the restroom. This common occurrence, seen in many factories, unexpectedly sparked outrage among hundreds of netizens who witnessed the event through the live feed. Many even edited the footage, condemning the factory as a sweatshop. The uproar online led the factory owner to face a barrage of criticism, prompting him to publicly apologize the following day, dismiss the supervising manager, and assure that restroom time would no longer be monitored. This incident served as a wake-up call for all factories. Transparent production encompasses more than just transparent raw materials and processes. Under the watchful eyes of virtual overseers, every worker's labor would be subject to legitimate scrutiny. Whether the working environment meets standards, if working hours exceed limits, and whether overtime is compensated, all would be visible to the online community. The netizens' judgments directly impact the marketability and profitability of the factory's products. Such a straightforward truth is not lost on the factory owners. They are not only aware, but also adept at drawing parallels. During this period, factory owners have gone to great lengths to please their employees in their live streams to win over netizens. What? Your factory is treating employees to afternoon tea to entice viewers? Fine, if you're going to be shameless, don't blame me for raising wages. What? Not only a wage increase, but employees also get paid time off on weekends? Which factory offers that? All right, no rules. Then, everyone look here. This year, not only are we increasing wages, but there's also a month's worth of year-end bonuses. Remarkably, this flurry of activity has indeed ignited interest in many factories. Regardless of whether their products sold well, their live streams saw a surge in viewership. Take the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, for instance. Due to He Shaokai's initiative to implement double overtime pay and subsequently revealing a payroll showing an average salary exceeding 12,000 yuan, the factory gained tremendous popularity. Wow, an average salary of 12,000 yuan? Step aside. I'm ready to work overtime until Friendship Daily Chemical goes bankrupt. Goodness, the factory's wages are higher than my salary as a white-collar worker with a degree? Jealous? Look at how many hours those workers put in. Can you compare that to sitting in an office tapping on a keyboard? True, they earn their money through hard work. If the boss pays well, the employees are willing to give their all. After this brief burst of excitement, the number of fans for Friendship Daily Chemical on Douyin successfully surpassed 500,000. Thus, employee interests were safeguarded, work efficiency improved, factory output increased, and netizens enjoyed the spectacle. The implementation of transparent production has undeniably created a win-win scenario. However, despite these promising outcomes, the dark circles under Yicheng's eyes have become increasingly pronounced. He is troubled. According to the requirements set forth during the signing of the Rice Standard, all daily chemical factories must expedite production and stockpiling following the realization of transparent production. They are mandated to conduct their first online sales by December 31st, New Year's Day. As Friendship Daily Chemical was the first to achieve transparent production and had the fastest production progress, encouraged by his son He Shaokai, Yicheng made the bold decision to mortgage the factory to secure nearly 60 million yuan in loans. This substantial sum was entirely allocated for procuring raw materials for stockpiling. As of now, Friendship Daily Chemical is filled to the brim with products worth over 50 million yuan. Today, on New Year's Day, is the day they will commence online sales. If they fail, the factory will be mortgaged to the bank, and Friendship Daily Chemical will fade into history. If they succeed, the factory will soar to new heights, reclaiming its former glory. Success or failure rests on this pivotal moment, contingent upon whether netizens choose to embrace the rice standard. At 7 p.m., an hour before the live broadcast, Yicheng City arrived early at the transformed office studio, watching his son Xiaokai adjust the streaming equipment. Xiaokai, I regret listening to you and taking a loan from the bank. Look at where we are now. There's no turning back. What if our products don't sell? What will we do? Without looking up from the computer he was tuning, Xiaokai reassured, Dad, put your mind at ease. Don't you trust me? And what about Mr. Su? While Yicheng City indeed trusted Su Bai, the sight of millions of products stacked in the warehouse left him feeling uncertain. This uncertainty was not his alone. The owners of over 2,000 manufacturers who joined the rice standard felt the same, their hearts racing as if preparing for an important examination. Tonight's outcome not only determines whether the daily chemical industry in Longwa can turn the tide, but also whether the industry giant Wanjiai can continue to thrive in Longwa, and whether Su Bai and Oppo's, as proposed rice standard, will gain public acceptance. Other industries are also quietly observing this matter. The emergence of the rice standard signifies more than just a transformation within the daily chemical industry. If successful, it could pave a new path for all sectors. In smaller terms, it would affect the daily lives of the public concerning essentials like rice, oil, and condiments. On a larger scale, it pertains to the future of private enterprises throughout Longwa. Chapter 033. If all else fails, hang yourself on the link. The clock struck 7:50 in the evening. In a cozy household nestled within the mountainous city, the family of 6 did not gather in the living room as usual to watch television. Instead, prompted by the matriarch, they convened around the dining table for a family meeting. The 30-something housewife, a high school teacher, meticulously set the tone for the meeting right from the outset. Dear family, today's meeting will determine our living expenses for the coming months. As the saying goes, one does not truly understand the value of resources until they shoulder the responsibilities of the household. Our family has always adhered to the principle that spending is necessary, yet saving is equally important. Today presents a remarkable opportunity for frugality. At the table sat the grandparents, the father, and the 2 children, all poised with their smartphones at the ready. The matriarch began distributing pre-printed A4 sheets while assigning tasks. Mom and Dad, your responsibility is to raid the live streams of these several personal care factories according to my list, gathering soap, laundry detergent, dish soap, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant. As for you, dear husband, your duties are the most extensive. You shall procure toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, lip balm, floor wax, shoe polish, and mouthwash. And you too, my precious children, will handle mosquito repellent, floral water, masks, and toothpaste. Once everyone's tasks were delineated, the husband curiously inquired about the matriarch's own role. As she had not been mentioned, she shook the thick stack of A4 papers in her hand and replied, As for me, naturally, I will be responsible for the most essential item, cosmetics. As a middle-class family, the matriarch spent thousands annually on cosmetics alone. If the evening's operations went well, she could potentially save a 4-digit sum solely on cosmetics, provided she emerged victorious in the fray. Having experienced a previous setback during a live stream where she failed to procure rice and sanitary pads, she had learned her lesson well and decided to deploy her entire family for a coordinated strike, each targeting different avenues. Their family motto was simple: what we seize is profit. Simultaneously, countless families across the nation were engaged in similar endeavors. Those who knew how to manage their finances had been eagerly awaiting this day since the rice standards were announced. Transparent production had proven that these products met the rice standards, ensuring both quality and safety. Now, only one suspense remained. Could these manufacturers genuinely implement a low-profit strategy as promised? With costs amounting to mere pennies. Would the eyebrow pencil that had been sold for 79 yuan by a live streamer now be offered at a more reasonable price? as the hour approached. The answer was on the brink of revelation. At 8 o'clock sharp, over 300 personal care manufacturers commenced their live broadcasts. Many smaller manufacturers, lacking diverse products and effective streaming capabilities, banded together to sell their goods. Among them, a particularly noteworthy factory, Douyin Daily Chemicals, opened its stream to an influx of over 100,000 viewers, a number that continued to rise. The attention stemmed from the previous eyebrow pencil incident involving Douyin Daily Chemicals. According to subsequent media reports, the live streamer had acquired the items for less than 2 yuan, then rebranded them under the Wanjiai label, ultimately selling them for 79 yuan during the broadcast. Although a month had passed, many netizens had not forgotten the episode and flocked to Douyin Daily Chemicals' live stream to witness the unfolding drama. Curiosity bubbled over regarding the eyebrow pencil and Oppo's price under the new rice standards. Would it continue to exploit consumers, or would it truly reflect a fair price as stipulated? As the stream commenced, the comments section erupted. Stop rambling. Just show us the eyebrow pencil and tell us the price. I bet it'll be between 10 to 15 yuan. If you can manage that, I'll call you honest. Let S go. It's South time to place bets by now or lose out. Douyin Daily Chemicals had not engaged professional hosts. Instead, the granddaughter of the owner, still in university, took the helm. Nervous and inexperienced, she fumbled as she searched for the eyebrow pencil's price in the product catalog. Just a moment. Our eyebrow pencil is 2 yuan 70 cents each. Yes, that's 2 yuan 70 cents. Fearing she might have misread or that the audience might not have heard clearly, she repeated the price. When viewers learned that the eyebrow pencil was less than 3 yuan, chaos ensued. What? 2 yuan 70? You're selling the same eyebrow pencil that was 79 yuan for 2 yuan 70? How is that even possible? Is this a joke? 70 cents? Even the price itself exudes fairness. Stop talking, let me buy. Hurry, post the link. As the audience erupted in excitement, and the young lady clumsily navigated the process, Douyin Daily Chemicals' live stream experienced an explosive start. Almost every product was swiftly snatched up as frantic viewers lamented their missed opportunities. This scenario unfolded across numerous live streams. You're selling tissues that originally cost over 2 yuan for 80 cents? Clear the way. I'm stocking up today. 20 yuan for laundry detergent. That was 79. Hurry. Post the link. I'm buying a year's worth. 4 yuan for mosquito repellent, originally priced at 16. I'll buy it even in winter. If the prices of ordinary daily necessities sent the public into a frenzy, the prices of high-end cosmetics drove women across the nation into a state of euphoria. This lipstick was over 300 last month, and you're selling it for less than that? I'll buy it. Perfume that used to cost over 1,000 is now priced at 90? Who cares about the packaging? The quality is in the ingredients. I thought you'd offer discounts, but you've practically slashed prices to the bone. You're making it impossible for me to resist spending. Meanwhile, the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory, focusing on skincare products, bore witness to the frenzy of female consumers. Host Xiaokai struggled to keep pace as, with each product announcement, items vanished in the blink of an eye. Amid the growing impatience of female viewers, Xiaokai found his carefully planned rhythm disrupted, reducing him to a mechanical repetition of prices and links. What? They're gone again? Do you really need this much? How will you use it all? Faced with yet another sold-out product, Xiaokai was taken aback. Don't worry about whether we can use it all. Just get to the next product and post the link. Was that moisturizing cream still available? I missed out. How about your essence? There were only 20,000 bottles. It's impossible to get one. As the demands of the female viewers escalated, Xiaokai scrambled to find the next product on the list. Upon seeing the product catalog for the night, he gulped in disbelief. Oh no, every single item is sold out. Not a single one remains. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the group of ravenous female viewers in the live stream room, many of whom have failed to secure their desired items, are incessantly urging him to share the link. The atmosphere is charged with the palpable tension of impending outrage should they be left empty-handed tonight. However, with tens of millions worth of goods already snatched away by them, the notion of sharing a link seems utterly ludicrous. In a state of despair, Xiaokai hastily turned his gaze towards Yicheng, who stood behind the camera, his eyes conveying a silent plea. Father, is there any stock left? Yicheng, unable to bear the sight of his son's desperate look, silently averted his face. Son, if all else fails, perhaps you should consider putting yourself up for sale. Chapter 034. The scandal that shook the internet on January 1st of the national calendar. The festive atmosphere of the holiday enveloped the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. With the Spring Festival approaching, many citizens flocked to supermarkets to purchase New Year goods. Amid the familiar tunes of congratulations and prosperity, the supermarkets were teeming with people scrambling for products. Yet, the personal care section remained eerily desolate, devoid of customers. Wang Jiayi, having spent 2 to 3 decades establishing an extensive offline retail network in the Dragon Kingdom, saw its empire crumble overnight. Despite repeated price cuts, discounts, and various promotions, there was still no interest in their products. This disinterest extended beyond the physical stores. Wang Jiayi's online platforms were similarly affected, with a surge of return orders appearing today. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at Wang Jiayi and Oppo's Asia-Pacific headquarters, the Human Resources Department was inundated with employees eager to submit their resignation letters. The previous evening Douyin Personal Care Manufacturers Carnival had generated an astonishing sales figure of 120 billion in just 2 hours. It was evident to all that Wang Jiayi had suffered a defeat. The vast market built over decades was utterly vanquished by Su Bai and a host of domestic competitors in less than 2 hours, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Exiting the Dragon Kingdom market was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, at Magic City International Airport, a large passenger aircraft bound for Europe thundered into the sky. Wearing sunglasses, Jiang Lili gazed out of the window at the familiar skyline of Magic City. As the regional head for the Asia-Pacific, she was urgently summoned back to headquarters for a debriefing following the recent events. This woman, a native of the Dragon Kingdom who profited from exploiting her compatriots, still clung to her ambitions. She fantasized about reorganizing her cosmetics business in Japan and South Korea, steering clear of the Dragon Kingdom's mid to low-end product lines, and making a comeback in the market. Little did she know that her recall to headquarters was not merely for a routine report. Merely 12 hours later, after Jiang Lili arrived in Europe and prepared to unwind at a bar, she was ambushed by 2 thugs on a secluded street and fatally stabbed. When the ambulance arrived, she was pronounced dead at the scene. Tragically, even in her death far from home, Jiang Lili garnered no attention. Not even local news outlets reported her demise. As the writer Mai Jia expressed in Life is a sea of waves, a speck of dust from the era can feel like a mountain upon each individual. Jiang Lili and Oppo's untimely death did not provide a fitting conclusion to the rice standard incident. Upon learning of the staggering sales figures exceeding 100 billion from various manufacturers involved in the rice standard, other sectors in the Dragon Kingdom became restless. They hastily emulated Su Bai, initiating the creation of diverse standards within their industries, attempting to replicate the rice standard and recreate the festive atmosphere of New Year's Eve. However, it became evident that they lacked not only standards but also a strong leader like Su Bai. Initially, they faced considerable resistance from other industry manufacturers when attempting to establish transparent factories. The implementation of transparent factories would eliminate any possibility of product manipulation and the exploitation of workers, which many manufacturers found unacceptable. Compounding this resistance were the low-profit marketing strategies, which offered less than a 20% profit margin, undoubtedly diminishing the interests of many large firms. In the absence of consensus among major manufacturers, the proposed standards could not be enforced. This matter dragged on for several months, ultimately fizzling out without resolution. It can be said that the collective turnaround of the personal care industry was inextricably linked to Su Bai, as well as to the multiple assists rendered by Wang Jiayi and Jiang Lili. In the absence of significant external threats, manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom remained a disorganized mass, each fighting their own battles. Let us now rewind to the days following the New Year's celebration. The festive fervor orchestrated by Su Bai gradually waned with the approach of the Spring Festival. The nature of the internet is such that it cannot allow a single individual to remain in the limelight indefinitely. The Dragon Kingdom is vast, populated with remarkable talents, and fresh stories emerge daily. As the saying goes, news abounds each month, particularly towards year-end. As the year drew to a close, various scandals erupted online, resembling a competition. A major fire sparked by mismanagement at a local fireworks vendor ignited widespread debate over whether fireworks should be banned during the Spring Festival. Shortly thereafter, a popular influencer and Oppo's overseas gambling debts surfaced, leading to a collapse of their public persona. Then, on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with less than 10 days until the Spring Festival, a major scandal exploded across the internet. The incident began when hundreds of employees from the well-known streaming giant, Jima Media, collectively protested for their year-end wages, surrounding the company headquarters and causing a stir. Following this, an anonymous source leaked a series of candid photographs of the company's CEO, Zhao Fengquan, a 37-year-old billionaire. The images revealed that Zhao owned 2 private jets, a yacht, and dozens of luxury cars, and had affairs with several famous actresses. The involvement of well-known stars quickly escalated the scandal's notoriety, bringing to light Zhao's extravagant lifestyle. According to the anonymous tipper, Zhao only consumed imported fruits, shunning domestic varieties. He favored Penfolds 407 wine, exclusively drank Feiqian liquor, and insisted on drinking only Hung Thai bottled water. Dining required the presence of 3 bodyguards, and his motorcade could not consist of fewer than 5 vehicles, with a minimum of 15 bodyguards accompanying him at all times. Screenshots of conversations revealed that one of his dinners cost a staggering 230,000 yuan, with any uneaten gourmet ingredients discarded. For Zhao, this amount was merely the price of a meal, surpassing the annual income of most citizens. As the scandal garnered increasing attention, it sparked widespread discussions online. The sentiments expressed by the public range from disbelief to outrage. I work 9 to 6 every day, exhausted like a grandson, and my dinner costs 23 yuan, while the big boss spends enough on a meal to feed me for a lifetime. Indeed, the rich are born to be exploited and drained. It seems poverty truly limits our imagination. The happiness of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. It must be noted that the public's resentment is not rooted in envy of wealth. If one possesses the ability to earn and spend, that is commendable. What ordinary citizens truly despise is the lack of compassion among the affluent. How can one justify a dinner costing 230,000 yuan while withholding wages from employees for months, leaving them unable to return home for the new year? The people of the Dragon Kingdom have only recently begun to enjoy adequate meals. How can one waste a feast worth hundreds of thousands, discarding what remains? With limited social resources, the more one hoards, the less remains for others. Thus, when one's wealth reaches billions, neglecting social responsibility while indulging in lavish excess is simply unacceptable. As the public outcry intensified, the societal impact of this scandal grew increasingly severe, leading to more revelations about the extravagant lifestyles of other entrepreneurs and wealthy individuals. As the uproar escalated, even official entities began to take note, recognizing that if the negative image of domestic entrepreneurs continued to deteriorate, the consequences would be dire. Much like in a classroom, where an increasing number of underperforming students necessitates the establishment of a model student to set a positive example and guide the class's ethos. The authorities sought a prominent entrepreneur to stand as a paragon of virtue. However, after an exhaustive search, they struggled to find an appropriate candidate. Amidst the officials' growing frustration, a name from the list of 10 exemplary entrepreneurs submitted by various regions caught their attention. Chapter 035. Are you, a CEO, here doing manual labor? January 20th. The 21st day of the 12th lunar month. As the year-end approaches, the Rice Technology Park in Rongqing is bustling with activity. In his office, Su Bai is attentively reviewing this year's business reports on his computer. The flagship Rice mobile phone continues to dominate the Dragon Country market, generating hundreds of billions in profit for Rice Technology annually. The Rice sanitary napkin factory has completed its expansion, poised to operate at full capacity by spring next year, ensuring the needs of women across the nation and contributing over 60 billion in profit for Rice Technology. Additionally, there is the Rice Standard Alliance. Indeed, following the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement, a multitude of daily chemical manufacturers formed the Richest Standard Alliance, which now boasts over 2,400 participating companies. This alliance also provides hundreds of billions in profit for Richest Technology each year. As of now, Su Bai's total assets have reached 215.7 billion. Since Richest Technology is not a publicly listed company, it is not obligated to disclose its financial statements, resulting in inaccurate estimations of Su Bai's net worth on various billionaire lists. Many rankings still estimate his wealth to be around 170 billion. This implies that Su Bai's true net worth has already entered the top 10 of the Dragon country's rich list, currently at 9th place. Of course, this is contingent upon Richest Technology remaining private. Should it go public, Su Bai would undoubtedly become the world's richest individual. Beyond wealth, Su Bai values his Douyin presence immensely. After all, his rise to being among the top 10 in the country within just a few years owes much to the support of his Douyin followers. Their feedback and suggestions have been instrumental in shaping the success of Richest Technology. Coincidentally, as Su Bai's total assets reached 215.7 billion, his Douyin followers also surged to 22.87 million, a remarkably close figure. However, in comparison to his net worth, the number of Douyin followers seems rather trivial. With over 20 million followers, Su Bai ranks only 67th on the Douyin followers list. If he were to seek some consolation, among billionaires, he has the highest follower count. Among Douyin influencers, he holds the highest net worth. In summary, Su Bai, male, 28 years old, assets of 215.7 billion, ranked 9th on Dragon Country's rich list. With 22.87 million Douyin followers, ranked 67th, currently single. This is Su Bai's report card for the past year. His goal for the next year is to strive to become the richest in the Dragon Country and to surpass 50 million Douyin followers. Just as Su Bai was shutting down his computer, his secretary, Xiao Lu, knocked and entered, her face alight with excitement. Mr. Su, the gatekeeper reported that 5 more large trucks have arrived, asking if we want to let them in. Upon hearing this, Su Bai could only sigh and rub his forehead in resignation. Have the goods from the previous batches been traced back to the manufacturers? Yes. We found products from Yicheng Daily Chemicals, Jiangnan Daily Chemicals, and a total of dozens of daily chemical factories, Xiao Lu confirmed. Su Bai nodded, aware that since a few days ago, large trucks have been arriving continuously at the Richest Technology Park for deliveries. It seems the truck drivers have received hush money, solely tasked with delivering the goods while avoiding any further discussion. There is no need to guess. It is undoubtedly those daily chemical firms looking to send New Year's gifts to Richest Technology as the Spring Festival approaches. Indeed, as Xiao Lu checked the packaging of the goods, it was confirmed that these trucks contained not only daily necessities produced by various factories, but also thoughtful preparations of traditional New Year's items from the business owners, with quantities so vast that the administrative department took 2 full days to tally them. To his surprise, more deliveries arrived today. Let them in to unload. They have gone through the trouble of bringing them, so we cannot refuse. Do it as usual. Send a thank you letter on behalf of the group and find an opportunity next year to send equivalent products in return. Noticing that Xiao Lu had not left, Su Bai looked up. Is there anything else? Xiao Lu, clutching her tablet, grinned broadly. Mr. Su, are you busy? Now that you and Oppo's V finished, is there anything else? Seeing her exuberance, he replied, No, I'm not busy for the moment. What is up? Xiao Lu and Oppo's smile grew wider. All departments need to wrap up their work before the holiday, and we simply couldn't spare anyone. Our administrative department has been searching through various groups for a while and managed to gather just over 10 people to help with unloading. If you're not busy, you can lend a hand. Goodness, first you want me to go live selling sanitary napkins, and now you want me to help unload? Su Bai thought to himself. However, since Xiao Lu had the audacity to bring this up, it indicated that he had done such tasks before. All right, Xiao Lu, you've progressed in your recruiting tactics by coming to the boss's office. As he spoke, Su Bai shut down his computer and stood up, increasingly feeling that this was unfair. Why should I, as the boss, be the one doing manual labor? Issue a notice in my name. All supervisors and above in the group are to come and help unload. If I have to endure the rain, then no one else gets an umbrella. Before long, Nearly 100 individuals had gathered at the warehouse entrance of the Rice Technology Park. Whether it was the head of the marketing department or Huang Lin from the PR department, clad in high heels and professional attire, or Sun Jing, hurrying over from the sanitary napkin factory, all the well-to-do mid to senior management were present. As everyone rolled up their sleeves and unloaded goods from several 5-meter-high trucks, they began to exchange banter. When I came to apply at Rice Technology, they didn't and oppose. T mentioned we have to do manual labor at the end of the year. Huh, you don't know? Every year when the company distributes New Year gifts, it's Mr. Su who makes us management unload the goods. It's the same every year, and no one escapes. Ugh, don't remind me. These daily chemical companies have sent way too much. This is the umpteenth batch, and my hands are sore from all the lifting. I actually feel pretty good about it. At least our boss is hands-on. Unlike other bosses, who wouldn't even be seen working alongside us throughout the year. As the mid to senior management unloaded the goods, a few truck drivers stood nearby, chatting and smoking. Rice Technology is a household name in the Dragon Country, and this was their first time at the Rice Technology Park, so naturally, their conversation centered around the company. I must say, this Su Bai is quite a character. Young, and yet running such a large enterprise at under 30. Don't get me started. Ever since the Rice Standard came out, my wife has been singing his praises daily, even comparing me to him and finding me lacking. I wonder if we'll get to meet Mr. Su. If we do, it would be great to get an autograph or a photo, making this trip worthwhile. Haha, keep dreaming. What level is he at? A billionaire CEO. Didn't you see online? These big bosses travel with a horde of bodyguards and either fly private jets or ride in luxury cars. You think you'll bump into him for an autograph? Not a chance. As they chatted, suddenly, an observant bearded driver spotted a familiar figure working diligently in the truck, squinting and craning his neck to get a better look. The bearded driver quickly tapped his companion on the shoulder. Hey, look over there. ISNT that, Mr. Su. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison. And when they recognized Su Bai, rolling up his sleeves and unloading goods in the truck, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Where are the private jets and luxury cars? Where are all the bodyguards? A billionaire CEO, and instead of indulging in luxury, you're here, doing manual labor? Chapter 036. Leader, can I decline now? As the drivers were left in a state of disbelief by Su Bai and Oppo's actions, thousands of kilometers away in the capital, the national television and Oppo's Studio 6 concluded its broadcast. Thank you, dear viewers, for joining us today. We look forward to our next encounter. Goodbye. Xiao Wu, a renowned host known for his humorous style, was beloved by many in the Dragon Kingdom. After finishing the program, he stood on stage, assisting the crew in removing his microphone, sharing laughter with them. It was evident that Xiao Wu was well-liked within the television station, enjoying good rapport with his colleagues. Beyond his professional prowess, his character had garnered unanimous respect. For instance, during this year's Spring Festival Gala, Xiao Wu, who had hosted several editions, voluntarily relinquished his position to allow newcomers a chance to shine. This was no ordinary opportunity. Not everyone could willingly forego such a prestigious platform. This was a testament to why Xiao Wu thrived at the station. As he chatted with the crew, a familiar figure appeared in the studio. Noticing, Xiao Wu immediately greeted, "Ah, Teacher Li, you are quite the rare guest." Li Chengyuan, a distinguished producer known for acclaimed documentaries such as A Century of the Dragon Kingdom and The Splendid Landscapes, particularly the culinary sensation tastes of the Dragon Kingdom, was often referred to as the golden producer of the national television. The sight of Li Chengyuan puzzled the staff. He seldom visited the station, and his presence usually indicated significant developments. Is there a new program in the works? And he is personally overseeing it? Could it be another grand production? Seeing Li Chengyuan approach Xiao Wu, the latter's heart raced. Who would want to participate in a program produced by Teacher Li? Was fortune smiling down upon him? Or perhaps the leadership was compensating him for his sacrifice of the Spring Festival hosting duties? Dressed casually, Li Chengyuan appeared to be in his 40s, his balding head hinting at the weight of his experience. He was known for his practical, straightforward demeanor, rarely indulging in pleasantries. After exchanging a few words, he pulled Xiao Wu aside, his expression as serious as ever. The station has issued an important task. We are set to film a documentary interview. I I wanted to host it. Xiao Wu's heart leaped at the prospect of hosting, but remained anchored in the reality of the situation. An interview documentary? With whom? Li Qingyuan glanced around to ensure their conversation was private before whispering, Dami Technology, Su Bai. Su Bai? The name resonated with Xiao Wu, who had heard of him becoming a sensation online this past year. Xiao Wu himself used a Dami phone. Why would they want to interview him? As Li Qingyuan elaborated, Xiao Wu understood the gravity of the task. The need for an interview with Su Bai was tied to the recent controversies surrounding Zhao Feng, the CEO of Jima Media, whose unscrupulous business practices had tarnished the image of wealthy entrepreneurs. The public perception was grim, with a growing sentiment that all wealthy individuals were unscrupulous. Hence, in this critical moment, it was essential to establish a positive example, and Su Bai was to be that figure. This endeavor would also serve to bolster Su Bai's standing as one of next year's top entrepreneurs, an endeavor that was beneficial on multiple fronts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. This was no ordinary program. It was a political mission. No wonder the station had summoned Li Qingyuan, as failing to deliver would result in serious consequences. Even Xiao Wu, with his high emotional intelligence, felt a twinge of apprehension. Teacher Li, you've handed me a hot potato. The implication was clear. Su Bai was to be portrayed positively, a virtuous entrepreneur. Yet therein lay the contradiction. As a billionaire, he was far removed from the common folk, traveling by private jet, driving luxury cars worth millions, and dining on meals that could cost a year's salary for many. If Zhao Feng exemplified the excesses of the wealthy, Su Bai, with his billion-dollar fortune, could very well be more extravagant. Although Su Bai's products were reputable and his character admired online, one could only speculate about his actual lifestyle. Would the public resonate with such a portrayal? Xiao Wu felt the gravity of his task. Capturing the daily life of a billionaire in a way that was relatable seemed an insurmountable challenge. The pressure was not solely on Xiao Wu. As the producer, Li Qingyuan felt the weight of expectation as well. He sensed that failure could jeopardize his own reputation. To exaggerate, the entire national television felt the strain of this official directive. Such tasks could not be scripted or staged. Authenticity was paramount. Despite the daunting task ahead, Li Qingyuan attempted to lighten the mood with a sliver of good news. Fortunately, I've researched Mr. Su, and at least according to the data, he is the only billionaire without a private jet. Xiao Wu's smile resembled more of a grimace at this revelation. In this day and age, the absence of a private jet was considered a merit among the wealthy. Time was of the essence, and the project had to air before the Spring Festival. That afternoon, Li Qingyuan and Xiao Wu, accompanied by a large crew, boarded a flight to Chengdu. Interestingly, it was only moments before boarding that the program's title was finalized, The People's Entrepreneur. On the very day the program was en route to Chengdu, Dami Technology was wrapping up its final workday before the Lunar New Year. The entire campus buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming holiday, and even Su Bai was preparing to return home. It is said that the wealthy do not return home, akin to a silk-clad figure walking unnoticed through the night. Regardless of his vast enterprise and wealth, Su Bai, like every ordinary worker, would return home to celebrate the new year. As he busied himself with the final touches of work, his personal phone rang. The caller ID read Su Xiaochang. Hello, leader, I really dislike socializing. Please, have mercy and let me go home for the new year. Initially, Su Bai assumed it was the Chengdu officials seeking to engage him in yet another round of social obligations. Given Dami Technology's stature, local officials often invited him to various business gatherings and year-end banquets, all of which he had declined without exception. Among all the business owners in the Dragon Country, Su Bai is perhaps the one who participates the least in social gatherings. Upon hearing Su Bai and Oppo's grievances, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the line couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, am I not familiar with your temperament? Over the years, how many times have I urged you to join social events? To get to the point, I just received some news. The national television station is preparing to film a special documentary featuring you. They've taken the initiative without prior notice, and the crew is already en route. Allow me to give you a heads up. This is a directive from the capital, aimed at establishing you as a model entrepreneur and generating buzz for next year's top 10 entrepreneurs. Upon learning that it was a program interview, Su Bai immediately felt overwhelmed. Those who know him are aware that Su Bai has never participated in any television program, not even local shows in Rongqing. Leader, can I refuse at this point? Guess what? Don't worry. I've looked into it. It's merely a special documentary interview. The crew won't impose any demands on you. You can go home for the new year as planned. They will just send a few photographers to follow you around and film. Once it's done, they will handle the editing themselves. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai sat in his office, utterly speechless. His parents are eager for him to bring home a girlfriend. Yet here he is, returning for the new year with a film crew instead. Chapter 037. Do you see that ordinary person ahead? Doesn't he resemble Mr. Su? In the realm of real estate in Rongsheng, there exists an undeniable reference point that all agents encounter when dealing with affluent clients, a community known as Lushan International. Since its inception in 2006, it has emerged as the benchmark for villas in the Midwest, earning accolades from mainstream media as the most influential international community in Dragon Country. While the property prices here may not be exorbitant, peaking at just under 300 million for a single villa, a figure that hardly ranks in the grand scheme of Dragon Country. The community and Oppo's fame is attributed to its impressive scale, sprawling over an astonishing 5,000 acres. Meticulously crafted in the style of a classic European town, such a grand undertaking is simply unattainable in the densely populated metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. This uniqueness positions Lushan International as an unparalleled entity in a city with a population exceeding 10 million. Thus, even for renowned hosts like Xiao Wu, who have encountered countless opulent estates throughout their careers, the sight of this expansive European-style town left him in awe when he and his crew arrived at Lushan International. Teacher Li, are you sure we can establish this image of a people in Oppo's entrepreneur? Xiao Wu and Oppo's tone was laden with uncertainty, a sentiment they had discussed on the flight. The essence of a people and Oppo's entrepreneur is encapsulated in the term people. In simpler terms, it signifies someone who emerges from the masses and returns to them, embodying the social responsibilities expected of an entrepreneur. To put it in less precise terms, the prerequisite for being a people's entrepreneur is to first be a person of the people and then an entrepreneur, who among the populace resides in such luxurious villa communities. At that moment, producer Li Qingyuan found himself in a quandary. He recognized the challenge of this assignment, though he had not anticipated its magnitude. Nevertheless, as a producer, he could not allow his concerns to manifest on his face. Despite the daunting nature of the task, the work must continue. Where there are no conditions, one must create them. Do not fear. Solutions will present themselves in due course. Meanwhile, deep within the Lushan International community, in a European-style villa known as Redwood Valley No. 7, Su Bai was packing his belongings when he received a message from the villa steward. Mr. Su, your guests have arrived and just enter gate 1. They are expected to reach you in 10 minutes. Such is the vastness of the community that it takes over 10 minutes to drive to the entrance, and one could easily lose their way even while taking a stroll. Received. Thank you. After securing his phone, Su Bai stepped onto the lawn outside, awaiting the arrival of the program crew. Neighbors occasionally passed by, walking their dogs or driving, and many took the time to greet Su Bai. The entirety of Lushan International comprises several distinct villa districts. It is said that in recent years, due to Su Bai's skyrocketing wealth and notoriety, the property values in the Redwood Valley district, where he resides, have significantly increased. Many affluent individuals from the Midwest aspire to move in next to Su Bai, believing that a casual conversation with him during a walk could yield insights on economic trends and industry directions, potentially leading to lucrative opportunities. This was precisely why Su Bai chose to relocate to Lushan International. In his daily life, he often found himself besieged by individuals seeking investments and partnerships. Countless startups, armed with proposals for funding, would relentlessly pursue him, making his life quite bothersome. Within Lushan International, from Redwood Valley to Gate 1, there are 3 security checkpoints. Unless granted permission by the owner, outsiders are entirely barred from entry, effectively alleviating Su Bai of this nuisance. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might still be residing in his former modest apartment. 10 minutes later, a Buick GL8, dubbed the Road Lightning, adorned with the emblem of the national television station, appeared at the end of the road, surely the guest he awaited. Spotting the vehicle, Su Bai, clad in a white down jacket, waved his hand to signal his location. Simultaneously, within the GL8, the production team of the program People's Entrepreneur had been streamlined to the utmost to minimize disruption to Su Bai's private life. The team consisted solely of producer Yicheng Yuan, host Xiao Wu, a cameraman, and a driver, 4 individuals in total. At that moment, Yicheng Yuan was advising the cameraman. The footage should be relatable. Refrain from capturing too many high-end luxuries. No bodyguards, assistants, or extravagant vehicles if possible. We aim to portray Mr. Su's entrepreneurial image in a low-key manner, akin to that of an ordinary person. As he uttered these words, even Yicheng Yuan himself lacked confidence. Portraying a billionaire CEO as an ordinary individual seemed a formidable challenge for the cameraman. Just as he contemplated offering reassurance to the cameraman, Xiao Wu, sitting beside him, caught sight of a figure waving from the roadside through the windshield. "Teacher Li, look at that ordinary person ahead. Doesn't he resemble Mr. Su?" The pleasantries exchanged upon their meeting were swiftly bypassed. However, it is worth noting that when Yicheng Yuan shook hands with Su Bai, he expressed his gratitude with evident excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your cooperation." Su Bai appeared puzzled. "Cooperation?" Yicheng Yuan paused, glancing around. "Aren't you the one who dismissed your bodyguards and assistants for our filming?" Even Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. He had encountered few entrepreneurs, and even the least ostentatious typically had at least one assistant accompanying them. It was inconceivable that a billionaire would greet guests alone without even a reception assistant. Su Bai chuckled as he released Yicheng Yuan's hand. "You must be mistaken. I usually spend my time alone, no bodyguards, no assistants. I do have a secretary, but she is on leave, returning home for the new year. I suspect she will only appear when I send out red envelopes in our group chat during the festivities." Upon hearing this, both Yicheng Yuan and Xiao Wu were left momentarily speechless, while the cameraman, busy adjusting his equipment, could not resist turning to gaze at Su Bai. "You, a billionaire, live alone most of the time? Who would believe that?" Xiao Wu, animatedly gesticulating, added, "With your wealth, aren't you afraid of encountering a movie-like scenario where a villain with a sack might?" It must be said, Xiao Wu was indeed reminiscent of the comedic personas on variety shows. Once out of his suit, he morphed into something rather amusing. Su Bai held a favorable impression of Xiao Wu, which made him less averse to the idea of this interview. "You mentioned movies. In real life, as long as I don't travel abroad, I have little to worry about concerning safety." This statement held a kernel of truth. One might criticize various aspects of Dragon Country, but if one were to claim that its security environment is poor, they would struggle to find a safer place worldwide. As humorously noted in stand-up comedy, the primary role of bodyguards in Dragon Country is not to ensure safety, but to shield celebrities from their fans. What about assistants? Surely you must have one? Why would I need an assistant? To run errands, fetch coffee, or manage greetings? Everything you mentioned, I can handle myself, and it saves me a salary. Save a salary? This singular statement left the well-known host Xiao Wu utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Yicheng Yuan approached the cameraman, observing the exchange between Xiao Wu and Su Bai while inquiring. "Did you capture that?" "Huh. Didn't you say to wait for your cue before filming?" Hearing this, Yicheng Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to smack the cameraman on the head. A billionaire without bodyguards or assistants, coupled with Su Bai's earlier comments, could be seamlessly edited into the footage. Such splendid material, and you dare to tell me that you did not capture it? Chapter 038. This billionaire executive is quite unconventional as a guest. It was only natural for the production team to visit his home. However, this time the cameraman had wised up, diligently following behind Xiao Wu and Su Bai with the camera rolling. Initially, Xiao Wu presumed that Su Bai would boast about his villa, much like many celebrities and entrepreneurs he had interviewed, who feigned modesty while inevitably showcasing their opulence. They would flaunt their multi-million-dollar antiques or speak of their imported limited edition carpets. And even the chopsticks they used would come with an elaborate backstory. Yet, Su Bai's narrative diverged sharply from this expectation. He expressed his disdain for villas, asserting that true comfort resided in a flat. He enumerated the 3 pests of villa living: mice, termites, and mosquitoes, lamenting how summer brought incessant annoyances. The two-story villa, he mused, required countless trips up and down should one forget anything. Not to mention that a well-landscaped community could lead to unexpected encounters with snakes during summer strolls. At first, Xiao Wu suspected Su Bai was merely putting on airs, given his own expertise in the art of pretense. However, he soon grasped that Su Bai was genuinely disenchanted with villa life. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Su Bai's primary concern was the fear of disturbance. Li Chengyuan, who had been trailing the cameraman, nodded gravely at this revelation. This segment could very well be included in the documentary. Despite residing in an extravagant villa worth millions, Su Bai had his reasons for such a choice. It could hardly be labeled as extravagance. After a brief introduction to his residence, Su Bai prepared to return to his hometown. He had initially intended to leave the previous evening, but delayed his departure to accommodate the production team, now needing to rush back for lunch. With the Lunar New Year approaching, everyone else had returned home, leaving him the only one yet to arrive. Naturally, he wished to return promptly. The production team was already aware of his plans to celebrate the New Year at home, hence their decision to accompany him. With a sense of humor, Xiao Wu, realizing Su Bai's lack of pretentiousness, playfully offered to be his assistant. Since you have no assistant from now on, I shall fulfill that role. Just let me know if you need errands run or coffee fetched, and no need for a salary, he quipped. Su Bai found this absurd. How could a host from a national television station serve as his assistant? Just as he was about to carry his packed luggage to the car, Xiao Wu swiftly took the suitcase from him, inquiring, "Where's your driver?" This question prompted a collective realization that Su Bai had no bodyguard, no assistant. Yet surely he had a driver. But as they scanned the surroundings, it became evident that Su Bai was alone. Surely a billionaire executive would not lack a driver. Xiao Wu stood frozen, incredulous. Please don't tell me you drive yourself without a driver. Incredibly, the notion of a billionaire executive managing his own transportation was unfathomable. After all, when high-profile bosses attend meetings, their assistants typically open the door for them, while Su Bai would have to search for parking and back into a spot instead. With a shrug, Su Bai admitted, "I was just about to tell you that I indeed have no driver. So how do you manage when traveling for work?" Xiao Wu pressed, "I take rideshare services, and the company reimburses them." In an effort to align with the cameraman's framing, Xiao Wu reiterated, "You take rideshare services?" This revelation left not only Xiao Wu, but also the cameraman aghast, exchanging bewildered glances with Li Chengyuan. "Mr. Li, this billionaire executive is rather unconventional," they mused. Initially concerned that Su Bai might be too high-profile to connect with the audience, they now realized he was almost too grounded. Minutes later, they arrived at Su Bai's garage. As the electric doors slowly ascended, Xiao Wu gawked at the sight of Su Bai and Oppo's vehicle. "Is this your car?" he stammered, staring at the black Audi A6. While the Audi A6 is a respectable sedan, it was a 12-year-old model, unlikely to fetch more than $80,000 in the second-hand market. For a billionaire, it was astonishing to see him driving such an old vehicle. Indeed, Su Bai, as a prominent executive, should not be driving a car of such vintage, raising suspicions of ostentation. However, he had his reasons. Years ago, when his company, Dami Technology, reached a valuation of $100 billion, he had splurged on a Panamera. Yet, as the old adage goes, fame brings complications. In Chengdu, even a whisper travels far. At that time, in his 20s, Su Bai was not only wealthy, but also handsome and single, an enviable catch among millions of single women in Chengdu. It was not long before he found himself the target of relentless pursuit. Every time he drove the Panamera, he was invariably rear-ended, often by affluent socialites eager to gain his attention. In less than 2 months, his insurance had been claimed 9 times, with his car suffering extensive damage. Faced with this dilemma, he resorted to a rather clever solution. He reverted to driving his old Audi A6. He registered it under the company's name and periodically had his secretary change the license plates to avoid unwanted attention. Despite its age, this A6 held sentimental value. Purchased with his first earnings during college, a steadfast companion throughout his journey, Su Bai resolved that even if it failed inspection someday, he would never retire it from service. He decided to construct a garage at home, which could be considered a means of enjoying his twilight years. After listening to Su Bai's narration, Xiao Wu finally confirmed that Su Bai was not merely putting on a show. At the same time, he was quite curious about what it felt like to be pursued daily by beautiful women. Chapter 39 on the expressway ramp leading out of Rongqing. A sleek black Audi A6 accelerated swiftly as it emerged from the turn. Hey, even the old A6 is still an A6, remarked Xiao Wu, who was momentarily assuming the role of Su Bai's driver, grinning as he grasped the steering wheel. Meanwhile, the photographer in the GL8 behind seized this opportunity, allowing Su Bai a chance to converse with Li Qingyuan regarding the purpose of their current program. As the producer of the show, Li Qingyuan had little to conceal and willingly divulged the details. The essence of the matter was that the negative influence instigated by boss Zhao Jima Media had become too detrimental, prompting the higher-ups to designate Su Bai as a typical case to rectify perceptions. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, indicating that this was also a means to generate momentum for the upcoming selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs of the year. In Longhua, the top 10 entrepreneurs are evaluated every 3 years, and once endorsed by the authorities, such recognition carries significant weight. It was entirely reasonable to build anticipation for an event through a program. Moreover, the title of the show, People's Entrepreneurs, bore intriguing implications. Mr. Su, I trust you grasp the meaning behind it, Li Qingyuan remarked. Su Bai nodded slightly. The term People's Entrepreneurs clearly distinguished itself from the capitalists of Western nations. This was evidently an intentional signal from the authorities urging wealthy business magnates to maintain a low profile and modest demeanor. Just as water can both support and capsize a boat, the support of the masses is crucial for their prosperity. Without it, one might end up like Boss Zhao, facing bankruptcy and imprisonment. It was surprising that a seemingly simple interview documentary held such profound significance. At least from the current perspective, the higher-ups had not misjudged Su Bai. To speak candidly, you truly embody the essence of a people and amp. Oppos, S-entrepreneur, Li Qingyuan complimented. Su Bai chuckled in response. Is it merely because I lack bodyguards, assistants, and drive an old A6? The simplicity of his statement left Li Qingyuan speechless. Little did they realize, this very simplicity was an achievement that many affluent individuals could not attain. It is often said that transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, while moving from luxury to frugality is challenging. When one can afford a luxury vehicle worth millions, how many would choose to drive a plain old A6? Even Li Qingyuan himself could not manage such humility. At the very least, they unanimously agreed that Su Bai was remarkably down-to-earth. The core theme of People and Amp, Oppos, S-entrepreneurs was indeed grounded in this relatability, portraying Su Bai as a businessman emerging from the masses. From the present viewpoint, Su Bai's lack of bodyguards, assistants, and his choice of an old A6 rendered him exceptionally relatable. In fact, for the production team, this exceeded their expectations. Upon hearing the phrase down to earth, Su Bai flashed a broad smile. If you seek to capture something genuine, you have indeed come to the right place. Su Bai and Amp, Oppos, S hometown, Yicheng, lies 200 kilometers away from Rongqing and is famously dubbed the first city of the Yangtze River. For many years, Yicheng had been in competition with its neighboring city, Luzhou, for the title of Wine City, until in 2012, the renowned City Council of Longhua unanimously favored Luzhou for this designation. Thus, the long-standing rivalry was finally resolved. However, Yicheng, having lost this title, faced the reality and focused on development, achieving notable accomplishments over recent years. The current leader of Yicheng, whom Su Bai knows, was previously responsible for investment in Rongqing. Since taking office, he has adeptly attracted investments. Just 2 months into his tenure, he approached Su Bai, asserting that as a native entrepreneur, Su Bai was akin to family, and thus he should support his hometown. After much persistence, Su Bai finally agreed to establish a supporting factory for Dami Technology in Yicheng. For this matter, Su Xiaochang nearly clashed with this influential figure in Su Bai and Oppos' office. Su Bai originally intended to assist in the development of his hometown, recognizing that investment costs were significantly higher than in Rongqing. However, within just a few years, this leader transformed the ancient city dramatically. By leveraging Dami Technology's reputation, he proposed a strategy for a science and innovation city, attracting a plethora of high-tech enterprises. Furthermore, he established a university town, incorporating as many as 18 universities with branches in Yicheng, resulting in a student population exceeding 100,000. Consequently, Yicheng's GDP has consistently risen, soaring from nearly 200th place nationally a decade ago to its current ranking of 82nd. It has graduated from a fourth-tier city to a third-tier one. As Su Bai drove along the expressway on the outskirts of Yicheng, he shared insights about his hometown with Xiao Wu and Licheng Yuan. Unlike typical introductions that highlight attractions and delicacies, Su Bai's narration stemmed from a genuine investment in his hometown's growth. After all, few could claim to have experienced local leaders seeking their investment in such a personal manner. Even in the absence of the photographer, the astute Licheng Yuan recorded this segment of conversation, as supporting local development epitomizes the spirit of a people's entrepreneur. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, in a more relaxed mood, turned to his phone to record a video. "Hello, family and friends. This is Xiao Wu. I am currently en route to Yicheng." "Why am I going to Yicheng?" you ask. As you can see, I am seated in the passenger seat. So the question arises, who is my driver? With a dramatic pause, Xiao Wu pivoted the camera to reveal Su Bai at the wheel. Ding, ding, ding. This is my driver, the illustrious Su Bai of Dami Technology. After Su Bai greeted the camera with a smile, Xiao Wu returned to his own face. "Yes, you heard correctly. The billionaire Su is driving me. Ha ha ha, you cannot fathom this level of privilege. Ahem, Mr. Su, please drive carefully. I'm feeling a bit carsick, yes. Steady now." Su Bai chimed in playfully, "All right, Mr. Wu." Meanwhile, in the back seat, Licheng Yuan observed Xiao Wu's antics with growing exasperation. Among the multitude of hosts available at the television station, why had he chosen such an unreliable one? Xiao Wu, still in high spirits, grinned and turned to Licheng Yuan. "Teacher Li, may I post this video in my family group chat? My dad is a die-hard fan of Dami." He almost mentioned that his wife was also a fan, having seen Dami's sanitary napkins at home, but hesitated at the last moment. At this moment, Licheng Yuan forced a smile. "You can guess. Chapter 040. That is not my dark history, but the path I traveled. Yicheng, nestled at the confluence of the Yangtze and Min rivers, is situated in a hilly region. Due to its topography, it could not adopt the expansive radial city layout characteristic of flat cities like Rongqing. Instead, it is fragmented into several smaller urban areas by the two rivers, resembling a mountain city, which is unified through multiple cross-river bridges. As Su Bai drove the old A6 across the Yicheng Bridge, he continued his narration without veering into the city center, heading southeast instead. It was only at this moment that Xiao Wu, seated in the passenger seat, realized that the navigation destination was not in the urban center of Yicheng, but rather a rather peculiar village name. Dog Village? "Mr. Su, is this?" Su Bai flashed a broad smile while driving. "Indeed, it's my hometown." Upon hearing this personal revelation regarding Su Bai's origins, Licheng Yuan, sitting in the back, promptly turned off the camera. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, after a brief pause, exhibited his emotional intelligence. "What a unique name. I doubt I will ever forget it." As Su Bai activated the turn signal and deftly overtook a sluggish vehicle, he casually remarked, "When I was in junior high in the countryside, at the tender age of 13 or 14, I was quite sensitive. Whenever classmates mentioned their homes, I would remain silent. I always felt that the name Dog Village was too rustic to share. When I attended high school in the county, I envied my classmates from affluent families who resided in certain communities or streets. I often dreamed that one day, when I had wealth, I would buy a house in a big city, change my household registration to the city, and become a respectable urbanite." As he spoke, they encountered a vehicle behind them, signaling to overtake, prompting Su Bai to swiftly change lanes. Xiao Wu, captivated by the unfolding narrative, inquired, "And then? What happened next?" Su Bai chuckled softly, reaching one hand to open the glove compartment, retrieving his driver's license to present to Xiao Wu. Even Licheng Yuan, curious from the back seat, leaned forward to catch a glimpse. There, in the address section of Su Bai's driver's license, was inscribed, "Shu Province, Yicheng City, Dog Village." Upon reading this address, both Xiao Wu and Licheng Yuan were rendered speechless. Who could have imagined that the billionaire CEO Su Bai still held his household registration in his hometown? It is not uncommon for many of the nation's wealthy individuals and celebrities to have changed their nationalities, let alone their household registrations. When they learned that Su Bai intended to return to Yicheng for the new year, they assumed that his family must reside in the city center. Considering Su Bai's immense wealth, even the priciest community in Yicheng would pose no obstacle for him to purchase an entire building. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Not only had Su Bai not purchased property in Yicheng, but his registered birthplace remained that very dog village he had longed to escape during his high school years. The same dog village that had once been a source of embarrassment for him in his youth. Realizing this, Xiao Wu, as the show and Oppos, as host, was determined to keep the conversation flowing. After placing Su Bai in Oppos, S driver in Oppos, S license back in the glove compartment, he asked earnestly, "I find myself quite curious. What has led to such a profound transformation from your youthful reluctance to speak of your origins to your current openness about your hometown?" Li Chengyuan, in the back, was eager to switch the camera back on to capture this dialogue. The story of a billionaire CEO and dog village was too poignant to be omitted from the documentary. Unaware of Li Chengyuan's growing frustration, Su Bai casually glanced in the rearview mirror for oncoming traffic while responding lightly, "Because I later realized. That is not my dark history, but rather the path I traversed." This statement left Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Indeed, water flows downward and people strive upward. In this society, everyone is preoccupied with looking up toward wealth. Who would pause to reflect on the road they have traveled? "Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Su," Xiao Wu said sincerely, genuinely impressed. When Su Bai expressed that this was not his dark history, but his journey, the program People's Entrepreneurs ascended to an entirely new level. They recognized that being a people in Oppos, S entrepreneur was not a cold label nor a politically charged task. It represented a flesh-and-blood individual. He was not unapproachable, but shared the joys and sorrows common to all ordinary people. With his emotions settled, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Su Bai transformed from that of a host to that of a friend imbued with warmth. "Mr. Su, if possible, I would like to keep your contact information. I hope we can stay in touch after the recording concludes." Turning his head with a smile, Su Bai replied, "Of course. I would be delighted to have a friend like you." Instantly, the atmosphere in the car became lively. Observing the engaging conversation between the two, Li Chengyuan felt a deep sense of reflection. He knew Xiao Wu well. The renowned host, while humorous and charming on screen, was quite reserved in private and rarely formed friendships. Even Li Chengyuan himself did not possess Xiao Wu's personal contact information. Was it Su Bai's status that prompted this? Surely, Xiao Wu's profession was underestimated. Li Chengyuan's gaze fell upon Su Bai's profile. It was his charismatic personality that drew people in. No wonder this young man, yet to reach 30, had amassed a fortune in the billions prior to going public. With a charisma that could impress even Xiao Wu, it was evident that Su Bai's future was far from simple. It became clear why the higher-ups had specifically requested an interview with Su Bai. If the program continued in this vein, it transcended mere promotion. It was akin to deification. Just imagine, a figure who could earn the genuine admiration of Xiao Wu. How could the audience not embrace such a narrative? Chapter 041. Dogger Village. Traveling south from Yicheng for 30 li along the national road, one turns onto a winding rural path. Upon reaching a fork in the road, a blue signpost indicates Dogger Village, the ancestral home of Su Bai. The village is modest in size, comprising only a few dozen households. Due to the hilly terrain, the residents of Dogger Village historically lived in a scattered manner. However, in 2003, a road was constructed, followed by the introduction of running water in 2011 and natural gas in 2015. The once uneven gravel road was transformed into a smooth asphalt street. The new rural construction in 2018 saw the original residents of Dogger Village relocated to the newly developed area, complete with fiber optic broadband. From that point onward, every household resided in two-story small villas. After returning from the fields, the first order of business was to wash the mud off their legs in the courtyard to prevent soiling the tiled floors inside. Over the years, influenced by urbanization, most of the younger generation sought employment outside, leaving the village predominantly inhabited by the elderly and children. As education became more competitive, urban parents, unwilling to let their children fall behind, began bringing their offspring into the city for schooling. Consequently, Dogger village often found itself populated by elderly guardians. These elders tended to their modest plots of land, growing vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese, the favored foods of their children. Each day began with tearing off a page from the calendar, counting down the days until the lunar year end, eagerly anticipating the return of their children who worked far away. As the year drew to a close, Dogger village, which typically echoed with the barking of dogs, would be enveloped in a vibrant and festive atmosphere. At last, the awaited time arrived. Today was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. With many young people returning to the village, the morning was filled with commotion. Mothers busied themselves with gathering vegetables and preparing meat, while fathers caught chickens and slaughtered ducks. The stoves were filled with large pieces of wood, reserved for such occasions, and smoke billowed from every chimney. The sound of firecrackers erupted intermittently as groups of children set off explosions in latrines and tree hollows, sending the village dogs scurrying indoors. A group of elders gathered beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, adorned in clean clothing, engaging in cheerful conversation while occasionally glancing toward the end of the road. Soon, the distant sound of car horns could be heard, and vehicles bearing various provincial license plates approached Dogger village. The wandering children of Dogger village were coming home. Today, Dogger village was undoubtedly lively, yet the most boisterous household belonged to the family at the eastern end, where a fragrant osmanthus tree flourished. The adage the poor are overlooked in bustling markets, while the rich find distant relatives in secluded mountains aptly describes the Su family. For 4 generations, the Su family were genuine impoverished farmers. It was not until the era of Su Bai's father, Su Guoyang, that they began to thrive. With borrowed grain, he apprenticed with a carpenter from a neighboring village and crafted the first red brick house in Dogger village. Eventually, Su Guoyang married Su Jinfeng, the daughter of the local production team and Amp Oppo's accountant, and thus began his family. Their firstborn was a son, Su Shen, followed by a daughter, Su Yun, and then Su Bai, completing their family. By this point, the Su family could be considered ordinary, as many of the village and Oppo's daring youths ventured to coastal cities during the labor boom of the 1990s and found success. As red brick houses proliferated and grew in size, Su Guoyang preserved his carpentry skills, and the original red brick house became the oldest in the village. Consequently, the Su family became the least conspicuous among their neighbors. If one were to inquire what the Su family could boast, it would perhaps be the wall adorned with numerous certificates of achievement. The elders of Dogger village would often say that Su Bai was sent by the Dragon King, for on the day of his birth, torrential rain fell across Yicheng, and the river rose significantly. Su Bai lived up to expectations, consistently ranking first in his studies, and whenever he brought home a certificate, there were always children from the village who faced reprimands. A decade ago, during a summer day, county leaders arrived in Dogger village with much fanfare, revealing that the shy Su Bai had become the top scorer in the college entrance examinations in Yicheng. This marked a moment of triumph for the Su family. However, in hindsight, they realized that their moment of pride was premature. The title of top scorer was merely the beginning for Su Bai. From his first million earned through part-time entrepreneurial endeavors in his freshman year to dropping out in his sophomore year to establish a tech company, Su Bai rapidly ascended the ranks of the wealthy, taking the Su family along with him. It is said that the impoverished stand at crossroads, unable to connect with their kin, while the affluent wield weapons in remote woods, unable to disperse disloyal friends. The Su family was never short of visitors. Even distant relatives would arrive bearing gifts during festivals. One would think that wealth would bring its own troubles, such as relatives asking to borrow money, which could be awkward. Yet, in the Su household, such complications were non-existent. With Su Bai's considerable assets, any relative with common sense understood that asking for a loan from the Su family would be foolish. Having Su Bai as a relative was far more advantageous than any monetary assistance. For instance, when Su Bai funded the construction of a high school in the county, his brother, Su Shen, who became a teacher there, was shortly promoted to principal. This also resolved the employment issues for several relatives. Similarly, After Su Bai invested in a factory in Yicheng, his sister, who worked as a doctor, quickly ascended to a managerial position at the city hospital. Thus, the relatives of the Su family recognized that fostering good relations with Su Bai was the key to harmonious interactions. The second reason for their harmonious relations can be attributed to Su Jinfeng, Su Bai's mother. In her youth, a fortune teller predicted that Su Jinfeng would bear a distinguished son who would bring her blessings in her later years. Curious about the nature of her noble son, she sought out the fortune teller years later, generously gifting him 2 sheep. This was due to the fact that her third son, indeed, turned out to be extraordinarily successful, with a net worth in the billions. In the surrounding villages, it was widely acknowledged that Su Jinfeng possessed an extraordinary gift for childbearing. Yet, at over 50 years of age, she did not conform to the expectations of living in a grand house in the city, enjoying the comforts afforded by her affluent son. After spending a week in Su Bai's luxurious villa, she returned discreetly to Douyin village, having engaged in a heated argument with a foreign professor next door. Back in Douyin village, Su Jinfeng rejuvenated, capable of tilling 2 plots of land in a morning and effortlessly carrying 100 jean of sweet potatoes along the ridge. From half a mile away, she could scold the local ruffians into submission. The village elders often remarked that Su Jinfeng was a hard-working soul, and even though her annual earnings paled in comparison to what her son made in an hour, she never enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Su Jinfeng, however, remained unfazed. Despite having enough funds in her bank account to purchase several houses in the city, she was unyielding when bargaining at the market. It is precisely because of this formidable presence that, despite Su Bai's wealth exceeding billions, the Su family remained grounded. In the Su family, there exists no one so foolish as to look down upon others with arrogance. Take Su Guoyang, for instance. He still toils in the fields and, during the off-season, engages in crafting furniture to earn a living. Similarly, Su Bai and Appo's elder brother, Su Shen, despite his position as a high school principal, continues to drive his old car that perpetually consumes oil. Likewise, Su Bai and Appo's second sister, Su Yun, endeavors to assist relatives within her means, while firmly declining requests that exceed her authority. Furthermore, Su Bai and Appo's scholarly nephews and nieces collectively struggle to amass a meager sum of 100 yuan in pocket money. This is Douyin Village. This is Su Bai's home. Chapter 42. What's wrong with being worth billions? Su Bai deliberately pressed the brakes at the village entrance. He retrieved a box of pre-prepared Ziyun cigarettes from the glove compartment and approached several elderly men sitting beneath the old locust tree, offering each of them a cigarette. The old gentleman chuckled as they accepted Su Bai and Appo's gifts, teasing him for being so frugal, claiming that as a wealthy boss, he should not be smoking cigarettes that cost merely 11 yuan a pack. Despite their jests, the elderly men were secretly delighted. For the most common cigarette they smoked was Ziyun, just like the young man from their village who was worth billions. Such news, when shared, brought them more prestige than any expensive brand could offer. Little Wu, adapting to the local customs, took on the role of Su Bai's assistant, following him closely to light the cigarettes for the elders. When one of the old men recognized him, he eagerly engaged in spirited conversation with the group. Not far away, Li Qingyuan, after stepping out of the car, directed the photographers from GL8 to swiftly capture the harmonious scene beneath the locust tree. It appeared that the return of the billionaire CEO to his hometown was not as dramatic as depicted on television, where a horde of antagonistic characters awaited to confront the protagonist. Soon enough, when news spread that an old A6 had parked at the village entrance, the already lively Go and Appo's village erupted with excitement. A group of young people, roughly the same age as Su Bai, gathered at the entrance, eagerly greeting their returning compatriot with a cacophony of names. Some called him Su Bai, others simply Brother Bai. Many, upon seeing little Wu, clamored for autographs and photographs. This reaction was unexpected for the production team. They had assumed that with Su Bai's current status, he would be an untouchable figure in the small Goer village. After all, his wealth had elevated him far beyond the reach of ordinary folk, and they presumed that his contemporaries would keep their distance for various reasons. However, to their surprise, Su Bai mingled effortlessly with the village youth, while little Wu became the center of attention. The elderly men sitting beneath the locust tree seemed to sense the confusion of the production team, but merely smiled in silence. The crew was clearly unaware that while Su Bai was a billionaire outside, upon returning to Goer village, he remained the same old Bai Goer, a young man who always carried a pack of Ziyun cigarettes in his pocket. It seemed that they had received prior notice regarding the production team's presence accompanying Su Bai home. As Su Bai's old A6 slowly rolled into the spacious courtyard, his father, Su Guoyang, mother, Su Jinfeng, elder brother, Su Shen, and younger sister, Su Yun, all stood in the courtyard awaiting their arrival. Upon witnessing this spectacle, little Wu and Yicheng Yuan quickly produced the gifts they had prepared in advance and greeted everyone as Su Bai introduced them. Meanwhile, other relatives and a throng of children stood at a distance, observing the commotion, quietly acknowledging Su Bai's rising prominence, even drawing the attention of a national television production team to his home. After receiving formal consent from the Su family, Yicheng Yuan promptly instructed the photographers to set up their equipment, eager to capture how a billionaire celebrated the Spring Festival. They first filmed the exterior scenes, noting that the Su family's Western-style courtyard bore no distinction from the homes of others in the new countryside. The interior decor could only be described as neat and tidy, lacking any priceless furniture or renowned artwork. It appeared to be an ordinary household, far removed from that of a billionaire. After this filming, Yicheng Yuan began to doubt the credibility of the documentary. Would anyone believe this was Su Bai and Appo's hometown? Just as he decided to focus the primary shots on Su Bai, a more explosive moment unfolded. While Su Bai was busy introducing little Wu to his relatives, a voice suddenly rang out from the kitchen. "All right, it's about time. All you gentlemen, it's your turn to shine." Before Yicheng Yuan and little Wu could comprehend the situation, they witnessed several men gathered around a table playing cards abruptly set down their hands, each pulling out an apron from their pockets. Su Bai and Appo's father, Su Guoyang, donned his sleeves and handed Su Bai a red and white checkered apron. "As per tradition, you're in charge of the cooking this year." Su Bai quickly tied the apron around his waist. "Dad, didn't we agree on a rotation system? Why is it always me?" Little Wu was utterly stunned by the scene. "Cooking? Wait, Mr. Su, you're going to cook?" Before Su Bai could respond, Su Jinfeng, who was assisting him with the apron, chuckled. "How novel. In Sichuan and Chongqing, every man is a chef, wearing the brightest apron to prepare the spiciest dishes." This statement left little Wu questioning his existence. It was true that in Sichuan and Chongqing, men were not necessarily tasked with cooking every day. However, during festive occasions, it was indeed the responsibility of the men in each household to take charge of the kitchen. If northern men were born with a talent for drinking, Sichuan men were endowed with culinary skills, truly deserving the title of average chef. But Mr. Su was different. Su Jinfeng was quick and nimble, tying the apron and patting Su Bai's back. "What is wrong with being worth billions? At most, you just don't wash the dishes." Su Bai's wealth of billions made little Wu nearly choke on his disbelief. No wonder Mr. Su was so down to earth. It turned out to be a matter of family culture. Regardless of one's status, wealth, or power, upon returning home, one must don an apron and step into the kitchen. Moreover, to avoid washing dishes, one must indeed be worth billions. Su Jinfeng's remark almost caused little Wu internal strife. So, as a nationally renowned host, had he been born in Sichuan, he would not only have to wash dishes, but also sweep the floor. If little Wu was bewildered, Yicheng Yuan, trailing behind the photographer, was utterly devastated. Surely you, a group president and a future national top 10 entrepreneur, should exude some entrepreneurial flair instead of immediately putting on an apron upon returning home. It's one thing to be relatable, but this is too relatable. Even the photographer found the scene unbearable, turning to Yicheng Yuan with a gaze full of inquiry. After a pained rub of his forehead, Yicheng Yuan reluctantly nodded. It was New Year's after all. They had come this far, so they might as well continue filming. Capturing Su Bai cooking was certainly better than filming him sipping wine on a private jet. Coincidentally, the station's leaders called, expressing concern for the production team. After all, capturing a billionaire CEO in a relatable light was theoretically quite challenging. They hoped the crew would not succumb to difficulties and would strive to overcome challenges to complete their task. However, upon receiving the call and witnessing Su by stirring a large pot in the kitchen, Yicheng felt tears welling up. Leaders, the situation is far more complex than we imagined. When the leaders on the other end learned that Su Bai was cooking in his rural family's kitchen, even they, seasoned by many storms, fell silent for a considerable time. Both shared the same concern, fearing that the audience would accuse the production team of scripting the narrative or creating a false persona for Su Bai. After all, this world was but a grand stage filled with improvisation. Even the manned lunar landing by the Eagle Nation has been met with skepticism, so one cannot help but question the authenticity of Su Bai. The stark contrast between Su Bai's persona and identity makes it difficult to dismiss such doubts. After a brief discussion, Yicheng gazed at Su Bai in the kitchen from a distance, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Leader, I have an immature thought. Chapter 043. The Billionaire President's Live Stream. Have you ever watched a live stream? How did a documentary transform into a live stream? The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Su Bai was preparing to explore the village with the production team when he received news from Yicheng. Of course, this was merely a suggestion from the production team. Ultimately, Su Bai's approval was necessary. After a thorough explanation from Yicheng, Su Bai realized the root of the issue lay with him. While driving an old A6 was somewhat acceptable, his family's rural home left much to be desired. The decor certainly did not reflect the lifestyle of a billionaire, particularly that immortal table, which, although clean, had seen better days, being older than Su Bai himself. Coupled with Su Bai's remarkable culinary skills, which involved wielding a large spoon while wearing an apron, he hardly resembled an invisible affluent individual. He seemed like an ordinary person instead. To be fair, this version of Su Bai aligned perfectly with the production team's original intent, grounded and relatable. Yet, being too relatable caused the team to worry about accusations of deception from the audience. They feared that instead of establishing the image of a people's entrepreneur, they might inadvertently shatter Su Bai's persona, which would lead to considerable embarrassment. Thus, in a moment of inspiration, Yicheng proposed the idea of a live stream. If the edited documentary raised doubts, a live stream would be less susceptible to skepticism. Once the broadcast commenced, Su Bai could do as he pleased. Whether he was cooking or even tending to livestock, it wouldn't matter. However, there remained a crucial issue. Su Bai's consent was essential. Yicheng approached this matter with a sense of trial and error, given Su Bai's status as a billionaire rather than a live streaming influencer. Moreover, since this was Su Bai's hometown, it inevitably touched upon aspects of his privacy, which made his agreement unlikely. Yet, to everyone's surprise, when Yicheng suggested the switch to a live stream format, Su Bai did not refuse. Although he was not a live streaming influencer, Su Bai understood that his current position was supported by every fan who backed him in Dami Technology. As for privacy, after enduring relentless attention, Su Bai had come to accept that many aspects of his life would eventually become public knowledge. What was the harm in a live stream? His life held no shameful secrets. Most importantly, the production team aimed to portray Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur, and Su Bai was equally eager to leverage the team's influence to gain more followers. In this era, traffic is paramount. If he could convert as many fans as possible into effective customers for Dami Technology, the more followers, the better. All right, I agree to the live stream. When do we start? Upon hearing Su Bai's affirmation, Yicheng beamed with joy, about to say they could begin at any time, when suddenly, Su Bai's mother, Su Jinfeng, called from a doorstep in her characteristic loud voice, "Sanner, your second uncle is slaughtering the pigs today. Come help." Standing nearby, Xiao Wu, having overeaten during breakfast, was startled by Su Jinfeng and Appo's shout, causing him to lose his burp. "What? Help with the pigs?" "No, emere. Su, Ju, are going to help with the pigs." "What pigs? Have they become sentient? Does a billionaire on the Forbes list need to assist with pigs?" Yicheng, upon hearing that Su Bai was to assist with pigs, felt an overwhelming urge to whip the technician adjusting the equipment to speed up. "Move quickly. Have you ever seen a president help with pigs? If you haven and Appo's, today is your chance to witness it." previously worried about being accused of deception by the audience. They now felt relieved. Once the footage of Su by assisting with pigs was aired, discussions about the old A6 and cooking with a spoon would pale in comparison. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, many students and white-collar workers had returned home for the holiday, with countless individuals lounging in their beds, relishing this rare break. For those who woke but wished to remain nestled in their warm bedding, they simply reached for their phones to scroll through Douyin. Many influencers recognized that holiday periods brought a surge in viewership and thus employed every tactic in their arsenal to attract an audience in their respective live streams. Particularly, numerous top-tier influencers with millions of followers, despite having returned home for the new year, did not miss the opportunity to go live. These influencers were not foolish. Stars who thrived on fan support were astute. They began their broadcasts earlier than ever. As for the content of the streams, they were largely similar, showcasing the cultural customs of the Spring Festival from across the nation. With various participants joining in, the Douyin livestream space became a vibrant and chaotic scene. Amidst the multitude of viewers enthusiastically engaging with the streams, the headquarters of Douyin in the capital city, Yicheng, was bustling with activity due to the late holiday schedule and the surge in viewership. With the audience numbers swelling several times over during the new year, and celebrities flocking to start their broadcasts, the team was inundated with work. Suddenly, the head of the livestream department received a phone call, and his expression shifted dramatically. After hanging up, he immediately rallied the company-wide group chat. Emergency task. Highest priority. The national television station in Oppos. S special program in Oppos. People in Oppos. S entrepreneurs in Oppos. Is set to begin a simultaneous live stream with our platform. And it is about to start. Operations department. Maximize traffic push. Invest as much as possible. Promotion department. Due to time constraints, we cannot draw in traffic beforehand. Create a splash screen advertisement immediately, using a generic template with only the text altered. Public Relations Department. Contact major platforms to trend this on hot searches. It's fine. We don't need to. They are quicker than us. One cannot deny. As a video media platform with over 700 million active users, Douyin had become so powerful that even the national television station required its assistance to disseminate content. With Douyin and Oppos' robust support, the news of Su by and Oppos' upcoming live stream spread rapidly across the internet. Many users, just opening Douyin, were captivated by the somewhat crude splash screen displaying national television station's special Spring Festival program. People's Entrepreneurs. Let us get to know Dami Technology's founder. Su Bai experienced the Spring Festival holiday of a people's entrepreneur. The boss's holiday awaits your viewing. It must be said, Douyin never disappoints when it comes to captivating headlines. Each of the 4 lines was enticing. Even without mentioning Su Bai, the mere notion of a boss and Oppos' holiday piqued curiosity. Adding Su Bai and Oppos' name sent the excitement soaring, akin to a pig on performance enhancers. The timing was particularly sensitive. Just days prior, the extravagant behavior of Boss Zhao from Jioma Media had drawn considerable attention, and the public had been vocally criticizing the wealthy elite for their excesses. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the officials chose to elevate Su Bai, launching a Spring Festival special for people's entrepreneurs. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could easily surmise that this was an official attempt to present a positive role model and correct public perception. Yet, upon seeing Su Bai's name, many felt a tinge of anxiety. With the extravagant display of wealth exemplified by Boss Zhao, who indulged in lavish meals worth hundreds of thousands, it was difficult for the average person to fathom the lifestyle of a billionaire like Su Bai. One could only imagine the opulence of his holiday. The only distinction between Su Bai and Boss Zhao might be that while Zhao would waste food from a lavish dinner, Su Bai might simply store it in the refrigerator for later consumption. That would not prevent Su Bai from enjoying a meal worth 230,000, given that his assets spoke for themselves. It is hardly plausible that one would resort to the humble fare of the common folk. However, if that were indeed the case, Su Bai would merely qualify as a successful entrepreneur, which is in stark contrast to the program's title, People's Entrepreneur. What then is the reason behind the official haste to present Su Bai to the public? Is it merely to grant the populace a glimpse into the extravagant Spring Festival holiday of a billionaire, thereby elevating their imaginative horizons? Shall we observe whether Su distributes red envelopes filled with checks or bank cards during the New Year celebrations? Chapter 044. The Boss's Spring Festival? Is this a heart-wrenching prelude to murder? It has been proven that when the official channels of Long Country and Douyin decide to collaborate for a promotional stream, even a nameless passerby can be elevated to a star overnight. This unprecedented level of promotional fervor is likely to evoke envy from any celebrity fortunate enough to witness it. Yet, their envy would be devoid of malice, for the one being promoted is Su Bai, the head of Dami Technology, the man who has provided sanitary products for all women in Long Country, and the one who compelled the president of Eagle Nation to delete his Twitter account. As Su Bai's Douyin fans learned of his impending live broadcast, they flocked to the virtual stage without hesitation. Goodness, am I seeing this right? Su Bai is actually going live? Has the official platform finally recognized Mr. Su's conscientious contributions? Such an entrepreneur deserves substantial promotion. Wow, the collaboration between the official channels and Douyin is truly impressive. Mr. Su's live broadcast carries such weight. At that moment, the live stream had not yet transitioned to Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, as hometown. The screen remained in the temporary studio of the national television station, where the host passionately introduced Su Bai's profile, warming up the audience for the forthcoming broadcast. As the number of viewers surged, the previously unadulterated praise for Su Bai began to take on a more complex tone. For every commendation, there was a corresponding critique. They haven't even resolved the Zhao Fengquan incident, and now they're promoting Su Bai? Aren't they afraid they are two peas in a pod? I maintain my stance. Wealthy individuals are seldom virtuous. And what about the boss's holiday? With Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, wealth, I can only imagine how extravagant his spring festival must be. Are they showcasing our impoverished spring festival to let us experience the opulence of the rich? Is this cruelist? Moreover, the infamous incident involving Zhao Fengquan, where a single dinner cost 230,000, became a trending topic in the comment section, prompting viewers to speculate on the cost of Su Bai's New Year's Eve dinner. Estimates range from tens of thousands to even over $1 million. It was evident that the repercussions of the Zhao Fengquan scandal had cast a long shadow over public perception of Su Bai, leaving the majority of netizens with a sour disposition towards such entrepreneurs. Simultaneously, Douyin's headquarters took note of the negative commentary. Boss, should we intervene? Several staff members inquired, suggesting the implementation of filters to banish these unwelcome remarks. Yet, the supervisor shook his head. He had just communicated with the national television station, and their response was unequivocal. Ignore it. The supervisor found himself intrigued. The repercussions of Zhao Fengquan's actions had not yet subsided, and at such a pivotal moment, pushing Su Bai into the limelight seemed rather ill-timed. However, from the official stance, they appeared to possess a certain confidence. But from where did this confidence stem? Were they truly convinced that the carefully crafted image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur would be effortlessly embraced by the masses? All answers awaited revelation in the impending live broadcast. To an observer, this was a grand gamble initiated by the Long Country government. Should they succeed in establishing Su Bai's image, they would not only mitigate the adverse effects of Zhao Fengquan's actions, but also set a commendable example for entrepreneurs nationwide. Conversely, should they fail, the repercussions of the Zhao Fengquan incident would likely resurface, and the revered Su Bai, hailed as the conscience of domestic products by women across the nation, might find himself cast down from his pedestal. Meanwhile, in Dog Air Village, due to the abrupt transition from documentary to live broadcast, the workload had increased exponentially. Li Chengyuan directed a contingent of reinforcements borrowed from Yicheng television station, diligently preparing for the live event. The host in the capital was nearly out of things to say, and the director had urged them multiple times. Ultimately, Li Chengyuan set a countdown of 1 minute for the broadcast. What was Su Bai doing at that moment? He had donned the traditional attire of a man from Sichuan and Chongqing, a red and white checkered apron, and had arrived at his uncle's home. He stood by the fire with a few cousins, chatting as they awaited the arrival of the butcher, occasionally glancing at the large white pig confined in a cage nearby. Since they all resided in the new rural community, There were no pigsties in any household. Thus, the so-called New Year's pig was, in truth, a purchased live pig. These pigs were sourced from a familiar pig farmer who collected grain-fed pigs from nearby villages, making them scarcely different from those raised at home. Notably, in Western cultures, there's a rite of passage known as adulthood. In Dog-Air Village, the equivalent rite is the slaughtering of a pig. If a boy can handle the New Year's pig, it signifies his maturity. At 16, Su Bai had proudly joined the village's pig slaughtering team. Today, as he conversed with his cousins, a few younger boys stood nearby, their eyes filled with envy as they longed to join the pig slaughtering team. While chatting with a younger cousin, Su Bai suddenly noticed Xiao Wu standing a few meters away in front of the camera, signaling him with an OK gesture. This indicated that there were 30 seconds left in the countdown. Knowing the time was sufficient, Su Bai felt no need to concern himself with anything else. He could simply focus on what he needed to do, leaving the camera work and dialogue to Xiao Wu. He nodded an acknowledgement to Xiao Wu and turned to his cousins. The live broadcast is about to start. Are you nervous? His cousins laughed. Nervous? Impossible. I told your sister-in-law to record it. This is my first time on television. Hey, Bai Gu, thanks to you, this is my first time on TV too. Quickly check my hair. Is it messy? Come on, let us keep the fun lighthearted, but don't mess with my hair. Amid their jovial banter, the butcher hired by their uncle arrived on a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He dismounted and called out, "Let us get to work." As Su Bai opened the cage containing the pig, its cries echoed throughout Dog-Air Village. Simultaneously, in the capital and Oppo's studio, the host, nearly moved to tears, saw the signal from the director and announced, "All right, dear viewers, the live broadcast is now prepared. Let us connect with our on-site host, Xiao Wu." "Hello, Xiao Wu, can you hear me?" As the broadcast transitioned, the online viewers erupted in excitement. "Wait, is Xiao Wu co-hosting with Mr. Su? Wow, this live stream is incredible. Xiao Wu is the host. What an impressive lineup." As discussions ensued, the successful switch in visuals revealed the familiar figure of Xiao Wu standing in front of the camera, clad in a black down jacket with a microphone clipped to his collar. "Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, and the signal is strong." With a clap of his hands, he continued, "Welcome everyone. This is the special Spring Festival program and AMP, Oppos, People S Entrepreneurs and AMP, Oppos from the national television station. As the Lunar New Year approaches, I would like to ask all the viewers in the live chat, have you started your holidays yet?" Xiao Wu's casual remarks struck a chord with many viewers still working, prompting a wave of lamentations in the comment section. It must be said, when it comes to creating engaging content, Xiao Wu truly has a knack for it. Many netizens have noticed that Xiao Wu in the live broadcast appears to be in a rural setting, with a faint view of a farmhouse behind him and villagers waving at the camera as they pass by. This has piqued the curiosity of numerous viewers. Isn't the live stream supposed to be about Su Bai's Spring Festival? Why is he in the countryside? This is clearly a rural area in the southwest. It resembles my hometown, without a doubt. Could it be that Su Bai and Oppos, as family, is from the countryside? Is he celebrating the new year there? Haha, how is that possible? Someone of his wealth would never reside in a rural area. I agree. He probably has his nationality discreetly changed to a foreign one. The fact that he can celebrate the new year domestically is already commendable. The countryside? You must be joking. Chapter 045. A script. Undoubtedly a script. As the audience in the live broadcast room grew increasingly numerous, discussions among netizens became ever more fervent. However, Xiao Wu, the host of the program, refrained from hastily revealing the answer, instead opting to tantalize the viewers with suspense. Surely everyone is curious about my current whereabouts. Our program is titled People's Entrepreneurs, with the protagonist being Su Bai. So, where's Su Bai, and what is he doing? As the founder of Richest Technology, how does Mr. Su spend his spring festival? After building anticipation among the audience, Xiao Wu, standing before the camera, waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Please do not rush. Follow our perspective." In the next moment, the live broadcast switched to a drone flying over Dog Village. With the aerial shots from the drone, the entirety of Dog Village came into view. Wow, it really is in the countryside. Is it possible that a billionaire would return to his rural hometown for the new year? This is scripted. It has to be scripted. If you think it's scripted, perhaps you should check your own sanity. Does your live broadcast use scripts? Amid the chatter of netizens, Xiao Wu's voiceover began to resonate, complimenting the drone footage. As you can see, we are currently situated in Dog Village, located in Yicheng. Upon hearing the name Dog Village, many netizens couldn't help but chuckle at the quaintness of the name. Following the drone's aerial view, the scene returned to Xiao Wu. So why are we here? A smile graced Xiao Wu's face. I believe many astute netizens have already guessed the answer. Indeed, this is the hometown of our renowned entrepreneur, Mr. Su Bai. According to our information, Mr. Su returns to his hometown every year for the New Year festivities. This year, our production team has accompanied Mr. Su to Dog Village to witness how the founder of Richest Technology, a billionaire, spends his spring festival. With the host's introduction, the comment section of the live broadcast erupted, filled with a flurry of question marks. What? Su Bai's hometown is really in the countryside? A billionaire actually returns to the countryside for the New Year? Oh my, where's the private jet? Where's the luxurious villa? You brought me to the countryside? Wait, I'm living in the city, buying a house for the New Year, while Mr. Su is in the countryside? This can't be real. Initially, netizens were skeptical. But upon reflection, this is a live broadcast initiated by the national television station, where names and places can be verified. It is impossible for it to be fabricated. Just as the audience was processing this information, another group of special netizens appeared in the comment section. Haha, fellow Yicheng residents. That's right, Mr. Su is one of us. I'll speak on behalf of Mr. Su. What Xiao Wu said is accurate. He returns home every year for the New Year. My home is right next to Dog Village. I often see Mr. Su's old A6 during the New Year. At this moment, the reality was confirmed. Su Bai's hometown is indeed in the countryside, and he returns home every year for the festivities. More crucially, due to a netizen's revelation, Mr. Su's old A6 was spotted by keen-eyed viewers. What? An old A6? Mr. Su drives an old A6? He actually drives an A6? Wait, what level is Mr. Su at, and what level am I? How am I driving the same car as him? I know about this. Mr. Su's car is a 12-year-old A6, and he doesn't even have a chauffeur, according to an anonymous employee from Richest Technology. When this information spread, the comments in the live broadcast room diminished significantly. Countless netizens fell silent, particularly those who had previously speculated about the exorbitant cost of Su Bai's New Year's Eve dinner. The absence of a private jet, no luxurious villa or sports car, only an old A6 and a name as humble as the village itself. If it were merely this, it would not be particularly remarkable. At most, it could be considered that Su Bai leads a low-key lifestyle and exhibits simple tastes. However, one must not forget that Su Bai possesses another identity. He has produced Rice smartphones that offer the finest quality at the most conscientious prices, accessible to every citizen of the Dragon Nation. He has also launched a remarkably affordable rice sanitary napkin, prompting millions of women to call for price increases, ensuring the health of women across the nation. The rice standard he initiated revitalized the domestic daily chemical industry, with prices so reasonable they border on the outrageous. From Su Bai's various accomplishments, it is evident he is an undeniably successful entrepreneur, a principled businessman. Today's live broadcast, however, unveils another facet of Su Bai. He is so low-key and unpretentious that he resembles an ordinary individual, driving his old A6 back to his rural hometown for the new year. He neither indulges in extravagance nor elevates himself above others. He is as relatable as a friend next door. In essence, Su Bai, the founder of Richest Technology, is a successful entrepreneur, while Su Bai returning home for the new year is merely an ordinary citizen. Perhaps this is why the program is entitled People's Entrepreneurs. For Su Bai comes from the populace and returns to the populace. In an instant, the netizens who had previously criticized Su Bai found themselves at a loss for words. Ahem, I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. Mr. Su is impressive and deserves the title of People's Entrepreneur. I am astonished. Who would have thought a billionaire would lead such a low-key and simple life? Mr. Su is so wealthy yet drives an old A6. I glanced at my BMW bought on loan and slapped myself hard. As the tide of comments shifted, Su Bai's fans rallied to his defense. What constitutes a people's entrepreneur? This is what it means to be a people's entrepreneur, remaining true to one's roots. Well done, Mr. Su. All entrepreneurs nationwide should learn from him. This is how it should be. If everyone were like Mr. Su, we wouldn't have to criticize wealthy individuals every day. As a renowned crosstalk performer, Guodi Gang once stated, performers on stage must refrain from wearing watches, rings, or necklaces. The audience below may feel discomfort, suspecting that those items were purchased with money made from them. The same principle applies to Su Bai. Driving an old A6 back to his rural hometown for the new year, he is not devoid of wealth. Rather, he allocates his resources judiciously, investing in the creation of conscientious products for consumers. In an instant, the audience, particularly the female viewers who had always held an affinity for Su Bai, were deeply moved. No wonder Rise Technology's products are so affordable. I finally understand the reason. Woo, I never thought I would be touched by a boss. Is this the warmth from an entrepreneur? Incorrect. Please use the full title. People's entrepreneur. The antonym is a soulless capitalist. Meanwhile, in Beijing, at the headquarters of the national television station, a flurry of executives observed the rapidly changing comments with great excitement. They were astonished that, even before Su Bai had made his appearance, the image of the people's entrepreneur had already been established. They remained blissfully unaware that they were celebrating prematurely. Indeed, Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur had taken form. Yet they overlooked one crucial detail. The protagonist of this live broadcast, Su Bai, had yet to appear on the screen. For shortly after, Su Bai would personally solidify his image as a people and Oppo's entrepreneur through his own remarkable maneuvers, directing one and Oppo's persona towards an inexplicable trajectory. Chapter 046, The People and Oppo's entrepreneur, crafted with utmost dedication by the national television network and supported wholeheartedly by the Douyin platform. The special Spring Festival edition of The People's Entrepreneur premiered with remarkable success through a live broadcast. Despite the impressive behind-the-scenes team, the true crux lay in Su Bai's authentic persona. As a billionaire magnate, his humble and unpretentious demeanor quickly endeared him to a vast audience, thereby establishing the intended image of the people's entrepreneur. With the flood of praise for Su Bai in the comment section, the repercussions of the Zhao Fengquan incident were swiftly dissipating, highlighting the positive impact of establishing a commendable archetype. The executives at the national television station were nearly bubbling with joy, on the verge of celebrating with champagne. Their mission appeared accomplished, and the online viewership was climbing steadily. A staff member monitoring data noted an impressive 8.2 million viewers, a figure that continued to rise. One could not deny the efficacy of an official initiative. When Su Bai previously attempted to sell products via live streaming, he barely garnered over 2 million viewers. Yet in this instance, the audience for Su Bai and Oppo's program surged past 8 million, with the possibility of exceeding 10 million looming on the horizon. The leadership was elated, as an increase in viewers signified enhanced program effectiveness. Excellent. Inform Li Qingyuan on-site to maintain stability and ensure the live broadcast is well managed. As long as Su Bai's portrayal as the people's entrepreneur remains intact, once the broadcast concludes, I will personally host a celebration for him, declared a resolute leader. Collapse? With Su Bai and Oppo's image firmly established, a downfall seemed implausible. So long as he did not engage in any scandalous behavior, the integrity of his persona would remain unscathed. After all, the national television network was involved. This was no trifling matter. Simultaneously, within the live streaming room filled with over 8 million viewers, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious as Su Bai and Oppo's image was solidified. It was the festive season, and who wouldn't and Oppo's desire a joyful celebration? With Su Bai and Oppo's low-key and simple demeanor, the negative repercussions of the Zhao Fengquan incident were swiftly mitigated, leading the audience to shift their focus towards the live broadcast, guided by the host, Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu, the founder of Rise Technology and a billionaire, elaborated on Su Bai's unassuming nature, curiosity peaked among the viewers about how he celebrated the Spring Festival. A number of viewers expressed their eagerness to witness Su Bai and Oppo's festivities. All right. I admit Su Bai truly embodies the essence of a people and Oppo's entrepreneur. Let's see how he spends his Spring Festival. Yes, Xiao Wu seems particularly chatty today. Show us where Su Bai is." The audience was increasingly inquisitive, wondering about Su Bai's understated personal life and how he celebrated the holiday. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wu, who stood before the camera, the audience's anticipation was palpable. However, he sensed from Yicheng Yuan and Amp Oppo's gestures that the broadcast was progressing favorably. "All right, dear viewers, having introduced so much, I trust you are as eager as I am. Without further ado, let's follow our camera to witness the festivities." With a wave of his hand, the cameraman followed Xiao Wu's lead, directing the camera forward. As the scene transitioned, over 8 million viewers leaned in closer, their eyes glued to their screens, eager to spot Su Bai and see what he was up to. The live camera gradually panned to a bustling rural homestead, where the atmosphere was vibrant with the sounds of celebration. In Su Bai's uncle's yard, the size of a basketball court, people were gathered, laughter resonating throughout. A large pot of steaming water bubbled atop a brick stove in one corner, while women cheerfully prepared vegetables. A pregnant orange cat lounged beneath the eaves, licking its paws. Amidst the festivities, the sound of firecrackers erupted, causing a few children in cotton jackets to scurry across the yard, prompting gentle reprimands from the elders. Su Bai's uncle, beaming with joy, circulated with a box of cigarettes, while the butcher, freshly sharpened knife in hand, approached the large white pig in its cage. Observing this, the members of the pig slaughtering team, including Su Bai, gathered around, eager to partake in the annual ritual. While the scene appeared lively, the viewers in the live chat busily searched for Su Bai's figure. "Aren't they butchering the New Year pig?" In the southern countryside, this is a cherished tradition. Yet where is Su Bai? Is this Su's family home? Where is he? Does Su and Oppo's family also slaughter pigs for the New Year? They seem just like us. To be fair, the cameraman Kuden and Oppo's to be entirely blamed. The crowd was simply too dense. And Su Bai was clad in an apron, blending into the throng, making him difficult to spot. Experienced Xiao Wu seemed aware of this predicament as he maneuvered through the crowd, guiding the cameraman towards Su Bai. "Excuse me, Su Bai," with Xiao Wu and Amp Oppo's call. All eyes widened in anticipation, eager to see how the billionaire entrepreneur spent his spring festival. At that moment, a loud pig squeal pierced through the crowd. As the onlookers parted, the camera captured Su Bai, dressed in a red and white checkered apron, holding a pig and Amp Oppo's hoof with one hand and the tail with the other, his body pressed against the hefty pig. Upon hearing Xiao Wu and Amp Oppo's call, he raised his head, directly facing the camera. "Here I am." As nearly 9 million viewers beheld Su Bai in the midst of the chaos, silence enveloped the online space. The focus of the camera zeroed in on Su Bai's face, and the sound of the pig's squeal echoed from the speakers of millions of mobile devices. The world held its breath. Even the most loquacious and swift-fingered commenters could only hold their phones, questioning their own existence. Meanwhile, Su Xiaochong, who was idly watching the live stream from his office in Rongqing, choked on his tea, spraying it all over his desk upon witnessing Su Bai's antics with the pig. In the capital, an elderly leader of the national television station, upon witnessing the scene of Su Bai being pressed like a pig, nearly succumbed to his heart condition, trembling as he rummaged through his pocket for a quick-acting cardiac remedy. Meanwhile, He Xiaokai, strolling through Yangcheng while watching the live broadcast, fell headlong into the greenery upon witnessing the same distressing image. His body sprawled in disarray. A profound silence enveloped the 9 million viewers for a full 5 seconds. At last, a comment from a netizen hailing from northeast China quietly refreshed the screen. This is the special spring festival program of the national television station, Pressing the Pig. People's Entrepreneur? Chapter 047. The increasing value of this live broadcast, the anguished cries of a pig resonated throughout the expansive dog village, echoing through advanced live-streaming equipment across the vast lands of the Dragon Kingdom, reaching every household. Throughout the annals of human civilization, it is unlikely that there has ever been a pig that could witness its final moments in the presence of 9 million viewers. Similarly, while the Forbes billionaires list, originating from the era of World War I, has featured countless global tycoons over the past century, it is doubtful that another pig has ever reached such a staggering wealth level. Thus, when a pig, born into glory and destined for a heroic end, encounters an extraordinarily low-key billionaire, a subtle chemical reaction emerges between the two. This reaction, witnessed by 9 million online spectators, evolves into a brand new term: showmanship. To be candid, since the inception of live broadcasts, the presence of Su Bai and the pig, in terms of entertainment value, stands as a paragon in this field. Many internet celebrities and stars, disheartened by the loss of viewership due to official streaming preferences, felt outraged. However, upon entering Su Bai and Oppo's live stream and witnessing the spectacle he orchestrated with the pig, they were left in utter awe. What could possibly compare? Even if I performed a daring acrobatic act while shampooing my hair, it would pale in comparison to your billion-dollar CEO engaging with a pig. With such remarkable entertainment value, does one even require official promotion? It would be a sheer waste. Not only were the 9 million viewers captivated into silence by Su Bai and Oppo's audacious maneuvers, but even the program and Oppo's host, Xiao Wu, despite his extensive experience, was momentarily speechless upon witnessing Su Bai at work. Initially, Xiao Wu presumed that Su Bai's involvement in the pig slaughter was merely ceremonial, a token gesture. Little did he realize that Su Bai was genuinely engaged, not just as a participant, but as a key figure. Among the members of the pig-slaying team, most were of average height, around 1.7 meters, with few exceeding 1.8 meters. In contrast, Su Bai, standing just over 1.8 meters, appeared as a towering figure amongst them. The scene conveyed an undeniable impression that without Su Bai, the pig could not be subdued. As another round of pig squeals echoed, Xiao Wu, startled yet attentive, regained his composure, reminding himself that he was still hosting a live broadcast for millions of viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our Mr. Su is currently engaged in the task of subduing a pig. It is well known that slaughtering pig for the new year is a prevalent custom in many rural areas of our Dragon Kingdom. Today in Dog Village, on the very day designated for this tradition, our Mr. Su is personally participating with Xiao Wu's commentary. The previously silent viewers reawakened with excitement. What in Oppo's is happening? Su Bai, what are you going to do with that pig? I finally grasp what it means to live the life of the wealthy. It's beyond our imagination, Mr. Su. It's south one thing to drive an A6, another to return to the countryside for the new year. But this pig business is indeed excessive. I declare, this year's best moment has officially been captured. Billionaire Su by subduing a pig. Wow, Mr. Su looks so dashing while handling that pig. I'm in love. As the viewers busy themselves with capturing screenshots of this rare scene, host Xiao Wu bent closer to Su Bai, not forgetting his role. Mr. Su, could you share your feelings with our audience at this moment? I heard you've been handling pigs since you were 16. Could you share some insights? It must be said, Xiao Wu's commitment to entertainment was commendable. While Su Bai was preoccupied with the task at hand, the request for emotional reflection was rather impractical. With half his body engaged in subduing the pig, Su Bai had little time to respond. Observing the situation, viewers erupted in laughter. Mr. Su's current sentiment: the pig is substantial, the crowd is numerous, and Ho Xiao Wu is rather bothersome. Truly a billionaire. Even while managing a pig, he exudes charm. If his wealth were only in the tens of billions, this pig would surely escape. The pig must be wondering what merit it possesses to be handled by a billionaire. Mr. Su, you're pressing on my rear. Meanwhile, Su Bai, alongside his cousins and the butcher, struggled to drag the squealing pig onto the chopping block. With Xiao Wu's incessant chatter in his ears and the increasing resistance from the pig beneath him, Su Bai realized the situation was becoming untenable. It was indeed evident that the New Year pig purchased by his uncle was larger than anticipated, typically weighing a mere few hundred pounds. This particular pig tipped the scales at a staggering 380 pounds, nearing 400. The 5 members of the pig-slaying team, including Su Bai, were on the verge of being overpowered. Upon hearing Su Bai's call, his uncle and a young cousin rushed over to assist. A gathering of women and children watched intently, unable to tear their eyes away from this display of masculine vigor. Coincidentally, there were other families in the village also slaughtering pigs that day, leading to a division of the pig-slaying team into 3 groups. With the numbers dwindling and the pig's size overwhelming, Lifting onto the half-meter-high block proved to be a formidable challenge. Is anyone else here? We need two more. As the principal force, Su Bai turned to see Xiao Wu still facing the camera, chattering away, and shouted, "Xiao Wu, come help." "What? Is this my responsibility?" Xiao Wu was momentarily bewildered. "Oh, I'm coming." Before departing, he humorously addressed the camera. "As you can see, Mr. Su's pig is becoming unmanageable. I must assist." With that, Xiao Wu joined the increasingly chaotic scene. "Mr. Su, I'm here. How do we subdue it?" Su Bai handed him a rope tied to the pig's hind leg, instructing, "Hold on tight and don't let go. If you can't manage, let me know." "Understood." With Xiao Wu's involvement, viewers were in fits of laughter. This live broadcast is becoming increasingly priceless. Following the billionaire subduing a pig, we now have Xiao Wu in the mix. This pig is truly defying the laws of nature. "Pig, am I destined to meet my end today? Pig, come on." Xiao Wu shoved the microphone in my mouth. "I have something to say." However, some astute viewers noted Xiao Wu's inexperience as he awkwardly held onto the pig's hind leg. It's clear that Xiao Wu has never handled a pig. His technique is indeed hindering progress. Xiao Wu is indeed struggling, albeit with the pig's leg. Su Bai, regrettably, had entrusted such a crucial task to a host who had never before dealt with a pig. As a result, in his later years, Su Bai would often reflect on that day, regretting the decision he had made with a sigh. The porcine cries still reverberated through Goer village. Under the gaze of millions of netizens, the pig immobilizing squad grew in number. Regrettably, despite the increasing manpower, the nearly 400-pound hog remained bound by fate. Successfully hoisted onto the butcher's block, the butcher, a cigarette dangling from his lips, used an iron hook to secure the pig's upper jaw, while his other hand wielded a gleaming cleaver, adjusting the head for a swift, clean cut. Anticipating the imminent gore, the cameraman skillfully averted the lens, focusing instead on Xiao Wu, who was tasked with pulling the pig's trotters, and Su Bai, who was pressing down on its hindquarters. It was believed that this rare spectacle would soon conclude. However, many spectators, reveling in the spectacle, expressed their dissatisfaction. "Oh, is it ending already? I suddenly feel underwhelmed. I've lived to see a multi-billionaire and a gold medal MC join forces to pin a pig. I've really made something of myself. I want more. They should put this on the Spring Festival Gala." Just as the audience thought the climax had passed, no one realized that the pig slaughtering drama had only just begun. Su Bai's aunt placed a large iron basin filled with salt and cold water beneath the pig's neck, ready to collect the blood for blood curd. The butcher, having found the perfect spot, was poised to strike. The immobilizing team braced themselves for the most violent resistance. The pig, sensing its impending doom, mustered its strength for a final stand. In its struggle, the clever swine realized that its hind legs were surprisingly loose. It seemed that the one holding them back hadn't eaten. As everyone knows, immobilizing a pig requires precise coordination. Any lapse can lead to a complete failure. And this pig had found its opportunity. With one last, resounding squeal, the pig summoned its strength, retracting and thrusting its right hind leg with all its might. In the next moment, Xiao Wu, staring at his empty hands, was dumbfounded. "The rope. Where's the rope?" Before Xiao Wu could inform Su Bai, the pig's massive rump sent him flying more than 2 meters. The other members of the immobilizing team were scattered by the thrashing animal. The pig's successful escape caused a commotion among the crowd. Some elderly villagers shouted instructions, hoping to salvage the situation. 2 children were scooped up by their parents. Even the big yellow dog in the corner of the yard stood up to watch. Chaos reigned. The situation took a dramatic turn. The butcher, seeing that most of the pig had broken free, swiftly released the hook from its jaw, prioritizing safety. With the hook gone, the pig was completely liberated. It tumbled from the butcher's block, landing on the concrete with a half roll before scrambling to its feet and embarking on its great escape. The pig's escape was one thing, but Su Bai's uncle was still clinging to its neck. Initially, he had planned to let go once he regained his balance, but the pig gave him no chance. It bolted, carrying Su Bai's uncle on its back. Seeing the pig's increasing speed, Su Bai's uncle held on for dear life, wrapping his arms around its neck and riding it like a rodeo cowboy. As the duo disappeared through the courtyard gate, only his indignant curses echoed behind them. "Damn you! The live stream ultimately came to an end. 40 minutes after the pig's headlong flight, the pig slaughtering drama concluded. The live stream was surprisingly successful, reaching a peak of over 14 million viewers. While this paled in comparison to the Spring Festival Gala's hundreds of millions, it shattered the previous record set by Andy Lau 2 years prior, making it the most-watched live stream in Douyin's history. Douyin could proudly proclaim itself the leading private live-streaming platform. In addition to Douyin's triumph, the state television station, which had planned the broadcast, was also a major beneficiary. People in AMP, Oppo's, S-Entrepreneur sparked a significant positive reaction among the populace, providing a profound understanding of what it truly meant to be an entrepreneur. Furthermore, the 14 million viewers were fortunate to have witnessed multiple memorable moments and generated numerous internet memes, such as Billionaire immobilizes pig, Xiao Wu immobilizes pig, Xiao Wu drags his feet, and Desperate Uncle. Overall, it seemed to be a win-win situation, except for two individuals. As evening approached, two forlorn men sat beneath the old locust tree at the entrance of Goer Village. A plume of smoke curled around Su Bai's face as he stared despondently toward his home. How could I not hold it? Xiao Wu, perched on a flower bed, propped his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the ground, looking dejected. Mr. Su, what should we do? I hear the internet is full of memes about us, and our faces are plastered all over the place. Su Bai exhaled another puff of smoke. What are they saying? Xiao Wu switched hands. They and Oppos, re-saying all sorts of things. They and Oppos, recalling you the entrepreneur who couldn't and Oppos. T hold a pig. And me the MC who couldn't hold a pig. They're comparing us to Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. He was on the verge of tears. Mr. Su, our reputations are ruined by a pig. Su Bai was beside himself with worry. He had hoped to project an image of a humble, down-to-earth entrepreneur and gain some fans. He had gained a lot of fans, increasing from just over 20 million to 32 million. However, his image as a people in Oppos, S-Entrepreneur had become inextricably linked to a pig. Now, whenever pigs were mentioned, he and Xiao Wu were sure to follow. As Xiao Wu said, a wealthy magnate, a Forbes billionaire, had not been defeated by a cosmetics giant, but by a pig. Chapter 49. Where the path leads, I shall follow. Little Wu departed, catching a late-night flight back to Rongqing. This hapless host, unable to reign in the chaos, witnessed his Douyin followers surge by over 5 million in just half a day. Naturally, the price for this whirlwind fame was steep. He acquired numerous nicknames, hundreds of memes, and an uncountable number of absurd videos. In his own words, the once celebrated golden host had become a national laughingstock. Before leaving, the audacious Wu sought out Su Bai, requesting his WeChat ID and personal phone number, which Su Bai generously provided. As fellow members of the pig duo, they had shared trials and tribulations, forming a bond akin to that of brothers in adversity. However, when it comes time to butcher the New Year pig next year, Su Bai would certainly refrain from entrusting the rope to one he does not trust. This, of course, hinged on whether the village's other laughingstock, his second uncle, would agree to let him take the lead. The departure of the production team did not diminish the lively atmosphere of Dog Village. On the contrary, as the Spring Festival approached, the entire village basked in a jubilant spirit. Su Bai remained unchanged. The persona he presented during live broadcasts mirrored his real-life character. He could often be found playing chess with the village elders under the large locust tree at the village and Oppo's entrance. Humorously berated by a group of old men for his poor skills, he would also stand in his yard with a bowl of rice, indulging in a meal while observing the new daughter-in-law who had recently joined a neighboring family. When boredom struck, he fashioned a slingshot to teach the village children how to launch firecrackers into the sky. Yet, more often than not, Su Bai would place a stool in his yard, soaking in the sun, with a thermos beside him containing steaming tea, occasionally taking a sip. These rare moments of leisure allowed Su Bai to clear his mind and contemplate his grand ambitions. To outsiders, he appeared as a business prodigy, a billionaire CEO, a beloved entrepreneur of the people. Yet, only Su Bai understood the formidable challenges he faced. Presently, the foundation of Dami Technology, particularly its mobile phone division, had reached the pinnacle in the Dragon Kingdom, transitioning from a rapid growth phase to a stable period. This meant that Su Bai's wealth could no longer expand at the pace it had in previous years. His current aspiration was to become the richest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. The current wealth of the richest individual stands at 390 billion, a figure roughly double that of Su Bai's. Given his current growth trajectory, it was anticipated that he could surpass this number within 4 years. However, the calculations were not so straightforward. As Su Bai advanced, so too did others, and, crucially, their rate of progress could outstrip his own. The reason lay in the scale of Dami Technology, which was insufficient to support Su Bai's ambitions. In other words, if Su Bai aimed solely to become the richest through his mobile phone business, the probability of success was virtually non-existent based on his current profit margins. Thus, to achieve his goal, Su Bai needed to explore a new avenue. Dear esteemed readers, the most pertinent lesson from this novel is about to unfold. If one day you find yourself yearning for greatness and aspire to become a billionaire, what should be your first step? Observe closely as I present to you a live demonstration from a billionaire. Su Bai retrieved his phone, opened a browser, and searched for World and Oppo's top 100 companies. Why this list? You might wonder. It is essential to grasp an immutable truth. Imitation is always easier than innovation. The same principle applies to starting a company. Rather than laboring to develop an unprecedented venture, it is far simpler to enter an existing industry and emulate your competitors until you can surpass them. For instance, if one wishes to open a hot pot restaurant, the most straightforward and effective approach is to identify the best-performing hot pot establishment nearby and replicate its location, procurement channels, decor, and service management. While this strategy does not guarantee success, it is certainly more feasible than embarking on a fanciful whim. Similarly, if Su Bai intends to explore a new business path, the simplest method is to imitate. However, given Su Bai's current assets, he would not merely replicate a hot pot restaurant. Rather, he would aim to emulate the best. By dethroning the top company on the world's 100 best list, he would become the world's #1 himself. Let's take a look at the current reigning champion. As the browser refreshed, a complete list of the world's top companies appeared on Su Bai's screen. With his capabilities, he need not scroll down. He focused solely on the first entry. Upon seeing the name of the world's leading company, his brows furrowed in surprise. Walmart. Who could have anticipated that a chain supermarket from the Eagle Nation would triumph over a multitude of internet giants and energy titans to claim the top spot in the world? Indeed, a supermarket had ascended to the pinnacle of the Fortune Global 500. Was there any justice in this? Upon recognizing the name Walmart, Su Bai's lips curled in a sardonic smile. It was a reflection of the wild spirit ingrained in the DNA of the dragon people for generations. It felt as though every cell in his body was shouting, "Where the path leads, I shall follow." The nobility may hold power, but does it mean they are inherently superior? I, Su Bai, shall challenge Walmart to its demise. If it were a high-tech or resource monopolizing enterprise, Su Bai would need to tread carefully. After all, industry barriers do exist. However, if it is merely a supermarket, then there is no room for negotiation. Some may wonder how Walmart, a large chain supermarket dominating the globe and holding the title of the world's top company for 12 consecutive years, could be so easily challenged. Many have sought to disrupt Walmart's position, yet all have met with failure. So, what gives Su Bai the confidence to confront this behemoth head-on, let alone attempt to starve it of resources? One might overlook an essential fact. Although Su Bai does not possess supernatural abilities, he is, in truth, a genuine time traveler. By merely emulating a certain company from his past life, he swiftly rose to become the leader of the mobile phone industry in the Dragon Kingdom and amassed a fortune in the billions. Thus, when Su Bai draws inspiration from the once dominant supermarket of his previous life, how will Walmart respond? It is worth noting that the supermarket from Su Bai's past life did not extend beyond the Central Plains for various complex reasons. Yet now, for Su Bai, what was once possible for that supermarket can also be achieved by him. What that supermarket could not accomplish, Su Bai can certainly endeavor to achieve. As Su Bai sat in his courtyard, sipping tea and basking in the sun, while contemplating how to adopt the East's successful model to dethrone the world's #1, a few young villagers passed by on the road. They appear to be heading to the village store to play cards, a common pastime during the spring festival in rural areas. As they strolled past Su Bai's yard and spotted him enjoying his tea, they greeted him warmly. "Brother Bai, soaking up the sun, are we? Cool, mate. Join us for a game." "Brother Bai, you've been deep in thought for quite a while. What is on your mind? Perhaps we can help you brainstorm. Setting down his teacup, Su Bai smiled gently. Without much thought, I pondered on how to become the wealthiest individual in the nation. Upon hearing this, several young individuals were nearly taken aback. The scene was reminiscent of childhood days when I would inquire about Su Bai's exam scores. I merely asked out of curiosity. When others express a desire to become the national tycoon, it is often mere bravado. Yet, the individual before me appeared to be quite serious. They say comparison breeds discontent. Indeed, it is no wonder that some achieve billionaire status while I remain a humble worker. Such is the disparity. There was no longer any inclination to engage in games. It was time to disperse and return home. However, just as the group was reeling from Su Bai and Oppo's comment, he approached them, holding a thermos. What are we playing, Mahjong? Just to clarify, I won't play for stakes exceeding $10. The mere fact that Su Bai was willing to join them in a game sent waves of excitement through the young crowd. After all, many can play cards, but sitting at the same table as a billionaire is a rare occurrence indeed. Amid laughter and banter, the young individuals gathered around Su Bai and strolled towards the village shop, their camaraderie reminiscent of their childhood days. Chapter 050, sounding the first shot, striving for a good start, having resolved to take action. The remaining question is how to proceed. Logically, if the objective is to benchmark against Woolamart, the most effective approach would be akin to tackling Wanjiai, eschewing an all-out assault in favor of targeting a specific point for breakthrough. Just as the rice sanitary napkin brand launched its campaign against Wanjiai, aiming for an auspicious beginning, the question arises, how shall this initial strike be executed? On the morning of the Lunar New Year, Su Bai stood in the living room with a bowl of glutinous rice balls, savoring his treat while observing the map of the dragon country that his father, Su Guoyang, had affixed to the wall. Commercial competition, at its core, resembles a strategic game of territorial conquest in the marketplace. Taking a comprehensive view, Woolamart currently boasts over 400 stores across the entirety of the dragon country, achieving extensive coverage in first to fourth tier cities. It is fair to say that Woolamart's banners have been planted firmly on the land of the dragon country, a testament to the formidable strength of the world's leading enterprise. Faced with such a powerful adversary, how should Su Bai, proclaiming a resolve akin to that of kings and nobles, commence his endeavors? Historical precedent suggests two primary strategies. One is to encircle the countryside from the cities, while the other involves rural encroachment upon urban areas. The former entails Su by establishing a large rice supermarket in first-tier cities, such as Magic City and the capital, directly replicating the Eastern model and engaging in a competitive spectacle with Woolamart. Following a series of preliminary triumphs, expansion into second- and third-tier cities would follow. This was precisely how Woolamart operated initially. It is a model of tackling the tough challenges first, as securing a foothold in first-tier cities would facilitate a smoother transition into the lower-tier markets. Effectively, it would be akin to drawing the dragon out for a confrontation right from the start, making defeat a challenging prospect. However, this approach necessitates a strong foundation. Woolamart entered the dragon country market in 1996, but its founder had already ascended to the status of the world's richest individual by 1985. With ample resources and robust backing, Woolamart confidently established its first store in the progressive city of Pengcheng. In contrast, Su Bai is not even the wealthiest individual in the dragon country. With his current cash flow, launching a large supermarket would be tantamount to inviting failure. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be to adopt the rural encroachment model. By opening his inaugural rice supermarket in a third- or fourth-tier city, he could solidify his position before expanding into first- and second-tier markets. With the strategic direction clarified, the subsequent steps would be straightforward. Finishing the last morsel of his glutinous rice balls, Su Bai surveyed the vast map of the dragon country and ultimately focused on his hometown, Yicheng. Yicheng, being a third-tier city and his place of origin, offered both geographical and social advantages. As for timing, Su Bai harbored no concerns. As he often remarks, much of one's success is accentuated by the efforts of peers, as long as he remains true to his principles and stands with the people. There will always be individuals like Jiang Lily to lend their support. After enjoying his meal, Su Bai returned the empty bowl to the kitchen and nonchalantly slipped away. As the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise, he enjoyed the absolute privilege of not having to wash dishes, a special allowance from Su Jinfeng. Sanair, remember to greet your uncles and aunts later. Understood. The customs in rural areas are largely similar, besides paying respects to elders. Many younger individuals are also expected to extend their New Year greetings to Su Bai. However, the customary red envelopes are not as lavish as some might suggest online. They typically consist of a uniform sum of 200 yuan. If one were to draw a distinction, it lies in the sheer volume Su Bai prepares, often several hundred envelopes, amounting to nearly 100,000 yuan. Every Lunar New Year's Day, nearly all the children from Dog Village come to pay their respects to Su Bai. In fact, over the past 2 years, children from neighboring villages have begun to join in as well. Su Bai, however, never turns anyone away. Every child who approaches him for New Year wishes receives a red envelope. Meanwhile, as Su Bai ventured out to greet the elders, a boy of 11 or 12 named Lu Daji hastily set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Grandpa, I'm full." With that, he dashed out the door, heading towards Dog Village. Lu Daji, despite being teased by classmates for his name, has never let it faze him. He has never fought back because he knows that his family cannot afford to pay for injuries. This 12-year-old boy lost his parents at a young age and has been living with his grandfather ever since. They say that children from poor families mature quickly, and Lu Daji is a prime example. Not only does he help his grandfather with household chores, but his academic performance is also commendable, consistently ranking first in his class. Coincidentally, Lu Daji, as homeroom teacher, happens to be the same person who once taught Su Bai. Whenever she hands Lu Daji a certificate of achievement, she affectionately pats his head and remarks, "This child truly resembles Su Bai, with a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes." This coming autumn, Lu Daji is set to attend junior high school in the county, which entails staying at the school and only returning home once a week. Prior to this transition, he has one significant task to accomplish: to buy his grandfather a second-hand electric tricycle. His grandfather, in addition to farming, supplements their income by selling vegetables. On market days, Lu Daji rises early to assist his grandfather in securing baskets of fresh produce onto their bicycle's back seat. Given that the southern Sichuan region is hilly, Lu Daji often finds himself pushing the bicycle uphill to help his grandfather. However, once he begins his junior high studies, he will be unable to assist on market days. Thus, Lu Daji requires an electric tricycle, not one that is particularly fancy. Merely a second-hand model would suffice. Ideally, it should have a rain canopy, so his grandfather won't get drenched on rainy days. Lu Daji has already inquired about the price, which is 200 yuan for a second-hand model. Over the past 6 months, he has managed to save 112.50 yuan, leaving him with a shortfall of 1087.50 yuan. For a child from family relying on government assistance, this is undoubtedly a substantial sum. If Lu Daji wishes to gather the necessary funds, he must resort to unconventional methods. After a sprint, panting heavily, Lu Daji finally reached the entrance of Dog Village and gazed towards Su Bai's home. He knows where Su Bai lives because he visited last year. At that time, he mingled with the other children, greeted Su Bai with a New Year's wish, and received a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Lu Daji subsequently used that money to buy his grandfather a warm military coat, marking the first time he had seen his grandfather don new clothing. This year, Lu Daji returned, crouching beneath the large locust tree at the entrance of Dog Village, waiting for the other children to arrive so he could blend in with them and greet Su Bai once more. However, unlike last year, this time Lu Daji felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were about to commit a wrongdoing. His face flushed crimson, and his heart raced within his chest. Lu Daji devised a plan. He would blend in among the children, and, when Su Bai was not paying attention, repeat his New Year's greetings and collect multiple red envelopes. He aimed to secure 5 envelopes, which would amount to 1,000 yuan. With a little more saving in the coming months, he should be able to gather the remaining 87.50 yuan, thus securing the electric tricycle for his grandfather. For a diligent and academically gifted child like Lu Daji, the prospect of resorting to such trickery for extra red envelopes was a source of considerable unease. To alleviate his discomfort, he continually reassured himself. Count it as a loan. Indeed, it is a loan. When I grow up and earn money, I shall repay it. And with interest. Little do I know, this cunning 12-year-old imagines taking 5 red envelopes, totaling 1,000 yuan, and then gradually gathering the remaining 87 yuan and 50 cents. Yet, he has never considered the possibility of simply taking 6 red envelopes, allowing himself to retain 112 yuan and 50 cents. Chapter 51. On the New Year in Appos. Este. How could he dare to refuse me? Young Lu Daji squatted beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to pay New Year's respects to Su Bai. However, Lu Daji was not the only one with this intention. At the same moment, on the rural road leading to Dog Village, a black Hongqi sedan bearing ordinary Yicheng license plates was slowly making its way towards the village. Inside the vehicle were a driver and a passenger, both clad in unremarkable down jackets. Yet their demeanor and conduct unmistakably revealed that they were not ordinary individuals. The driver, Xiao Zhang, in his 30s, was a model student from a prestigious university who had ascended the ranks after passing public service examinations to join the district committee office, swiftly climbing to become the secretary of the chief administrator of Yicheng, an undeniable top aide. With Xiao Zhang at the wheel, it was evident who occupied the back seat. As the makeshift driver carefully navigated the narrow rural road, he glanced at the passenger and inquired without turning his head, "Boss, do you really think it's wise to visit General Su without prior notice?" It seemed that, for reasons unknown, local secretaries had adopted the habit of referring to their superiors as boss. The slightly portly middle-aged man in the back seat was engrossed in watching a video on his phone, which featured a comical clip of Su Bai being launched into the air by a pig. As he observed the antics of Su Bai and Xiao Wu chasing the pig, he chuckled heartily. This was Dong Xin, the esteemed chief administrator of Yicheng. However, within the political circles of the Sichuan-Chongqing region, Dong Xin was far better known by his nickname, Dong Sanjin. Hailing from northeast China, Dong Xin had evidently maximized his talent for drinking. During his tenure in Rongqing, he had, through his extraordinary capacity for alcohol, attracted 16 publicly listed companies to invest in the city within just a few years, bringing in over 500 billion yuan single-handedly. It was rumored that a tycoon from one of the listed companies had once declared at a banquet that for every glass Dong Xin drank, he would invest 100 million in Rongqing. That night, the exact number of drinks Dong Xin consumed remained a mystery, as he downed a bottle of 52-degree liquor in one go. Subsequently, that company poured over 10 billion into Rongqing within 3 years. From that point on, Dong Xin became a household name. As for his nickname, Dong Sanjin, it did not imply he could drink 3 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms, but rather that he could easily down 3 jin as a baseline. Nowadays, among the notable business leaders across the nation, few were unfamiliar with Dong Sanjin, as he had sought investments from them all. After all, it was evident why numerous large corporations had established factories in Yicheng following his appointment. Upon hearing Secretary Xiao Zhang and AMP, Appos' concerns, Dong Xin, having finished watching the video, yawned, his thick northeast accent unmistakably apparent. "Are you foolish? If we greet him, wouldn't it be akin to tipping him off? If he knows I'm coming, he won't wait around for me. He would have fled. The reason I chose to come on New Year in Appos Este is precisely to catch him off guard, to demand funds. How could he dare to refuse me on such a festive occasion? If he dares to turn me down, I shall make a poster of that pig-launching incident and hang it at the Yicheng toll station. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. And who could forget Dong Sanjin, the esteemed chief of Yicheng, visiting you on New Year's Day? Surely, Su Bai must part with some funds." While Lu Daji sought to obtain 4 red envelopes from Su Bai with a pang of guilt, Dong Sanjin, with his visit, expected no less than 3 billion. The figures were premeditated because Dong Sanjin had already learned that Su Bai and Appos' rice sanitary napkin factory had yet to reach half of its production capacity. With an additional 30 billion needed for expansion, Dong Sanjin was determined to seize this opportunity. Although this sum had already become a juicy morsel in Rongqing, as long as it remained uneaten, Dong Sanjin would muster the courage to claim it. Yicheng with its burgeoning enterprises, certainly could not afford to let this 30 billion slip away, especially since it would provide thousands of jobs, alleviating significant issues for Dong Sanjin. Thus, for the sake of this 30 billion and the associated employment opportunities, the chief administrator of Yicheng had resolutely chosen to visit Su Bai on this auspicious day. Happy New Year, Uncle Su! A young boy, clad in a new cotton jacket, beamed up at Su Bai from the courtyard of the Su residence. Happy New Year, Su Bai replied, handing a red envelope from a large stack beside him to the boy with a smile. Study hard and listen to your parents. Got it, thank you, Uncle Su, the boy exclaimed, scampering off joyfully with his prize. Observing the scene, Su Bai waved at the next child in line. The courtyard was now bustling with children of all ages, from toddlers to teenagers, all gathered to pay their respects to him. The excited chatter of the children filled the air, while several adults stood nearby, smiling and watching the festivities, clearly enjoying the tradition of the New Year's greetings. Among the throng of children, Lu Daji had positioned himself near the front, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation as he kept his head down. Moments later, as the child in front of him received his red envelope and dashed away in delight, Lu Daji finally summoned the courage to step forward. Happy New Year, Uncle Su! Happy New Year! Study hard and listen to your teachers. Su Bai replied with a smile as he handed Lu Daji a red envelope and moved on to the next child. This year, there was a considerable turnout of children seeking red envelopes, and Su Bai was keen to complete the distribution before lunch, moving swiftly. After receiving his envelope, Lu Daji circled back and joined the line again, soon returning to Su Bai's side. Happy New Year, Uncle Su! This time, Lu Daji's voice trembled slightly, a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. The 12-year-old boy, who had never told a lie in his life, was struggling to maintain a facade of calm. What if he were recognized? If he were, he would simply have to confess. But what would his grandfather think? His grandfather, who took pride in his perfect record of academic excellence, would surely be heartbroken to learn that his obedient grandson had resorted to deceit for a red envelope. As Lu Daji and Appo's heart raced, a red envelope emblazoned with the words "Lucky Money" suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by Su Bai and Appo's warm smile. Happy New Year! You and Appo's, grown another year older. Study diligently and help your family with chores. Nodding vigorously, Lu Daji forgot to express his gratitude and hurried away with his envelope. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. Yet, in his haste to leave, he failed to notice that Su Bai's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. This rural boy, still in elementary school, was blissfully unaware that Su Bai's remarkable memory allowed him to recall over 1,000 employees at the Rice Technology headquarters, let alone a few hundred children. Chapter 052. Are you actually worried about my defaulting? On the first day of the new year, every child who came to pay their respects to Su Bai had been thoroughly advised by their parents. It was permissible to pay respects and receive red envelopes during the New Year festivities. After all, it was a time of celebration, and Mr. Su was hardly in need of a mere 200. However, it was imperative that no one assumed they could blend in with the crowd of children and repeatedly ask Su Bai for red envelopes. This not only pertained to the character of their own children, but, more importantly, to the nature of the act itself. Given Su Bai's esteemed position in Dog Village, everyone was keen to draw closer to the Su family. Whenever the Su family had a need, the villagers would surely lend their utmost assistance. On one hand, there was gratitude. Thanks to Su Bai, Dog Village was the first in the entire Yicheng region to be connected by paved roads. Many speculated that the village had achieved this early milestone due to Su Bai's discreet financial support. Yet, Su Bai himself never mentioned it. There were numerous such instances. Over the years, despite economic downturns, Dog Village thrived like never before. Everyone knew the reason behind this, but Su Bai consistently chose not to acknowledge it, and the villagers tacitly agreed to remain silent. In rural communities, relationships are built on reciprocity. One must give to receive. With all that Su Bai had done for the village, the villagers were constantly pondering ways to repay his kindness. No one would be foolish enough to exploit the 200 yuan he might offer. If word of such an act spread, it would surely break the village's collective integrity. The children were generally well behaved, and with their fondness for the uncle who could craft slingshots, None sought to take more than one red envelope. They dutifully paid their respects and then departed. Only Lu Dajia, having mingled with the other children, had managed to collect 4 red envelopes. As he contemplated obtaining a 5th, panic set in. Most children had already received their envelopes and dispersed, leaving only a handful in line. If he queued again, would Subai notice him? Lu Dajia was fraught with anxiety. On one hand, his elderly grandfather, who was over 70 and had difficulty walking, urgently needed an electric tricycle for selling vegetables. On the other hand, he feared being discovered and losing everything. At 12 years old, this rural boy faced what felt like a monumental challenge over a mere 200 yuan. Ultimately, Lu Dajia mustered the scant courage he had and joined the end of the line. As the last child to receive a red envelope, he stood before a billionaire. Subai had been observing Lu Dajia for quite some time. The boy's self-assured performance appeared riddled with flaws in Subai's eyes. Yet, Subai chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice. Beyond Lu Dajia's clumsy F.A.A.D.E., Subai discerned something else in the boy's eyes, an expression of distress. It was a gaze stripped of all dignity and pride, compelled to bow to the harsh realities of life. It was hard to fathom that such an expression could manifest in a boy who ought to be relishing his childhood. Subai did not comprehend Lu Dajia's motives for seeking so many red envelopes. He only knew that if he exposed the boy's intentions, Lu Dajia would carry the weight of this incident for the rest of his life. With this thought in mind, Subai casually picked up another red envelope, feigning ignorance, and smiled warmly at Lu Dajia. All Lu Dajia needed to do was wish him a happy new year, and the 200 yuan would be his. However, just as Subai expected Lu Dajia to act as the previous children had, uttering a simple greeting before taking his leave with the envelope, the boy, who had kept his head lowered throughout, unexpectedly produced 4 red envelopes from his pocket. With a quivering voice tinged with tears, he stammered, I'm sorry. I want to buy a tricycle for my grandfather. I don't have enough money. I don't know what to do. Really. I'm sorry. Lu Dajia's frail shoulders shook as he extended the 4 envelopes toward Subai. Upon witnessing this scene, Subai fell silent. Lu Dajia had exhausted all his courage and pride to obtain 4 envelopes, and now, at the brink of acquiring a 5th, he chose to admit his wrongdoing. Subai took the 4 envelopes from Lu Dajia, speaking gently. Why admit your fault now? Lu Dajia, still with his head bowed, sobbed. My grandfather taught me not to do anything shameful. I didn't understand what it meant to feel guilty. Indeed, it was only just moments ago that Lu Dajia realized he could take all 5 envelopes and 1,000 yuan they contained to buy his grandfather a tricycle. Yet, the guilt and remorse stemming from this act would likely haunt him for a lifetime. This was what it meant to feel guilt. Subai listened quietly, refraining from judgment or reproach. Here stood a grandfather who taught his grandson to avoid shameful deeds, and a grandson striving to procure an electric tricycle for his grandfather. Oh, Puyo. After offering his apology and bowing deeply to Subai, Lu Dajia wiped away his tears and turned to leave. But in the next moment, wait. Lu Dajia halted, finally gathering the courage to meet Subai's gaze. His homeroom teacher had been correct. There was an undeniable spark of brilliance in his eyes. Subai remained seated, observing this child who refused to partake in any shameful acts. You returned the red envelopes, but what about your grandfather's tricycle? Upon hearing the mention of the tricycle, Lu Dajia's demeanor shifted to one of despondency. He had heard that if any student ranked first in any subject during the county's junior high final exams, they would receive a 200 yuan reward. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. With so many junior high students in the county, achieving first place is no easy feat. Lu Dajia clutched the hem of his shirt, resolutely declaring, I can do it. I've always been first in my village. At the fastest, I can earn it in a semester. At the slowest, within a year. I will definitely buy the tricycle for my grandfather. Subai and Appo's face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this. I have a plan that will allow you to maintain your integrity and enable you to purchase the electric tricycle for your grandfather right after the new year. Are you in? What plan? Lu Dajia inquired. Just tell me if you're in or not. As long as I don't compromise my integrity, I will do it. Subai then called out to the window on the 2nd floor of his house. Dodo, come down. Within half a minute, a boy of 8 or 9 appeared before Subai, brandishing a toy gun, and asked with a curious expression, "Uncle, what is up?" Su Bai ruffled Dodo's hair and turned to Lu Dajie. "This is my brother's child. He is in the 3rd grade this year, and his academic performance is quite average. My plan is this. Starting today until the end of the winter break, you will come to my house every day to tutor Dodo for 2 hours, and I will pay you 100 yuan a day." Ironically, Su Bai and Appo's elder brother, Su Shen, was a high school principal with a multitude of students outside, yet his own family faced challenges. Upon hearing the words tutoring, the academically challenged Dodo attempted to flee, but Su Bai swiftly caught him by the collar. Lu Dajie's eyes sparkled at Su Bai's proposal. He had until after the new year to start school, meaning that if he tutored Dodo, he could earn nearly 2,000 yuan by the time school commenced. But that was not all. Su Bai continued, "This is your tutoring fee. Additionally, for every exam Dodo advances in rank, I will give you an extra 200 yuan. If he becomes first in his class, you will receive 1,000 yuan. And if he achieves first in the entire grade, I will reward you with 5,000 yuan. Thus, the performance-based evaluation system had been cleverly employed by Su Bai to motivate Lu Dajie. Upon hearing the exaggerated bounty, Lu Dajie did not succumb to a frenzy of excitement. Instead, he gazed at the flailing Dodo, apprehended by Su Bai, with a troubled expression. What if he refuses to heed my advice? Su Bai chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. If he were obedient, why would I seek your assistance? Whether you take him up a tree to raid a bird's nest, or down into the fields to catch loaches, I concern myself solely with the outcome, indifferent to the means. So, have you made your decision? After a brief hesitation, Lu Dajie mustered his courage once more. I have noted everything you said. You must not go back on your word. Su Bai, with an incredulous expression, replied, as a billionaire executive, why would I quibble over a few thousand? It seems you have made your decision. Rest assured, I will not default. With that, Su Bai extended his hand towards Lu Dajie, who, mirroring Su Bai's gesture, grasped his hand firmly. Chapter 053. This red envelope is truly remarkable. Having settled on a schedule for daily tutoring, Lu Dajie departed, clutching a red envelope containing 200 yuan. This envelope bore no guilt. As Lu Dajie ambled past the entrance of Dog Village, a casual glance towards the old locust tree caught his attention. A familiar face emerged among the gathered elders. He often observed this face on the outdated television at home, where his grandfather would watch both national and local news. The man, conversing with a group of elderly gentlemen, had appeared in local broadcasts, always seated prominently at meetings, seemingly a person of considerable authority. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted nearby, accompanied by the explosive sound of firecrackers, sending a dog bull soaring into the sky. Realizing the time, Lu Dajie hastened homeward, dismissing thoughts of the dignitary. He was eager to share the news with his grandfather that he had secured a job and would soon be able to purchase an electric tricycle for him after the new year. Meanwhile, Dong Sanjin had been lingering for a while, not in a hurry to seek out Su Bai, but instead masquerading as a distant relative, blending in with the group of elders beneath the locust tree. After graciously accepting a purple cloud cigarette from an elderly gentleman, Dong Sanjin lit it with a smile. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in this potent smoke. The elder, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to boast, began to extol the virtues of the cigarette, claiming that the young man from their village, Su Bai, with his immense fortune, also partook of it. Though Dong Sanjin maintained a cheerful facade, internally he scoffed, having heard this same boastful refrain multiple times since entering the village. It was no wonder the villagers were so eager to offer cigarettes to outsiders. Su Bai, with his modestly priced pack of cigarettes, had managed to elevate the entire village in Appo's status. While the elders busied themselves with flattering Dong Sanjin, none recognized that this casually dressed man, who had left his secretary in the car and claimed to be visiting relatives, was indeed the esteemed steward of Yicheng. A couple of elders felt a sense of familiarity, but dismissed it, for county officials seldom visited the village alone, always accompanied by a throng. As Dong Sanjin mingled with the group, he inquired about various matters such as medical reimbursements, children's education, and employment opportunities. He smiled broadly at their praises and remained silent, scratching his head when they voiced complaints. Before long, The conversation shifted towards the capabilities of Dong Sanjin, the steward of Yicheng. The villagers could clearly see the remarkable transformations in their town over recent years and unanimously acknowledged Dong Sanjin and Appos as contributions. However, they were skeptical regarding his drinking prowess. 3 genes at best, they remarked, recalling the son of the 4th family from Shaoan village, a distiller who could only manage 2 genes. He is likely only capable of 1.5, if we're being generous. 3 genes? Pure exaggeration. Dong Sanjin could no longer contain himself. You may critique my work, and I shall accept it humbly. But to question my drinking ability, surveying the circle of men, all averaging over 70 years of age, he found himself at a loss. What was the point of engaging in a dispute with a group of elders? Glancing at his watch, he noted that mealtime was approaching. Dusting off the ash from his pants, he stood with a smile, saying, "Well then, continue your conversation. I must head to my relatives for a meal." After bidding farewell to the group of elders, Dong Sanjin, bundled in his cotton coat, mimicked the way he used to walk in his northeastern hometown, hands tucked into his sleeves, hunching his back as he strolled leisurely towards Su Bai's residence. Exhaling puffs of mist in the chilly air. This southern winter is truly biting. It feels cold everywhere. Arriving at the small courtyard of the Su family, Dong Sanjin listened intently, hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, likely indicating preparations for a meal. Peering into the courtyard, he confirmed that Su Bai was absent and then cheerfully entered. "Is anyone home? Happy New Year." Upon hearing his voice, Su Guiyang, Su Bai's father, emerged from the living room. Before he could respond, Dong Sanjin exclaimed, "Brother, I came to visit relatives, but my phone died, and I haven't found my way yet." Given that it's the new year, in the next moment, Su Jinfeng, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, poked her head out. "Which village are you from? It's almost mealtime. Come, eat first, and I'll lend you a charging cable for your phone. I'll guide you this afternoon." In the countryside, one might struggle to find a meal for money, but asking for a free meal could yield enough hospitality to travel all the way from the southernmost part of Longwood back to the northeast. Especially with someone like Su Jinfeng, known for her sharp tongue but kind heart. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. Just lend me a charging cable. That would suffice." "Why hesitate? I can hear your accent. You must be from the Northeast, and Northeasterners are known for their hospitality. We Southerners are not lacking in warmth either." "Huh, that is splendid. I've certainly come across a good family here. I feel so embarrassed." As he spoke of his embarrassment, Dong Sanjin stepped over the threshold, his heart brimming with joy. "Mr. Su, I assure you, this time it's not that I'm reluctant to leave. It's your mother who insisted I stay for dinner. How could you chase me away during the new year? That wouldn't be right." Welcomed with enthusiasm by Su Guiyang, Dong Sanjin took a seat on the sofa, surveying the decor of Su Bai's home in silence. Su Guiyang, bustling about, offered tea and fruit, busying himself with hospitality. The elderly couple remained blissfully unaware that Dong Sanjin had come to pay New Year's respects to Su Bai with ulterior motives. Akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, his intentions were far from benign. This meal could cost their son 30 billion. Logically, whether Su Bai spent that 30 billion in Rongsheng or Yicheng, it would still be spent. However, if Su Bai truly invested that sum in Yicheng, what would Su Shaochang say? It would be a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Su Bai was upstairs, engrossed in phone calls, his mobile device ringing incessantly. Even in his understated manner, Su Bai's connections spanned an extraordinary breadth, from Rongsheng to the capital, encompassing various industries and sectors. Countless individuals were eager to extend New Year greetings to the billionaire. It was only natural. If one had Su Bai's contact information, they would likely seize the opportunity during the festive season to exchange pleasantries with such a prominent figure. While Su Bai was occupied, his older brother, Su Shen, descended the stairs, cradling a child. "Mom, where's the charger for Dodo's toy gun? I need to charge it for a bit." As he spoke, Su Shen caught sight of Dong Sanjin in the living room and instinctively turned his head. Upon recognizing him, he nearly dropped the child in shock. "Dong. Dong Shu. Ah. Dong Sanjin, distracted by the remote control, looked up abruptly, and upon realizing it was Su Shen, he quickly interrupted. "It's the new year. Just call me Uncle Dong." As the principal of a high school, Su Shen swallowed hard, taking several moments to muster a smile. "Uncle Dong." Dong Sanjin nodded with a grin, glancing at the child in Su Shen and Appo's arms. Is this your little one? What is this? Does your family have a tradition of disciplining children on the first day of the new year? At that moment, Dodo, cradled in Su Shen's arms, had red eyes, clearly having just cried. It was no wonder. He had been inexplicably subjected to a tutoring arrangement orchestrated by his third uncle Su Bai, which felt like the sky was falling. Come, here is a red envelope from Uncle Dong. With that, Dong Sanjin produced the red envelope he had prepared in advance. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Shen immediately set down his son Dodo and urged with a smile, "Hurry, go, and pay New Year's respects to Grandpa Dong." "I shan't go. I already possess a red envelope and have no desire for another," the child replied defiantly. Su Shen, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, gazed at his uncooperative son, wishing he could slap the wall in exasperation. "Listen well, my son, this red envelope truly holds a different significance." Chapter 054. Do you not know that the best noodles come from Northeast China? As Su Bai descended the stairs, smartphone in hand, he was greeted by the harmonious sounds emanating from the dining room. Curious about the commotion, he stepped inside only to spot a familiar figure seated beside his father, Su Guiyang. Upon recognizing the individual, Su Bai instinctively halted, then swiftly turned to leave. "Mom, I'm going to my second uncle's house for a meal." Meanwhile, Su Shen, noticing Su Bai's hurried departure, found himself in a dilemma. Should he intervene or let him go? On one side stood a high-ranking official far beyond his own status, and on the other, his own brother, a man of considerable wealth. Both were formidable in their own right. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jinfeng and Su Guiyang remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Upon hearing Su Bai's intention to leave, Su Jinfeng immediately voiced her displeasure. "Who goes out for a meal during the new year? Is there not enough food at home?" After a moment, she seemingly reconsidered her words, glancing at Dong Sanjin with a smile. "Sanjin, don't mind my bluntness. It's just my third child, spoiled since childhood." Dong Xin, affectionately known as Dong Sanjin, accepted the chopsticks offered by Su Guiyang, his face brimming with amusement as he turned to the reluctant Su Bai, nearly splitting with laughter. "No worries, your third child seems like a kindred spirit to me." At that moment, Su Shen, who had been trying to distance himself from the unfolding drama, nearly succumbed to laughter at the notion of a kindred spirit. Indeed, there was a connection, albeit of a different kind. It was rumored that during a previous encounter, Dong Sanjin had spent over a week in Su Bai and Appo's office, coercing him into investing over 10 billion in a rice sanitary napkin factory in Yicheng. Now, Dong Sanjin had arrived unannounced on New Year's Day, likely intent on persuading Su Bai to part with yet another substantial sum. Returning to the table, Su Bai's expression was one of discontent as he faced Dong Sanjin, fully aware of the latter's intentions. The 30 billion investment for the rice sanitary napkin factory loomed large in his mind. In years past, such a sum would not have warranted Dong Sanjin's presence during the festive season. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Yicheng, with its modest population and GDP, could hardly compete with the thriving metropolis of Rongqing. Despite his reluctance, Su Bai eventually invited Dong Sanjin into his study after lunch. The study was sparsely decorated, filled more with the children's favorite books than with substantial literary tomes. Even the chessboard on his desk bore the marks of youthful play. As they brewed a pot of tea, the two engaged in a game of chess. Su Bai initiated the game with an aggressive move, showing no intent to defend himself. If the goal was to secure the 30 billion for the rice sanitary napkin factory, he had no means to comply. He had been forewarned by old Su to be cautious of Dong Sanjin's advances. Dong Sanjin, however, was unperturbed by Su Bai's outright rejection, having anticipated such a response. If Su Bai had acquiesced immediately, it would have aroused suspicion. Old Su had shown disloyalty, undermining their previous collaboration in Rongqing, which left Su Bai feeling disheartened. As the game progressed, Dong Sanjin began to express the harsh realities facing Yicheng. The local employment rate had plummeted, and many young people were returning home after losing their jobs in larger cities. He shared a poignant story about a young woman, a recent university graduate, who found herself hawking phone screen protectors due to an inability to secure suitable employment. "I came to you not for the 30 billion or for political accolades," Dong Sanjin confessed, his demeanor shifting. I simply wish to secure job opportunities for our youth in Yicheng. His heartfelt plea struck a chord with Su Bai, who felt the weight of his responsibility as a fellow Yicheng resident. With a rice sanitary napkin factory project already in motion, he found himself at a crossroads. Agreeing to Dong Sanjin's request would set a precedent, inviting more such demands in the future. Thus, Su Bai remained resolute, shaking his head. I'm sorry, old Dong, but I truly cannot allocate that 30 billion to Yicheng. However, I can assist you in creating those job opportunities. At these words, Dong Sanjin's eyes brightened with hope. What had begun as a challenging negotiation had turned into a serendipitous outcome. Su Bai had not anticipated that his offer would elicit such a reaction. As the conversation unfolded, it became clear that the dynamics between them were shifting, and the chess game was merely a prelude to the more significant negotiations that lay ahead. Upon hearing Su Bai mention the potential to create thousands of job opportunities for Yicheng, Dong Sanjin began to sense an underlying implication. After much contemplation, it became evident that this billionaire executive was poised to initiate something significant. Moreover, it appeared that this endeavor had been meticulously planned for Yicheng. Although Dong Sanjin felt an intense curiosity, akin to a cat and Appo's restless paws, compelling him to inquire about Su Bai and Appo's true intentions, he maintained a facade of composure, appearing unruffled. The young man still believed he could manipulate him. He was still quite inexperienced. Did he not realize that those from Northeast China value their pride above all? Chapter 055. My opponent has never been Walmart in the courtyard of the Su family. Su Bai and Appo's elder brother, Su Shen, stood guard at the staircase leading to the second floor, clutching a stool. As the principal of a high school, his phone buzzed incessantly even during the festive season. Yet, while he busily answered calls, his gaze remained fixed on the unfortunate children in the house, ensuring they did not ascend the stairs to cause mischief. It was the new year, and many visitors came to the Su family to offer their well wishes, resulting in a cluster of vehicles parked outside just after lunchtime. The living room and courtyard of the Su family were filled with relatives and friends, bustling with activity. As the hosts, Su Guoyang and Su Jinfeng hurriedly served tea and refreshments. Their two sons were nowhere to be seen to lend a hand. What were they doing? With so many guests, why weren't they here to greet them? Were guests here for the elderly couple? No, they were here for their sons and Appo's. San and Appo's. Tell him to come down, quickly. Su Jinfeng called out. Upon hearing his mother's summons, Su Shen hastily hung up the phone, a sheepish smile on his face. No, Mom, San and Appo's is upstairs discussing matters. With Dong Sanjin? His mother inquired. How did they get connected? Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Su Shen leaned closer to Su Jinfeng and whispered, Mom. His Jin means gold. Gold? Dong Sanjin? Initially, Su Jinfeng did not grasp the significance, but moments later, her mouth fell agape. He is our Dong Shu. Before she could complete her thought, Su Shen swiftly covered her mouth. Please keep your voice down, Mom. If this gets out within 10 minutes, the village leaders will arrive. In half an hour, the county officials will follow, and within an hour, people from the city will come. By then, the Su family courtyard could host a meeting of Tier 3 officials. Su Jinfeng was overwhelmed with a mix of shock and joy. Who would have thought that the person sharing a meal with him at noon was a prominent leader from Yicheng? Here was an ordinary rural woman, having engaged in casual conversation with such an esteemed guest. This was what it meant to be illuminated by the brilliance of others. Is he here to discuss matters with San and Appo's? Su Fin Nadif. He is not here to see Su Bai, is he? I'm not that important either. Oh dear, our San and Appo's is impressive. Look, even the leaders come personally to seek him out. Observing the delight on his mother's face, Su Shen forced a smile. You're so happy just because they're looking for San and Appo's. If you knew that Dong Sanjin lounges in Su Bai and Appo's office, sipping tea and reading the news, how elated would you be? All right, if he is here to meet Saner, it must be significant business, so you must remain here and not wander off. Su Fin, with a look of incredulity, replied, What do you think I'm doing here? Meanwhile, Su Jinfeng returned to the guests, explaining that Su Bai was meeting an important visitor. The guests, smiling, expressed their understanding but could not help but wonder about the identity of such a distinguished guest during the New Year festivities. There was nothing extraordinary. Much like Su Bai, he was merely a poor chess player. The crucial aspect was that their chess skills were evenly matched, making for a formidable contest. What? After all this fuss, it's just a supermarket? Despite Dong Sanjin and Oppo's composure, he could not maintain his demeanor upon hearing Su Bai and Oppo's introduction. He had expected some grand initiative from this billionaire, who had claimed to create thousands of jobs for Yicheng. Yet, it turned out to be merely a supermarket? Are you sure it's a supermarket? Not a joke. What kind of supermarket can accommodate thousands of people? Selling people? That's illegal. Dong Sanjin's skepticism appeared to have been anticipated by Su Bai. What's wrong? Do you look down upon it? After hesitating for a moment, Dong Sanjin nodded without reservation. I genuinely look down upon it. You're unaware of the retail market in Yicheng, are you? 5 years ago, our city's Qianjia Hui supermarket, despite its origins, closed down due to poor performance. Then Tiantianlu opened, initially thriving with great foot traffic. But when Walmart entered Yicheng, the opening day was a frenzy of people last year. Tiantianlu also shut down. Who would go there with Walmart around? Thus, Dong Sanjin bluntly criticized Su Bai and Oppo's venture. With Walmart here, the retail business in Yicheng is unfeasible. Even if you're determined, you wouldn't dare challenge Walmart. They're the world leader, with resources that dwarf yours. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin studied Su Bai's expression. Noticing Su Bai's calm demeanor, he grew increasingly agitated and hastily set down his chess piece. You can't be seriously thinking of taking on Walmart, can you? Though the comparison was slightly exaggerated, it captured the essence of his disbelief. Su Bai calmly lifted his teacup, taking a small sip before setting it down. What's wrong? Is Walmart untouchable? The chess piece clattered to the tiled floor, and Dong Sanjin, momentarily forgetting to pick it up, stared at Su Bai as if he were insane. Who would have thought that removing one Wanjiai would inflate your ego to this extent? Now you dare to provoke Walmart? Kid, if it weren't for your cleverness in establishing a rice standard and the backing of thousands of daily chemical manufacturers, do you truly believe you could have pushed Wanjiai out? Su Bai remained resolute. Wanjiai's exit from the Longwa market was not due to me. It was the consumer's choice. Dong Sanjin had completely lost interest in the game. Su Bai, accumulating your wealth has not been easy. Now, even the state is endorsing you, pushing you forward as a people's entrepreneur. Instead of cherishing your reputation, you're going to challenge the world's number one? To be honest, Su Bai's existence was not only a source of pride for the Su family, but also for Yicheng. Among countless prefecture-level cities, only a few billionaires existed. Even if the headquarters of Dami Technology was not in Yicheng, Su Bai casually investing in a factory that would amount to billions. No one wanted to see Su Bai recklessly throwing his future away. Let me tell you, Walmart is not a soft target like Wanjiai. I know a bit about Wanjiai and Oppo's situation. The issues stem from their Asia-Pacific leader and Oppo's mismanagement, which gave you the opportunity. But Walmart HMPF. Dong Sanjin was not concerned about hurting Su Bai's feelings. If you try to compete with Walmart using the same low-cost strategy, the public may not necessarily support you. While Dong Sanjin earnestly cautioned him, Su Bai seized a moment of distraction and advanced, catching him off guard. Who said I intend to oppose Walmart? Dong Sanjin was momentarily baffled. Then why open a supermarket? Su Bai was at a loss for words. He had never considered Walmart as a rival, nor had the world's top retailer ever been worthy of competing with Dami. For Su Bai, establishing a rice supermarket was not about contending with Walmart, but rather challenging the prevailing mindset of an era that treated employees like slaves. The Age of Cattle and Horses. Chapter 056. I have a foreboding that Mr. Su is up to something. Just say it. Are we in or not? Dong Sanjin and Oppo's myriad words entered Su Bai and Oppo's ears, but what emerged from Su Bai and Oppo's lips was a mere 3 words. Are we in? Naturally, as the boss, Su Bai did not forget to engage in grandiose visions. I did not intend to replace Walmart to become the global leader. However, I am quite confident in pushing Walmart out of the Longwa market, establishing my rice supermarket as the foremost in Longwa. At that point, it is highly likely that I will become the richest man in Longwa. When that time comes, Your visit to me will not merely involve 30 billion. The performance must be thorough. The vision must be compelling. Su Bai continued to seize the opportunity. Moreover, I assure you that the headquarters of the rice supermarket will remain in Yicheng. Upon hearing these words, Dong Sanjin could no longer remain composed. All logic and reason were cast aside. For a city, there are numerous metrics to evaluate its standing, but one standard is particularly paramount: the number of Fortune 500 companies. As the capital of Shu Province, Rongqing boasts only 4, one of which is Rice Technology. The other cities in the province have none. This was precisely why Dong Sanjin had once fervently sought to bring Su Bai and Rice Technology back to Yicheng. Once Yicheng had a Fortune 500 company, with Dong Sanjin and Oppo's skill and ambition, he would dare to challenge second-tier cities. The distinction between third-tier and second-tier cities is but a single character, the disparity vast. Can you comprehend the immense value of elevating the city one manages to a higher echelon? Su Bai's persuasive rhetoric had nearly left Dong Sanjin in a state of bewilderment. What official could withstand such temptation? If he did not take a gamble, would he still be Dong Sanjin? As Su Bai's advantage on the chessboard grew, Dong Sanjin seized the moment while Su Bai poured tea to discreetly capture a piece. Are you truly confident? Have you ever seen me attempt something without assurance? Upon hearing this, Dong Sanjin could no longer remain still. His breathing quickened, and he paced anxiously in the study, hands clasped behind his back. He understood that Su Bai sought Yicheng's unequivocal support. Without it, Su Bai could still pursue his venture independently. Should he choose another city for his rice supermarket, they would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. Yet, if he succeeded and flourished, Yicheng would be left with nothing. Thus, today, Dong Sanjin had to take a definitive stance. Would he board Su Bai's ship? Should it sink? It would likely mar Dong Sanjin's career, making future progress exceedingly difficult. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble. With this thought, Dong Sanjin regarded Su Bai with a serious expression, his tone remarkably cautious. What are the odds? 70%. In truth, Su Bai was 90% confident. After all, once the Donglai model was unleashed, it would undoubtedly be a game-changer in the Longo market. Walmart was merely the unfortunate victim of this impending upheaval. Su Bai had never considered it a rival. 70%. That is sufficient. Chen Xiaodao once wagered 20 yuan to win 27 million. Old Li, as a regiment leader, dared to challenge Ping and Amp, Oppos, and County. Now, with 70% confidence, am I Dong Sanjin not bold enough to take a chance? Should you not accompany me in my twilight? What will you do when I rise again? The world is rife with opportunities. One cannot expect to stumble upon them effortlessly. To grow strong and successful, one must exhibit courage at crucial moments. With a serious demeanor, Dong Sanjin approached Su Bai, extending his right hand solemnly. Kid, if you lose, I will retire and come to your house to live out my days. Su Bai also stood and firmly shook Dong Sanjin and Amp, Oppos' hand. If I win, you cannot visit me on New Year's Day to block my door. The holiday season always passes swiftly. On the 10th day of the new year, the day the headquarters of Rice Technology reconvened, employees returning to the company were filled with joy, eagerly sharing their holiday experiences. The most discussed topic was the incident involving a certain billionaire CEO and the pig. Even after some time had passed, the incident's heat had not yet fully dissipated. Some netizens even remarked that this year's Spring Festival Gala paled in comparison to the village's pursuit of the pig. Early in the morning, in the first conference room, the senior management of Rice Technology gathered amicably, chatting as they awaited Su Bai's arrival. However, as time passed, a sense of unease began to creep in. It's already 9:30? Why hasn't Mr. Su arrived yet? It was strange. Mr. Su was late? Perhaps he is still adjusting after the holiday. It usually takes our department, as employees, 3 to 5 days to get back into the swing of things. Just as everyone was pondering Mr. Su's unusual tardiness, Secretary Liu pushed open the office door, her expression grave. Leaders, the meeting is canceled. Everyone was astonished. The first meeting of the year at Rice Technology, which involved numerous work deployments, was unexpectedly canceled. This was not typical of Mr. Su's style. Secretary Liu, what is going on? Secretary Lu shook her head. I'm not certain, but it seems Mr. Su hasn't returned to Rongqing at all. Huh? As everyone wore puzzled expressions, Huang Lin, head of the public relations department, felt her phone vibrate. Upon checking, she found an email notification from Mr. Su. Opening the email revealed a lengthy work deployment document. At the end of the document was a note stating, I will not be returning to Rongqing for the time being. Daily operations should be managed by each department independently. For special matters, please provide feedback via email. For significant matters, contact me by phone. As Huang Lin was reviewing Mr. Su's work email, other senior executives also began checking their phones, appearing to have received the same message. For the current Rice Technology, all present executives were elite talents cultivated by Su Bai, capable of independently managing any enterprise. Even if Mr. Su encountered a plane crash and spent a year and a half surviving on a deserted island, upon his return, Rice Technology would remain unchanged, perhaps even larger. After all, these executives had learned one invaluable lesson from Su Bai, to heed wise counsel without a word of dissent. Not returning to Rongqing for the time being? What on earth is Mr. Su planning? Upon learning that Su Bai would continue to stay in his hometown of Yicheng, the senior executives were utterly bewildered. Who knows? You're aware of our boss's unconventional thought process. That day, all employees at the Rice Technology headquarters received a work email from the president's office. Besides informing them that Mr. Su would not be returning to Rongqing for the time being and urging everyone to work diligently, it also emphasized one particular matter. When Mr. Su officially returned to Rongqing, all employees would receive a pay raise. Upon reading this news, employees were overjoyed, for while other bosses merely spoke of grand visions, their own Mr. Su made promises that were tangible. Notably, those who received a separate email from Su Bai included, in addition to the senior executives, several key figures from the Secretary and Oppo's office, finance, human resources, and marketing departments. Moreover, the majority are single and childless. Upon receiving individual emails sent by Su Bai, they refrained from informing any unrelated parties. Instead, they hurriedly returned home to gather their belongings and departed from the Rice Technology headquarters under the pretense of business trips. The few executives who were privy to this matter also chose to remain silent, completely feigning ignorance. It was only during private encounters that they would broach the subject. In their discussions, I sensed that President Su was up to something significant. I also discerned that it was indeed a major undertaking. Hush, let's speak softly. Chapter 57. Mr. Su, this is indeed unavailable. Mr. Su, please this way. Throughout the morning, the smile on Xiao Zhang's face never faltered. As the secretary to Dong Sanjin, he held a notable position in Yicheng, where even ordinary officials treated him with courtesy. Yet, it depended on the individual in question. The person before him, despite being under 30, was a figure of immense wealth. A presence so significant that even Dong Sanjin sought him out at the start of the lunar year. Initially, Dong Sanjin intended to send someone from the investment promotion department to greet Su Bai, considering his intent to invest in Yicheng. However, he ultimately decided to send his own secretary to convey the importance he placed on this matter. Any attempts to disrupt or obstruct will be met with resolve. Masked and clad in sunglasses, Su Bai followed Xiao Zhang to a plaza in the urban district. As the host, Xiao Zhang pointed out a grand building, introducing it to Su Bai. Here we are, formerly known as Fuxing Tower, completed in 2012. It is a commercial complex with a total area exceeding 500 square meters on the first and second floors, located on People's Road, the most prosperous area of Yicheng. Logically, this should be the ideal location for the rice supermarket. Su Bai turned to gaze at the enormous advertisement for Wumama several hundred meters away, then back at Fuxing Tower. What about the underground parking lot? How many spaces are available? 121 spaces. Evidently, Xiao Zhang had done considerable homework. Upon hearing this figure, Su Bai decisively shook his head. No. Xiao Zhang and Oppo's expression turned sour. After a morning of visiting numerous potential sites for a large supermarket, all of which Su Bai dismissed, he found himself at a loss. Mr. Su, how exactly do you envision this supermarket? Could you perhaps share your specific requirements with me? Su Bai pondered briefly before addressing Xiao Zhang, who was retrieving a notebook. Firstly, the area must be substantial, ideally comprising 3 to 4 floors, with each floor no less than 3,000 square meters. Xiao Zhang's head spun at this request. Are you certain you wish to open a supermarket? That space could serve as an armory. What kind of supermarket is that? But that's not all. Ideally, the property should be surrounded on 3 sides by roads, and the underground parking lot must have at least 3 entrances and exits. Furthermore, I would prefer a 6-lane dual-direction road to prevent congestion when customers enter and exit the mall. Xiao Zhang's mind raced with disbelief. Was this the chasm between ordinary individuals and billionaires? While the average person considers how to attract more customers, Su Bai was already contemplating the prospect of too many customers leading to traffic jams. Xiao Zhang had encountered boastful individuals before, but never one of this caliber. What could he say in rebuttal? He could only dutifully take notes, all the while worrying internally. Mr. Su, should your ambitions prove too grand, what will you do if only a handful of customers show up? Additionally, he stipulated that the number of underground parking spaces should exceed 300. If that was unattainable, the ground level must offer at least 500 spaces. At this, Xiao Zhang realized there was no point in taking notes. The idea of accommodating 500 vehicles on the surface required at least 10,000 square meters of space. You might as well check the satellite map yourself. If you can find a plot of over 10,000 square meters in the urban area of Yicheng to serve as a parking lot, I will gladly part with my eyes. Xiao Zhang's expression was one of resignation. Mr. Su, that truly does not exist. Su Bai was not surprised by Xiao Zhang's statement. After a morning of touring, he had gained a fair understanding of Yicheng. Yet these were non-negotiable conditions for him. The area, traffic, and parking spaces were not merely the minimum requirements for the rice supermarket, but were crucial to its potential success. As the first rice supermarket, Su Bai aimed to establish it as a model project. The initial launch must make a significant impact. Very well, then I appreciate your efforts. Please convey to Mr. Dong that these 3 conditions represent my bottom line. With that, Su Bai departed, leaving Xiao Zhang perplexed. Inform Mr. Dong? It wouldn't matter even if I spoke to the land deity. This is not merely a matter of communication. Within an hour, Dong Sanjin, who received Xiao Zhang's report in his office, set down his pen in disbelief. Did he truly say that? Absolutely. Hearing Su Bai's demands, Dong Sanjin leaned back in his chair, furrowing his brow. A supermarket of over 10,000 square meters, more than 500 parking spaces, and a 6-lane road nearby. This young man was making an enormous fuss over opening a supermarket. How could he possibly presume that traffic congestion would occur before the store even opened? Yet, what choice did he have? He had promised Su Bai his utmost support. Now, he could only forge ahead, even if it meant reaching for the stars at Su Bai and Oppo's behest. Unsure of how to resolve this, Dong Sanjin stood up. Let us convene a meeting. Half an hour later, a meeting involving multiple departments commenced under Dong Sanjin's leadership. Initially, the officials of Yicheng were elated to hear of Su Bai and Oppo's investment. But upon learning it was for a supermarket, silence enveloped the room. Each individual scribbled in their notebooks, avoiding eye contact with Dong Sanjin. Why invest in a supermarket of all things? Did they think Wumama was just a decorative facade? If Mr. Su had money to burn, he could just as easily engage in philanthropy rather than open a supermarket. What was he thinking? Having secured the consensus of several senior officials, Dong Sanjin felt no need to elaborate. After all, they had yet to move beyond the conceptual stage, and he could not indulge in fanciful plans as Su Bai did. His role was simply to facilitate. The rest would be left to Su Bai. When Dong Sanjin finally outlined Su Bai's requirements, an uneasy silence blanketed the conference room. Such expansive space and accompanying facilities could not be found anywhere in Yicheng. Just as Dong Sanjin prepared to adjourn the meeting in disappointment, a hand quietly rose from the corner of the room. If those 3 conditions are met, I may know of a location. Over an hour later, Su Bai had just parked his car at home when he received a call from Dong Sanjin. Are you certain that only those 3 conditions will suffice? That the rest are inconsequential? Su Bai switched off the engine and took the call. Indeed, what is the situation? Have you found a suitable location? Once the upper limit is addressed, the rest is trivial for me. Su Bai had already contemplated that if a fitting site could not be located, he would purchase land and build one himself. Money was not the issue. Time was. He had many aspirations in life and could not afford to squander years on a single rice supermarket. Unexpectedly, Dong Sanjin had swiftly identified a potential site. I found a place. It used to be a chicken farm. Chicken farm? Su Bai wore an expression reminiscent of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone. In the next moment, the voice of Dong Sanjin on the other end of the line rose several decibels. It is not a chicken farm for raising poultry. It is an airport. An airport boasting a runway of 2,600 meters. At this point, Su Bai was utterly bewildered. I run a supermarket, and you are offering me an airport? Chapter 58. Is the pressure starting now? Nestled in the southern outskirts, Nanjiao Airport is a collective memory cherished by generations of Yicheng residents. In the 1940s, driven by the exigencies of the anti-Japanese war, an air route of historic significance emerged, the Hump Route. In the process of selecting the location for this vital supply line, for cities distinguished themselves: the spring city of Yun Province, the wine city of Shu Province, the mountain city, and Yicheng itself. In September 1942, construction began on Nanjiao Airport, employing over 80,000 laborers who excavated a staggering 900,000 cubic meters of earth, laid 14,000 cubic meters of stone, and completed a runway extending 2,200 meters. To support the war effort, the people of Yicheng, regardless of age or gender, worked tirelessly day and night, culminating in the airport's completion within just 3 months. This airport not only embodies a profound sense of history, but also stands as a monument to the contributions of millions of Yicheng residents. In the wake of economic reforms, as the economy soared, Yicheng Airport underwent several expansions due to increasing passenger traffic. The fourth expansion in 2009 saw the terminal area grow to 25,000 square meters, while the runway was extended to 2,600 meters. Additionally, corresponding facilities for communication, navigation, meteorology, fuel supply, cargo, and fire safety were established, transforming it into a standard 4C civil airport. Despite several expansions, local officials underestimated the rapid development of Longhua. As high-rises sprang up throughout the city, the urban area swiftly encroached upon Nanjiao Airport. The airport's existence imposed height restrictions on nearby constructions, with the airport's capacity reaching its limits. Yicheng officials initiated the development of a new Douyin airport project after 2 years of deliberation. A modern airport was built in the northern suburbs of Yicheng and officially opened 3 years ago. However, after more than half a century of rich history, Nanjiao Airport could not escape the fate of closure. When the announcement of Nanjiao Airport's impending shutdown was broadcasted on television, thousands of citizens spontaneously gathered outside. As the last passenger plane landed on the runway, many elderly individuals were moved to tears. Nanjiao Airport has closed its doors. Will the future generations of Yicheng remember the resounding chants of the 80,000 workers who built Nanjiao Airport? Just as today's prosperity contrasts sharply with the memories of the 300,000 who fought in the anti-Japanese war. The weight of Nanjiao Airport and Oppo's history posed a dilemma for Yicheng officials after its closure. Should it be handed over to the military? The Air Force had no need for a base in Yicheng. Selling it to real estate developers? Given the current state of the real estate market, who would dare invest in such a large plot of land? Demolition? That would require a substantial sum as well. Thus, Nanjiao Airport remained dormant for 3 years. According to the latest evaluations, the optimal solution was to transform Nanjiao Airport into a city park, akin to Hong Kong's Cheklap Koke Airport and Germany's Hof Airport. However, the financial implications of such a large-scale park renovation were significant. Just as Yicheng officials were tightening their belts to gather funds, Su Bai appeared on the scene. On one hand was the wealthy investor Su Bai, who required vast land for a supermarket, and on the other was the Yicheng government, akin to a lost child searching for its mother. What a serendipitous encounter. Standing on the runway, Su Bai removed his sunglasses, gazing down the seemingly endless stretch of tarmac before turning to observe the imposing terminal building. Even for someone accustomed to grand spectacles like Su Bai, the audacity of Yicheng's offer left him astounded. I'm merely opening a supermarket, and you're offering me an airport. Is that even appropriate? Dressed in a black administrative jacket, Dong Sanjin handed his hung-up phone to his secretary, Shaozhong. The terminal spans 25,000 square meters, 2,600 meters of runway for your parking lot. I don't care whether it's appropriate. I'll meet all three of your requests. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin stood beside Su Bai on the runway. Kid, you want a platform? We've set it up for you in Yicheng. Whether you aim to cause a ruckus or to flood the Chuntang Pass, the next act is yours. Is the pressure starting now? Before departing, Dong Sanjin paused at the car door to look at Su Bai. By the way, a word of caution. If you make a big splash only to fizzle out, then it won't simply be a matter of me retiring comfortably at your place. You might want to consider investing in a retirement home for officials. The pressure was indeed palpable. It wasn't that Dong Sanjin was intentionally imposing stress on Su Bai. He himself was under considerable strain. If Su Bai's venture were to fall short, the implications would be manageable, but if it were to gain momentum, the Yicheng officials would have no choice but to escalate their involvement, even resurrecting the closed Nanjiao airport as part of their gamble alongside Su Bai. With such a large stake in the game, if Su Bai's efforts were to fail spectacularly, the consequences would be dire. Watching Dong Sanjin leave in his vehicle, Su Bai, feeling the mounting pressure, helplessly pulled out his phone. Where are you now? Su Zone. The navigation shows 3 minutes away. 5 minutes later, 3 business vehicles bearing Rongqing license plates slowly entered Nanjiao Airport, driving directly onto the runway to join Su Bai. With a flurry of car doors opening, over 10 elite members of Dami Technology, including Secretary Xiao Lu, disembarked. Upon seeing the group, Su Bai was taken aback. What is going on here? All 10 individuals, including Secretary Xiao Lu, were clad in immaculate black suits, polished shoes, and meticulously combed hair, each carrying a black briefcase. Their expressions reminiscent of corporate elites straight out of a Hong Kong film. Su Zong, didn't you say there was a major project? Xiao Lu explained. We intentionally changed into these outfits to support you. Hearing this, Su Bai's lips twitched in disbelief. Support? Do you think we're negotiating with a crime lord? By the way, Su Zong, can you now tell us what exactly we're doing? Secretary Xiao Lu and the others were still in the dark, having speculated throughout the journey about the nature of Su Bai's grand plans. It wasn't until they received the location information, discovering it led to an abandoned airport, that their curiosity piqued. Leaning against his A6, arms crossed, Su Bai looked at the inquisitive faces before him and didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question. I'd like to know, does anyone among you have family in the supermarket business? Open a supermarket? The group was puzzled, but Secretary Xiao Lu timidly raised his hand. Su Zong, my dad runs a small convenience store downstairs in our apartment complex. Does that count? Upon hearing this, Su Bai excitedly clapped his hands. Perfect. Call your dad and ask him what it takes to make a supermarket rank among the world's top 500. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Chapter 059. Have you confirmed with Woma? If one were to inquire who reigns supreme in the realm of commercial architectural design in the Dragon Nation, one could anticipate a plethora of responses, each as varied as the individuals themselves. However, should this inquiry be refined to the post-80s generation, the consensus would manifest with remarkable clarity. Zhao Xiaofeng. Emerging at the pinnacle of his career, Zhao Xiaofeng captured the prestigious Pritzker Prize, often dubbed the Nobel Prize of Architecture, with his captivating design of the Yangqing Tower. To put it plainly, when it comes to commercial architectural design, seeking Zhao Xiaofeng's expertise is an infallible choice. Despite having surpassed his 30th year, Zhao Xiaofeng has amassed an impressive portfolio that would take multiple hands to tally. He has certainly weathered many storms in his career. Yet, standing on the expansive runway of Nanjiao Airport, gazing at the vast terminal, he couldn't help but reiterate his query. Mr. Su, allow me to reconfirm. Are you truly intent on transforming an airport into a supermarket? Having encountered a myriad of peculiar projects, this particular one struck Zhao Xiaofeng as unprecedented. The concept of converting an airport into a supermarket was simply without precedent. What could possibly be sold there? Missiles, perhaps? With such a substantial piece of land, why opt for supermarket? What was the rationale behind this decision? Tell me, Zhao, is this a challenging endeavor? Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. The challenge was not in the complexity of the design. The requirements outlined by Su Bai largely pertain to practical modifications, with aesthetics taking a back seat. Having designed numerous large-scale commercial complexes, Zhao Xiaofeng was well-versed in such undertakings. The only potential hurdle lay in the fire safety concerns, particularly since Nanqiao Airport was an aging facility with deteriorating pipelines and systems. Transforming it into a large supermarket would necessitate addressing these critical safety issues. It felt almost absurd to have Zhao Xiaofeng on such a project, a case of overqualified assistance. It's not a significant issue. I will have my team conduct preliminary measurements, and I will also need the blueprints from the airport's previous renovations. Once I wrap up my current commitments in the capital, I will bring my team over. You can expect the first draft of the design in 2 months, Zhao Xiaofeng stated. Summoned by a phone call from Su Bai, Zhao Xiaofeng, a design master, was not one to sit idly by. He had several commercial projects underway. To promise a design in 2 months was a courtesy extended due to their long-standing acquaintance. However, upon hearing the 2-month timeline, Su Bai immediately shook his head. What's the rush? Zhao Xiaofeng asked. All right then, I'll allocate additional manpower and have them work overtime. How about a month and a half? That should suffice, Zhao Xiaofeng suggested. After all, you can cover the overtime wages. You're not lacking in funds. To his surprise, Su Bai continued to shake his head. No, Mr. Su, what on earth do you intend to do? Let's be clear. Don't push me into a corner. I have your pig emoji saved. Su Bai held up 3 fingers. 3 months. The supermarket must be operational before the May Day holiday. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaofeng turned on his heel and walked away. Had he been 20 years younger, he might have sprinted. Are you joking? Transforming a 30,000 square meter terminal into a supermarket within 3 months? Do you think this is a roadside convenience store? What do you need me for? Just hire a local renovation crew and have them smash the walls. Wait, Mr. Zhao, I'll increase the budget. Su Bai exclaimed, rushing to halt him. The urgency was palpable. He did not wish to squander time on this matter. For a businessman, particularly a successful one, it is paramount to avoid trading time for money when the latter can easily be regained. Hearing about the budget increase, Zhao Xiaofeng resolutely declined. Mr. Su, this is not merely a matter of finances. He began counting off on his fingers. Setting aside the design I am responsible for, such a large-scale renovation project requires formal approval and bidding. You must select a general contractor. The contractor will then subcontract various aspects: civil works, plumbing, electrical, fire safety, decoration, landscaping, all of which will demand time. And this is before we even formally commence work. 3 months until opening? Are you jesting? Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng's determination to depart, Su Bai stated directly, what if I told you I have everything prepared and am merely awaiting your design proposal? Prepared? What do you mean prepared? Confusion washed over Zhao Xiaofeng as a local license-bearing vehicle pulled onto the airport runway. The door swung open, and Zhang, secretary to Dong Sanjin, stepped out first. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Please disembark. As a cadre of middle-aged men, many sporting protruding bellies, exited the vehicle, Zhao Xiaofeng was taken aback, recognizing several familiar faces from the industry. Among them were district heads from nationally recognized engineering firms and various subcontractors. This entire scenario left Zhao Xiaofeng bewildered. So, Mr. Su had gathered the guests and was merely waiting for him, the chef, to serve the meal. Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? So why should Firstly, this is not a government project. The bidding process is entirely at my discretion. Secondly, in this region of Sichuan and Chongqing, I have a bit of a network. Thirdly, given the current downturn in real estate, as long as you have the funds, contractors will be eager for work. In essence, the power of the client is beyond your imagination. Fine, you have the funds, you are extravagant, you are impressive. However, I must first complete the work for General Zhang in the capital. He is awaiting my progress. General Zhang of Chiefing Network? I spoke with him this morning. He said he could wait. You may verify this with him. Su Bai interjected confidently. What? Even Zhang from Chiefing Network has been swayed by your backdoor dealings? So, you had no intention of allowing me to depart upon my arrival in Yicheng? Zhao Xiaofeng's incredulity deepened. He had encountered many forms of persuasion, but this was his first experience of being compelled onto a project as a designer. Very well, I will do my utmost. Is that satisfactory? Your agreement is all I require, Su Bai replied, preparing to leave. Having resolved the major issues as the owner, he intended to delegate the remaining matters to his subordinates. However, as he reached for the car door, Su Bai seemed to recall something and glanced back at Zhao Xiaofeng. By the way, Mr. Zhao, was your most esteemed project not the Yangqing Tower? Yes, why do you ask? Zhao Xiaofeng responded. Su Bai's smile widened. Trust me, it will soon no longer be the Yangqing Tower. As Su Bai closed the car door and drove away, Zhao Xiaofeng remained perplexed, gazing at the imposing terminal before him. If not the Yangqing Tower, could it possibly be the supermarket? It wasn't until Su Bai's black Audi A6 disappeared from sight that Zhao Xiaofeng recalled a crucial point. The prestigious domestic mobile phone manufacturer was not preoccupied with selling phones. Instead, they were intent on opening a supermarket. Had he even consulted WOMA for approval on such an audacious endeavor? Chapter 060. All packed up and ready to go, Su Bai hastened his pace, even resorting to spending money to save time. The urgency of the situation was paramount. Thus far, the news of Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry had only circulated within a limited circle, with few aware of his intentions. This was partly due to Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's deliberate concealment. His goal was to launch a blitzkrieg, leaving Worma with little time to respond. In the words of our ancestors, 1 drumbeat signals the beginning of battle, 2 drumbeats call for readiness, 3 drumbeats draw the sword. Once the 4th drumbeat sounded, blood must be shed. This embodies the spirit and morale of the campaign. Opening a supermarket typically takes a year or more. By then, the sword would have rusted. Currently, the renovation of Nanjiao Airport has commenced with great vigor, and the first drum has already been sounded. As for the second drum, one must mention an old adage from the retail industry. Success relies on traffic. Survival depends on the supply chain. Su Bai was not lacking in traffic. Even the most mundane of items could attract over 10 million viewers. The crux of the supermarket business lay within the supply chain. In simpler terms, one must have a sufficient number of suppliers whose products are displayed on the supermarket shelves and favored by consumers. The complex issues involved were met with a straightforward solution from Su Bai. Entrust professionals with professional tasks. On Binjiang Road, 800 meters from the exit of Yicheng Bridge, there was a car wash that thrived, with numerous patrons even crossing city borders to visit. It was not that this car wash was notably cleaner or offered superior service. Rather, its success stemmed from a unique group of car wash attendants. They were not particularly articulate, often sporting innocent, genuine smiles, and their movements were somewhat unhurried. Most of them suffered from intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, autism, or Down syndrome. Collectively, they were known as Zihainer, as indicated on the sign, Zihainer Car Washington. The owner of the car wash, Feng Jun, in his early 40s, opened the establishment 5 years ago with his wife. Their motivation was to provide employment for their son, who had autism and struggled to find work. Though Feng Jun was not one for many words and bore a somewhat intimidating demeanor, often checked for identification by police in the city center, those who frequented the car wash knew him to possess a heart of gold. Regular customers would often take the opportunity to chat and smoke while waiting for their cars to be washed. Yet, few knew that this usually reticent car wash owner had a completely different identity 5 years ago. The founder of Qianjia Hui Supermarket. Starting from Yicheng, Qianjia Hui Supermarket thrived on its affordable goods and excellent service, dominating the local market and expanding into the provinces of Sichuan, Chongqing, and Yunnan. With over 87 branches and an annual revenue exceeding 100 million. However, this golden era was short-lived. After 2008, international chain supermarkets, having established themselves in first- and second-tier cities, launched aggressive expansion strategies. Worma, along with other giants like DeLong, Auchan, and Ito Yokado, posed a formidable threat to local supermarkets, akin to a modern-day 8-nation alliance. With advanced operational philosophies, comprehensive supply systems, and robust logistical frameworks, these foreign entities left local businesses with nothing but discount posters. Consequently, Feng Jun transitioned to running a car wash, transforming from a corporate executive to a business owner. To this day, whenever Feng Jun reflects on his past, he feels a sense of acceptance regarding his defeat, understanding that compared to being a supermarket executive, he was more suited to run a car wash. At 3 in the afternoon, Feng Jun sat at the counter tallying the day's earnings, oblivious to the black Audi A6 that had slowly entered the car wash. With a decisive slam of the door, Su Bai turned to the approaching attendant. "The keys are in the car. I appreciate your help." There was no thank you. Only the attendant's radiant smile. "By the way, where is your boss?" A somewhat slow-witted attendant gestured towards the counter. "Thank you." As Su Bai entered, he made his way to the counter, grabbing a paper cup to fill with water from the nearby dispenser. During this brief moment, he turned to see Feng Jun, engrossed in his phone. "I heard from my HR manager that he made 3 attempts to entice you out of retirement." At the sound of his name, Feng Jun looked up, locking eyes with Su Bai for a moment. "Su, Mr. Su?" After taking a sip of water, Su Bai nodded. "If by Mr. Su, you mean the one from Dami Technology, then that is indeed me. If you mean the one who can't keep a pig under control, I'll take my leave." "How could you?" "To meet you, the legendary figure of the southwestern supermarket industry, and to have my car washed in the process." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats on opposite sides of the coffee table. Feng Jun offered Su Bai a cigarette, but upon seeing Su Bai decline, he returned it to the pack. "It's been quite some time, Mr. Su. As you can see, I'm now merely the owner of a car wash. Your HR manager indeed approached me with an attractive offer, but I'm afraid I lack the capability to meet the demands." Su Bai set down his disposable cup, smiling as he replied, "I believe, Mr. Feng, that it is not a lack of confidence in yourself, but rather a doubt in Dami Supermarket." Feng Jun, a man who preferred honesty, merely smiled in silence. "So I continued. You might think that my transition from mobile business to the supermarket sector is merely a playful venture, given my wealth. You might believe that Dami Supermarket could garner temporary attention due to my influence, but it would not last." Upon hearing Su Bai's candid thoughts, Feng Jun felt no need to conceal his own. "I must say something you may not wish to hear, Mr. Su. Your strength lies in integrity and openness to advice. However, when it comes to Worma, they're not easily swayed by such virtues. Their products may not necessarily be pricier or of inferior quality compared to yours. You may be receptive to suggestions, but they have their own customer service that can resolve issues on the spot. As a consumer, would you prefer a well-established Worma, or a Dami supermarket that you've never heard of? Having stood the test of time for over half a century, Worma remains a formidable presence for a reason." Feng Jun spoke at length, revealing his deep understanding of Dami Supermarket. Yet, one aspect remained unspoken: the special group of Zaihaner employees. Feng Jun was reluctant to entrust these innocent individuals to others, as they would happily accept meager wages without complaint after a long day's work. Not everyone possessed the kindness that Feng Jun did. Listening quietly, Su Bai did not refute Feng Jun's straightforwardness nor react negatively to his forthrightness. Having navigated numerous business negotiations, Su Bai had learned the invaluable lesson of never allowing oneself to be swayed by another's rhythm. Although he longed to elucidate the Eastern model to Feng Jun, he ultimately chose to remain silent. In this world, there is no such entity as, and it is impossible for anyone to comprehend something that has never existed. Ultimately, everything can only be judged by its outcomes. After a prolonged silence, Su Bai glanced towards the car wash outside, where several cheerful attendants were diligently working. "Let us revisit the matter of compensation," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun silently shook his head. This was not merely a question of remuneration. No amount of money offered by Su Bai would entice him. As a former tycoon who once possessed assets in the hundreds of millions and experienced significant fluctuations, money had become nothing more than a string of digits to Feng Jun. In the end, it was all just a fleeting dream. "You shall take on the role of CEO at the Rice Supermarket, directly reporting to me." Furthermore, at this point, Su Bai raised his chin, indicating the cheerful attendants outside. "I will also establish a dedicated car cleaning department under the customer service division of the Rice Supermarket, providing complimentary car washing services for customers who drive to shop. Therefore, on behalf of the Human Resources Department, I extend a sincere invitation to these gentlemen to join the car cleaning department at Rice Supermarket. If Mr. Feng has no objections, shall we discuss their compensation?" When Feng Jun learned that Su Bai intended to hire these attendants, he was utterly bewildered. Initially, he had assumed that the discussion about compensation pertained to himself. He never anticipated that it would involve these cheerful workers. the rice supermarket was actually considering employing them? It must be said that Su Bai's unexpected maneuver left Feng Jun utterly flabbergasted, as if he had been thoroughly caught off guard. Was this an intention to take the entire car wash operation along with him? Chapter 061. Congratulations, you have all learned to buzz in Mr. Su. Are you saying that you want all of these children? Observing the astonishment on Feng Jun's face, Su Bai understood that the initiative in this negotiation had once again shifted to his favor. As the saying goes, there are no unscalable walls, only unyielding hose. I have already taken action. Do you expect me to return empty-handed? Is it not the prerogative of a boss to maintain some dignity? Indeed, Feng Jun was beginning to waver, not due to the goodwill exhibited by the intellectually disabled individuals Su Bai had hired. Kindness can often be feigned, but rather because of Su Bai's astute business acumen. Consider two supermarkets. One struggles with parking, while the other boasts ample parking and even offers complimentary car washes. Which would you choose? To take it a step further, imagine two car wash establishments, one staffed by regular employees and the other by those with intellectual disabilities. Which would you prefer? This question is one that Feng Jun, as the owner of the intellectually disabled car wash, could address with authority. Now, Su Bai had seamlessly combined these two advantages: a car wash service provided by individuals with intellectual disabilities, free of charge. This proposition was nothing short of a trump card, capable of generating substantial foot traffic for a medium-sized supermarket, provided that its profits could sustain such an imaginative venture. Or could it be that Su Bai intended to employ these individuals at a meager wage? While it's not entirely implausible, the operating costs of a car wash are not insignificant. Should he offer complimentary car washes, Su Bai would have to reduce employee wages to maintain supermarket profitability. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in the treatment of these individuals. Mr. Su, I believe you are mistaken. The children in my establishment, despite their various challenges, are treated as equals and receive wages comparable to those of typical employees. If you presume that their status as intellectually disabled individuals allows for a lower wage. At this point, Feng Jun regained his usual stoic demeanor. Having been a boss himself, he understood the profit-driven nature of capital. The larger the enterprise, the less compassion it tended to exhibit. Employees are often viewed merely as tools for generating profit. While Feng Jun admired Su Bai's business insight, it did not equate to his endorsement of Su Bai as a person. Su Bai appeared oblivious to the shift in Feng Jun's expression, continuing to observe the industrious individuals outside while nodding in agreement with Feng Jun's remarks. Indeed, their compensation cannot be aligned with that of typical employees. As anticipated, Feng Jun's expression darkened further, even as he lifted his teacup to take a sip, signaling a desire to conclude the meeting. Their compensation should be even more favorable than that of typical employees. Feng Jun maintained his tea-holding posture, gazing at Su Bai in disbelief. What did you just say? Mr. Su, you mentioned. Soy interjected. I have watched documentaries about their lives, and many of these individuals face significant obstacles in their daily commutes. They often require considerable time to remember which bus to take, where to disembark, and in which direction to proceed. Errors in their travel can lead to considerable inconvenience. In light of this, I believe it is entirely reasonable to provide them with nearby accommodations, along with a cafeteria. Regarding base salaries, I would propose a range of 8 to 10,000, subject to human resources calculations, as the work is physically demanding. While this may seem low, the benefits we offer are substantial. As Su Bai spoke, he suddenly noticed an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolding with Feng Jun. Despite maintaining a stoic expression, had begun to tremble uncontrollably, causing tea to spill from his cup. Mr. Feng, are you all right? Inwardly, Feng Jun was overwhelmed with disbelief. He had only been offering a salary of 4,500, along with lunch, and now Su Bai proposed a base salary of 8,000? How could he even ask if he was fine? I'm perfectly fine, just experiencing a bit of numbness in my hand. Though Su Bai's proposed compensation was generous, Feng Yun remained candid. Mr. Su, I am curious. Do all employees at Dami supermarket receive such high wages? Su Bai nodded. Is there a problem? Feng Yun looked puzzled. Are you certain that Dami supermarket can sustain such high labor costs? Su Bai gently shook the disposable cup in his hand. At the heart of the matter lies the supermarket and oppos as profitability. The question returns, how can we ensure the profitability of Dami Supermarket? As Feng Jun had previously suggested, could it rely solely on Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, S goodwill and advice? Mr. Su, regretfully, I still fail to see what the core competitive advantage of Dami Supermarket is. At this, Su Bai, feeling cornered, dipped his finger into the cup and inscribed a character on the glass table. A simple stroke and a dot. Human. Human? Indeed. It is all about people, Su Bai stated candidly. Mr. Feng, let us posit that you are an ordinary college graduate, freshly minted, in a job market where the average salary for recent graduates hovers around 4,000. If you were to apply for a position in my company and I offered you 4,000, how would you feel? Upon hearing this question, Feng Jun hesitated for a few seconds. Given the current employment landscape, securing a job would be commendable, and maintaining an average salary would not be considered poor. Well, I suppose I would simply show up for work. Not at all. Su Bai immediately countered. You would clock in on time, leave promptly after your shift, complete your tasks only as necessary, and your concern for the company's profitability would be non-existent, as long as your salary is paid on time. 4,000 in this era merely allows you to survive, not to truly live. Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, S words rendered Feng Jun speechless, compelling him to concede that Su Bai spoke the truth. Now, what if I were to raise the salary to 6,000? Your perspective would shift dramatically, for that amount exceeds the local average wage. Provided you do not lead an excessively lavish lifestyle, you could likely save some money each month, enjoy a movie, share a meal with friends, and perhaps purchase a couple of new garments for your parents by year-end, celebrating the new year together with hope for a better future. This shift in mindset would reflect in your work. You would begin to care about the company and Oppo's, as financial health, striving to contribute more. You would wish for the company to thrive, to avoid bankruptcy or layoffs. Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, S discourse prompted Feng Jun to nod in agreement. Then, if I were to raise the salary to 8,000, double the regional average, this would entirely transcend the realm of mere survival. Your savings would increase, leading you to consider purchasing a home, a vehicle, and starting a family. You would realize that all these aspirations hinge upon your employment. As such, each morning, when your alarm rings, you would rise early to reach the office, wholeheartedly engaging in your work. You would no longer merely hope for the company to survive. Instead, you would yearn for its success and growth, for only then could your dreams be realized. At this juncture, Su Bai turned his gaze toward Feng Jun. What if I were to raise the salary of a fresh graduate to 10,000? Feng Jun decisively declared that he would be as invigorated as if he had been injected with enthusiasm, eager to reside within the company. He would hastily tackle tasks he was capable of, diligently learn those he could not, and vigilantly oversee those that proved insurmountable. His dedication would surpass that of you, his employer. Even if you merely released a sound in the elevator, he would rush to claim it as his own. Upon hearing this, Su Bai chuckled and extended his right hand towards Feng Jun. Congratulations. You have mastered the art of eager responses. Chapter 062. Dare to dream, indeed? Su Bai and Oppo's, S old A6 was freshly washed and parked in a lot outside the car wash. Immediately, a group of cheerful attendants rushed over, some wiping the vehicle while others vacuumed it. Inside the shop, Feng Jun remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. He could not shake off the bewildering rhythm of ideas Su Bai had just presented. It left him almost dazed. He needed to regain his composure and reflect on the specifics of the situation. After all, he had once been a businessman with assets exceeding 100 million, having encountered countless entrepreneurs and absorbed an abundance of business theories. Logically, a company must consider labor costs. If costs are to be minimized, then employee wages should be kept as low as possible and raises should be avoided. Only in this way can a larger profit margin be secured. The most straightforward example is labor intermediaries who profit from your wages. Do they expect to see an increase? What were they thinking? Such should be the conventional mindset regarding labor. However, Su Bai's approach was decidedly unconventional. Feng Jun sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it until he saw Su Bai emerge from the restroom. It dawned on him that the issue lay with Su Bai himself. If it were Feng Jun making the decisions, would he willingly part with such substantial sums for his employees? Though he might express the sentiment, when faced with the daunting figures during financial transactions, Feng Jun would likely wince at the thought of such expenses, as that money could rightfully belong to him, who would willingly relinquish their own hard-earned wealth without reason. Yet, why was Su Bai inclined to act differently? Mr. Su, I still cannot comprehend, he began as Su Bai took a seat, drying his hands with a tissue and smiling. What is it that you cannot understand? You cannot fathom why an entrepreneur, who should be driven by profit, would choose to defy convention and elevate his labor costs? Noticing Feng Jun's silence, Su Bai continued to ponder aloud. Have you considered that, as you mentioned, my employees would rush to my aid at the slightest whim? What if I had 10 such employees? Or 100? Imagine if all the hundreds of employees at Dami Supermarket were similarly devoted. What would that look like? Feng Jun and Appo's mind went blank at the thought. He envisioned a scene of fervent employees, driven by passion, earning generous wages while simultaneously worrying about the supermarket and Appo's as survival. In a moment of clarity, Feng Jun's thoughts drifted to the character Li Yunlong from the Independent Regiment. Suddenly, he saw Su Bai as the older Li, with himself as Zhao Gang. Li had expressed so much, merely wishing to share the same vision. With the conversation reaching this point, what reason could Feng Jun possibly have to decline? 5 minutes later, Su Bai drove away in the freshly polished black A6, leaving Feng Jun standing by the roadside, dialing his wife. Hello, dear, I have something to discuss. It's not much, just at a loss for words. Feng Jun stared at the taillights of Su Bai's vehicle. After a few moments, he blurted out, have you seen Bright Sword? Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, although the Lunar New Year had passed, the red lanterns still adorned the entrance of the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. Compared to the past, the factory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the once rusted large iron gate had been replaced with a brand-new automatic sliding door. However, the old Tianlai car belonging to He Tsong-zhou, which had nearly been sold to pay wages, remained unchanged. He had developed a sentimental attachment to it. Furthermore, upon learning that Su Bai drove an old A6, He Tsong-zhou had come to terms with his own choice. After all, the billionaire entrepreneur drove an A6, and he, as a small business owner, was not ashamed to drive a Tianlai. One morning, while He Tsong-zhou was diligently calculating performance figures in his office, the door swung open abruptly. Without looking up, he admonished, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? He Xiaokai, who had barged in, headed straight for the water dispenser, seemingly parched as he filled his cup. Noticing this, He Tsong-zhou set down his calculator and removed his reading glasses. So, have you made any progress? Since the start of the new year, He Xiaokai had been out in the field pursuing business. More specifically, he had been targeting supermarkets. It was undeniable that the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory had experienced a second spring since adopting the Dami standard. However, from an objective standpoint, issues remained. For instance, while livestream selling could eliminate the profit margin of intermediaries, it introduced a new problem: shipping costs. Despite having negotiated major client agreements with various courier companies, many of their products had low unit prices, and when shipping costs were factored in, profitability dwindled. Moreover, consumers purchasing through live streaming were still not the majority. Many indicated they were buying for friends or family, suggesting that the sales channel for Friendship Daily Chemical were still too narrow, lacking sufficient outreach to diverse demographics. To address this issue, He Xiaokai had been visiting supermarkets, hoping to expand their products through direct supply. However, his expression revealed that the results of his efforts had not been promising. Don't even mention it, Dad. It's all gone down the drain. Just thinking about it makes me furious. When He Xiaokai represented Friendship Daily Chemical to these supermarkets, their purchasing managers had been polite, acknowledging the popularity of their products, which sold out during livestream events. Naturally, premium clients deserved to be treated well. Yet, when discussions progressed, He Xiaokai's demeanor shifted dramatically. Take the largest supermarket, Walmart. For instance, they had the confidence and backing to implement a self-purchasing model. In layman's terms, they would buy Friendship Daily Chemicals products and then set their own prices for resale. This raised a critical issue concerning price discrepancies between online and offline sales. If Walmart priced their products higher than online, consumers would naturally opt for online purchases. Thus, Walmart and Appo's pricing would need to be lower or at least equivalent to online prices. In this scenario, if Walmart sought to profit, they would inevitably push down the purchasing price for Friendship Daily Chemical. This posed a significant problem as the factory, already operating on slim margins due to the Dami standard, will be further squeezed by Walmart's demands. Essentially, they would be working for Walmart without fair compensation. If the self-purchasing supermarket route was unviable, perhaps self-operated sales would be the answer. This so-called self-operated model was akin to consignment. For example, if Friendship Daily Chemical priced a hand cream at 5 yuan per bottle, they would quote the supermarket a price of 5 yuan and 2 jiao, then supply the products for the supermarket to sell according to their own discretion. To maximize profits, the supermarket might sell it for 6 or even 8 yuan, with the settlement still at 5 yuan and 2 jiao. They would target consumers who lack price comparison awareness, who, upon seeing the Dami Standard logo, would mindlessly add it to their carts. Upon hearing about this model, Yicheng was incensed. Isn't this damaging the Dami Standard's reputation? If I were to do such a thing and disrupt product pricing, ruining the image of the Dami Standard, I would be drowning in the spittle of my peers. As a result, after exhausting all avenues, both self-purchasing and self-operated supermarkets proved futile. It was a fruitless endeavor. After finishing his water, Yicheng placed a cup on the table. I've come to realize, Dad, that we cannot rely on others in the offline supermarket route. Listening to his son's complaints, Yicheng felt indifferent. For him, the current daily chemical factory had already brought him dreams that could awaken him with a smile. He sought not further efforts, but rather stability. Since the path through supermarkets proved unviable, why not simply refrain from pursuing it? Just the act of live streaming sales was more than sufficient. From what you imply, do you still expect assistance from anyone? Yicheng leaned closer to the desk, his face brimming with eagerness. Father Su, isn't it true that Mr. Su is known for heeding advice? What if I persuaded him to venture into the supermarket business? He continued, let us set aside other matters. As long as he is willing to engage, once he takes a stand, our thousands of daily chemical factories would undoubtedly rally to support him. Hearing Yicheng grow increasingly animated, Yicheng couldn't bring himself to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, Mr. Su was open to counsel, not foolish. Supermarkets? Did he think Walmart didn't exist? All right then, go ahead and persuade him. If you truly manage to sway him, you could be the first to eat at our family meals. Really? You little rascal, have you lost your senses? To even think such thoughts, you truly dare to dream? Chapter 063. I suspect you want to exploit me. The Yicheng Hotel stands as the sole 5-star establishment in Yicheng. Just 2 days ago, the hotel's customer service manager received a substantial order to accommodate a team of over 200 individuals, providing lodging, office space, and conference services. The client, known as Dami Technology, has garnered a reputation for its frugality, particularly with its boss, Su Bai, who is often seen driving an old A6 without hiring a driver. However, only the employees of Dami Technology truly understand that while Su Bai is frugal with himself, he is exceedingly generous to his staff. This is evidenced by the overwhelming number of employees who volunteered to assist when Su Bai called upon them to support Dami's supermarket. The mission of these over 200 technical staff members from Dami Technology's headquarters is to establish a comprehensive integrated information system for the soon-to-be-launched Dami supermarket. This endeavor is a blatant imitation of Walmart's operations. The reasons behind Walmart's status as the world's leading retailer are manifold, but one crucial factor is its extraordinarily advanced information system. As early as the 1970s, Walmart established the first logistics data processing center, becoming one of the first companies globally to utilize computerized information systems. By the early 1980s, Walmart invested $400 million in commercial satellites, achieving global data networking. In the 1990s, the company began integrating global satellite positioning systems into its logistics terminals. By 2004, Walmart pioneered the widespread adoption of wireless radio frequency technology. This strategic amalgamation significantly reduced Walmart's operational costs, explaining why, despite sourcing from the same manufacturers, no one can match Walmart's prices. Thus, if one perceives Walmart merely as a supermarket chain, they are gravely mistaken. This global enterprise, with thousands of outlets, is far more complex than it appears. It is no exaggeration to state that through Walmart's extensive internal data, Intelligence agencies can easily ascertain the consumer spending levels and trends in any city across Dragon Country, determining the size of the middle class and the number of well-off families, ultimately deducing whether the economy is on the rise or in decline. This serves as a supplementary source of intelligence at the national level. Hence, Su Bai's ambition is clear: to tread the path laid by Walmart, rendering it incapable of competing. The elite team of over 200 freshly arrived from Rongqing immediately activated their programming skills upon their first day, typing fervently in the hotel's designated office space. Su Bai's generous offerings were undeniable. Simultaneously, this contingent represents only the vanguard stationed at the front lines in Yicheng, as extensive software and hardware testing looms ahead. Back at the headquarters, Su Bai has also coordinated with several prominent domestic outsourcing firms and suppliers, assembling a formidable support team of over 1,000 personnel to provide remote technical assistance. However, due to Su Bai's current limited cash flow and the absence of an expansion strategy for Dami Supermarket, the idea of launching commercial satellites for global data networking remains a distant dream. As time elapses, mid-March arrives, leaving less than a month and a half until the grand opening of Dami Supermarket on May Day. During this period, Feng Jun has visibly lost weight. His once rounded face has taken on sharper angles, and his dark circles suggest a lack of rest. Exiting the hotel elevator, he swiftly removed his tie and made his way to Su Bai and Amp Oppo's office. Upon entering, he found Su Bai standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call. Feng Jun considered lighting a cigarette, but abstained upon noticing the immaculate ashtray on Su Bai's desk. After Su Bai concluded his call and saw his secretary, Xiao Lu, exit, he pulled out a chair and sat across from Feng Jun. "How are things?" Su Bai inquired. Feng Jun shook his head decisively. "I recommend postponing the opening." Oh, during this time, Feng Jun had been liaising with various major brand suppliers. According to the original plan for Dami Supermarket, the product assortment was to include at least 16,000 SKUs. However, after extensive negotiations, they had secured fewer than 3,000 SKUs, falling short of 20%. At this rate, half of the shelves would likely remain empty by the time of the grand opening. This was not due to Feng Jun's ineptitude, but rather Su Bai's exceedingly high expectations. Every product was subjected to stringent quality standards, and the prices were tightly controlled. Most brand representatives would shake their heads in disbelief at such demands. You want quality and affordability. Do you think Dami Supermarket can truly offer both? Mr. Su, under your stipulations, it's feasible to negotiate with lesser-known manufacturers, but many established brands are simply unwilling to engage. Established brands? Feng Jun echoed, incredulous. Are you suggesting we transform Dami Supermarket into a wholesale market for miscellaneous goods? Without a brand, there is no credibility. Who would purchase products they've never heard of? Noting Feng Jun's incredulity, Isu Bei leaned closer. Let me put it this way. Brand identity is, in essence, a fallacy. While the concept has existed in our country for quite some time, it was Western nations that refined and popularized it in the commercial realm. Take the Zippo lighter, for instance. It gained notoriety through tales of soldiers using it in battle, becoming a household name. While it is undoubtedly valuable for consumers to recognize a product, this does not grant the right to arbitrarily inflate prices once popularity is achieved. For instance, a lighter with a development cost of merely a few dollars can retail for 100 or 200, sometimes even thousands. While you may see this as branding, I view it as an intellectual tax. The same principle applies to countless other products. A transparent stone excavated in South Africa can be cut, packaged, and marketed with a romantic narrative, commanding exorbitant prices. Yet, once resold, its value plummets to a mere fraction of its original price. Is this branding? Similarly, a domestically produced car with commendable performance can see its price soar several times simply by affixing a foreign label and claiming it as a joint venture or import. And this is what you call branding? If I were wealthy, I might indulge in luxury brands for the sake of status. However, as an ordinary person seeking affordable and practical options, being told that only big brands are worthwhile, even suggesting loans for them, raises my suspicions. Are you attempting to exploit me? Note, this section contains some filler content, but please bear with it for the sake of continuity. Chapter 064. Is this really possible? It is no wonder that Su Bai is regarded as a significant figure. His thought process is truly unparalleled. This phenomenon is quite comprehensible. In our daily lives, we are inundated with advertisements from major brands and corporations across the internet, television, and radio. They incessantly insist that their products are superior, while dismissing all others as inferior. This relentless barrage of messaging has almost a brainwashing effect, altering consumer habits. Take Rice Technology as an example. Su Bai could easily implement price increases for Rice smartphones through various strategies. Even a modest increase of 200 yuan would double the profit margin. A hike of 1,000 yuan would not deter sales either, due to the smartphone's exceptional quality, already low profit margins, and remarkable cost-performance ratio. Rice Technology has established itself as the leading mobile phone brand in the Dragon Kingdom, thereby commanding authority in the industry. This is a common strategy across various sectors. Initially, companies invest heavily in low-cost promotions to capture market share and eliminate competition. Once they dominate the market, they swiftly raise prices, demonstrating a complete disregard for prior affiliations. Su Bai comprehends this principle as an insider, possessing a vantage point that allows him to see the broader picture. In contrast, Feng Jun struggles to keep pace with Su Bai's insights. Mr. Su, as the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. Many consumers still place a high value on brands, Feng Jun asserts. Su Bai shakes his head decisively. Consider Wanji, a colossal international consumer goods giant. Can you truly claim that they embody this principle? Additionally, take the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, which was relatively unknown last year. Can you argue that they lack cost-effectiveness? The phrase "you get what you pay for" is valid, but the error lies in conflating it solely with brand names. It is a misconception to believe that only major brands offer value. Though Feng Jun acknowledges Su Bai and Oppo's reasoning, he counters, but Mr. Su, even if there are conscientious products among smaller brands, consumers cannot discern them. So Ismais, what do you think we are currently doing? He rises from his seat and picks up a cup of tea from his desk. Consumers favor major brands because, in the past, their pursuit of lower prices led them to be deceived by subpar products. They're willing to spend a little extra for peace of mind. In essence, a major brand serves as a guarantee. Returning to his seat across from Feng Jun, Su Bai states, if major brands offer guarantees, then our Rice Supermarket can too. We assure that all products at Rice Supermarket meet quality standards and are priced lower than those of major brands. For non-consumables, we offer a 7-day return policy, a 14-day exchange policy, and regular maintenance. I want you to understand that Rice Supermarket is a brand in itself. I aim for all consumers to recognize that products from Rice Supermarket are of superior quality. Having articulated this clearly, if Feng Jun still does not grasp the necessary actions, it may be time for Su Bai to consider a change in personnel. Enlightened by Su Bai's insights, Feng Jun felt invigorated, particularly by the notion that Rice Supermarket is a brand in itself. It is remarkable that he, once a supermarket owner, had not understood this basic principle. Business owners often focus solely on profit maximization, rarely considering problems from the perspective of ordinary individuals. Perhaps this distinction encapsulates the difference between capitalists and people-oriented entrepreneurs. All right, Mr. Su, I now understand what I need to do. I will commit to a military order. If the SKU standards are not met by May 1st and we cannot open, please hold me accountable. Seeing Feng Jun's excitement, Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. No need to take it so seriously. Just bring your concerns to me directly when the time comes. This light-hearted remark relieved some of the pressure Feng Jun felt. By the way, I have an idea. Although you don't need to seek out major brands, you can keep an eye on their suppliers. Feng Jun raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. Are you suggesting that we collaborate with the suppliers of major brands? Precisely, Su Bai affirmed. Through the Wanji incident, he realized that many so-called major brands do not own factories themselves. They rely on contract manufacturers to produce goods which they then brand and sell at a premium. A garment of identical quality could cost less than 50 yuan to produce, but might sell for 8 or 900 once branded. Consider certain luxury brands. Many involve patented technologies. Do you think the manufacturers lack their own proprietary technology? Otherwise, how would one explain the phenomenon of rebrand luxury vehicles? Feng Jun appeared apprehensive about the idea of directly competing with major brands. Mr. Su, if we blatantly encroach on their territory and offer alternatives, won't we offend many? So why should I? The ones offending are the major brands. Why should you be concerned? They're allowed to price their products at a premium, yet we cannot offer alternatives? With a resigned acceptance of the situation, Feng Jun glanced at his watch. All right, Mr. Su, I must take my leave. I have a flight to Zhejiang province in an hour. Su Bai nodded, observing the dark circles under Feng Jun's eyes. You are now the CEO of Rice Supermarket. You have the authority to make decisions. Embrace your responsibilities. Even if you find yourself overwhelmed, consider how much you can accomplish in a day. Hire as needed. Do not fear high labor costs. Utilize the methods I have taught you for recruitment. I assure you they are effective. As soon as Feng Jun departed, the desk phone rang, and Secretary Lu's voice came through. Mr. Su, Manager He Xiaokai from Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has requested a call. Upon hearing the name of the factory, Su Bai moved to his desk and pressed the button for the call. No need for an appointment. I am available now. Please connect him. Understood. Connecting now. In truth, as soon as the call connected, He Xiaokai regretted his decision. Encouraging Mr. Su to open a supermarket seemed ludicrous. After all, Su Bai is the founder of Rice Phones, bearing the weight of a national responsibility for women's sanitary products and serving as the head of the Rice Standard Alliance. Soon, he would also earn the title of a people-oriented entrepreneur. With such stature and identity, why should he not relish a comfortable life? Was it worth challenging the world's leading brands simply because of a single comment from He Xiaokai? Yet, now that the call was established, he could not simply hang up. Hello, this is Su Bai. Hearing Su Bai's voice sent He Xiaokai's heart racing. At this juncture, one could either advance boldly or retreat timidly. The call had been made. What was there to fear? If rejected, it was merely another experience to add to the list of rejections men often encounter. After briefly outlining the current situation at Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, He Xiaokai tentatively expressed, Mr. Su, I was thinking if you were to step forward and open a supermarket, the entire daily chemical industry would surely support you. On the other end of the line, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by He Xiaokai's proposal. The reason he had not instructed Feng Jun to reach out to these daily chemical manufacturers was that the news of the Rice supermarket could not be kept under wraps. Once one manufacturer learned of Su Bai's plans, the entire industry would inevitably follow suit, and soon, all of Dragon Kingdom would be aware. Until now, Su Bai has been diligently concealing himself behind the scenes, with Feng Jun, the CEO, serving as the smokescreen that Su Bai has deployed. He initially intended to keep these daily chemical manufacturers at bay until the end, yet unexpectedly, they sought him out themselves. Truly, it seems that one's shoes dictate the size of one's feet. Glancing at the calendar on his computer, Su Bai noted that it was already mid-March. The matters concerning the Rice supermarket would soon be impossible to conceal. Ultimately, whether it happened a few days earlier or later was inconsequential. Stating it now would have little impact. Half a minute later, He Xiaokai ended the call, standing there with his phone in hand, his expression blank, as if etched with clarity. Observing this, He Tsongzhou shook his head and chuckled. You were turned down, weren't you? I told you it was utterly impossible. This call was merely an exercise in futility. Meanwhile, He Xiaokai remained rooted in place, bewildered. Dad, Mr. Su said he would consider it. Consider it, what did you say? He mentioned that he would think about the supermarket venture. He Tsongzhou abruptly stood up, scrutinizing his son with an expression of incredulity. Is that even possible? The whole world knows that Su Bai is not easily swayed. Yet, He Tsongzhou could hardly fathom that Mr. Su could be so amenable to persuasion. Chapter 065. If one cannot succeed, do not blame the path as the warm. Moist air currents from the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea struggled over the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. They surged into the Sichuan Basin like a flood unleashed. With the arrival of the first spring rain, the citizens of Yicheng finally shed their winter coats and welcomed the pleasantly temperate season. Unbeknownst to them, time had quietly slipped into April. At the command of Su Bai, the newly formed Human Resources Department of the Rice Supermarket commenced an extensive recruitment initiative. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory of Yicheng City College, Liang Wenchao, having deliberately donned a suit, pushed open the door dropped his backpack, and wearily sank onto his bed. Observing his demeanor, several roommates inquired about his state. "Wenchao, how are you? Are you managing?" Liang Wenchao remained silent, merely shaking his head. As third-year students approaching graduation in June, nearly everyone was focused on securing employment. Liang Wenchao vaguely recalled the excitement that had filled the air when their instructor had urged them to seek jobs after completing their courses. Each student had harbored lofty ambitions and aspirations, ready to roll up their sleeves and make their mark on society. Indeed, the world is a harsh and pragmatic place, a truth well understood. Yet, for these soon-to-be graduates who had yet to encounter the bitter taste of adversity, such realizations remained elusive. A popular adage among the youth encapsulated this sentiment. It's not an apology, but a reminder that you must practice more. If one cannot succeed, do not blame the path. Just because some fail does not mean others will too. "Watch me," they would say. However, as the months passed, the reality became clear. One by one, the once optimistic friends faltered. The scholarship-winning class representative was now selling movie tickets. Can you believe it? They had once vowed to buy cars in 3 years and homes in 5. Yet the harsh reality was that even a salary of 5,000 seemed unattainable. 4,000? Still out of reach? 3,005? I would take that too. What if I have to work 6 days a week? And I get docked 100 for being late once? This is absurd. Turning back, they found even the jobs paying 3,005 were fiercely contested. They say that while people can teach each other endlessly, real experience teaches you in an instant. After several months, the once cheerful, lively college students fell into silence. Late at night, one could often find someone gazing out the dormitory balcony, lost in thought. After years of study, society had imparted the most sobering lesson. I heard from my cousin that Chengdu has more opportunities and higher salaries. Why don't we move there? One boy murmured, half reclining on his bed. I looked into it. The salary may be higher, but the cost of living in Chengdu is substantial. For fresh graduates like us with diplomas, our monthly earnings won't even cover our living expenses. That's not entirely accurate. If we share a place, rent could be 600 or 700 a month, and commuting costs might add up to 100 or 200. If we live frugally, 2,000 should suffice. And then the boy fell silent, calculating the numbers. After all the calculations, a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000 would leave them with nothing at the end. It felt as if they had gone to university only to end up as mere laborers. If things get dire, we could always work in a factory. Another boy suggested as he emerged from the restroom. I heard from my sister that factories pay by piecework, and with overtime, one could earn 7,000 to 8,000 a month. It's tough work, but the pay is good. While this idea seemed appealing, Liang Wenchao and his friends remained silent. Once you enter the factory gates, it's like a deep ocean. Getting in is easy, but getting out is another story. For these spirited, young individuals in their 20s, who would wish to settle for monotonous work with no prospects? Who would want to gamble their youth for a brighter tomorrow? Just as the room was steeped in silence, the dormitory leader, seated at the computer, received a message from their instructor. Attention, students. Today, Rise Technology is coming to our campus for recruitment. Interested students, please bring your resumes and head to the school auditorium. The dormitory leader, glancing at his phone, exclaimed, "Wow, Rise Technology is recruiting at our school." The boy reclining on the bed immediately sat up. Rise Technology? The one associated with the big rice company? How is that possible? They're a Fortune 500 company visiting our college? You must be joking. Check the group chat for yourself, came the reply. Moments later, a throng of unenthusiastic students dashed down the dormitory stairs, each clutching a resume, racing toward the auditorium. Along the way, a multitude of girls from the female dormitory joined the fray. It seemed the school recognized the influence of Rice Technology, designating the auditorium as the recruitment venue. As no classroom could accommodate such a crowd, why would Rice Technology come to our school for recruitment? Does anyone know? I just received the instructor's message. I didn't even have time to change out of my part-time job clothes. Wow, I'm so excited. If only I could work at Rice Technology. You're dreaming. They will surely choose only the best candidates. Despite the size of our school, there are probably only 3 or 5 students they deconsider. Never mind. I'll just go and secure a spot. Who knows, maybe the HR manager will notice me, this hidden gem, Simultaneously, at over a dozen universities in Yicheng, similar recruitment events were underway. Amidst this grand recruitment endeavor, Rice Supermarket officially entered the public eye. For these college students, the reasons behind Rice Technology's establishment of a supermarket were of little concern. They were primarily focused on securing suitable employment after months of fruitless searching. The Human Resources Department from Rice Supermarket had deliberately played a clever game. Aside from outlining job requirements and the lack of professional restrictions, they refrained from discussing any benefits associated with working at the supermarket. They didn't even collect physical resumes, merely leaving behind an email for submissions before hastily concluding the event. This maneuver shifted the mindset of many students attending the recruitment. After all was said and done, it turned out to be just a supermarket. They had expected to work at the headquarters of Rice Technology. Seriously, we are legitimate university students. Yet we are being offered positions as cashiers and sales associates? Do they look down on us? I suspected as much. A Fortune 500 company wouldn't be so altruistic. It's a classic case of false advertising. Ugh. And they call themselves a people's enterprise. Disgusting. They want college graduates to work in a supermarket, treating us like cattle. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. For instance, Liang Wenchao, who had just exited the auditorium, had already captured the email address of the Rice Supermarket Human Resources Department on his phone. Despite the prospect of low wages, he pondered just how low they could be. He spoke as if he were certain of landing a high-paying job. What truly captivated Liang Wenchao was the supermarket's background. A solid foundation suggested ample room for advancement. He believed that with enough dedication, he could ascend within Rice Supermarket, a notion he considered to be indicative of the company's potential and opportunities for growth. Additionally, there was, of course, Su Bai. Liang Wenchao had an unshakable belief that the boss, who could not restrain the pig, would not betray his fellow townsmen. Or so he hoped. Chapter 66. To live is to endure. In addition to the large-scale campus recruitment, the Human Resources Department of the Rice Supermarket is concurrently conducting social recruitment. The recruitment information for Rice Supermarket is prominently displayed on various job platforms in Yicheng. As usual, the benefits section simply states negotiable. At 5:50 p.m., within an office building in the central district of Yicheng, with less than 10 minutes remaining before the end of the workday, Zhang Wei had already packed his belongings. Following his father's car accident last week, Zhang Wei has been rushing to the hospital after work each day to assist his mother in caring for his father. After confirming that he had completed his tasks for the day, Zhang Wei, with a sense of ennui, stared at the clock on his computer, his mind preoccupied with worries about his father and Oppo's condition. Just as the clock struck 5:58 p.m., the door to the general manager and Oppo's office swung open. A middle-aged man with a beer belly emerged, wearing a stern expression as he called out to everyone, "Stop your work, come for a meeting." The expressions of the surrounding employees indicated that such last-minute meetings were commonplace. They had long since grown accustomed to it. Zhang Wei hesitated, contemplating whether to inform his boss of his urgent need to visit the hospital. However, after a brief moment of silence, he picked up his notebook and followed the others into the conference room. After all, he had already offended his boss last week due to his father and Oppo's accident, and the boss was still holding a grudge against him. The day of his father's accident was last Wednesday afternoon. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Wei hurriedly requested leave from his boss, only to be met with indifference. "What's the situation? You haven't even clarified the details, and you want to take leave? If everyone were like you, how would work proceed? Isn't your mother there? It's not as if no one can help. Your focus should be on work. Should I have to teach you this? Don't others have issues at home? Why is it that you have so many problems?" In his anxiety, Zhang Wei retorted to his boss, but when the situation escalated, the boss begrudgingly granted him leave. The following day, however, Zhang Wei's project bonus from the previous month was halved, with the rationale being that the client did not recognize Zhang Wei's contributions in the project's final stages. How absurd. It seemed as if Zhang Wei had stepped through the company's door with his left foot, disrupting the company's fortunes. Though discontent festered within him, Zhang Wei could only grit his teeth and endure. At 28 years old, he had yet to purchase a home or marry, and his savings barely reached 20,000. Consequently, his father's accident which was partially at fault, resulted in medical expenses that amounted to precisely 20,000. As if fate were playing a cruel joke on this young man, destined to be impoverished and insignificant. What else could he do? Back when he had just graduated from university, had he encountered such a foolish boss, he would have turned and walked away without a second thought. Yet now, at 28, Zhang Wei had lost his youthful vigor and had come to a stark realization of societal realities. The notion of rising from humble origins to greatness was merely a fantasy. For someone born in a remote rural area, life was akin to being a beast of burden destined to toil endlessly. As Xi Hua aptly stated, to live is to endure. Death is the only true release. The most lamentable aspect was that Zhang Wei lacked even the courage to end his own life. For he had parents who had tirelessly raised him and family members who loved him. Faced with their expectant gazes, all Zhang Wei could do was endure. In the conference room, the boss, in his 40s, sat at the head of the table, resembling a lofty emperor chastising his ministers. Akin to a feudal landlord dissatisfied with this year's harvest, reprimanding his laborers. If one were to compare capitalists to the conscientious entrepreneurs like Su Bai, it would be fair to say that many employers in Long were barely qualified as capitalists. For while capitalists seek to profit at your expense, many private employers not only expect you to help them earn money, but also demand your gratitude. At their core, these small private bosses still embody a feudal slave master mentality. In their eyes, since they pay your salary, you must obey them as if you were a serf. If they see you idling, they will not consider it a sign of high efficiency. Rather, they will think you are simply underworked. As an employee, you're not only expected to generate profits for your boss, but also to provide them with emotional validation, allowing them to bask in the feeling of superiority as they dictate the course of affairs. Is it any wonder that so many companies emphasize militarization and a wolf culture? Even now, after half an hour of the meeting, the boss has rambled on without addressing any substantial issues. Yet each employee, including Zhang Wei, must pretend to take diligent notes. Of course, one could choose not to feign interest, but the consequences would be dire. Do you think you're clever? Everyone else is taking notes, and you're the only one not doing so. No wonder your work is subpar. You need to reflect on where the problems lie. If your performance is commendable and the boss is in a good mood, the conversation shifts entirely. You're still young. Don't expect to enjoy the fruits of labor immediately. You must learn to accumulate experience and build a solid foundation. There will be bread and milk. You are the one I have the highest hopes for in this company. The reason I haven't raised your salary is that I am testing you thus. With such a boss, one would expect Zhang Wei's salary to be substantial. Indeed, the reason Zhang Wei persists in this job is the monthly remuneration of 5,000 yuan. While this sum is modest compared to the average annual salaries in the internet sector in a third-tier city like Yicheng, it surpasses the income of the majority. At 7:30 p.m., the meeting finally concluded. Amidst the neon lights, Zhang Wei stepped out of the office building and, while waiting for the bus, took out his phone to browse various job platforms. The thought of changing jobs had long crossed his mind. He did not expect a salary increase, but simply desired a less torturous boss. As he scrolled, a job posting suddenly caught his eye. Rice Supermarket? Upon clicking, he discovered it was a subsidiary of Rice Technology, which was venturing into the supermarket business and planning to open a store in Yicheng. The positions available included sales assistants, cashiers, customer service, sorting, and security. Given Zhang Wei's work experience and qualifications, he was clearly not suited for such roles. Why would he abandon a decent job with a 5,000 yuan monthly salary to work in a supermarket? Yet, Zhang Wei felt a genuine stir of interest. It was not the job itself that excited him, but rather the figure of Su Bai, the person behind Rice Technology. As a fellow townsman, Zhang Wei was a fan of Su Bai and firmly believed that his persona was genuine. No scriptwriter would dare to depict a billionaire CEO as humble. Although the salary at Rice Supermarket may not exceed his current one, the kindness of the boss was a significant factor. Should he take a gamble, abandon his current job, and start anew at Rice Supermarket? At 28, he was still young. With determination and effort, opportunities would undoubtedly arise. As the bus doors opened, Zhang Wei, with a resolute heart, clicked to submit his resume. Resume sent. Chapter 67. Seeking employment, directly discussing with the boss. April 21st, Monday. Only 9 days remain until the grand opening of the rice supermarket. In the early morning of Yicheng's northern district, Zhang Wei disembarked from bus, perplexed by the navigation prompt on his phone. Wasn't this the former site of Nanjiao Airport? How could the rice supermarket possibly be located here? Zhang Wei had presumed that the supermarket would surely be situated in a bustling area within the city center, given Yicheng's limited size. Only the city center could attract significant foot traffic. Yet, as the bus ventured further from the city, his anxiety grew. Who would establish a supermarket on the outskirts? Surely, there could be no customers here. At this moment, Zhang Wei's mind was in turmoil, echoing the words of his boss during his resignation. With your abilities, you'll remain at this level for life. I've approved your resignation. However, when you seek to return, don't expect the same salary. There was no turning back now. At the age of 28, Zhang Wei had staked his future. Retreat was not an option. As Zhang Wei pondered the wisdom of coming to the rice supermarket, he turned a corner and was taken aback by the sight before him. The former terminal of Nanjiao Airport had been completely transformed, its gray-white facade adorned with multifaceted geometric designs. From a distance, it resembled two enormous gray-white building blocks pressed together, delivering an exaggerated visual impact. It was undoubtedly the work of a master architect. Zhang Wei, lacking literary sophistication, could only describe it as stylish. Indeed, there was no building in all of Yicheng that boasted such flair. Even in Rongqing, it would rank among the finest. Prominently displayed on the facade were the words Rice Supermarket. Upon recognizing these characters, Zhang Wei was utterly stunned. They had converted the entire Nanjiao Airport into a supermarket? Truly a grand endeavor. Astonished, Zhang Wei approached the entrance of Rice Supermarket, only to discover an overwhelming number of new employees reporting for duty. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it was clear that they, like him, were filled with both trepidation and excitement about starting their journey at Rice Supermarket. After submitting his medical report and engaging in a brief conversation in the Human Resources office, it was apparent that the HR representative was quite pleased with Zhang Wei's resume. After all, the requirements for supermarket employees were not particularly stringent, and given Zhang Wei's experience, it seemed almost beneath him to be working there. During a lull in the conversation, Zhang Wei could not resist asking a question that had been on his mind. Could you provide information regarding the salary for the position? Although Zhang Wei was attracted by the allure of rice technology and Subai, that did not mean he was indifferent to the matter of compensation. Moreover, the job posting had indicated that the salary was negotiable. To his surprise, the HR representative did not provide a straightforward answer. I apologize, but matters of compensation are not something we discuss here. Not with HR. Then with whom? Zhang Wei was baffled until the HR representative chimed in with a smile. The issue of salary will be personally addressed by General Manager Su. General Manager Su? You mean? Indeed, that would be Su Bai. Upon hearing Su Bai's name, Zhang Wei was rendered speechless. He had come to apply for a supermarket position, not to negotiate with the CEO of Rice Supermarket. Was there not some mistake? The prospect of a meager salary and being asked to negotiate with the big boss seemed absurd. Was this truly a matter of seeking employment directly with the boss? A genuine case of boss-direct recruitment? Following HR's instructions, Zhang Wei descended to the parking lot behind Rice Supermarket. It was, in fact, the former runway of Nanjiao Airport, now lined with parking spaces that stretched endlessly. It seemed that only Rice Supermarket could utilize an airport runway for parking. At this moment, the parking lot was teeming with thousands of new recruits reporting for duty, evidently all having learned of Su Bai's intention to personally discuss compensation. It appeared that the meetings would not be one-on-one, but rather a collective discussion with all new hires. Zhang Wei found this unconventional method of negotiating salaries to be a first for him. As he joined the queue, he overheard snippets of conversation around him. I've really made it. I and Oppos am negotiating salary with a billionaire CEO. Honestly, I came here for General Su. At least he has a conscience. Unlike my previous boss, who didn't treat employees like humans. Same here. Wages are low everywhere these days. I don't expect a high salary at Rice Supermarket. But with General Su at the helm, I doubt we'll be mistreated. It seems Rice Supermarket has a solid backing. It won't be like those small companies that fold and lay off employees after half a year. There should be ample room for advancement. It was clear that most shared Zhang Wei's sentiments. They were drawn to Su Bai. Even if the starting salary was modest, they were willing to work under his leadership. As the crowd continued to swell, at that very moment, in the upper office of Rice Supermarket, Su Bai sat at his desk, sketching notes on an A4 sheet. It was April 21st, with only 9 days left until the grand opening of Rice Supermarket. Just 2 days prior, the supermarket had successfully passed its inspections. Even the formaldehyde issue that had worried Su Bai was brought down to safe levels through Zhao Xiaofeng's diligent efforts. The extent of the capabilities of a determined party was indeed astonishing. However, no one knew that Zhao Xiaofeng had arrived in Yicheng weighing 167 pounds and left at 135 pounds. The trials he had endured over the past 3 months remained a mystery. Furthermore, Feng Jun had adhered to Su Bai and Oppo's staffing strategy, investing twice the typical salary to assemble a procurement team exceeding 100 members. This enthusiastic team had scoured the nation for suppliers from prominent brands. Their efforts were relentless. As of now, Rice Supermarket's SKU count had met the anticipated figure of 16,000. Daily, trucks bearing license plates from across the country streamed into the supermarket's logistics center. Additionally, the integrated information system of Rice Supermarket, developed by thousands of programmers working tirelessly, had finally been completed and passed inspection. Renovation, completed. Product supply, completed. Information system, completed. Su Bai's gaze lingered on the final piece of the puzzle, the people. As Su Bai and Feng Jun had discussed, the workforce was the core competitive advantage of Rice Supermarket. Thus, he, the big boss, had to take the initiative to conduct a boss-direct recruitment. 2 minutes later, Secretary Lu knocked on the office door. General Su, everything is prepared. Su Bai set down his pen, massaging his sore wrist. How many are there? According to your requirements, including reserve talent, exactly 1,200. Upon hearing this number, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, rising while grabbing his jacket from the chair. He turned to Secretary Lu and asked, "Do you know how a boss should discuss salary?" Secretary Lu, holding a tablet, shook his head in confusion as Su Bai adjusted his collar. Very simple. Offer a high salary. Give as much as possible. High enough to instill fear. Fear? Yes, fear. Fear of losing this job. Fear of losing that salary. The more they fear, the harder they will work. With that, Su Bai led Secretary Lu toward the elevator. Come, let us go inspire some fear. Chapter 68. Mr. Su, are you serious? In the vast parking lot of the runway, a gathering of 1,200 newcomers had assembled for registration. They did not have to wait long. Just as the line was forming, Su Bai, clad in casual attire, ascended the podium. His appearance instantly ignited a wave of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. It must be noted that Su Bai and Oppo's persona as a conscientious individual who listens to the public has garnered him considerable goodwill among the populace. The Rice phone he created, with its exceptional cost-effectiveness, has become the preferred choice for the common people. The standards he established have benefited every household. He was expected to remain aloof, perched upon the pedestal elevated by public adoration, basking in flowers and applause. Yet through a lively and unrestrained live stream, he leapt down from that pedestal, contributing countless memes and internet catchphrases, allowing everyone to realize that Mr. Su is not an unreachable figure. Like everyone else, he drives a modest sedan, returns to his rural hometown to celebrate the new year, and, indeed, he too can be caught off guard. This is the essence of a people and Oppo's entrepreneur, embodying the image that everyone desires. As Su Bai took to the stage, a few audacious newcomers in the front row began to cheer. Mr. Su, next new year, I'll help you with the pig. I assure you, it won't make a sound. Mr. Su, my mother is your fan. My whole family adores you. Wow, Mr. Su, you're amazing. However, some attendees were concerned that joking with Mr. Su might provoke his ire. After all, the online world is one thing and reality is another. Many celebrities maintain a polished demeanor in front of the camera, but can be quite temperamental behind the scenes. To their surprise, Su Bai not only remained unfazed, but wore a broad smile. I believe you all have heard from the HR department that today I will personally discuss the issue of remuneration with you. As he spoke into the microphone, the venue fell silent. However, before we delve into salaries, I trust you are all quite familiar with my persona. No sooner had he finished speaking than an employee shouted, "Listening to advice." Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Indeed, Su Bai's reputation as a listener is well established. It was precisely this trait that led to the creation of the rice phone and the rice sanitary napkin. One could say that being receptive to suggestions is synonymous with Su Bai himself. Correct. It seems you all recognize that I am quite open to suggestions. Therefore, regarding the matter of remuneration today, I will also adopt this approach and seek your opinions. His words left the audience in stunned silence, their expressions one of bewilderment. Wait, you mean we can determine our own salaries? In the crowd, Zhang Wei, equally perplexed, found himself approached by a fellow newcomer. Bro, what is going on? We can propose our own salaries? A first-time job seeker, Liang Wencheo, quickly inquired of Zhang Wei, do you know? I'm also encountering this for the first time. It was apparent that none of the 1,200 newcomers had ever faced such a scenario. Whispers filled the air as they exchanged glances, uncertain of what Mr. Su was up to. Observing their confusion, Su Bai interjected, "Let us have everyone share what their expected salaries are." With a specific question posed, the atmosphere became more manageable. Shortly after, a man in his 30s raised his hand and said, "Mr. Su, I'm applying for the security position, and I came here for you. I'm not looking for a high salary. Just a little over 3,000 will suffice." With the first voice breaking the ice, others quickly followed suit. "Mr. Su, I worked in a supermarket before and have experience. ID like 3,800, just like before. Mr. Su, I lack experience but came here for you. I'm fine with a lower salary. Just don't scold my family when reprimanding me." Listening to their requests, Su Bai was momentarily speechless. Not scolding family members? Is that really a requirement? After gauging their expected salaries, he found that most were clustered between 3,000 and 4,000, with those seeking above 4,000 being exceedingly rare. Standing on stage with a microphone, Su Bai surveyed the crowd and slowly smiled. "All right, I understand. It seems everyone desires a salary around 4,000. Since that is your wish, I shall grant it." His words sparked a commotion among the attendees. "Wait, Mr. Su, are you serious? You really mean it? Whatever we say, you'll agree. Can it truly be this simple?" Confirming their desires, Su Bai continued to embellish the moment, until finally, one brave individual raised his hand and declared, "Mr. Su, I want 5,000 a month." It was as though he had been waiting for this moment, and Su Bai pointed at him, uttering the classic phrase, "Received, arranged." HR team, make a note of this. Monthly salary of 5,000. Anyone else? I've said it once. Today I'm here to listen to suggestions. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. The young man who had just spoken appeared utterly bewildered, thinking, I boldly asked for 5,000, and he actually granted it? Su Bai's audacious maneuver left the audience in disbelief. Witnessing the young man secure 5,000, others were suddenly compelled to take action. Immediately, another voice called out, "Mr. Su, I want 6,000. I promise to work diligently. If I don't perform well, I'll leave without complaint." Received, arranged. If the earlier requests of 5,000 had left the crowd uncertain, the demand for 6,000 stirred excitement among them. A salary of 6,000 a month surpasses the earnings of most in Yicheng, proving to be an irresistible allure. The fact that Mr. Su agreed to this without hesitation only fueled their ambition. Seeing others succeed, Zhang Wei could no longer contain himself and raised his hand. "Mr. Su, I want 8,000 a month. I cannot make any guarantees, but I assure you, I will be worth the salary." With Zhang Wei's bold proclamation of 8,000, the crowd turned to him in unison. "Dude, you're bold. You actually dare to ask for that?" An employee from the supermarket thought. "Do you really think you can justify that salary?" In truth, even Zhang Wei was taken aback by his own request, realizing it might be a stretch. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Bai's voice rang out, "Received, arranged." "Huh? You're serious, Mr. Su?" Zhang Wei stood frozen, incredulous that his request was met with such prompt approval. The entire assembly mirrored his astonishment, caught off guard by Su Bai's swift arrangements. While 5,000 and 6,000 had emboldened some, few dared to venture as high as 8,000. After all, to earn that amount, one must possess the corresponding capabilities. Everyone is fearful, afraid that they lack the capability to earn such a substantial salary. If one were to receive 8,000 a month, yet find themselves outperformed by someone earning 6,000, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. At this moment, Zhang Wei was filled with trepidation. 8,000 a month. What must one achieve to be worthy of such remuneration? Surely, it would require arriving at the office first each morning and leaving last each evening. Just as Zhang Wei was consumed by regret over his impulsiveness, he remained oblivious to the presence of a fresh graduate nearby, even more audacious than himself. Liang Wenchao raised his hand and boldly proclaimed, "Manager Su, grant me 10,000 a month, and I shall say no more. Tomorrow, I will chop down the fortune tree at the entrance of." Chapter 069. Who is this formidable warrior? Otherwise, why do they say that the post-2000 generation is restructuring the workplace? For college students like Liang Wenchao, the post-2000 generation, notions of unspoken rules and workplace etiquette are mere nonsense. If your boss hasn't compensated you adequately, come 6 o'clock, I shall leave punctually. Any delay is a disrespect to myself. If you dare to call me on the weekend to discuss work, I will not hesitate to block you. However, on the flip side, as long as your boss provides proper remuneration, everything is negotiable. If you're willing to offer double overtime pay, I could even reside in the office until its bankruptcy. It is often said that bosses from the 70s and 80s enjoy discussing ideals. But for the youth of the post-2000 generation, I'm afraid I shall only discuss money. Just like Liang Wenchao, if Su Bai dares to offer him 10,000 a month, he would indeed venture out in the dead of night to chop down the fortune tree at the entrance of Walma. The condition is that Su Bai must be willing to provide such compensation. When Liang Wenchao, this audacious youth, boldly proclaimed 10,000, the entire venue, filled with 200 newcomers, regarded him with astonished eyes, as if he were a mythical creature. Initially, Zhang Wei, who thought he was unbeatable by calling out 8,000, was taken aback to discover someone even more audacious. One cannot help but ask, who is this valiant warrior? At that moment, Zhang Wei, standing beside Liang Wenchao, discreetly took half a step back, then another half step. Don't look at me. I do not know this fool. His claim of 10,000 has nothing to do with my 8,000. I was prepared to be the first to arrive at the office and the last to leave. But this guy is even bolder, wanting to chop down Walma's fortune tree for just 10,000 a month. Goodness, for a mere 10,000, he is risking it all. Just when everyone assumed that Su Bai would disregard this impetuous tree chopper, to their surprise, Su Bai, standing on the stage, offered no time for reactions and instead looked towards Liang Wenchao with an expression of admiration. All right, 10,000 a month, duly noted. Arrangements will be made. This unexpected response stirred the crowd. An overweight gentleman raised his hand, his demeanor serious, and said, "Ahem, Su General, to be candid, my father is a lumberjack. I have a familial background in tree cutting as well. If you give me 10,000, I will join him." As soon as he finished speaking, all 200 people in attendance raised their hands, without exception, all desiring to chop down trees. It was evident that they were not motivated by the fortune tree at Walima, but by the allure of that 10,000. Their raised hands signified to Su Bai that, like Liang Wenchao, they would do anything if the salary was high enough. Seeing everyone raise their hands, Zhang Wei finally relaxed. He no longer had to be the first to arrive at the office and the last to leave. Su Bai, observing the crowd, revealed a satisfied smile and, after signaling everyone to lower their hands, solemnly stated, "There will be no need to chop down trees. I see that everyone wishes for high salaries, but fears they might not deserve them. I want to clarify that what I seek is not your ability to earn 10,000, but your attitude towards it. Ability is merely your baseline, something you can gradually enhance through work. However, attitude is your ceiling. I do not believe in any guarantees from employees, for guarantees are hollow. Yet, I believe that an employee I hire for 10,000 will surely give their all to their work, for money is tangible. Now that it appears everyone shares a unified opinion, I shall set the salaries based on the 10,000 standard." At this moment, no one dared to speak further, nor did anyone raise their hands. A brave employee from the front row mustered the courage to ask, "Su General, are you not jesting with us?" Everyone held their breath, fearing that Su Bai might suddenly retort, "You are the ones who jested with me first." Observing this, Su Bai did not respond directly, but turned to the HR manager standing at the side of the podium. "Please take note, Starting today, the minimum salary at Dami Supermarket will be 10,000. The exact amount will depend on individual capabilities and job assignments. Additionally, this is post-tax and does not include Social Security or Provident Fund. Furthermore, the annual salary increase will mirror that of Dami Technology, with grassroots employees receiving a 12% raise each year. Only after the HR manager recorded Su Bai's requirements did Su Bai turn to the bewildered employees and smile. Now, may I hear the applause for those with monthly salaries exceeding 10,000? The employees were momentarily stunned, then erupted in a thunderous applause, whistles, and cheers. Many exclaimed, "Su General, this is the applause for a 10,000 monthly salary. Listen closely. Is it loud enough? Wow. Su General, I love you. Su General, you are the most handsome in the world." Meanwhile, Liang Wenchao, witnessing Su Bai actually setting the salary at 10,000, clapped his hands in exhilaration. He truly is offering 10,000. With a 12% raise, my goodness, I have truly made the right choice coming to Dami Supermarket. At this moment, Zhang Wei was also trembling with excitement. This time, fate had not played a trick on him. Instead, it had bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Quitting his previous job for Dami Supermarket was indeed his most prudent decision. Others around him were equally animated. Heavens, I switched jobs, and my salary has more than doubled. Is my ancestral grave smoking? Smoking? It seems almost ablaze. A monthly salary of 10,000 is something you cannot find even with a lantern. Brother, give me a couple of slaps. Am I dreaming? Why am I not waking up? Haha, you amuse me. If it were 3,000 or 4,000 a month, I could still pretend to be modest. But if the salary exceeds 10,000, I cannot feign humility any longer. I am Chimaiguang, the renowned sales king across the banks of the Yangtze River in parts of Yicheng. Pleased to meet you all. Honestly, folks, I think we should chop down the fortune tree at Walima. Keeping it is bound to bring misfortune. Just as everyone was exuberantly celebrating the prospect of a 10,000 salary, Su Bai raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once the excitement subsided, he continued, "All right, since we have established the salary standard, let us now discuss the benefits." More benefits? Someone questioned incredulously. With a salary of over 10,000, are there still benefits? In response, a bold gentleman shouted, "Su General, just for this salary, I shall forego benefits. Just watch. We will work diligently. Who dares slack off? I'll give them a jolt." Exactly. With such a high salary, who needs benefits? Just let us work overtime. Me too. We are not unacquainted with benefits. At most, we receive a couple of hundred for our birthdays and some gifts during holidays. It's no big deal. As for work hours, with a salary exceeding 10,000, are you still concerned about work hours? Whether it's 996 or 007, just give us the call, Su General. Since you dare to offer 10,000, we shall show you what a 10,000 attitude truly means. Do you think we earned our names without reason? Chapter 070, Feeling Unsettled? That an amp, Oppos, just right upon hearing a chorus of employees clamoring about benefits, Su Bai found himself speechless. Why did he choose to address the issue of salary at the outset? He believed that, in comparison to salary, the welfare benefits under the Douyin model held greater significance. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, while substantial, depended on the nature of the work. If it entailed constant overtime, even the most resilient individual would struggle. A single day off on weekends, spent in a languid manner, only to face another work week, felt hardly distinguishable from being perpetually on duty. Su Bai sought a team of dynamic employees, rather than mere automatons who toiled in silence. However, when it came to welfare benefits, Su Bai found himself unable to heed any counsel. Regarding salary, there was the audacious Liang Wenchao, who boldly proclaimed the 10,000 yuan figure. Yet, concerning welfare, it could be said without exaggeration that most individuals in this era lacked imagination. Even if Su Bai invited suggestions for benefits, few would know how to articulate their desires. For many, merely maintaining an 8-hour workday was considered the pinnacle of welfare. Since no one else could voice their thoughts, Su Bai decided to take the initiative. Observing the employees who were already invigorated by the prospect of a 10,000 yuan salary, he began to speak. It appears there may be some misunderstanding regarding the welfare benefits at Dami Supermarket. I can candidly assure you that, to some extent, our welfare benefits are more crucial than the salary itself. Upon hearing this, the crowd was puzzled. Welfare benefits more important than salary? Was Subai mistaken? Did he mean that the company would celebrate employees' birthdays with cakes and songs? That hardly qualified as a benefit. It seemed more like a social embarrassment. Surely, Dami Supermarket must offer something more substantial than that. No matter how extravagant the perks might be, they could not compare to a salary exceeding 10,000. As curiosity about Su Bai and Oppo's definition of welfare benefits grew, he finally elaborated. First, I heard someone say that they would forego benefits in exchange for overtime. I want to clarify that at Dami Supermarket, any unauthorized overtime will result in a meeting with the Human Resources Department. Overtime entails double pay, and you must request permission from your direct supervisor. His words left the audience dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Unauthorized overtime? Overtime requiring approval? Double pay for overtime? Could such phrases even coexist? But Su Bai, someone ventured, if you're offering a 10,000 yuan salary, how can you deny us the chance to work extra hours? Is that fair? Even Zhang Wei, amidst the crowd, felt his mind nearing overload. He had anticipated that such a generous salary would naturally entail a heavy workload. With late nights and constant overtime, he had mentally prepared himself for daily extra hours. Now, however, the idea that overtime required prior consent was bewildering. For 10,000 yuan a month, I need to ask for permission to work extra? As the audience grappled with this unusual overtime policy, Su Bai continued to elaborate. Moreover, the working hours at Dami Supermarket are from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, totaling 14 hours a day, divided into 2 shifts of 7 hours each. Thus, I must remind you that if your working hours exceed 7.5 hours, that too could be considered unauthorized overtime and would lead to a meeting with Human Resources. His statements rendered the room silent, with attendees wearing expressions of existential doubt. Not only were they prohibited from unauthorized overtime, but even their working hours were curtailed. Were they not even filling a full 8-hour shift? Is this what a boss should say? They wondered. But that was not the end of Su Bai and Oppo's revelations. Additionally, all departments at Dami Supermarket operate on a 2-day weekend. Besides the uniformly designated Tuesday closure, each department may arrange an additional day off as they see fit. This announcement stirred the crowd, who could hardly contain their astonishment. What supermarket closes for business? A 2-day weekend? Not permitting overtime, a 7-hour workday, and now a 2-day weekend, all while offering a monthly salary exceeding 10,000? Were they, in fact, being treated better than civil servants? Was Su Bai truly running a supermarket or recruiting CEOs? Furthermore, all employees at Dami Supermarket were entitled to 30 days of paid annual leave, with the duration increasing alongside years of service. 30 days of paid leave. While Su Bai's previous benefits were within the realm of comprehension, this extended paid leave was utterly unprecedented for employees accustomed to being scorned for even requesting a day off. Zhang Wei and Oppo's companion, Liang Wenchao, questioned Brother Zhang. Does this mean I can take those 30 days off whenever I like and still receive my salary? Zhang Wei nodded, seemingly in agreement. It seems that way. Liang Wenchao's eyes widened. No overtime, a 2-day weekend, 30 days of annual leave, and a monthly salary exceeding 10,000? Does that mean we're merely coasting along? Zhang Wei continued to nod, his confusion deepening. Indeed, this sentiment resonated with the 1,200 new employees present. While a high salary might have sufficed, they were prepared to work diligently to justify their wages. Yet Su Bai and Oppo's assertions had rendered their previous expectations obsolete. No overtime, 30 days of leave. Were they truly to become mere idlers? Amidst a growing sense of unease, one bold individual shouted from the crowd, Su Bai, perhaps you should consider lowering my salary a bit. Otherwise, I feel unsettled about receiving such a generous package along with 30 days of leave. Hearing this, the crowd collectively nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, a smile crept onto Su Bai's face. Feeling unsettled? That is precisely how you should feel. Otherwise, do you think I've spent all this time speaking for no reason? This is to ensure that you return home feeling anxious, unable to sleep at night, and even while eating, pondering how best to excel in your work. Chapter 071. Not so much. Really not so much. It must be said that when it comes to understanding the human heart, Su Bai truly excels. A mere pack of Purple Cloud cigarettes costing a mere dozen yuan can make the elderly of Dog Village feel like they possess billions of cups. Similarly, a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan, coupled with an array of benefits, can utterly captivate a group of new employees. To be honest, that very night after returning home, Zhang Wei found himself wide awake, lying in bed. One moment grinning foolishly, the next moment burying his head under the covers and softly weeping. Throughout the latter half of the night, Zhang Wei pondered a singular thought. How could he excel in this job and justify the generous remuneration? How could he ensure he did not come across as merely a freeloader? After a long night of contemplation, he rose early the next morning, even before dawn had broken. After a swift breakfast, he hurried off to the company. Just as President Su had remarked, if one's abilities were lacking, then at least one should display a commendable attitude. Since overtime was not permitted, arriving early to the office should not be a problem, right? However, upon alighting from the bus, expecting to be the first to arrive, Zhang Wei was met with a scene that made his lips twitch uncontrollably. At the entrance of the rice supermarket, several hundred individuals were either squatting or standing. Even the Navi Liang Wenchao had arrived before him. Spotting Zhang Wei, Liang Wenchao, while munching on a bun, shook his head and remarked, "Brother Zhang, your work ethic is lacking." Zhang Wei and Oppos. His mind was flooded with 1,000 expletives, unsure of whether to voice them. Of course, securing a position at Rice Supermarket was no simple feat. Many were newcomers without any prior experience in retail, necessitating a week-long orientation before being deemed fit for employment. However, following Su Bai's earlier motivation, the intensity of this orientation could only be described as frenetic. In one corner of the warehouse, a trainer was instructing dozens of newcomers on the use of a hand truck. Before using the hand truck, ensure the tires are not worn or deflated, and that the battery is sufficiently charged. Safety helmets must be worn. Always be aware of your surroundings. In short, caution is key. As he spoke, the trainer maneuvered the hand truck into the gap between pallets, preparing to lift it hydraulically. Unfortunately, at that moment, the hand truck malfunctioned. An Alkva trainer, quick on his feet, exclaimed, "See, this is the consequence of neglecting checks. What should we do in such a situation?" Just as the trainer, resembling a teacher, posed this question to the gathered newcomers, Zhang Wei rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. "What else can we do? Let us lift it manually. What if the store needs the goods?" With that, Zhang Wei picked up a box of beer from the shelf and headed towards the designated loading area. The trainer was taken aback. Wait, the hand truck is broken. Should you find another one? What do you mean by lifting it yourself?" Yet, Zhang Wei had a point. If someone was willing to exert themselves physically, who could fault him? If a power outage occurred in the warehouse and the backup generator failed, manual labor would be necessary. However, that was an extreme scenario. Before the trainer could elaborate, the circle of newcomers watched as Zhang Wei dashed off with a box of beer, stunned. This guy, for a few training assessment points, he is quite clever. In the next moment, a towering figure stepped forward. "Ha, look at this, an adult lifting just one box. Watch me," with a determined stance. The man effortlessly lifted 3 boxes of beer. Before the trainer could react, a swarm of newcomers rushed to the pallet, each grabbing boxes as if in a fierce battle to carry ammunition, clearing an entire pallet in under a minute. Meanwhile, Liang Wenchao, small in stature and unable to push through the crowd, gazed at the now empty pallet, bewildered. He turned to the trainer with an innocent smile. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? I'd like to move the pallet as well. Now that I'm here, I ought to contribute something." The trainer, a man in his 40s, observed Liang Wenchao and the eager newcomers striving to impress him, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Not so much. Really not so much. Similar scenes unfolded across various departments during the training. The cashier role, a unique position within the finance department, required mastering the cash register software. In another corner of the warehouse, several cash registers have been set up and experienced cashiers were training newcomers. Remember, do not place complete faith in the system. It can often err. When calculating change, if in doubt, feel free to use a calculator for assistance. Additionally, if certain barcodes fail to scan, you can input the product codes manually. Like this. After a thorough explanation, a group of young women stood behind the cash register, eager to learn. Notably, several women in their 30s and 40s were present, perhaps due to their age. They approached the training with greater seriousness. As they manually entered product barcodes, they meticulously checked the numbers, ensuring accuracy. However, just as everyone maintained the typical pace of newcomers, a rhythmic tapping sound suddenly reverberated through the training area. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound drawing attention, all heads turned in unison. A woman in her 40s was simultaneously switching barcodes and typing furiously on the keyboard. Her gaze was as fierce as that of a hawk, driven by the need to pay for her 2 children and Oppo's education, living expenses, future college fees, for her ailing mother who required constant medication, for the resentful glances she received as a widow labeled a husband-killing woman, for the fact that she hadn't purchased a decent pair of shoes in years. My hands, please move faster. Realizing all eyes were upon her, the woman continued to input barcodes, her voice choking as she murmured, "I'm so sorry, I truly need this job." You can never fathom what it means for a woman in her 40s from a rural background to support her 2 children, to care for her elderly parents, serving food, washing dishes, emptying trash cans, and mopping floors in restaurants and offices, and standing all day selling clothes in malls. After exhausting all possible jobs, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan, along with numerous benefits, was of unimaginable importance to her. Witnessing this poignant scene, a personnel employee from Rice Supermarket could no longer hold back. She approached the woman and gently pressed her hand against the rapidly moving fingers. "Sister, congratulations, you are officially hired by Rice Supermarket." Upon hearing this news, the woman was overwhelmed with joy, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. The young women around her glanced at their keyboards and then at their own hands. "Come on, hands, move." Chapter 072. Walmart. It's over. Here I come at the end of April. Su Bai dedicated 2 days to a trip to the capital. Led by the commercial department, the results for the biennial selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs had been announced internally by the end of March. With the awards ceremony scheduled for April 24th, Su Bai emerged as the first among the 10 entrepreneurs, garnering overwhelming support that eclipsed the other 9 contenders. When Su Bai appeared on television and various online streaming platforms holding the trophy, many netizens finally realized that this once prominent entrepreneur had been absent from the internet for a full 3 months. Although the live streams for Dami Technology continued weekly, Su Bai had not made an appearance during this time. This raised curiosity. What could have possibly kept the internet-savvy entrepreneur offline for 3 months? As the saying goes, where there is demand, there's a hot topic. With the public expressing interest in Su Bai's activities during his hiatus, some were eager to provide gossip. On the afternoon following Su Bai and Oppo's recognition as a top entrepreneur, a trending topic surged across various platforms. Top entrepreneur Su Bai secretly enters the supermarket industry. Dami Supermarket set to open. The announcement captured the attention of many curious onlookers. What? After 3 months, Su is quietly entering the supermarket sector? Wow, Dami phones, Dami sanitary pads, and now a Dami supermarket? Su Bai's Dami ecosystem is impressively versatile. Walmart, it's over, here I come. Having learned from the previous incident with Dami sanitary pads, no one dared to claim that Su Bai was straying from his core business this time. Nonetheless, numerous industry authorities stepped forward to analyze the pros and cons of Su Bai's foray into the supermarket sector. A brief analysis of Dami Supermarket's prospects. Not looking optimistic. Walmart is not Wanjia. Top entrepreneur Su Bai has chosen the wrong opponent this time. Facing the world's leading Walmart, what are Dami Supermarket's chances? Since the supermarket topic arose, Walmart was inescapably tied to the discussion. As many experts pointed out, Walmart is not Wanjia. It has no history of scandals like the toxic sanitary pad incident and lacks a figure like Jiang Lili, who specifically targeted compatriots for profit. In fact, among domestic supermarkets, Walmart enjoys a commendable reputation. Whether it be product quality, pricing, or customer service, it stands far ahead of its peers. As Sun Jing remarked, against Wanjia, Su Bai had the advantage of reputation, timing, location, and support. It would be difficult not to win. However, when confronting Walmart, Su Bai lacked all these advantages. Without a clear foundation, it becomes challenging to rally widespread support, meaning Su Bai could not replicate his success in the personal care industry to garner public favor. Thus, the question arose, what would Su Bai leverage to achieve victory in this battle? In light of the authoritative analyses, even Su Bai's supporters struggled to find reasons to back him. I feel the same. Su Bai has chosen the wrong path this time. He was doing so well with phones. Why shift to supermarkets? To be honest, even if Dami Supermarket offers quality products, I still prefer Walmart. I've developed a consumption habit of visiting Walmart weekly. I just don't understand what Su Bai aims to accomplish by entering the supermarket industry. Not only the public was perplexed, even Walmart found itself bewildered. In Pengcheng, at Walmart's headquarters in the Dragon Country, CEO Zhu Pengfei had learned about Su Bai's supermarket venture in Yicheng a month prior. After all, transforming an airport into a supermarket was a significant undertaking that was hard to overlook. Consequently, Zhu Pengfei had been conducting internal investigations to ascertain whether there were issues within the company, expired food sales, poor product quality, or staff misconduct that might have prompted netizens to suggest Su Bai venture into the supermarket domain. However, after thorough investigations, it became clear that the hundreds of stores nationwide were operating smoothly. There were no complaints about expired goods, no widespread quality issues, and no significant employee misconduct. Thus, Zhu Pengfei was left curious. Walmart had been doing well, and he and Su Bai had maintained an amicable distance. There was no animosity. Netizens had not suggested that Su Bai enter the supermarket sector. In fact, Zhu Pengfei himself was among Su Bai's 30 million fans and still utilized Dami phones. So, what prompted Su Bai to challenge Walmart? They had not provoked him, nor had they sought conflict. Just after being named a top entrepreneur, before he had even warmed up to his trophy, he was boldly confronting Walmart. Did he not fear tarnishing his reputation as a people's entrepreneur? As the situation escalated, even Walmart's public relations department approached Zhu Pengfei, asking whether a response was warranted. Zhu Pengfei, unlike Jiang Lili, was not one to unwittingly bolster Su Bai's position. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "When Dami Supermarket opens, our official account will publish a congratulatory message. Additionally, I will personally send a pair of flower baskets to Su Bai." What? Congratulating a competitor on their opening? The public relations head exclaimed in disbelief. "Just do as I say." After the head left the office, Zhu Pengfei reclined in his chair, tapping his knee rhythmically. Unlike Jiang Lili, Zhu Pengfei had risen to his position through intellect rather than intimidation. He understood that every situation carries a probability. For example, what were the odds of Su Bai defeating Walmart and establishing Dami supermarkets throughout the nation? Less than 1%. While it would be incorrect to say there was no chance, it was minuscule. Given this 1% possibility, Zhu Pengfei felt compelled to send those flower baskets. It was simple logic. Should Su Bai succeed, Zhu Pengfei might find himself unemployed. In that case, the gesture of goodwill might earn him a coveted high-paying position at Dami Supermarket. Of course, this was merely Zhu Pengfei's way of preparing for unforeseen circumstances. The expense of the flower baskets was unlikely to be recouped. After all, Walmart was not the kind of soft target that Wang Jiayi represented. It is no exaggeration to assert that Zhu Pengfei need not intentionally target Su Bai. There was no necessity for it. Walmart faced numerous formidable competitors, such as Metro, Auchan, and Ito Yokado. Each one posed a significant challenge, and a single Dami supermarket would hardly suffice to tip the scales. Did Su Bai truly believe that the world and Oppo's largest behemoth would be an easy opponent? Chapter 073. Does Su Bai need a bodyguard? When Dong Sanjin learned that Su Bai was trending online, he was fishing alongside him. As the float bobbed abruptly, Dong Sanjin swiftly lifted his rod, and a sizable crucian carp emerged from the water. Secretary Xiao Zhang had already prepared the landing net and watched with glee, smiling even more broadly than Dong Sanjin himself. After rebaiting his hook, Dong Sanjin glanced at Su Bai, who remained comfortably seated at his fishing spot. RNN to AMP. AMP? Oppos. To you the least bit concerned? The entire internet is abuzz, claiming that Su Bai and Oppos' venture into the supermarket industry is an act of folly. unlike the previous controversy surrounding rice and sanitary pads, which had garnered substantial support from countless women across the Dragon Kingdom. This time, the public sentiment surrounding the rice supermarket is predominantly one of skepticism. Even renowned experts have asserted that the rice supermarket could very well mark the first major setback in Su Bai's career. Su Bai sat at the fishing platform, his gaze fixed intently on the float, which stood steadfast like a divine needle. I have stated before that my opponent has never been Walmart. I have noticed the trending topic, but I am utterly indifferent. The online discourse suggests that I have chosen the wrong path, stubbornly challenging the world's leading. Yet no one realizes that I have never regarded them as a rival. As I have articulated, the true adversary of the rice supermarket is not, but rather this era, a time fraught with challenges. I am not without purpose. I seek to give voice to the countless ordinary individuals like Zhang Wei and Liang Wenchao. Through the rice supermarket, I aspire to ignite a spark that will blaze across the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. When the flames spread, it will coincide with the grand expansion of the rice supermarket. Indeed, Su Bai's ambition was to become the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. However, he believed that individual wealth held little significance. True prosperity lay in collective enrichment. Yet, akin to the summer insects that cannot comprehend ice or the well frogs that cannot fathom the sea, Su Bai recognized that he could not openly express his thoughts this time, as he did with the rice and sanitary pads, to garner public support. Let us not forget that a certain company, in its infancy, was engulfed by flames before it could rise. Even after achieving success, it remained confined to its original territory. To claim that the capital circle was not involved in such matters would be naive. Prematurely revealing the business model could elicit fleeting applause from the populace, but might also lead to the untimely demise of the rice supermarket. Observing Dong Sanjin catch another fish, Su Bai quietly adjusted his fishing rod and moved 2 meters closer to Dong Sanjin's spot. Casually casting his line, he seemingly nonchalantly tossed his bait directly into Dong Sanjin and Oppo's fishing area before sitting down with an air of calmness. Honestly, I'm more concerned about myself than the rice supermarket. Seeing Su Bai and Oppo's shameless behavior, Dong Sanjin took a deep breath, choosing to ignore it. Worried about yourself? As he watched Dong Sanjin reel in another fish while his own float remained motionless, Su Bai pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, you have extensive connections. Could you inquire if there is a suitable security team available? A security team? You want to hire bodyguards? Even Secretary Xiao Zhang, who was busy netting fish, looked up in surprise. Everyone knew that Su Bai had always preferred solitude, never seeking protection. It was astonishing that he would suddenly consider hiring bodyguards just as the rice supermarket was about to launch. Dong Sanjin's expression turned serious, a cold intensity settling over him. Is someone trying to cause you trouble? In this domain of Yicheng, with me keeping watch, who would dare? Not yet, but soon. This revelation made Dong Sanjin anxious. What on earth are you planning? Always shrouded in mystery. You want to even tell me when I ask. Some matters cannot be succinctly explained. Since you have connections, I entrust this task to you. It was not that Su Bai was unwilling to share. Rather, he felt compelled to keep his intentions under wraps. What he was about to undertake could indeed be seen as audacious. In an age where most employers exploit their workers, Su Bai's deliberate decision to raise labor costs would undoubtedly provoke opposition from all sectors. A regular supermarket employee earning a substantial salary, combined with Su Bai's influence, would inevitably stir considerable societal response. Without comparison, there is no pain. If your supermarket employees receive such high wages, what then for the rest of the ordinary enterprises? Can private employers continue to expect unquestioning obedience from their staff? The previous docility of employees stemmed from a lack of alternatives. Society had conditioned them to accept meager wages. It was akin to the uninformed farmers of ancient times bowing to their landlords without question. But what if one day someone emerged to enlighten them that they need not toil endlessly like beasts, that they could live with dignity? How would they react? As echoed in the words from the wandering earth, hope is the most precious thing of this era. You, Su Bai, a billionaire, a person of means, how could you betray the wealthy to offer hope to the common folk? Indeed, Su Bai's actions represented a betrayal of the majority within the capital sphere. Once the eastward model was unveiled, Su Bai would undoubtedly find himself at the epicenter of public scrutiny, facing fervent resistance and retaliation from the capital circle. As the saying goes, to harm a person in Oppo's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Would the enraged capitalists allow Su Bai, the instigator, to escape unscathed? Did you truly believe that Sun Jing's father met with an accidental death on his way to court? Seeing Su Bai's reluctance to divulge any information, Dong Sanjin felt exasperated. Fine, I will help you make contact. Until the security team arrives, I will arrange for someone else to protect you. While uncertain about Su Bai's intentions, Dong Sanjin could sense that the man was concocting something significant, much like the establishment of the rice standards. Given Su Bai's tone regarding hiring bodyguards, it was likely that the situation was even more monumental than the previous initiative. With a grave expression, Dong Sanjin stated, "Kid, I may not know what you're plotting, but I can assure you that as long as what you're doing is right, the Yicheng officials will support you, and all 500,000 of us Yicheng locals will stand behind you." Upon hearing this, Su Bai, gripping his fishing rod, felt an unexpected warmth in his chest as he watched Dong Sanjin catch yet another fish. Chapter 074. The service here is quite ordinary on May 1st, Labor Day. The highways across the nation were congested with travelers, as this holiday ranks just after the Spring Festival and National Day. Each year at this time, the power of the world's second most populous country is on full display. At the beetling Great Wall in the capital, a family of 3 trudged through a sea of tourists at a snail's pace, their faces reflecting a profound sense of despair. On the Bund in Shanghai, a young couple clutched each other's hands tightly, fearful of being separated by the throngs around them. On the hiking trails of Huashan in Qin province, a special forces student, having traveled specifically for tourism, found himself stuck halfway up the mountain, unable to ascend or descend, and could only cry out towards the distant peaks, "Oh, Mom, I want to go home." Naturally, those trapped in tourist attractions were predominantly the unyielding types. Many who had grown weary of the crowds took the opportunity of the holiday to return to their hometowns, visit their parents, and reconnect with relatives. Of course, a rare trip home necessitated bringing gifts for the elders and children, making a visit to a supermarket the obvious choice. Early in the morning, Yicheng set out with his wife, children, and parents to explore the shopping malls in Yicheng. As soon as he entered the car, he input Walmart into the navigation system. Since its opening in Yicheng, Walmart had become the go-to place for purchasing daily necessities. Over the years, the family had developed a habit of shopping there. However, upon hearing that they were going to Walmart, his father in the passenger seat waved his hand dismissively. This time, they would go to Dami Supermarket. Dami Supermarket, the one run by Su Bai. As a member of the workforce in the mountainous city and over 40, Yicheng was usually busy with work and rarely browsed the internet. Though he had gathered some knowledge about Dami Supermarket, he had seen various analyses online, all unanimously stating that Dami Supermarket could not compete with Walmart. It made sense. After all, a man primarily engaged in mobile phone production could hardly rival a supermarket that had been established for decades. Dad, Walmart is an established brand with trustworthy products, while Dami Supermarket just opened. Who knows what it's like? Despite his son's reasoning, his father remained steadfast. "Ah, you don't understand. Su is our fellow townsman. If he were to deceive us locals, would he have the face to return home for the new year?" At first glance, this seemed reasonable, but Yicheng evidently did not buy into it. He trusted the analyses he had read online. It could only be said that the elder was out of touch with the modern world. In this day and age, how rare was it for locals to deceive their own, reluctantly conceding to his father's stubbornness. Yicheng obediently entered the location for Dami Supermarket into the map and drove his family in that direction. If his father was so skeptical, a visit would surely prove enlightening. He could hardly believe that Su Bai and Oppo's Dami Supermarket could surpass Walmart. Throughout the journey, advertisements for Dami Supermarket were ubiquitous on buses, taxis, and billboards. It was evident that the local government had spared no effort in supporting this new establishment. However, as Yicheng drove along the old airport road, he seemed to be competing with his father, reminiscent of family group chats where his father often shared articles warning against various foods. He came off as a rigid traditionalist. This trip to Dami Supermarket was no different, He insisted on supporting a fellow townsman, only to realize his regret after being deceived. As their vehicle gradually left the city, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Yicheng feigned nonchalance, commenting on the supermarket's location outside the urban area, questioning who would travel such a distance to shop. His father ignored the complaints, reclining in the passenger seat to rest. His mother and wife, seated in the back, exchanged amused glances at the father-son duo's rivalry. Accustomed to their bickering, though Yicheng verbally expressed discontent, he held no real bias against Dami Supermarket. On the contrary, he often found himself caught in traffic when visiting Walmart, as the urban roads were notoriously narrow, making it difficult to find parking. Dami Supermarket, though located on the outskirts, was easily accessible via the old airport expressway, which lacked traffic lights. Yicheng would certainly prefer Dami Supermarket based purely on transportation convenience. Indeed, a mere 10 minutes later, after traversing a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, they arrived. As the vehicle rounded a bend, Yicheng's son cried out excitedly from the back seat, "Wow, Dad, look at that gigantic building." Following his son's lead, the family turned their attention forward to behold two enormous, geometrically shaped gray-white structures rising where the South Bridge Airport Terminal once stood, with the words Dami Supermarket prominently displayed. "Is this Dami Supermarket? I thought it would be a small store, but this is massive. I must take some pictures. It's even more impressive than our mountain cities' shopping malls." Listening to his mother and wife's enthusiastic chatter, Yicheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I think it's quite all right." At that moment, his father opened his eyes lazily and smirked. Just mediocre. How could it possibly compare to Walmart, an established brand?" Hearing his father's sarcastic tone, Yicheng, having lost the first round of their debate, persisted in his stubbornness. The size of the supermarket doesn't matter. What truly matters is the quality of the products and service. Although he refused to concede verbally, Yicheng found himself somewhat impressed, at least from the navigation. It appeared that Dami Supermarket had 3 entrances and exits, unlike Walmart, which had only one that was often congested. Choosing an entrance that appeared less crowded, Yicheng maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand as he drove in. Just as he was searching for a parking spot, a young man in a gray uniform, brimming with enthusiasm, directed vehicles at the entrance. "Please park this way. If you need a free car wash, please proceed this way." At first, Yicheng thought he had misheard, but upon lowering the window, he was astonished. "A free car wash?" "Yes, sir. We provide complimentary car wash services." Having journeyed back to Yicheng with his family the day before, Yicheng's car had not been washed, and he was contemplating finding an opportunity to do so. He never expected Dami Supermarket to offer such a service. Surely, there must be some conditions, he pondered, wondering if there was a minimum purchase requirement. His wife chimed in, reminding him, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After all, washing a car outside usually costs around 30 to 40 yuan, and prices go up during holidays. How could it possibly be free? In response to the customer's skepticism, the supermarket attendant maintained his cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. "Indeed, there are no requirements. Of course, if you have the time, we also welcome you to come specifically for a car wash." "Could it really be free? You mean I can come just for the car wash without having to shop?" Yicheng, unable to resist the allure, immediately turned the steering wheel toward the car wash lane. Just as he marveled at the service level of Dami Supermarket, his father continued to interject with his usual sarcasm. "I find this service to be quite ordinary." "Isn't that so, son?" Chapter 075. Are you certain this is a supermarket? Upon arriving at the car wash area, the family disembarked, and Yicheng prepared to hand over the car keys to a staff member. However, he harbored concerns regarding the loose change kept in the car and Oppo's armrest. Given that the car wash was complimentary, he wondered if any staff member might be unscrupulous enough to pilfer valuable items from his vehicle. To his surprise, when Yicheng offered the keys, the staff member did not reach out to accept them. "Sir, you need not hand over your keys. Simply keep them secure," the staff member assured him. "No keys? How will you wash the car then?" "Surely, you must drive it into the wash bay and then bring it back to a parking space afterward," Yicheng questioned. "Sir, we are equipped with a vehicle relocation robot that will transport your car to the designated parking area," the staff member explained. "A relocation robot? He Liping pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the concept. At that moment, a board glided smoothly toward them, sliding beneath He Liping's vehicle. From mechanical claws emerged to secure the tires before lifting the car off the ground. Before He Liping could fully comprehend the operation, he watched in awe as his beloved car was whisked away to the designated wash area. This spectacle left not only He Liping dumbfounded, but also his family, who stood nearby wide-eyed. Particularly, his youngest son exclaimed, "Wow, how cool. Mom, look, it's like the flying Nimbus from Journey to the West." At that moment, He Liping wore a dazed expression, feeling as though he had stumbled into an advanced technological marvel. He had never encountered such a cutting-edge vehicle relocation robot, even in the mountainous city he hailed from. He never expected to witness it in his hometown of Yicheng. Who would have thought that coming home would be an eye-opening experience? But how will I find my car later? He inquired. The staff member pointed toward the supermarket and Oppo's parking area exit. Once you complete your shopping, you can locate your vehicle using the intelligent terminal at the entrance. Our parking area is quite expansive, with 1,200 parking spots. If you prefer not to walk, you may summon the relocation robot via the intelligent terminal to bring your car to you. Bring the car to me? It can operate like that. Are you sure this is a supermarket and not a technology experience center? He Liping couldn't help but be impressed by the free car wash and the relocation robot, which left him thoroughly astonished. Even if he were to feign indifference, he had to concede that the service level at Dami Supermarket was remarkably exceptional. And this was just the beginning. They had yet to formally enter Dami Supermarket. With a sense of curiosity, the family joined the throng of equally astonished patrons heading toward the supermarket and Oppo's entrance. Coinciding with the holiday season and bolstered by effective promotions, the number of customers at Dami Supermarket was notably high. While opening day naturally attracted many looking for novelty and excitement, the real challenge lay in retaining customers post-opening. As the automatic doors slid open, there were no lines of staff greeting them with peculiar intonations of welcome. Apart from its larger size, Dami Supermarket's layout bore no significant distinction from other large retail establishments. He Liping's initial anticipation quickly faded, realizing that the free car wash was the supermarket's only notable highlight thus far. However, as they approached the shopping cart area, He Liping's wife, who was carrying their child, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, dear, look, their shopping carts come with child seats." Prompted by her enthusiasm, the family hurried over to inspect the carts, discovering an array of options. Dami Supermarket offered shopping carts tailored for various needs, including those with infant seats, children's seats, and even carts equipped with magnifying glasses for the elderly. Additionally, every cart featured a pull-out seat beneath, allowing weary shoppers a moment to rest. He Liping keenly observed that each cart was outfitted with cushioned foam at the corners to minimize injury from collisions. If the complimentary car wash could be seen as a strategic vision for Dami Supermarket to ensure a steady influx of customers, then the categorized shopping carts exemplified tactical attention to detail. It was evident from his wife's expression that she was beginning to take a liking to Dami Supermarket. Meanwhile, He Liping's father remained skeptical. "The service is quite average," he remarked. Seeing this, He Liping felt compelled to defend the supermarket, retorting, "A supermarket sells products, not services. Ultimately, it all hinges on the quality and pricing of the goods." Thus, the father and son continued their spirited exchange as the family ventured deeper into the store. Upon entering the main sales area, they quickly discerned the most significant distinction at Dami Supermarket compared to others. Each product bore two price tags, a lower one indicating the purchase price and a higher one indicating the selling price. He Liping calculated that the supermarket's average gross margin ranged from 4 to 6%. This novel pricing method intrigued the family, eliciting expressions of amazement. In typical retail settings, whether supermarkets or small shops, the purchase price was often concealed, with vendors quietly inflating the selling price. Yet, Dami Supermarket displayed the purchase prices openly. True price transparency? No risk of deception? Given that Su Bai was such a prominent owner and a people's entrepreneur, his willingness to display these prices suggested their authenticity. There was no need to fabricate figures that might tarnish his reputation. After witnessing this approach, He Liping was genuinely impressed. He felt both admiration and respect. Initially, he had worried that Su Bai might exploit his fellow villagers, but it was evident that his apprehensions were unfounded. Su Bai was genuinely principled. Given the quality of service and the attitude of transparent pricing, Dami Supermarket outshone by a significant margin. As long as the product quality was reliable, He Liping was certain he would return again and again. Just as the family was curious about the quality of Dami Supermarket's products, He Liping's wife suddenly halted in the household goods section. "Mom, come look. Isn't this the frying pan you've always wanted? Last time we saw it was over 1,000. You didn't want to buy it. No need for such an expensive pan. That money could buy a lot of groceries," she replied. "Not all, Mom. This pan is only 120 here." "What? Let me see." "Indeed, it's identical. The only difference is the brand. But this can't be counterfeit, can it?" Upon hearing the word counterfeit, both He Liping and his father approached to investigate. He Liping himself found it hard to believe. While he thought Dami Supermarket's products might not rival those of, he doubted they would resort to such blatant counterfeit practices. Just as the family was engulfed in doubt, a uniformed sales assistant approached. "Hello, do you need assistance?" "Yes, is this non-stick pan identical to the one at?" He Liping's wife inquired. Instead of directly addressing the question, the assistant responded politely. "If you encounter any issues with this non-stick pan after purchasing it, we offer a 7-day money-back guarantee and a 14-day exchange policy." A 7-day money-back guarantee? A 14-day exchange policy? Is that really true? He Liping and Oppo's as skepticism was evident. "Are there no conditions? Any issues, and I can return it? Don't tell me it sounds good now, only for you to provide excuses when I want to return it." Despite He Liping's probing skepticism, the sales assistant maintained her warm and inviting demeanor. "Indeed, there are no conditions. Even if you encounter no quality issues and merely feel that the purchase was too expensive, you can return it within 7 days. Before He Liping could fully comprehend the situation, his wife boldly placed a neatly packaged frying pan into the shopping cart and declared, "Bought it." This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, He Liping incessantly heard similar phrases from both his wife and mother. "Wow, this silk summer quilt is more than half cheaper than the mall. Let us buy it. Is it possible? The shampoo I've always wanted is sold out in the live broadcast. Yet the supermarket has plenty. Dad, come and try these leather shoes. They must be genuine. After all, they offer a 7-day return policy." It must be said that the prices at the supermarket are irresistibly enticing. The crucial aspect is the assurance that one need not worry about acquiring inferior or counterfeit goods, as the 7-day return and 14-day exchange guarantee allows customers to shop with carefree abandon. While the thrill of shopping is exhilarating, He Liping finds himself on the verge of tears as he gazes at the increasingly full shopping cart. What was supposed to be a casual outing has turned into a procurement expedition. At this rate, if he doesn't spend half a month's salary today, leaving will be out of the question. This is merely the opening. The real excitement is yet to unfold, so do not rush. Everyone, Chapter 76. The level of service after restraint. He Liping spent a substantial half-month's salary to lead his family from the household goods section to the food section. Just as he anticipated that his wife and mother would indulge in a shopping spree in the food area, an unexpected scene unfolded. While the household items at Dami Supermarket were predominantly cheaper than those at other supermarkets, the opposite was true for fresh food, which generally bore a higher price tag compared to the market. For instance, the price of pork belly in the market was only around 17 to 18 yuan per jean. Yet at Dami Supermarket, it soared to 25 yuan per jean, a striking increase of 1/3. A 5-liter bottle of cooking oil, which usually ranged from 60 to 70 to 100 yuan in the market, was priced at a minimum of 120 yuan here. Even more astonishing was the chicken, which cost only a little over 10 yuan per jean in the market, but at Dami Supermarket, it reached an astonishing 55 yuan per jean. Purchasing a whole chicken would set one back by 1 to 200 yuan. Many packaged fresh vegetables were similarly priced higher than those in the market. After browsing, He Liping's thrifty mother shook her head in dismay. "It's too expensive. The food here is far pricier than at the market. Let's go. We could buy some household goods, but for food and vegetables, we should stick to the vegetable market." This time, He Liping felt something was amiss. The products and services at Dami Supermarket were undeniably commendable, yet why were the prices in the food section so exorbitant? His mother tended to scrutinize prices, turning away at the sight of higher costs. However, He Liping noticed that the vegetable section bore labels indicating targeted cultivation. This so-called targeted cultivation meant that the source could be traced and pesticide residues were tested to ensure they were green and harmless. Similarly, products like pork, fish, cooked foods, and bread promised to never be a day old. Could this be true? Out in the market, who didn't boast that their products were exceptional? Yet in reality, food safety was often a hush topic. With this in mind, He Liping discreetly placed a packaged chicken into the shopping cart. 55 yuan per gene? I shall see if you are worth that price. When the family reached the checkout area, they noticed the remarkably high level of service at Dami Supermarket. Every staff member wore a warm smile, exuding genuine happiness rather than the forced cheerfulness often seen in professional settings. Even when faced with impatient customers, the staff patiently explained things time and again without any hint of annoyance. As the cashier noticed the family's overflowing shopping cart, she quickly called over the intercom. Cash register 8. Please bring over an additional shopping cart. Before He Liping and Oppo's family could respond, a cheerful staff member in uniform approached, pushing a shopping cart. Good day, sir. Are you headed to the parking lot? Please, allow me to take your overflowing items in this cart and help you carry them. Just give me the heavy items. I'm strong. You simply lead the way, and I will assist you in loading the car, having never encountered such service while shopping at a supermarket before. He Liping was taken aback. No matter how much one bought or how heavy the load, no one ever offered help. But here at Dami Supermarket, such thoughtful service was a pleasant surprise. Overwhelmed by this experience, He Liping repeatedly expressed his gratitude. As they passed the parking lot, He Liping noticed a customer whose car wouldn't start, likely due to an old battery. Just as he thought the individual would call for assistance, a staff member armed with a jump starter approached and efficiently revived the vehicle, much to the customer's delight, who insisted on offering money as thanks, which the staff member firmly declined. Seeing this, He Liping turned to the young man assisting him. I had no idea your service was this exceptional. The young man flashed a bright smile in response. It's nothing much. Our supervisor just advised us to exercise a bit of restraint. Restraint? He Liping queried, intrigued. Indeed, we are instructed to balance our enthusiasm in service, so as not to overwhelm customers. Was this truly the level of service post-restraint? He pondered what it would be like if they weren't restrained. After a moment's thought, the young man replied, If you need, I can drive your car back and help carry your things home. Taken aback, He Liping almost bumped his head against the car door. Ahem, perhaps it's best to maintain some restraint. As a supermarket employee, if you were to extend such service, I would feel remiss not to offer a banner or write a letter of thanks that evening. The He family prepared the chicken He Liping had secretly placed in the cart. His mother lamented, You really don't know how to manage money. This chicken was clearly a waste. However, as the chicken simmered, the family began to sense that something was amiss. As He's father passed by the kitchen, he paused, sniffing the air. What soup is that? It smells delightful. Even He Liping and Oppo's wife was drawn in. It smells amazing, reminiscent of the free-range chicken we used to have back home. When his mother lifted the pot lid to reveal the bubbling broth, she too was puzzled. How curious. It truly does smell like free-range chicken. Had Dami Supermarket sold them free-range chicken? Since moving from the countryside, the family had long been deprived of such delicacies, only managing to procure one or two during the festive seasons through relatives. Now, market claims of authentic free-range chicken merely priced at over 20 yuan per gene were common. But anyone with discernment knew that the cost of raising a legitimate free-range chicken far exceeded that. Many argued that the nutritional difference between free-range and fast-growing chickens was negligible, branding it as merely an intelligence tax. Whether or not it was an intelligence tax was uncertain. Yet once the free-range chicken soup was prepared, even He Liping's picky son drank 2 large bowls. In that moment, even He Liping's typically frugal mother ceased her complaints about his spending. Son, let us visit Dami Supermarket again tomorrow. I'll buy more free-range chicken to freeze for later. In this day and age, free-range chicken was hard to come by. He Liping finally grasped the essence. The high prices at Dami Supermarket were indeed justified, reflecting the adage that one gets what they pay for. His father slowly set down his chopsticks, looking at his son, with whom he had bickered throughout the day, and smiled. So, am I not an old fogey this time? In response, He Liping raised his glass to toast with his father. Dad, I concede, Mr. Su's Dami supermarket is truly remarkable. This is the kind of service we need. Chapter 077. Let the bullets fly for a while. Good news, Mr. Su. Early the next morning, as Su Bai entered the office, Feng Jun rushed in with an expression of sheer delight. Our sales from yesterday amounted to a staggering 7.2 million. 7.2 million, a figure Feng Jun had never dared to dream of. In his previous venture with the Qinjia Hui supermarket, the highest single-store sales record was merely 3.4 million, achieved during the peak of the year-end season. Yet, the Dami supermarket has more than double that figure. Thus, Feng Jun was eager to share this joyous news with Su Bai. However, upon hearing this sales figure, Su Bai displayed no signs of excitement. Instead, he appeared somewhat despondent. Only 7.2 million? The word only caused Feng Jun's smile to falter. Mr. Su, that sales figure is quite substantial. Su Bai slowly settled into his office chair, booting up his computer while shaking his head. Let us not forget, this is the May Day holiday and also our opening day, so naturally, the sales would be inflated. This means our average daily sales are likely around 3 million, perhaps even less. Previously, Su Bai had collaborated with Feng Jun and the finance department to crunch some numbers. The Dami supermarket typically employed between 350 to 400 staff members, while currently, there were over 800 on hand, all of whom were reserve talents prepared for future branches. With an average annual salary of 180,000 for each employee, the wage bill alone would amount to 60 to 70 million. This does not account for rent and utilities. Despite the significant support from the Yicheng government, the annual operational costs would still approach 100 million. Calculating an average gross profit margin of 5. A single Dami supermarket must generate over 2 billion in annual sales to break even. Consequently, the average daily sales target would be approximately 5 million. Although this figure may seem extravagant, it is worth noting that Walmart manages to achieve an annual sales figure of 3.5 billion for a single store, resulting in an average daily sales figure of 9.5 million. Su Bai and Oppo's expectations are not lofty. He does not demand that they match the sales records of Walmart in first-tier cities. However, the average daily sales for the flagship store in Yicheng should not fall below 8 million. After all, he desires to earn at least 50 million over the course of a year. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing Su Bai and Oppo's requirement of an average daily sales of 8 million, Feng Jun instinctively shrank back. In his view, Su Bai and Oppo's insistence on both low profit, high volume sales, and high employee welfare was unrealistic. Mr. Su, to be frank, while I have great confidence in Dami supermarket, my estimate for the average daily sales would not exceed 6 million. 8 million is simply beyond my imagination. Seeing the lack of confidence in Feng Jun's demeanor, Su Bai smiled and remarked, Feng, do you know why Dami Technology can thrive and why I have amassed a fortune of billions? Is it because you are conscientious and heed advice? No. Su Bai divide the mysterious is my. Conscience and heeding advice are merely comparative concepts. My success hinges on the contrast provided by my peers. Observing Feng Jun's perplexed expression, Su Bai decisively continued, you need only manage the supermarket's daily operations. Everything else will take care of itself, as competitors will naturally provide assistance. Just relax and await the inevitable fallout from their endeavors. Is it really that simple? Feng Jun pondered as he exited Su Bai's office, standing in the corridor deep in thought. He initially believed that after following Mr. Su for several months, he had grasped some fundamentals. Yet, it seemed the gap between them had not narrowed. In fact, it had widened. The business landscape was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Just as Feng Jun departed, a call from Dong Sanjin came through. With Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry, the Yicheng authorities had extended comprehensive support. As Dong Sanjin put it, homegrown, aiming to create Yicheng's first Fortune 500 company. Consequently, Dong Sanjin was even more invested in the Dami supermarket's opening than Su Bai himself. I must say, you're not doing too well. I sent Xiao Zhang to Walmart, and it was still bustling with customers. Be honest with me. Is your 70 confidence level inflated? Indeed, it is inflated. It's actually 90, Su Bai replied, pressing the speakerphone while managing emails. It's just the opening. Why the rush? Just let the bullets fly for a while. That phrase nearly caused Dong Sanjin to suffer an internal injury. Then let us wait and see what kind of trick Su Bai has up his sleeve. By the way, I found a security team you asked me to locate. So soon? You really don't treat me as a colleague, do you? Cough, cough. Not at all. However, the team ISNTA group, it's just one person. One person? Dong Sanjin continued, it's a long story. He just got off the plane and is on his way to you. To put it bluntly, the person who recommended him said that he alone is more effective than 100 people. Is that so impressive? Su Bai lost in thought, contemplated the notion that one individual could surpass 100. Just as he was curious about the identity of this remarkable individual, 2 hours passed, and the person still had not arrived. When Dong Sanjin called again, Su Bai could hardly believe his ears. What? Lost? You're a bodyguard, and you managed to get lost? How did you manage that? Just take a taxi and say to me supermarket, and you would arrive. How can one get lost like that? Truly a talent. Don't mention it. This guy couldn't find a taxi after landing, so he hopped on a minibus. He fell asleep and ended up in neighboring Luzhou, asking where to me supermarket was. I've contacted him, and he is on his way to you now. Upon hearing Dong Sanjin's description, Su Bai held the phone with a bemused expression. Old Dong, is this person really as reliable as you say? Even Dong Sanjin had lost confidence. Well, you'll have to see for yourself. If it doesn't work out, I'll help you find someone else. 2 hours later, after Su Bai had finished lunch, Dong Sanjin's secretary, Xiao Zhang, knocked on the office door. Mr. Su, I've brought the person you requested. Hearing that the individual had arrived, Su Bai eagerly looked up. He was curious to see the bodyguard who had managed to get lost and how he could possibly be more effective than 100 people. Before long, a figure entered the office alongside Secretary Xiao Zhang. As Su Bai laid eyes on him, his eyes widened in disbelief. The man had a middle-part hairstyle, crossed eyes, and was as thin as a rail. He resembled a character from an underground transport squad. With such a visage, it seemed unlikely he had actually gotten lost. Rather, he appeared to be someone who had come to attract animosity rather than protect him. Chapter 078, Walking by the Road. Who can avoid getting wet? The atmosphere in Su Bai's office was quite peculiar. According to Secretary Xiao Zhang's introduction, Captain Jia's real name was Zhou Zhao. Judging solely by his name, without considering his appearance, he exuded an air of scholarly wealth. However, when Xiao Zhang casually mentioned Zhou's previous work experience in a rather nonchalant manner, the term special department piqued Su Bai's interest immediately. With Dong Sanjin and Appo's influence in the mention of a special department, it was evident that Zhou and Appo's background was far from ordinary. Given Zhou and Appo's age, likely in his early 50s, it seemed probable that he had retired from this enigmatic department. No wonder Dong Sanjin claimed that one of him was worth 100 others. In terms of expertise, it appeared that this Captain Zhou was considerably more professional than those burly bodyguards in suits commonly seen in the market. Is this enough, old Zhou? If not, I can order another. At that moment, old Zhou was seated by the coffee table, devouring his meal with an almost alarming speed, as if he could pour it straight into his mouth. In fact, this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain Jia, always wore a serious expression, conducting himself with utmost decorum. After finishing his meal in a flash, old Zhou wiped his greasy mouth with his hand and let out a satisfied belch. That and Appo's sufficient. Su Shen, let's discuss serious matters. Your sudden interest in a security team suggests you foresee potential danger. Old Zhou was direct and to the point. Indeed, the upcoming period will likely be tumultuous for me. However, I am seeking a team, and I didn't an amp, Appo's, expect. Hearing the implications in Su Bai and Appo's words, old Zhou decisively interjected. Su General, I may not know who seeks to trouble you, but there and Appo's, an old saying in our industry. The more stable your defense, the more ruthless the offense. One in Appo's mind is awakened by a singular revelation. With Su Bai and Appo's intellect, it was not difficult to discern old Zhou's meaning. If someone intends to target an individual, they will surely tailor their approach accordingly. If the adversary is solitary and unaccompanied by bodyguards, the approach is straightforward. Send 2 thugs to subdue them. Yet, if the opponent is surrounded by layers of bodyguards, it becomes clear that mere thuggery will not suffice. one must escalate the intensity. Utilize firearms if necessary, employ snipers if possible, or in accordance with the national context. Adopt a comprehensive insurance approach. What does this imply? It suggests that if Su Bai were to surround himself with a cadre of bodyguards, anyone wishing to eliminate him would likely resort to extreme measures. Your advantage lies in the fact that you have never traveled with bodyguards. Even if someone intends to target you, the risk of deploying a sniper to take you down is minimized. My recommendation is that, publicly, you should remain without bodyguards, while I will serve as your driver and oversee your safety. However, this means, with an added responsibility of driving, you will need to adjust my compensation. Observing old Joe's penetrating gaze as it fixated on his nose, Su Bai managed not to laugh, a testament to his composure. By the way, what are your salary expectations? Old Joe raised a finger, his eyes still focused. 10,000 a month? That's $1 million a year. Goodness, have I encountered an unscrupulous employee while being a benevolent employer? Moreover, you must transfer the payment to my designated account beforehand. In our line of work, you understand? The greatest fear is when a person dies and the money remains unspent. To be candid, investing $1 million for one's safety, considering Su Bai's status, was not exorbitant. Yet, the cross-eyed old Joe across the table gave Su Bai an impression of someone competent, albeit limited. Sensing Su Bai's apprehension, old Joe withdrew his finger. Of course, like any ordinary job, there will be a 7-day probation period. After this period, if you are dissatisfied, I will depart without you needing to cover my flight costs. With the conversation having progressed this far, Su Bai found no reason to refuse. At the very least, out of respect for Dong Sanjin, he felt compelled to give a shot. Very well, then. How can I assist you? No need. Just carry on with your tasks. I will appear at the first sign of any unexpected situation. An impressive declaration, indeed. Did he fancy himself some kind of guardian spirit? To be honest, Su Bai did not harbor high hopes for this Captain Joe. After all, he was but a solitary figure, and of a certain age, nearly comparable to Su Bai's father. Observing Zhou and Appo's frail demeanor, Su Bai felt a twinge of concern over who would truly protect whom should a crisis arise. If, after the probation, it proved ineffective, he could always ask Dong Sanjin for a replacement. After spending half an hour addressing the security issue, Su Bai resumed his work. Since the Dami supermarket had just opened, as the big boss, he dedicated time each day to visit the store. Securing his computer and donning a mask, Su Bai descended with his secretary, Xiao Lu, toward the marketplace. Upon entering the elevator, Su Bai intentionally pressed the door-open button, waiting for old Zhou for 2 seconds. When he noticed old Zhou standing still outside, he inquired, "Are you coming with me?" Old Zhou shrugged, replying, "I mentioned that you do not have bodyguards." Perplexed, Su Bai released the button, allowing the elevator doors to close. Xiao Lu, observing this, remarked, "Su General, is he the bodyguard you sought? He resembles a character from a television drama. A traitorous official, perhaps? Why isn't he accompanying you? Who knows?" After a brief moment, the elevator doors opened, allowing the cacophony of the bustling market to flood in, indicating a considerable number of customers today. Just as Su Bai and Xiao Lu exited the elevator, they were unexpectedly halted by an individual pushing a shopping cart, engrossed in examining product labels. "Old Joe." Su Bai turned to look back at the elevator, then at old Joe, who appeared to be shopping like an ordinary customer, his expression one of disbelief. "Wearing an Appo's. To you just. What are you doing up here?" Old Joe, caught in the act of masquerading as a customer, put down the item in his hand, revealing a look of exasperation. "Could you refrain from making such a scene? By calling my name, you've made it apparent to the world that we know each other. I stated that you do not have bodyguards. I am merely a regular customer now, unrelated to you. Essentially, I am invisible. Precisely. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk along the roadside, who can avoid getting their shoes wet." Su Bai, who delighted in showcasing others, never anticipated that he would find himself in a similar predicament. As he wandered through the supermarket, he remained on edge, unable to suppress the urge to scan his surroundings, seeking old Zhou's presence. Yet, whenever he attempted to locate him, he found himself at a loss. Driven by curiosity, Su Bai ventured into the home appliance section, noticing the absence of anyone nearby, and softly called out into the air, "Old Zhou." In the next instant, old Zhou, clad in an employee uniform, peeked out from behind a shelf, his cross-eyed gaze meeting Su Bai's. "What is up? Goodness, when did you don the employee uniform again?" Chapter 79. The rice supermarket is not viable either. On May 3rd, Zhu Pengfei was on vacation in the Maldives, lounging on the sandy beach under the azure sky and enjoying the warmth of the sun. Not long after, his phone rang, and he answered it with a casual gesture. "How is it going?" A few minutes later, he hung up, picked up his juice, and gazed through his sunglasses at the distant sea. "About 7 million. Huh? This rice supermarket is not viable either." While it would not specifically target a newly opened rice supermarket, it did not mean Zhu Pengfei was indifferent to the matter. On the contrary, on the very day the rice supermarket opened, he dispatched a regional manager from the southwest to gather intelligence. The individual spent an entire day at the supermarket and concluded that the opening revenue was approximately 7 million. Though the figure was not precise, it was likely close. With the dual boost of opening and holiday, a revenue of merely 7 million, this indicated that the average daily revenue might not even reach 3 million. This figure is not considered poor for a supermarket in a third-tier city. However, given the scale of the rice supermarket, it would be challenging to maintain operations once the supportive policies of reduced pricing expired. Sigh. Reflecting on this, Zhu Pengfei let out a deep breath. Strangely, upon hearing about the rice supermarket's lackluster performance, he felt a sense of disappointment. Unlike Jiang Lili, who exploits her compatriots, Zhu Pengfei, as he found himself torn between two worlds. To be candid, witnessing extracting substantial profits from the Dragon Country each year troubled Zhu Pengfei. The world is vast, but the resources are finite. When the Eagle Nation earns an extra dollar, it means one less for the Dragon Country. This is how the wealth gap gradually widens. Therefore, during his tenure as CEO of Dragon Country Division, Zhu Pengfei has longed for the rise of domestic supermarkets. He hopes for a day when the Dragon Country's supermarkets will not be dictated by. Regrettably, as the years have passed, Zhu Pengfei lamented, not a single one has shown promise. Now, with the emergence of a conscientious and responsive figure like Su Bai, who seemed quite capable and had established a respectable rice supermarket, Zhu Pengfei's interest was piqued. Yet, it appears that this was all in vain. Zhu Pengfei estimated that in a maximum of 2 years, or a minimum of 1, Su Bai and Oppo's rice supermarket would have to close its doors. Meanwhile, across various online platforms, the trending topics revolved around holiday travel, with scant mention of the rice supermarket's opening. Firstly, Su Bai unusually refrained from leveraging his influence to promote the supermarket online. Secondly, as experts had analyzed when the rice supermarket previously trended, Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry lacked a strong foundation and public support. Without popular backing, it is natural that few would pay attention. To put it plainly, it is merely a supermarket situated in Yicheng, aside from the local residents. How much relevance does it hold for the broader online community? In summary, the opening of the rice supermarket could be deemed lukewarm and largely ignored. As Zhu Pengfei remarked, this rice supermarket is not viable either. However, the astute Zhu Pengfei overlooked a crucial detail. After dispatching a regional manager to investigate the rice supermarket's conditions and subsequently withdrawing him, he anticipated a significant drop in revenue following the May Day holiday, which he deemed a normal occurrence. Not only the rice supermarket, but all supermarkets typically experience such fluctuations. Yet, what Zhu Pengfei failed to realize was that this golden rule of retail did not apply to the rice supermarket. On May 6th, a Tuesday, the first working day after the May Day holiday, He Liping's mother rose early, and after breakfast, she took her little grocery cart and set out. Just as she exited the elevator, she encountered several old friends at the community gate. "Hurry up," were their one in Oppo's. TBN left. Ever since his mother had a taste of the rice supermarket in Damp, Oppo's free-range chicken soup, she had insisted her son take her back the very next day. This time, she didn't mind the prices and bought a variety of ingredients. To her surprise, the quality was indeed evident despite the higher prices. Take a common tomato, for instance. Those from the market often lack the aroma of a true tomato, revealing their origins in commercial greenhouses, usually transported from afar. To ensure freshness during transit and storage, they are often harvested before fully ripe, treated chemically to appear ripe on the outside while remaining unripe within, resulting in the hard texture many are familiar with. In contrast, the tomatoes from the rice supermarket were entirely different. They exuded a robust tomato fragrance and were soft and juicy. Most importantly, the vegetables and fruits purchased from the rice supermarket spoiled quickly. Many youths might assume that rapid spoilage indicates poor quality. But experienced elders know that before the advent of chemical preservatives, produce indeed spoiled quickly. Many modern fruits can remain unchanged in a refrigerator for weeks, leading many to mistakenly believe that their refrigeration is effective. As his mother and her friend stood at the bus stop waiting for their ride, a 501 bus was just leaving the terminal. The middle-aged driver, having just taken over the shift, yawned while gripping the steering wheel. After a hectic May Day holiday, with the entire bus company on duty, he relished the idea of a quiet day ahead. The 501 route had recently been adjusted to run through a significant portion of the city, ending at the former South Bridge Airport, now the Rice Supermarket. Rumor had it that the local government had deliberately modified the route to support the Rice Supermarket. There were 4 such bus routes. While it could be framed as support for local businesses, it also raised suspicions of collusion. Dong Sanjin had no idea what the rationale was behind such overt support for the Rice Supermarket, nor did he seem concerned that if it failed, he might be affected. For a bus company employee, the middle-aged driver could only focus on his duties and drive safely. Just when he thought he would have a leisurely day, as the 501 bus approached the first stop and opened its doors, a throng of elderly passengers rushed in, each dragging shopping carts. The driver was taken aback, wondering, what's going on? ISN and AMP. Oppos. The May Day holiday over? Chapter 080. Do you still have a trump card? The situation with Bus 501 is not an isolated incident. All 4 bus routes leading to the Rice Supermarket were overwhelmed today. At each stop, the driver, witnessing the throng of elderly passengers clamoring to board, could only shout hoarsely, urging them to move further back. It's truly impossible to get on. Please wait for the next bus. He exclaimed, "Oh dear, please take your time, madam." The driver never anticipated that the route he had chosen during the adjustments would turn out to be such a chaotic affair. Initially, he had expected it to be a leisurely line for retirees, yet what he encountered was far more frenetic than even rush hour. As he drove, the driver couldn't help but inquire of one lady, "Andy, what is going on today?" The woman, gripping the handrail tightly, gasped, "We're going to buy groceries." "Groceries? Aren't and amp. Oppos. You all supposed to go to the market? Why the Rice Supermarket?" "I and amp. Oppos. V heard their produce is rather pricey." The lady swayed with the motion of the bus, responding with a chuckle, "It's not expensive. It's simply worth the price. Let me put it this way. 2 days ago, I bought juice for my grandson at the Rice Supermarket, and when I left it in the fridge overnight, can you guess what happened?" "What happened?" "It went bad." "Really? Think about it. It spoiled after just 1 day." ISNT, that indicative of poor quality? The driver pondered this for a moment before realizing, no, it's not that it went bad. It's that the Rice Supermarket's juice contains no additives. If one elderly lady's opinion is questionable, what about the collective wisdom of all the others on board? The logic is simple. If you're uncertain where to buy groceries, observe where the elderly residents of your community frequent. For these retired individuals, as long as the value is apparent, traveling across the city for groceries is merely a matter of waking up half an hour earlier. Given this scenario, had the driver not been occupied with driving, he would have sent someone from his family to the Rice Supermarket to buy groceries. Meanwhile, at the Yicheng Public Transport Company, the head, just back from the May Day holiday, was taking a moment to ease into the workday. It's only natural to struggle with the transition after a lively break. Just as the head was grappling with the sluggish pace, the phone on the desk rang. Within 5 seconds of answering, he was jolted into action. "What? Are you serious?" Half an hour later, in Dong Sanjin's office, the strain of the past few days was evident on his face. The Rice Supermarket project he championed had faced skepticism from the start, with many questioning its viability in the presence of the established Worma. Yet, buoyed by Su Bai's assurance of a 70% chance of success and the grand vision he painted of joining the ranks of the Fortune 500, Dong Sanjin had chosen to take a gamble. As the steward of Yicheng, he had pushed the project forward despite dissent. Dong Sanjin had hoped for a swift success upon the supermarket's opening, but Su Bai had thrown a curveball, suggesting they let the situation unfold a bit longer. How long this would take remained uncertain, but Dong Sanjin was already aware of the murmurs of dissent regarding his decisions. Some accused him of fostering a one-man show and ignoring the counsel of his colleagues, leading to the current lukewarm performance of the rice supermarket. His responsibility weighed heavily upon him. Thud thud. Dong Sanjin drummed his pen against the desk in frustration. What tricks are you playing, Su Bai? Just then, his secretary, Xiao Zhang, rushed in, her expression brimming with excitement. Boss, I just received news from the bus company. This morning, all 4 newly established routes to the rice supermarket were completely packed. They have urgently increased the frequency from every 30 minutes to every 15. She continued. I also checked with several taxi companies, and they reported the same trend. Routes to the rice supermarket have become exceedingly popular, with many drivers waiting outside. Listening to Xiao Zhang's enthusiastic report, Dong Sanjin maintained a composed demeanor, even taking a moment to sip from his teacup. All right, I understand. No need to be so flustered all the time. I've told you countless times, when faced with an issue, it's essential to remain calm and not let your emotions show. Once Xiao Zhang quietly exited and closed the door, Dong Sanjin listened intently. Ensuring she was far enough away before he leapt from his chair, fists raised in triumph. Fantastic. Well done. Let them say I run a one-man show. Did you hear? The buses are packed. Just wait until the rice supermarket makes it to the Fortune 500. When that celebration comes, none of you will be invited. After a brief outburst of excitement, Dong Sanjin returned to his desk and dialed Su Bai's number once more. You've done well. On the other end, Su Bai had just arrived at the office after a delay and was taken aback by Dong Sanjin and Dami Automobile's exuberance. Well, what is so well about it? Only after listening to Dong Sanjin's explanation did Su Bai comprehend the enormity of the morning's events. His demeanor remained unflappable, unlike Dong Sanjin's. He had anticipated this outcome. Although Feng Jun managed the supply chain, Su Bai personally oversaw the food sector, having even established a dedicated procurement department. Take pork, for instance. The procurement department had signed contracts with numerous farmers, promising to buy a pig from them at market rates once they raised a piglet at a lower price. Farmers were eager to sell their vegetables to the rice supermarket, as the prices offered were attractive. Daily, numerous trucks from the procurement department traversed the rural roads of Yicheng, akin to buses, with farmers readying their produce at every stop. For them, selling surplus vegetables and poultry at a good price without having to venture into town was a win-win situation. While this approach might lead to slightly higher prices, many in Longwo were willing to spend on quality food, even at the expense of other luxuries. Thus, the scene of seniors crowding onto the buses was something Su Bai had foreseen. This isn't what I meant by a bullet, he stated frankly, listening to Dong Sanjin and Dami Automobile's excitement. We're only just getting started. I haven't even revealed my hand yet. Dong Sanjin, now even more thrilled, exclaimed, You mean there's more? You've really kept this under wraps. Not just more, I haven't played my cards at all. I promised to wait for my peers to assist. Do you think I'm just fooling around? Chapter 081. A silent roar against this era of exploitation following the May Day holiday. The revenue of the rice supermarket did not plummet to 2 or 3 million, as Zhu Pengfei had anticipated. Instead, it stabilized at just over 5 million, with figures soaring to 7 or 8 million during the weekends. This time, the patrons supporting Su Bai and the rice supermarket were not the young women, but rather the elderly residents of Yicheng. In a short span, they had become the mainstay consumers of the rice supermarket, praising its services profusely. One should not underestimate these retired city dwellers. Among them are teachers, doctors, state-owned enterprise employees, and civil servants. In terms of purchasing power, they are not significantly inferior to the youth. Unlike the younger generation who are accustomed to online interactions, they prefer word of mouth. Anyone who visits the rice supermarket will inevitably share their experiences within their communities, promoting the supermarket without charge. It is often said that a good reputation among the populace outweighs any advertisement. No matter how well-crafted, ads cannot compare to the genuine recognition from the public. During this period, even the bus company expanded its routes from 4 to 8, and additional services were added on weekends to meet demand. With an average daily revenue exceeding 5 million, The rice supermarket had firmly established itself. However, what Su Bai desired was not mere stability, but an explosion of success, akin to the fireworks illuminating the world on New Year's Eve. Dong Sanjin was waiting. He was eager to witness the grand strategy Su Bai had been concealing, to uncover the limits of the rice supermarket. Feng Jun was also waiting, curious about the kind of contrast Su Bai had referred to concerning his competitors. Su Bai, too, was in anticipation. Everything was ready. Only the right moment was lacking. This wait extended for an entire month. On June 1st, International Children in AMP, Oppos, Day, the evening news online revealed the staggering number of college graduates this year, 22 million. In an exceptionally grim employment landscape, many struggled to find jobs. And these millions of graduates faced the daunting prospect of unemployment right after graduation. Under the scorching June sun, countless graduates stood at the crossroads of their lives, for the first time feeling the chill of an economic winter. While the vast majority of netizens lamented the dire job market and the hardships of finding work. The following morning, at the Shanghai Economic Forum, when the host asked the nation's richest man, Shen Yihui, about his perspective on the current employment situation, he boldly declared, "It is not a severe employment crisis. Rather, many young people cannot endure hardship. Today, numerous youth shy away from demanding work, complaining at the slightest hint of overtime. What is there to fear about overtime? Being able to work 996 is a blessing from past lives. You should be grateful to your company and society for granting you the opportunity to endure and grow through hardship." The host, facing Shen Yihui, was too late to intervene, his expression betraying a mix of awe and disbelief at such audacity. This was a public statement, after all. Meanwhile, the various television stations and news outlets capturing the moment were electrified by Shen Yihui's remarks. This would undoubtedly ignite a media frenzy. That afternoon, the video of Shen Yihui's speech was rapidly disseminated across the internet. As the long-standing richest man in the nation, the moment the video surfaced, it garnered immense attention. Yet upon hearing his outrageous claims, netizens erupted in outrage. 996 is a blessing? Spare me. It's people like you who have become wealthy by draining us dry. We young people can and Oppos. To endure hardship? Here, let me be your courier for a week, and then we and Oppos, LLC who can last. Your billions come from exploiting us. And you dare to say we avoid hard work? In the face of a harsh job market, compounded by exorbitant housing prices, low wages, and the relentless push for 996 or even 007 work hours, young people felt suffocated. Shen Yihui's words ignited a wildfire of discontent. Within 24 hours, the video amassed over 300 million views, with comments exceeding 10 million, all overwhelmingly critical. The employment environment in our nation has been corrupted by capitalists like you. With a wealthy figure like you promoting 996, is it any wonder that others follow suit and exploit their employees? It's not that we disagree with 996. If you work overtime, you ought to compensate us for it. I've worked a month of overtime for a mere 3,000 to 4,000 in wages. And you call that a blessing? I'd rather not have it. With Su Bai and Oppos' influence, many corporate leaders emulated him by creating their own social media accounts, Shen Yihui included. That afternoon, his account was bombarded by millions of angry netizens. The comment section was filled with expletives, each more scathing than the last. Even the 3 million followers Shen Yihui had painstakingly gathered vanished overnight. He was left in shock, having inadvertently revealed his true sentiments. Initially, he thought to weather the storm and manage the public relations fallout, hoping the uproar would soon fade. However, he was unprepared for the fallout that ensued. The day after, as his company's stocks opened, they plummeted, and Shen Yihui's wealth evaporated by 54 billion. This turn of events forced Shen Yihui into action. He quickly recorded an apology video. Yet by this point, it was far too late, and the public was unwilling to forgive. By the third day, after a string of stock market failures that cost him over 100 billion, Shen Yihui announced his resignation from the board of directors. This was a clear indication that the board sought to distance itself from him, effectively ousting him. In the end, The self-proclaimed benefactor of 996 found himself stripped of his throne as the richest man and burdened with a staggering 21 billion fine from the authorities. Just when everyone thought the incident regarding 996 had run its course, another trending topic captured the netizens' attention. An employee from the internet giant Beijing Entertainment tragically collapsed and died at his workstation after enduring back-to-back 007 shifts for 2 months. By the time colleagues discovered the situation, the 26-year-old, who had recently become a father, had already lost his life. The next morning, the incident sparked widespread outrage. Netizens from across the nation mourned for the young father, and countless delivery workers laid flowers at the entrance of Beijing Entertainment and Oppo's headquarters. These thousands of bouquets served as both a tribute and a protest, a silent roar against this era of exploitation. Chapter 82. The East Wind Blows. The war drums beat this June is destined to be tumultuous. First, the audacious remarks of the richest man, Shun Yihui, drew the ire of countless netizens. Then, the sudden death of an employee at 007 sparked an undeniable spotlight on the long-simmering labor disputes in the Dragon Country. Now, with the nation having grown prosperous, aircraft carriers are being launched like dumplings, fifth-generation fighters are taking to the skies, and even the so-called industrial gem, the lithography machine, has begun mass production. The Dragon Country now dares to confront the Eagle Nation directly on the international stage. Indeed, the country has grown strong. However, do you not see how many individuals in the Dragon Country earn a monthly salary of less than 5,000, working over 10 hours a day, at the beck and call of their employers? Do you not notice that while the 8-hour workday is clearly stipulated in the labor law, how many companies actually adhere to it? Do you not see how many young people are reluctant to have children because they have become mere beasts of burden, unwilling to see their offspring endure the same fate? The root of these issues lies in Rongqing. Just returned to his office. Su Shen wore a grim expression. After loosening his tie, he slammed his speech notes onto the desk. These capitalists have lost all conscience. The secretary who entered hurriedly closed the door, standing quietly by, afraid to make a sound. 2 days prior, the capital issued directives to various regions, demanding discussions with major enterprises regarding existing labor disputes and encouraging them to improve labor relations to prevent further tragedies of employee overwork. This morning, Su Shen personally met with representatives from over 100 companies in Rongqing for a lengthy 2-hour meeting on improving labor relations. Yet, upon hearing suggestions to enhance employee benefits and adhere to the labor laws, a group of entrepreneurs immediately opposed. While they dared not voice their dissent openly, the meeting devolved into a lamentation session for the bosses. Without exception, they all used the poor economic environment as an excuse. What nonsense! For these capitalists, if they can hire a laborer for 5,000, why would they pay 6,000? If they can have these laborers working overtime to enrich themselves, why would they not? Resign? Go ahead, there are plenty of people out there looking for work. One less does not matter. Su Shen was infuriated, nearly losing his composure to curse them out. No matter how poor the economic environment, these entrepreneurs merely saw their profits drop from 50 billion to 40 billion a year. For many citizens, however, survival had become an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, the meeting concluded without any resolution. The bosses returned to their businesses, continuing their overtime and pay cuts. Being a boss in the Dragon Country offers no other advantages than a surplus of laborers, low wages, and their willingness to endure hardship. Once Su Shen had vented his anger, the secretary finally brought him a cup of tea. Boss, do not let it get to you too much. Our national conditions are such that attempting to intervene in the market economy is indeed beyond our capabilities. The nation's economic development relies on these entrepreneurs. However, capital is ultimately profit-driven and indifferent to the plight of the common people. These two matters are inherently contradictory. The government can regulate to a degree, but cannot impose strict interventions. Thus, the development of the Dragon Country has always been a careful navigation of its own path, avoiding the pitfalls seen in Western nations where capitalists, once affluent, exacerbate the wealth gap and create stark polarization. The Dragon Country must not witness the rise of homeless individuals on Wall Street. Such a phenomenon would be utterly ironic. Therefore, in recent years, the state has been focused on poverty alleviation, ensuring that the poorest citizens can afford food, health care, and education. In essence, the priority is to safeguard the bottom line and provide a safety net. Once that is secured, the focus can shift to addressing other issues. After all, with over 1 billion ordinary citizens and a few tens of millions of wealthy individuals, the question of where allegiance lies has long been answered by history. At this moment, Su Shen finally calmed down. It was indeed a folly to expect these wealth-obsessed bosses to willingly share their fortunes with their employees. It is likely that the conditions across the nation mirror those of Rongqing, and this issue will likely fizzle out without resolution. The crucial point is that one cannot push these bosses too hard. After all, regional economies depend on their drive. Yet, the mere thought of these arrogant figures left Su Shen feeling indignant. As he paced back and forth in his office, contemplating how to address these capitalists, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. At that moment, Su Shen halted and looked up at his secretary. "Where is Su Bai? Has he not returned to Rongqing yet?" Yes, how could he forget about the recently minted people's entrepreneur in Rongqing? "Not yet. I contacted Mr. Su last week. He mentioned he would return only after the rice supermarket is up and running." Su Shen was well aware of the developments regarding the rice supermarket. However, like most, he believed that with a giant like Walima in existence, Su Bai's strategy to enter the supermarket industry was a grave misstep. He even thought that the so-called rice supermarket was merely a facade, a project launched under pressure from Dong Sanjin. What a ridiculous idea, abandoning a perfectly good mobile phone venture to pursue supermarkets. No, I must call him back. He is clever and resourceful. He must have a way to deal with these capitalists. Just as Su Shen approached his desk to call Su Bai, the phone rang. Looking down, he saw, "Hey, speak of the devil and Oppos, S. Su Bai." To Su Shen and Oppos, as surprise, Su Bai had taken the initiative to call him. On the other end of the line, Su Bai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the seemingly endless expanse of the parking lot. Following the notorious 996 remarks made by the current wealthiest man, Shen Yuhui, Su Bai had keenly sensed an opportunity for the rice supermarket. However, he did not anticipate that the tragic incident involving the 007 employee would only serve to stoke the flames further. Currently, public sentiment online is reaching a boiling point. Countless workers are venting their frustrations against their bosses while simultaneously feeling the weight of living expenses compelling them to dutifully report to work. It truly is a cacophony of discontent. The people's emotions have been thoroughly ignited. For Su Bai, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Upon hearing Su Shen pick up the phone, Su Bai, wearing headphones, smiled and said, "Leader, I just sneezed twice. You're not cursing me behind my back, are you? How do you say that? Have you not seen the uproar online these past few days? How can you, as a people and Oppos, as entrepreneur, remain silent? I called to discuss this matter with you." So you have an idea? Su Bai fell silent for a few seconds, the smile gradually fading from his face. "Old leader, I can step forward. However, I would like to clarify first. If I, this son Wukong, were to stir things up and cause a ruckus, will you, the Bodhi Patriarch, protect me?" Chapter 083. Is even a teaser from Su Bai not worthy? On the morning of June 8th, at the Rice Technology Industrial Park in Rongqing, Su Bai's dedicated filming team had become the laborers for various senior executives, tirelessly assisting them in video production. Ever since their boss, Su Bai, embraced the Council of the Internet, other departments began to emulate this practice, adopting the persona of listening to advice. Even the head of the Rice Mobile Division saw his followers soar to over 10 million, resorting to public opinion whenever faced with a problem. To put it mildly, it is termed as heeding advice. Frankly, it is merely an avoidance of critical thinking, seeking solutions from netizens instead. After all, while netizens may lack many things, they are never short of innovative ideas. Frankly speaking, the growth of Rice technology owes much to the myriad of creative suggestions from these netizens. After finally completing a video, the host, Xiao Bao, applied makeup while lamenting, "When will General Su return to Rongqing? It has been nearly half a year since his last update. He hasn't forgotten about us, has he?" The photographer, packing up equipment, shrugged and replied, "Who knows?" Haven and Oppos, do you see the comments online? They say he has gone missing in the internet world. As they discussed when General Su might return to Rongqing, suddenly, the host's phone rang. Upon checking, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's Secretary Liu." Hearing this, the photographer urged, "It must be General Su looking for us. Answer it quickly." Half an hour later, a business vehicle exited the Rice Technology Industrial Park and sped south towards Yicheng. Those high-ranking officials at Rice Technology who noticed the departure of Su Bai's filming team gradually came to realize that their boss, the man who had left countless legends on the internet, was finally making his long-awaited return after half a year. 3 hours later, in Su Bai's office, the host Xiao Bao rushed in, bearing a face filled with the sorrow of a lost favorite concubine, exclaiming, "Su, General, I've missed you so much. I just want a hug." Upon seeing Xiao Bao dash towards him, Su Bai raised his hand and playfully gave him a light smack on the head, causing Xiao Bao to cover his head and whimper. The dedicated filming team, though professional, exhibited a peculiar eccentricity. More importantly, after a certain incident involving a pig, Su Bai harbored an innate wariness towards hosts, fearing potential traps. Once Xiao Bao was suitably subdued, Su Bai turned to the planner, Xiao Li, who had just entered, handing him a document from his desk. "The reason I summoned you to Yicheng is to assign you an important task." Accepting the document, Xiao Li nodded with a smile. "We've been waiting for this day for a long time, General Su. When do we begin filming?" However, upon opening the document and glancing at the first page, Xiao Li's expression shifted dramatically. "General Su, this time it's not about filming you. I never stated it would be about me," Su Bai replied. "Then, who is this Liang Wenchao?" When Liang Wenchao received a call from the Human Resources Department, he was in his dormitory doing laundry. Upon seeing the call from the supermarket SHR, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that he was being let go due to poor performance? It was not outside the realm of possibility. After all, his colleagues worked vigorously, and he, with his slender arms and legs, could hardly compete. Hastily drying his hands, he answered the phone with a sense of trepidation. Half a minute later, Liang Wenchao wore a look of existential doubt. "There aren't any issues. I can definitely cooperate well, but..." He glanced at his disheveled, male dormitory. "Are you sure you want to film me?" That night, at 10 p.m., in Shansheng, a bespectacled young man returned to his rental apartment after a grueling weekend shift, collapsing onto his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. Following the 996 welfare debate and the 007 sudden death incident, the online uproar was considerable, with everyone cursing their bosses in increasingly colorful terms. Yet in reality, nothing had changed. Bosses continued to deduct wages, enforce overtime, and showed no concern for employees suffering from overwork-related deaths. In a vast nation like Longhua, the loss of a few individuals was hardly significant. One could not halt the profit-making endeavors of employers simply because of a few fatalities. There was an expectation for salary increases and an 8-hour workday. While it was easy to voice such desires online, the reality was starkly different. As mere cogs in the machine, one must embrace the reality of their position. Despite the fervent online cries for change, they remained shackled to their fates. In truth, the plight of workers stemmed from their lowly status, lacking a truly influential figure to speak on their behalf. Capitalists, in their collusion, mercilessly exploited the labor force for profit, leaving little room for advocates who would dare to rise against the tide and champion the cause of the workers. Sighing deeply, the bespectacled young man, resigned to his reality, picked up his phone to scroll through social media. What could he do about the unchangeable circumstances? It was better to focus on his own well-being. As he browsed, he suddenly noticed a notification from his following list that made him sit up straight. General Su is about to update. He saw that Su Bai's Douyin account had posted a message mere moments ago. Live broadcast at 6 tomorrow morning. Let us not miss it. This time, it wasn't a video, but a live broadcast. The last time General Su went live, it was. Wait, 6 a.m.? That is so early. I must set an alarm. If previously Su Bai was regarded as a conscientious entrepreneur beloved by fans, since the 996 welfare incident, his reputation had undoubtedly soared. Compared to the former tycoon Shun Yihui, who proclaimed 996 as a blessing, the unrestrained Su Bai emerged as the true entrepreneur in the eyes of the public. Su Bai's timely update served as a shot of adrenaline for many. His presence represented the existence of trustworthy figures. If one were to support anyone, it had to be him. Meanwhile, news of Su Bai and Oppo's imminent update captured the attention of his vast fan base. Oh my, the internet's missing person is about to return. Rice fans, General Su is updating. Wow, our Su Bai is making a comeback. Ladies, set your alarms. General Su, life without you has been a daily tear fest. Each day feels like a year. With over 30 million followers, it was a feat only Su Bai could accomplish, taking a 6-month hiatus yet still gaining followers. Remarkably, many of his new fans had previously followed the former tycoon Shen Yihui. As the saying goes, Su Bai's success is largely due to the contrast provided by his peers. Perhaps due to his prolonged absence coupled with his inherent influence, the news of his upcoming update trended among millions of netizens. Countless internet celebrities, upon seeing this trending topic, felt utterly defeated. It was one thing to be outshone by Su Bai's antics. Now, even a mere teaser from him overshadowed them all. Sorry, I overslept and didn't hear the alarm. Chapter 084. Do not forget whose live broadcast this is. Ding, ding, ding. In the early hours of the morning, the shrill sound of an alarm clock reverberated through the university girls' dormitory. Who on earth set an alarm on a weekend? It's a sin to disturb our sweet dreams. Several girls nestled in their blankets grumbled, but one girl, wearing a Pikachu eye mask, swiftly removed it upon hearing the alarm, sitting upright in bed. Grabbing her phone, she exclaimed, "Wake up! Su is going live. Stop making noise. I want to sleep." Not even the Queen Mother's live stream would get me to watch, another protested. Huh, Su? Who is that? A new internet sensation? The girl with the phone jumped out of bed, plugged it in, and quietly remarked the Su who does the pig thing. After a brief silence in the dormitory, one girl shot up from her bed, her face etched with surprise. What? Su is going live? In the next moment, the entire dormitory erupted into chaos. We're in Oppo's. That's my phone. Someone call me. I can amp Oppo's. Find it. Hey, who wore my slippers? Stop using your phones. Hurry and turn on the computer to watch. The same scene unfolded across the nation. In university dormitories, rented apartments, family homes, and internet CAFS. Countless individuals quietly accessed Su Bai's Douyin account before 6 o'clock, eagerly awaiting his live broadcast. Earlier this year, Douyin conducted a survey recounting the most popular live stream over the past 3 years. Su Bai and Oppo's New Year Pig Theme Show, boasting overwhelming viewership, firmly secured the top position. It is said that 14 million fortunate viewers witnessed that live event, while over 50 million netizens expressed that if given the chance to turn back time, they would not have missed the live broadcast that would go down in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's internet history. Time, however, cannot be reversed. Yet this time, countless individuals seized the opportunity, all anticipating what spectacular show Su Bai would orchestrate next. Meanwhile, at the Douyin headquarters, upon learning that Su Bai would be going live that morning, they even arranged for dedicated staff members to be on duty. The broadcast entrance has opened. 2 million viewers waiting. 5 million. 4 million. The numbers continue to rise. My goodness, even before the broadcast commenced, there were already 4 million viewers waiting in anticipation. Could this be the power of the New Year pig? The duty supervisor glanced at the standard time displayed on the large screen. 5:59, all departments, 1-minute countdown to prepare. Simultaneously, in Yicheng, at the City Vocational College, Liang Wenxiao, appearing visibly anxious, set down his basin. I need to use the restroom one more time. The host, Xiao Bao, reminded him, You've already been 3 times. Don't worry, I'll handle the live broadcast. Just answer my questions honestly. All right, 10-second countdown to prepare. As the broadcast signal connected, the cameraman immediately focused on the microphone-clad host, Xiao Bao. As millions of netizens flooded into the live stream, Xiao Bao greeted them with enthusiasm. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Xiao Bao. The viewers, however, instantly began searching for Su Bai's presence. They were all too familiar with Xiao Bao, the well-known media host of Dami Technology, yet it was evident they were not there to see her. Xiao Bao, you've gained weight again. Where's Su? Su, where are you? I need your help with pig slaughtering tomorrow. Yay! The internet and Oppo's missing person returns. That man is back. just as everyone eagerly awaited Su Bai and Amp, Oppo's, appearance. The host, Xiao Bao, shifted the narrative. Dear viewers, today's live broadcast star is not Su Bai. Not Su Bai. Then who could it be? What is going on? Confusion swept through the audience. Just as they were left bewildered, the camera shifted, revealing the anxious Liang Wenchao standing beside Xiao Bao. Dear viewers, this is our star for today's broadcast. Come on, Wenchao, say hello to everyone. At that moment, Liang Wenchao was so nervous that he struggled to speak, waving awkwardly at the camera, offering a sheepish smile. Hello, I'm Liang Wenchao, a stock clerk at Dami Supermarket. A stock clerk? Could you briefly introduce your job to us? I restock items on the shelves when customers purchase them. I retrieve goods from the storage room. A simple and straightforward introduction felt more like a professional interview. Yet it did little to clarify the confusion of millions of viewers. Isn't this Su by Douyin account? Why are we watching an unknown supermarket clerk? I just tuned in. What is going on? Who is this guy? Where is Su? Dami Supermarket? Is Su by promoting them? The viewers in the live room were left with numerous questions, utterly perplexed by Su Bai's intentions. However, their curiosity kept them glued to the screen. Much like last time, when those who left early regretted missing the iconic pig-themed moments, they decided to stick around to see what Su Bai had planned. As the broadcast progressed, Su Bai still did not appear, and the focus remained on the shy Liang Wenchao. After they finished their morning routines, the camera crew followed Liang Wenchao outside to a breakfast shop. While they ate, Ho Xiao Bao seized a moment to inquire. Waking up at 6 means you must have long working hours? Liang Wenchao nodded after taking a bite of his fried dough. We start work at 8, but I usually arrive at the supermarket by 7:30. As the two shared their stories, the audience gradually understood more about Liang Wenchao, a fresh graduate from the City Vocational College who had only recently become an employee at Dami Supermarket. Although the purpose of Su Bai's live broadcast remained unclear, many viewers began to share their own experiences. Just like me, I work at a supermarket too, but I'm at Walmart. Honestly, the stock clerk position is purely labor-intensive. Exhausting. Me too. I work 11-hour shifts for $20 an hour. If I take a break, I lose money. My pay is mediocre, and it in Amp, Oppo's. That's just exhausting. My body can't take it. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation shifted to their respective work experiences. This topic had become prevalent since the 996 phenomenon, revealing that many had long working hours yet faced meager compensation. However, some viewers remained curious about Su Bai's motives for spotlighting Liang Wenchao, especially amidst the current labor disputes. What did he intend to showcase about his employees? Yet, with Liang Wenchao waking at 6, how good could things really be? As the audience pondered the purpose of the live broadcast, Ho Xiao Bao had already accompanied Liang Wenchao to the bus stop. Getting up this early must mean you have long work hours. Liang Wenchao chuckled and shook his head. We start at 8 and finish at 3 in the afternoon, so my working hours are only 7 hours. As soon as the figure of 7 hours was mentioned, the comments in the live broadcast room visibly surged. What? 7 hours? Are you kidding? A supermarket stock clerk, and you work 7 hours a day? What is the fuss about? It must be a temporary part-time job. Something like $10 an hour. Short working hours don't signify much. The key lies in the remuneration. Just as everyone was engaged in lively discussion, a prominent user suddenly interjected with a reminder. Hold on, have you all forgotten whose live broadcast this is? This reminder instantly jolted the audience back to reality. Indeed, the man who has masterfully navigated the internet. The one who compelled the president of the Eagle Nation to delete his tweets. The man whose program effects are the epitome of explosive success. At 6 in the morning, awakening millions of netizens from their slumber. Was it truly just to witness an ordinary supermarket stock clerk? The crux of the matter likely rests with the seemingly unassuming Liang Wenchao. Chapter 085. The three-tone drum, the blade unsheathed. At 7:30 in the morning, Liang Wenchao had already arrived at his workplace, donned his uniform, and collected his scanner. As time passed, an increasing number of viewers flocked to the live stream, pushing the viewer count beyond 5 million. Enthusiastic discussions erupted in the chat about what the man who handled the pigs was intending to show. It was then that Xiao Bao, the host who had been following Liang Wenchao, casually posed a question. By the way, Wenxiao, could you share your salary with our audience? Upon hearing this question, numerous netizens were quick to comment. Isn't it obvious? A stock clerk in a first-tier city typically earns between 4,000 to 6,000. In a place like Yicheng, it might top out at just over 4,000, and 3,000 is even possible. Not necessarily if the working hours are 7. It could be even lower, probably around 2 or 3,000. That's acceptable. Many fresh graduates with an associate degree are struggling to find jobs. To be fair, if I worked 7 hours a day, I'd also accept a lower salary. While the audience was abuzz with speculation, Liang Wenxiao remained focused on checking the inventory, not lifting his head as he replied. I've just become a regular this month. With various allowances, my salary is around 11,000. As he spoke, Liang pushed a cart toward the warehouse. For him, the live stream was important, but his work took precedence, especially considering he had colleagues who worked like beasts of burden, and he could not afford to slack off. Liang Wenxiao hurried away, leaving the viewers in the live stream in stunned silence. How much? 11,000 net? Wow. It and Oppos. It's incredible to hear that a supermarket stock clerk earns over 10,000 a month. How long have I been asleep? Has long will become a developed nation? Can someone tell me what year it is? 7 hours a day. I'm not envious. A monthly salary over 10,000. I'm not envious. But when you say 7 hours a day and still earn over 10,000, now I really want to ask if your supermarket is still hiring. An 11,000 monthly salary might not seem remarkable online, but in reality, it was a figure that could drive most people to madness, especially after they learned of Liang Wenxiao's background, a fresh graduate with an associate degree working as a supermarket stock clerk. These identities unequivocally indicated that Liang was an ordinary individual, starting from the same point as many others. Yet, this seemingly typical person was receiving a salary that was anything but ordinary. Before the audience could fully process this revelation, host Xiao Bao caught up with Liang Wenxiao again. Isn't it still before work hours? I see everyone is already busy. With this inquiry, the audience realized that although the official start time was 8 o'clock, it was only 7:40, and the employees of Dami Supermarket were already bustling about. Some were picking goods, while others were moving stock. The atmosphere was lively. Liang, meanwhile, was diligently comparing the inventory list as he moved products onto his shelves, responding amidst his tasks. There's no choice. The work hours are only 7. For overtime, you need to apply in advance. If we start working earlier, we can ensure that we finish our tasks, making it easier for the colleagues who take over the next shift. Upon hearing this, the netizens couldn't contain themselves. What? Did I just hear that you need to apply for overtime? Is that even a thing? Seriously, if you're not allowed to work overtime, you just start earlier? Are you trying to exploit some loophole? What's going on? I just got here, and there are people actively working. Are they really that eager? Ha! With a monthly salary over 10,000 and only working 7 hours a day, you're more motivated than the rest. Wait, 7 hours and a monthly salary over 10,000? I de-work myself to the bone for that. If such treatment had already left millions of viewers envious and commenting, Liang Wenxiao's next statement plunged them into a state of disbelief. Upon hearing that he also enjoyed 2 days off each week, the comments exploded. This is absurd. I can't watch anymore. A supermarket stock clerk has better benefits than I do as a mid-level manager. I could accept your salary of over 10,000, and I could accept your 7-hour workday. And I could even accept no overtime, but now you tell me you get 2 days off every week? Where's my knife? Record this to show our incompetent boss what real benefits look like. The meager salary he gives us is nothing but a pittance. Just out of curiosity, is Dami Supermarket still hiring? As millions of viewers were left flabbergasted by Liang Wenxiao and Oppos, as privileges at the upper echelons of Dami Supermarket in Su Shen Oppos' office, Feng Jun ended the live stream, placing his phone down with a puzzled expression as he turned to Su Bai, who stood calmly by the floor-to-ceiling window. Mr. Su, I don't understand. Why would you expose this matter? Feng Jun rubbed his face vigorously to shake off his confusion. Previously, Su Bai had informed him that the core of Dami Supermarket was its people. Thus, he deliberately raised labor costs and employee benefits to motivate the staff. From the results, it was clear that Su Bai's approach was effective. Every employee at Dami Supermarket seemed eager to give their all. They wanted to prove that Su Bai's methods were correct. However, Feng Jun had not anticipated that Su Bai would publicly disclose what should have been private employee benefits through a live stream. Is it wrong to expose it? Watching Su Bai remain unfazed, Feng Jun grew anxious and hurried to his side, speaking urgently. Mr. Su, don't you see? If we quietly increase employee benefits, no one would care. We make money, and the employees can enjoy their hidden joys. But once you make this matter public, and it becomes common knowledge, you will become the target of scrutiny. Not everyone thinks like you. What boss want to keep wages as low as possible. But now you've openly declared to the world that even an ordinary stock clerk at Dami Supermarket can earn over $10,000 a month and enjoy unimaginable benefits. As he spoke, Feng Jun's voice began to tremble. Mr. Su, you are positioning yourself against the entire capitalist sphere, wishing everyone a happy new year and all the best in their endeavors. Chapter 86, President Su. How dare you? 6 years ago, a well-known entrepreneur publicly stated in an interview, I do not raise employee salaries because I must consider whether other businesses can bear it. If other companies cannot afford it, then raising salaries is an irresponsible act. This statement, much like the recent 996 welfare controversy, faced a torrent of criticism from netizens at the time. However, it also reveals some underlying labor capital tensions. The current capitalist employers have reached a consensus to hire employees at the lowest possible cost to maintain stability in the labor market. For instance, if the average salary for a position in the industry is $5,000, then all companies must adhere to this norm. While some adjustments may be made based on regional differences, deviating from the norm is unacceptable. If everyone offers a salary of $5,000 and you decide to provide $8,000, it compels others to follow suit and raise their labor costs, thus breaking the established rule. How should one deal with those who break this rule? Naturally, by uniting to resist and collectively pushing them out. Such unwritten industry rules are seldom disclosed to the general public. This explains why many viewers were bewildered by the meaning of President Su and Oppo's recent live broadcast. Why was President Su absent throughout, leaving only Liang Wenxiao to showcase the benefits, provoking envy among viewers? Wow, President Su truly has a conscience. Even a regular employee's benefits are so generous. I love it. This is how a billionaire should act. Unlike Shunyi Hui, who is nothing but a leech. Support President Su, support the rice supermarket. Among the millions of viewers, there were also a few who understood the industry's hidden rules. In an upscale office building in the Magic City, a seasoned HR professional, while idly watching the live stream, furrowed her brow at the comments. Initially perplexed, she struggled to comprehend the purpose of President Su's broadcast. Given Su Bai and Oppo's knack for creating compelling programs, it seemed unlikely that he would initiate a meaningless live stream. Finally, this seasoned HR professional grasped what President Su intended to achieve. He was challenging the established norms. He was daring to break the unspoken rules that have governed the capital circle in Longhua for decades. He was, in essence, opposing the entire capitalist sphere. Even a supermarket's ordinary stock clerk received a monthly salary exceeding $10,000, along with unimaginable benefits. How audacious of President Su! Not only did he provide such salaries, but he also exposed this through a live broadcast, leveraging his influence. What implications does this hold for other industries? If a stock clerk at your supermarket earns over $10,000, shouldn't an ordinary office worker expect a salary of at least $20,000? This is clearly an attempt to inflate salaries, compelling all industries to follow suit. President Su, how dare you? Why not simply enjoy your status as a billionaire? Why wade into these murky waters? Watching a live chat filled with oblivious viewers praising President Su, this seasoned HR could no longer contain herself. She, who rarely commented, typed in the chat, "This may be President Su's last live broadcast. Cherish it while you can." After submitting her comment, she closed the live stream, set her phone down, and sat before her computer in a state of despair. It wouldn't be long before this conscientious president, who heeded advice, would vanish from the internet. The so-called rice supermarket would soon close its doors, and the rice technology, founded by President Su, would likely change hands, possibly passed on to his brother or parents, only to be divided among unknown capitalists after an IPO. As for President Su himself, if fortunate, The capital circle might leave him with several billion, allowing him to relocate abroad with his family for the rest of their lives. However, given Su Bai's nature of confronting the powerful and the reckless, he may very well meet an untimely demise in an accident. Such a pity. She had once admired President Su. He had achieved extraordinary success before the age of 30. Yet, his youth was also his downfall. His arrogance led him to challenge the entire capital circle. Ultimately, President Su would have to pay a heavy price for his youthful impulsiveness. After this seasoned HR's comment and exit from the live stream, many viewers took notice of her words. What does it mean that this might be President Su's last live broadcast? Another know-it-all pretending to be profound. I can't stand these types. Is it possible that President Su mistakenly offered high benefits to his employees? Amidst the chatter, a few astute viewers recognized the implications. You fools. Can't you see what this live stream signifies? Are you all fixated on Liang Wenchao, a mere stock clerk with a high salary? Do you have any idea what President Su will face after this live stream? Upon reading this, many viewers were left bewildered. Wasn't this just an ordinary broadcast? Some even remarked that this live stream paled in comparison to previous ones. Seeing this, another user stepped in to clarify. President Su's high benefits for employees are not the issue. He could have discreetly provided them. The problem lies in this live stream. He exposed the matter through his influence. Consider this. If a supermarket stock clerk earns over $10,000, how can other companies attract talent? A typical supervisor in a company earns only $8,000. How can they remain motivated knowing they earn less than a stock clerk? In essence, President Su is using his influence to compel all industries to raise wages. After this analysis, all viewers were left in stunned silence. President Su was leveraging his influence to pressure all sectors to increase wages? Whose wages were being raised? It was everyone's wages. They couldn't help but recall the recent 996 welfare incident and the 007 sudden death case. At that time, everyone was in an uproar, yet no one intervened. They all lamented the lack of influential support, a leader to rally behind. And now, at this critical juncture, President Su took to the airwaves. The man who once stood up against the hygiene scandal for the sake of countless women in Longwa was back. Through this live stream, without even appearing on screen, he was shouting for everyone, giving voice to the struggles of the common people. Once more, President Su was standing firm against the entire capital circle for the sake of those toiling at the bottom. Chapter 087, Mr. Su, has pierced the heavens. In Su Bai's live broadcast room, 6 million viewers fell into a profound silence. Insiders continued to divulge information. What Mr. Su has done is tantamount to self-destruction. The capital circle will not spare him, and the bosses will not either. He has encroached upon the interests and profits of too many. Alas, Mr. Su, you are mistaken. After speaking, the mysterious insider exited the live stream, leaving a multitude of viewers staring blankly at their phone screens. In Hubei province, Jiangcheng, within a university dormitory, a girl clutching her phone questioned, "Does this mean that Mr. Su will face retaliation for his actions?" Several roommates, engrossed in their phones, remained silent. Then why would he proceed? Why hold this live broadcast? At last, a short-haired girl spoke, her eyes reddening. Perhaps this is the distinction between a people's entrepreneur and a capitalist. The broadcast concluded. Notably, before the end, the host, Xiao Bao, stood before the camera and imparted a profound statement. Dear viewers, when I first learned of the content of this live stream, I was reluctant. However, Mr. Su insisted that one must accomplish something grand in their lifetime. As he spoke, Xiao Bao's eyes glistened with tears, his voice quivering. He declared he had no regrets and was prepared to face all consequences. Regardless of the outcome, he had made an attempt and put forth his effort. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Bao managed to smile brightly once more, waving at the camera. So it is, dear audience, I hope to meet you again. Farewell. This live broadcast, destined to stir the entire nation of Longwa, finally came to a close. As the screen faded to black, countless individuals gazed at their phone screens, momentarily at a loss for words. They recalled the classic line from the legend of Wukong. Great sage, where are you going? To shatter the southern heaven gate and destroy the heavenly palace. If I never return, then I shall never return. Unsurprisingly, due to Su Bai's immense influence. Coupled with the inherently sensational nature of this live broadcast, the first trending topic emerged on various internet platforms merely half an hour after its conclusion, soon followed by the second, the third. In no time, headlines regarding the exorbitant salaries of rice supermarket clerks and their generous benefits flooded major media outlets. By 9:30 a.m., Su Xiaochong was still at home, relishing his rare weekend, pushing his granddaughter on a swing. His daughter rushed out of the house, handing him a phone. "Dad, Secretary's son is looking for you." And Amp, Oppos, S. urgent. Upon hearing the urgency, Su Xiaochong first chuckled as he set his granddaughter down and handed her to his daughter. Only after she left did he answer the call with a grave expression. Typically, on weekends, his secretary would not disturb him at home, indicating that something significant had occurred. "Hello, this is Su Xiaochong." Upon hearing Su Xiaochong and Oppos' voice, Secretary's son's tone hastened. "Boss, quickly check the news." As Su Xiaochong walked toward his study, he inquired seriously, "What has happened?" Secretary's son hesitated for a moment before relaying, "Mr. Su has pierced the heavens." 3 minutes later, back in his study, Su Xiaochong opened his computer to see the trending news across various websites. This nearly 50-year-old steward of Rongqing seemed utterly drained of energy, collapsing into his chair. Su Bai had long told him he intended to cause a stir. Su Xiaochong had assured him that as long as Su Bai did not engage in illegal activities and acted in accordance with the identity of a people's entrepreneur, he would support him unconditionally. In Su Xiaochong's mind, even if an entrepreneur intended to stir the pot, how far could they go? Yet, Su Xiaochong never anticipated that Su Bai would indeed create a monumental uproar. Raising salaries? How dare Su Bai take such bold action? Even with official documents and regional leaders personally negotiating with major enterprises, they could not reach an agreement. And here was Su Bai, single-handedly and audaciously proceeding with it. Not only did he act, but he also leveraged the influence of his tens of millions of followers to expose the matter publicly, compelling the capital circle to follow suit in raising salaries. This was clearly an audacious confrontation, tearing the facade apart with a to-the-death resolve. Sitting alone in his study, Su Xiaochong contemplated dialing Su Bai several times, yet he ultimately refrained from picking up the phone. The spacious study echoed with his helpless sighs. "Alas, Su Bai, this time I cannot protect you." Meanwhile, in Yicheng, Dong Sanjin, who had battled tirelessly with investors the night before, was sleeping soundly at home. Suddenly, his wife and Secretary Zhang burst in. "Old Dong, wake up!" Old Dong, unable to wait, Secretary Zhang stepped forward and shook Dong Sanjin awake. "Boss, wake up! Something big has happened." Slowly coming to his senses, Dong Sanjin glanced at the phone screen handed to him by Secretary Zhang, initially thinking he was hallucinating. It was only upon closer inspection that his blood ran cold, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. "When did this happen?" "It was trending half an hour ago. I received the news and rushed to find you." As Dong Sanjin dressed, he searched for his shoes. However, upon receiving the coat from his wife, he plopped down on the living room sofa, speechless, staring vacantly at the fruit on the coffee table. Seeing this, Secretary Zhang grew increasingly anxious. "Boss, should we call Mr. Su to inquire about the situation?" Dong Sanjin despondently shook his head. "In Oppos, over. The rice supermarket is finished. Our Yicheng and Oppos' Fortune 500 company is gone. Everything is gone. Only moments ago." Dong Sanjin suddenly realized the significance of the bullets Su Bai had mentioned. Why had Su Bai never disclosed his intentions despite his repeated inquiries? Because Su Bai understood all too well that once Dong Sanjin learned of his plans, he would employ every means to thwart him. As a billionaire executive, even with the aura of a people's entrepreneur, he could not escape the essence of capitalist. In essence, capitalists all share the same pot of rice. Yet, here was Su Bai, after a single live broadcast, brazenly shattering that very pot. No matter how affluent or powerful Su Bai might be, could he truly contend with a multitude of capitalist bosses? How could he dare to undertake such actions where even the state could not intervene? Once again, the question lingered in the air. How dare he? Chapter 088. The storm approaches Dog Air Village. In June, the wind rustled through the tops of the osmanthus trees, producing a soft, whispering sound. The sun shone brightly, prompting Su Bai to move a chair beneath the eaves, mimicking his grandfather's gestures from his childhood as he gently waved a fan. Not far off, Lu Dajia was seated alongside Dodo, diligently working on their assignments. Normally, these two lively children would chatter incessantly. Yet today, an unusual silence enveloped them as they occasionally glanced at Su Bai with cautious curiosity. They sensed that something about Su Bai was distinctly different today. Minutes later, the abrupt screech of brakes pierced the air, followed by the hurried entrance of Su Bai's elder brother, Su Shen. Upon confirming Su Bai was unharmed, his expression softened considerably. Without uttering a word, he fetched a bamboo chair from inside and settled down beside Su Bai. As soon as he sat, Su Shen began searching for a cigarette. Upon receiving the cigarette box that Su Bai offered, he accepted it with a smile. After lighting up, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Jianjun, Daqiang, Hozi, Laowi. They're all on the way back. I'm tasked with keeping an eye on you and ensuring you don't leave the village these days. They all wanted to call you, but feared you were busy. All the calls came to me instead. Every young person from Dog Air Village is returning. Upon seeing Su Bai trending, they abandoned their tasks and rushed home. They were unaware of Su Bai's motivations or the murky waters he was stepping into. All they knew was that the one who could not control the pigs in the village was in serious trouble. They remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited Su Bai. What they did know was that the children of Dog Air Village never faced adversity alone. They bore burdens together. 5 minutes later, Su Bai's second sister, Su Yun, arrived in her Volvo, her eyes red from crying as she ran towards him. This sister, who used to hold Su Bai's hand while catching grasshoppers in the fields, slapped Su Bai on the shoulder. "Why are you being so foolish?" Su Bai flashed a bright smile and offered his chair to his sister, retrieving another from inside. "Cease. Some things are destined for certain people to undertake." "You're so stubborn," she replied before Su Bai's phone rang. It was Secretary Xiao Lu. "Boss, as you predicted, all platforms have removed the trending topics. The documents from the PR department indicate that terms like and oppos, Liang Wenxiao and oppos, comma and oppos, Dami Supermarket and oppos, monthly salary over 10,000 and oppos, have all been marked as sensitive. Once detected, they are immediately restricted." "Understood." After ending the call, Su Bai glanced at the time. The capital circle was remarkably swift, especially since he had chosen the early hours of the weekend for his move. Yet, despite his millions of followers and tremendous influence, the trending topic lasted a mere 55 minutes. The first step was to suppress the topic and limit its impact. What would the next step entail? Seeing Su Bai on the phone, both Su Yun and Su Shen felt their hearts tighten with worry as Su Shen extinguished a cigarette. "This time, at least you're advocating for the people. Surely the authorities want to remain indifferent?" Su Bai tucked his phone into his pocket and shook his head. "It's not that they want to intervene, but rather that they cannot. If the authorities openly support me now, it would be tantamount to openly offending the capital circle, which would destabilize the economy of Longhua. Has there been a shortage of capital fleeing the country? Some wealthy tycoons have directly emigrated overseas, desperately seeking to transfer their assets. Are those assets truly theirs? They belong to the people of Longhua. If the official stance were to back my salary increase, it would undoubtedly encourage more capitalists to flee and relocate their industries to countries with lower labor costs. Such a move would be detrimental to economic stability. In essence, Su Bai's public defiance against the capital circle was an internal conflict within it. The most prudent course for the authorities was to remain observant and allow the situation to unfold. Of course, although the officials would not overtly intervene, it did not imply they would stand idly by. After all, Su Bai was still adorned with the mantle of a people and oppos as entrepreneur. Shortly thereafter, 3 black SUVs with ordinary Yicheng license plates pulled up to the entrance of the Su family courtyard. A group of crew-cut young men disembarked, and a middle-aged man, upon spotting Su Bai, hurried over to shake his hand. "Mr. Su, we are from the Yicheng Joint Defense Team. Following orders from our superiors, we will be conducting periodic security awareness campaigns in Dog Air Village." "Yicheng Joint Defense Team?" Su Bai expressed his gratitude with a handshake, observing the young men, each of whom had bulging waists, clearly concealing something unspoken. After exiting the vehicle, they scanned their surroundings with wary eyes, as if assessing who among them could be deemed untrustworthy. And you claim to be the Joint Defense Team? Thank you for your service. No trouble at all. We're here to serve the people. After exchanging pleasantries, the middle-aged man departed, leaving one vehicle and 5 young men stationed at the Su family's entrance. The other 2 vehicles positioned themselves at the village's entrance and exit, and soon a drone took flight, circling above Dog Air Village, seemingly surveying the terrain. As Su Bai intended to advise his family to stay indoors during this time, his phone buzzed once more, this time with a call from Dong Sanjin. The Joint Defense Team has arrived? Yes. Have you made arrangements? Dong Sanjin on the other end fell silent for a moment. I feel like cursing. Go ahead. Despite his frustration, Dong Sanjin ultimately refrained from venting. Had I known you would take this route, I would never have agreed to it from the start. That is precisely why I kept it from you. Dong Sanjin, just stay at home for now. Don't leave the village. I'm in a precarious position, and there's little I can do. It was evident that due to Su Bai, Dong Sanjin was also under immense pressure. Their fates were intertwined. Should Su Bai falter, Dong Sanjin's career would likely be irreparably harmed. As Dong Sanjin had said, he could do little beyond ensuring Su Bai and his family remained safe. In this time of peril, this old friend provided Su Bai with the greatest support. Thank you, old Dong. Damn it. Hearing Dong Sanjin's frustration, Su Bai quickly ended the call. Turning to his elder brother Su Shen and second sister Su Yun, he instructed, during this time, you both must stay at home. Don't go anywhere. Tell our parents not to worry. I'll be fine. With that, Su Bai approached his black Audi A6, intending to summon Lao Zhou, only to find that Lao Zhou was already seated in the driver's seat. As Su Bai opened the door to leave, Su Yun rose. Are you leaving? Su Shen grasped Su Yun's arm, speaking in a low voice. Let him go. Wherever he is, that's where danger lies. He simply doesn't want to be with us right now. In such times, the Su family could only protect themselves and prevent Su Bai from being distracted. Seeing this, Lao Zhou in the driver's seat lowered the window, tossing his signature middle-parted hair with a confident smile. Rest assured, with me around, you won't come to harm. Thus, the Audi A6 slowly departed from Dog Air Village. As Su Bai gazed out at the distant sky, dark clouds began to gather ominously. The storm was approaching. Chapter 089. The Power of Capital Circles in a Girls' Dormitory in Jiangxing, Hunan Province. A group of young women engaged in fervent discussion. The incident involving Su Bai has now been dubbed the Liang Wenchao incident by his fans. How could this happen? Su is a public figure, a people and Oppo's entrepreneur. Who would dare to touch him? I mean, ISN and Oppo's. Tia just offering generous salaries and benefits to his employees? Why should he be retaliated against? Exactly. This feels so dark and underhanded. For these innocent university students, the harsh realities of society were still beyond their comprehension. Until one girl, scrolling through her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Su and Oppo's trending topics have vanished." What do you mean? There were 5 or 6 of them. How could they all just disappear? Even my comment supporting Su has been removed, and the live stream video I edited and uploaded has also been throttled. It barely reached 20 views. Upon realizing this, the girls were gripped by fear. Trending topics vanished, and the entire internet is throttling content. Is this the power of capital circles? Not only they, but millions who had watched Su Bai's live stream and expressed their support faced the same ordeal. Videos regarding the Liang Wenchao incident were being suppressed across major platforms. Searching for Liang Wenchao or his monthly salary of over 10,000 yielded no useful information. Fans of Su Bai were left in a state of panic, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden conspiracy. They were witnessing, once again, the reality of a rigged system. And this was merely the beginning. Just 3 hours later, at noon, several alarming trending topics emerged across various internet platforms. Arbitrarily inflating salaries disrupts market order. Counting Su Bai's 7 deadly sins. Unrealistic welfare systems are irresponsible errors. The adverse consequences of high salaries and benefits. Subsequently, the Nansheng Urban Daily, Honghe News Network, and Fox Chinese Network, among 16 unofficial news outlets, collectively condemned Dami Supermarket. Even many prominent influencers and bloggers stepped forward, vociferously analyzing the detrimental effects of the supermarket's high salaries and benefits. One expert firmly asserted, Subai is playing a dangerous game. What is our nation and Oppo's advantage? It and Oppo's low labor costs that lead to affordable manufacturing. Once labor costs rise, prices will follow, and ultimately, it is the common people who foot the bill. A fan of Subai, upon witnessing this, immediately typed a comment. You must be blind. How do low labor costs relate to product pricing? These capitalists suppress labor costs while jacking up product prices, profits soaring while they sell items costing mere dollars for hundreds. If they want us to continue to toil like beasts of burden, they should just say so instead of hiding behind economic jargon. If a business can only survive on low labor costs, does it even deserve to exist? However, after composing a lengthy response, he realized he lacked the privilege to post comments. Shortly thereafter, the comment section was filled with voices supporting the experts. Indeed, the experts speak the truth. Exactly. Salaries and benefits must align with a national context. They cannot be raised haphazardly. If all industries operated like Dami Supermarket, would any of them survive? They'd all go bankrupt. Witnessing this, the fan clenched his teeth in frustration. Is this the infamous army of trolls? Such situations were countless, and in no time, a chorus of criticism against Subai echoed throughout the internet. Public opinion had turned overwhelmingly against him, while his supporters could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. At this moment, the capital circle of Longwa revealed merely a glimpse of its true nature. Everyone finally grasped what it meant to face a rigged game. They understood the magnitude of the challenges confronting Subai. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Liang Wenchao, on duty, sat in the changing room, staring blankly at the derogatory comments about Subai on his phone. Had I known this would happen, I would have never agreed to this live stream. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, Su would not be facing this backlash. Inside the changing room, dozens of employees who had just completed their shifts sat or stood, none in haste to leave. It and Amp, Oppos. That's not your fault. If Su wants to do this, no one could stop him. Wake up. Those accounts spewing insults are all trolls. Bang. One employee kicked a stool in anger, exclaiming, damn it, are we just going to stand by and watch? For these Dami supermarket employees, the establishment had become akin to a second home. They were more concerned about the supermarket's future than Su by himself. They worked diligently, initially drawn by the attractive salaries and benefits, but now it was about so much more. At Dami Supermarket, no leaders forced employees to stay late for meetings. Instead, managers encouraged their teams to finish early. There was no shirking responsibility. Rather, everyone eagerly took on tasks, often helping one another. In simple terms, this illustrated the atmosphere, a relaxed and joyful work environment. Though physically drained, their spirits remained high, all thanks to Subai. Now that Su was in trouble and the supermarket faced difficulties, how could they not feel anxious? Yet, in the face of widespread suppression, they felt utterly powerless. They could only watch as Subai was thrust into the eye of the storm by a horde of trolls and unscrupulous media. At that moment, a supervisor entered the changing room, hurriedly changing out of his work attire, ready to head out. Hey, supervisor, where are you going? Sensing the supervisor and Amp, Oppo's troubled demeanor, a group of employees blocked his way. With no other choice, the supervisor reluctantly explained, I don and Amp, Oppo's, know who spread the word. But I've heard that there will be disruptions at Dami Supermarket in the coming days. Our middle management just had a meeting about it. We're preparing to support the loss prevention department after our shifts. Disruptions at Dami Supermarket? Hearing this, the employees promptly changed out of their uniforms, their expressions fierce and determined. What are you all doing? I must remind you, this is voluntary, and it doesn't count as overtime, nor will there be any compensation. One employee, now dressed, scoffed, Supervisor, who do you think you're looking down on? Exactly. So if something happens, you leaders run to the front while we, the employees, just sit back and watch. I'm eager to see who dares to cause trouble at Dami Supermarket. Even the slender Liang Wenchao changed into his work attire, his resolve unyielding. Did they think that the person who once shouted about chopping down the fortune tree outside Woolworths was joking? For Dami Supermarket, he wouldn't hesitate to treat anyone as a fortune tree. If they dared to come, he would meet them head on. Chapter 090. On a dark and windy night. When murder becomes a calamity, all right, that's enough. On the top floor of the rice supermarket, in Su Bai's office cubicle, Secretary Liu was helping Su Bai arrange the single bed. During this period, Su Bai would be staying here. After ensuring everything was prepared, Su Bai smiled at Liu. From now on, you will have an indefinite paid leave. Once this matter is over, I will have you return. Upon hearing the suggestion to leave, Secretary Liu not only refused, but also put her hands on her hips and raised her chin defiantly. Mr. Su, when I graduated and struggled to find a job, you didn't let me leave during my interview at Rice Technology. Now you want me to go? It's too late. Before Su Bai could retort, Liu raised her hand to interrupt. I've always been headstrong, a wild girl, but when I called my dad to say I wanted to stay, he only said one thing. You did well this time? Really? Su Bai asked, surprised. Liu nodded vigorously. My dad really likes you. He often tells others I work at Rice Technology. In his eyes, I am more accomplished than students from prestigious universities. However what? My dad asked me to discuss with you that when Rice Supermarket becomes one of the Fortune 500 and opens a store in Rongqing, could it possibly be a bit farther from his convenience store? Su Bai. June 10th. The long-accumulated dark clouds had enveloped the entire Yicheng sky. On this dark and windy night, when murder becomes a calamity, shortly after 2 o'clock in the morning, a black car with out-of-town plates exited the highway and turned onto the old airport road, heading straight for Rice Airport. As the vehicle approached Rice Supermarket, the passenger window rolled down and a cigarette was flicked out, revealing the face of a man with an eagle-hooked nose. Noticing the moonless sky, he licked his finger to gauge the humidity. It wouldn't rain anytime soon. According to the plan, it was time to get to work. In the next moment, the moving black car turned off its headlights and stealthily approached the already closed Rice Supermarket. After more than 10 minutes, for shadowy figures, cloaked by the night, crossed the greenery and stealthily made their way towards the supermarket. Without exception, each of them carried a plastic oil drum. When they learned that their target was a large supermarket, the atmosphere was reminiscent of Zhuge Liang encountering Zhou Yu. The group opened their palms in unison, declaring fire. For such a tangible industry, nothing resolves issues like a massive fire. If it doesn't, then another fire will. After all, even Cao Cao's 800,000 troops were burned to ashes. What chance does a supermarket stand? It was evident that the remuneration for this task was substantial, and the urgency was palpable. After receiving the order, they galloped towards Rice Supermarket without pausing, only stopping to switch vehicles. Arriving at the wall, they huddled together, whispering, "Let us make it clear. If anyone falls into the water tonight, they bear the consequences alone. As per usual, we'll each contribute 100,000 to help their family." The eagle-hooked nose man set down the oil drum, donned a mask, and peered inside the Rice Supermarket. The entrance was tightly secured, empty, and surrounded by desolation. Don't worry, boss. We've done this before. It's pitch black, and there are just 2 security guards napping in the booth. By the time the fire blazes, we'll be on the highway. Where can they pursue us? For this operation, they had even prepared several delayed ignition devices and had deliberately added materials to the oil drums. Once the fire ignited, it would surely be large and fierce. Meanwhile, as the group of men prepared to infiltrate Rice Supermarket, inside the supermarket, an uneasy Su Bai took the elevator to the first floor and began inspecting the premises with a flashlight. He vividly remembered the devastating fire from a certain company in his past life. For large tangible industries, fire posed the gravest danger. As he was surveying, a shadow in the corner of a shelf caught Su Bai's attention. Startled, he directed the flashlight towards it, instinctively preparing to call for old Zhou. However, upon recognizing the figure, he exclaimed, "Zhang Wei, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Zhang Wei lay on a cooling mat, covered by a thin blanket, wielding a baton and looking quite vigilant while shielding his eyes from Su Bai's flashlight. Zhang Wei thought someone had intruded, but upon hearing Su Bai's voice, he relaxed. "Mr. Su, you know me?" Su Bai moved the flashlight closer to Zhang Wei and inquired. "Zhang Wei, 28 years old, procurement officer. I heard your father was hospitalized after an accident. Is he doing well now? Speaking of which, why are you here instead of going home after work?" Upon hearing Su Bai not only recognize his name, but also be aware of his family situation, Zhang Wei, a grown man, was nearly moved to tears. Mr. Su, I don't know who spread it, but word is that someone is coming to create trouble at our rice supermarket. Subai paused for a moment. So you didn't leave after work and stayed in the supermarket? Zhang Wei nodded, then shook his head. No, Mr. Su, it's not that I didn't leave. It's... Following Zhang Wei's gaze, Subai switched the flashlight back on, scanning the dark aisles of the supermarket. The sight that met his eyes made his heart sink. In the wide aisle, due to the warming weather, cooling mats were laid out everywhere. Upon hearing Subai's voice, over a dozen supermarket employees sat up, grinning broadly at him. Hey, Mr. Su, you're still awake. Well, you see, Mr. Su, my home is too far. I didn't want to make the round trip, so I decided to stay in the supermarket. Mr. Su, my house has no air conditioning. It's cooler here, so I came to save on electricity. Unquestionably, all of these employees were from the procurement department, and Subai chose not to expose their crude lies, turning his attention back to Zhang Wei. Your entire procurement department stayed? Zhang Wei shook his head. It's not just our procurement department that stayed. It's everyone stayed. What? Upon hearing this, Subai looked into the pitch-black supermarket, a chill running down his spine. Rice Supermarket, along with management and reserve personnel, had over 300 individuals. None had left. This meant that the Rice Supermarket, on the surface, appeared to have only a handful of night patrol security guards. In reality, it concealed a formidable force. Chapter 091, Mr. Su. Your support is here when Subai located Feng Jun. The latter was squatting beside a garbage bin outside the storage area, indulging in a cigarette. Without the flickering light of the cigarette, but one could easily overlook the presence of a living being concealed in the shadows. Spotting Subai, who was without a light, Feng Jun hastily discarded the cigarette, gripping the walkie-talkie in his left hand and a steel pipe in his right, and whispered towards the dark silhouette of Subai. Password. Goodness, not only does he have a troop of soldiers, but they even have a password. Subai. Upon hearing his name, Feng Jun released his grip on the walkie-talkie, a cold sweat breaking out as he fished another cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips. Care for smoke to refresh your spirits? Subai waved his hand in refusal, settling down beside Feng Jun in the shadow next to the bin. Did you organize this? Feng Jun shrugged while igniting his cigarette. Initially, I planned to keep watch alone, but several department managers insisted on joining me. Then, someone leaked the information, so here we are. The Loss Prevention Department has over 20 retired soldiers, with a few coming from the military police. They arranged the lookout shifts and even set the password. By the way, the password is pork belly and the countersign is Lao bygone. Remember this. Everyone is fuming over your situation. If you can't respond, be wary of your own employees giving you a thrashing. Noticing Subai merely nodding in silence, Feng Jun finally mustered the courage to ask his burning question. Mr. Su. Yes? Feng Jun, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing his confusion, Subai spoke candidly. You wish to inquire whether I considered the potential consequences of this reckless endeavor? Surprised by Subai's directness, Feng Jun awkwardly nodded. That was indeed his intention. Based on his understanding of this Mr. Su, it would not be an exaggeration to say that even a single strand of hair from Subai's head would be hollow. Every part of him was filled with cunning. Logically, someone of Mr. Su's caliber should not resort to such foolishness or throw himself into danger. Yet here was Subai, utilizing a live broadcast to create a significant stir. Initially, Feng Jun believed that Subai's actions would be limited to merely stirring up the local county. However, it was now evident that this was not merely a local affair. It seemed to be gearing towards an assault on the island of Japan. In response to Feng Jun's perplexity, Subai refrained from a direct answer. There's a saying, place oneself in a desperate situation to rise anew. The existence of the rice supermarket was certainly intolerable. Whether it was the remarkably low profit margins, the high salaries and benefits for employees, or the top-notch customer service at the rice supermarket. In Yicheng, with favorable geography and human resources, it could thrive. However, once the rice supermarket sought to expand, it would undoubtedly face opposition from numerous sectors. The root of the issue lay in Subai's model of high wages and low profits, which would disrupt many industries. If you sell a product for 5, while others sell it for 10, how can they continue to profit? Similarly, if you offer a monthly salary in the thousands, what would those earning 3,000 think? Not everyone is like Su Bai, aspiring to be a people's entrepreneur. Many remain focused on quietly amassing wealth. Money can be regained, but once integrity is lost, it becomes increasingly difficult to earn. As a major employer, how could he not prioritize profit while claiming to be a people in oppos? As entrepreneur, the crux of the matter was this. Even if he aspired to be a people's entrepreneur, did he expect everyone to follow suit? What was he thinking? When the rice supermarket opened, Su Bai was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Faced with such an almost insurmountable predicament, his only recourse was to leverage the situation. Indeed, on his own, he lacked the strength to contend with the entire capital circle. If the authorities could not manage the situation, could Su Bai? Thus, he orchestrated a grand event through a live broadcast, igniting the Liang Wenchao incident. Although the trending topic he created only lasted 55 minutes, for Su Bai, that was more than sufficient. In those 55 minutes, he could present to the majority of the populace insights they were not meant to see. It became clear that even supermarket clerks could earn substantial salaries, that adhering to an 8-hour workday was not merely a luxury, and that paid annual leave of 30 days existed. Su Bai had sown the seeds of hope into the hearts of each individual. Now, his task was to endure this challenging period and wait for this spark of hope to ignite into a widespread conflagration. When that moment arrived, he would be able to expand the rice supermarket into every city across the nation. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Feng Jun's jaw dropped in disbelief, struggling to close. To him, this Mr. Su was already impressive, but now, he was not just impressive, he was astonishingly audacious. This business endeavor encompassed not just himself, but the entire capital circle and now even the billions of citizens across the nation. Could he really be leveraging the strength of over 1 billion people? Was this truly the weight of the celestial blueprint? Feeling the heat of the burning cigarette on his fingertips, Feng Jun hastily discarded it, his expression one of alarm. Mr. Su, do you truly have such confidence that everyone will support you? Su Bai cryptically shook his head. Whether they support me is not up to me. It is dictated by the capital circle. Feng Jun found himself further confounded by Su Bai's words, realizing that the celestial blueprint was not something ordinary individuals could comprehend. Leaning against the wall, Su Bai elucidated, "Let me put it this way. The catalyst for the United States entering World War II was the Pearl Harbor incident. Currently, I lack nothing but that spark, and the entity that can provide me that spark is the capital circle." Feng Jun felt a cold sweat trickling down his back upon hearing this. "You mean to say you are waiting for someone to stir up trouble?" Su Bai nodded. "If you were in my shoes, having glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and then learned that this flicker was on the verge of extinguishing, how would you respond? The more the capital circle targets me, the more urgency will arise among the populace. Therefore, I find myself rather hoping they do stir up trouble." Having deciphered the situation, Feng Jun's perception of Su Bai shifted dramatically. How could one even categorize this individual as human? Just as Feng Jun marveled at Su Bai's unconventional mindset, the two men in the shadows caught sight of a figure in the distance, stealthily approaching with an oil drum in hand, glancing over their shoulder repeatedly. No need for a password. The individual seemed destined for trouble. "Mr. Su, the support you were waiting for has arrived." "Hush! Let us not speak. Let's give him a fright. By the way, Lao Zhou, where are you?" The next moment, a faint voice emerged from within the garbage bin here. Chapter 092. Combing a middle part requires real skill. Let us rewind the clock to 15 minutes prior. As Hooknose and his cohorts drove towards the darkened rice mart, they remained blissfully unaware of the figure perched atop a residential building southwest of their destination. Upon closer inspection, the individual was clad in a rice mart employee uniform, bearing the subtle insignia of the Loss Prevention Department. This was Liu Hejuan, a 27-year-old former military scout and local Yicheng resident employed as a loss prevention officer at Rice Mart. Of modest stature and swarthy complexion, he was a man of few words. His years of military service had rendered him somewhat detached from society, and his inflexible nature often led to workplace conflicts. 2 months prior, upon discovering a recruitment advertisement for Rice Mart, the desperate Liu Hejuan decided to try his luck. And try he did, with surprising results. a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, no mandatory overtime, and 30 days of annual leave. The compensation was one thing, but the camaraderie among the Rice Mart employees was the true revelation. The Rice Mart leadership was unfailingly affable, except when compelling subordinates to work overtime, at which point they became more relentless than military police. In just over a month, the taciturn Liu Hajuan had grown genuinely fond of his job, and, like all his colleagues, he felt that his contributions far outweighed his compensation. Every evening, he pondered how to excel in his unremarkable role as a loss prevention officer, seeking to prove his worth and justify his generous salary and benefits. Just as Liu Hajuan lamented his inability to realize his full potential, an opportunity to serve his company presented itself. Liu Hajuan neither understood nor cared about the implications of the Liang Wenchao incident. However, when the loss prevention department supervisor announced that individuals intended to cause trouble at Rice Mart in the near future, Liu Hajuan knew his moment had arrived. After swiftly developing multiple contingency plans with his equally eager colleagues in the loss prevention department, Liu Hajuan, a former sniper in the military, was honored with the task of providing external security. Liu Hajuan had been lying prone in that position since nightfall, remaining motionless for 6 hours. For a man accustomed to spending entire days in a prone position during sniper missions, this was hardly a challenge. As Liu Hajuan scanned the roads leading to Rice Mart through his binoculars, he noticed Hooknose and Oppo's vehicle approaching. Initially, Liu Hajuan dismissed it as merely a passing car, paying it little heed. However, when the vehicle extinguished its headlights as it neared Rice Mart, Liu Hajuan's previously lowered gaze instantly sharpened. He immediately relayed the information to the loss prevention department via radio. Nest, Sparrow calling. Nest received, Sparrow, go ahead. Unidentified vehicle approaching from the 12 o'clock direction. Driving without headlights. Suspicious activity. Continuing observation. Nest acknowledges. 5 minutes later, Hooknose and his 4 companions exited the vehicle, leaving one individual behind as backup, and advanced towards Rice Mart along the verdant median strip. Unbeknownst to them, a living, breathing person was concealed within the very greenery they traversed. Who could have imagined such a thing? A supermarket loss prevention officer, not idly scrolling through Douyin for attractive women at 2 in the morning, but lying in wait in the median strip? What kind of security guard is that? A security guard earning a meager 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Why risk his life? As Hooknose and his accomplices dispersed and infiltrated the Rice Mart premises, believing they had gone unnoticed, they failed to realize that the median strip, the undercarriage of vehicles, the tree branches, and the backs of trash cans were teeming with people. Meanwhile, Liang Wenchao, concealed behind pillar, listened to the voices in his earpiece and watched the 2 shadowy figures a dozen meters away, cautiously rolling up his sleeves. Just as Liang Wenchao wondered how they would enter the sales area, the 2 shadowy figures approached the exterior of the supermarket, placed their oil drums on the ground, and retrieved a large compass-like object with a suction cup at one end from their backpacks. They affixed the suction cup to the glass of the sales area, rotated the glass cutter on the opposite end in a circle, and removed a large circular piece of glass. The 2 shadowy figures then took turns entering the sales area. Liang Wenchao was dumbfounded by the entire procedure. Professionals. But is it wise to enter so brazenly? The sales area is teeming with over 700 battle-ready individuals, eagerly awaiting your arrival, while 2 of his underlings successfully infiltrated the Rice Mart sales area. Preparing for an intimate encounter with over 700 Rice Mart employees, Hooknose, accompanied by another henchman, arrived at the storage area. Given that Rice Mart possessed 2 massive warehouses spanning over 6,000 square meters, Hooknose gestured for his henchman to proceed to the other warehouse. Hooknose himself approached the entrance of one of the warehouses. Since the warehouse featured a large security roller door, Hooknose had no intention of forcing his way in. Instead, he retrieved a set of malleable thin tubes from his backpack, inserted one end into the oil drum, straightened the other end, and inserted it into the warehouse through the gap in the door. After ensuring that the tube extended far enough into the warehouse, Hooknose groped in the dark for the low-frequency pump switch, intending to pump oil into the warehouse. However, after fumbling for quite some time, Hooknose failed to locate the switch. Blinded by the darkness, He dared not turn on the lights. Just as Hooknose patiently continued his search for the switch, a voice echoed from behind. "Care for some illumination?" Still groping, Hooknose shook his head and instinctively replied, "No need." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Hooknose realized something was amiss. As he turned around, a blinding beam of light shone directly into his eyes, rendering him unable to see. The next moment, a figure materialized behind Hooknose and delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Before Hooknose could react, everything went black, and he collapsed. This was Su Bai's first time witnessing Old Zhou in action. This fellow, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain Jia, was as swift and decisive as Yin Shuangying. His movements were incredibly rapid. Even after Hooknose had fallen, Old Zhou casually flicked his head, rearranging his disheveled middle part back into a neat 5-5 split. Su Bai was also witnessing this for the first time. Old Zhou simply struck Hooknose, and he collapsed. Dead? Old Zhou crouched down, frisked Hooknose, discarded a dagger he found, and said, "Not dead, just carotid sinus syncope, I know my limits." With that, Old Zhou removed Hooknose and Oppos. S-belt while instructing Su Bai, "By the way, Don and Oppos, try this. It's ineffective if you're too gentle, and it can easily kill someone if you're too forceful." From this, it was clear that Old Zhou had done this more than once or twice. He was quite adept at it. Su Bai was astonished. It seems the saying is true. Combing a middle part requires real skill. Like those who grow stronger as they lose their hair, those who sport a middle part are formidable individuals. The aquiline-nosed assailant should express gratitude for Zhou's leniency, as he merely suffered a knockout. His accomplices, however, faced a far different predicament. As two henchmen entered the emporium, they pried open a fuel can, poised to douse the premises. Yet, before they could even hoist the container, a thunderous shout echoed through the darkened mart. "Attack!" As if conjured by some arcane art, scores of figures materialized from behind the shelves, each wielding a flashlight. In an instant, a blinding array of beams converged upon the hapless arsonists. Who could have foreseen that a veritable legion lay concealed within the cavernous supermarket at this ungodly hour? A multitude that could overwhelm with sheer numbers. The pair were instantly petrified. One, trembling, raised his hands in supplication, forcing a strained smile. He stammered, hoping it wasn't an amp. Oppos, too late to surrender. The other, removing his balaclava, swallowed hard and pleaded for mercy, emphasizing his reliance on his visage for sustenance. Their professionalism and awareness were admirable, but alas, they had chosen the wrong adversary. The employees of the Emporium, still seething from the Liang Wenchao incident and the vitriol directed at Su Bai online, were eager,